Draco finds his soul inexplicably transported back to the age of 10. Granted a second chance, he resolves to attend Durmstrang. As for the so-called savior and Voldemort, he wishes for them to stay far away and not interfere. However, the unfolding of events remains unperturbed by his will. What is destined to occur unfolds without exception. In order to extricate the Malfoy family from their original allegiance and to save Severus Snape, along with the lives of countless others, he must act. He must cultivate a favorable rapport with the savior, as Durmstrang harbors its own secrets during his studies there. Draco is deeply perplexed. He merely seeks to ensure the safety of the Malfoys, yet somehow finds himself drawn into the orbit of the savior. Lucius is bewildered. While he is amenable to switching allegiances and becoming a double agent, he cannot fathom why it must involve his only son. Snape gazes at Harry with an inner sense of displeasure, yet the striking green eyes reminiscent of Lily render him speechless. Perhaps the only one truly delighted is Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 1, 1990. Draco Malfoy is ensnared in a profound nightmare. He feels as though he is perpetually running, surrounded by towering walls that obscure the sky and offer no escape, with narrow paths pressing in on him from both sides. Countless unseen adversaries pursue him from behind, emitting piercing, soul-chilling cries akin to those of a Dementor. His limbs begin to twitch anxiously, fingers clutching the soft blanket beneath him, sinking deeply into its embrace. The veins on the back of his hands bulge ominously, as if they might burst through his tender skin. In the dream, shadows descend heavily upon him, enveloping Draco, and he finds himself gasping, unable to breathe. Like a drowning man, he struggles desperately upward, reaching for the solitary circular opening above that still emanates a glimmer of light. Little dragon? Little dragon? My dear, what is the matter? Wake up quickly. Narcissa, clad in a pure white nightgown with her hair unbound, rushes to her son's bedside. Observing her child ensnared in a nightmare, she steels herself and addresses the empty air beside her. Starlight. With a soft pop, a house elf materializes before her, bowing its head, its diminutive form nearly folding in half. Madam, Starlight is here. Go, fetch the silver knife that is in a box in my room. You know which one I mean. Starlight raises her head, her large nose crinkling as she glances cautiously at the unconscious young master, and without further hesitation, she vanishes from sight. In the next moment, she reappears before Narcissa, cradling an exquisite, ornate box lined with soft velvet, within which lies a glimmering silver knife nestled amidst the black velvet. Narcissa unhesitatingly grasped the small dagger, inflicting a deep cut upon her own wrist, from which blood gushed forth, cascading down her arm. She suspended her wrist above Draco's heart, without a moment's hesitation, and began to recite the incantation. Her pronunciation was foreign and obscure, entirely unlike any spell Draco was familiar with. The blood seemed to bubble as it emitted wisps of faint smoke. Upon concluding her incantation, her complexion paled further, while Draco's expression gradually settled into tranquility, the convulsions and tremors ceasing, and his previously high fever began to wane. Narcissa did not falter. She recited the incantation once more. Blood dripped steadily, staining the front of Draco's nightgown. With the continuation of Narcissa's spell, Draco's visage finally relaxed, leaning into the embrace of his mother, his golden hair cascading softly as he slipped back into a peaceful slumber. Only then did Narcissa, with trembling hands, gently place Draco back onto his bed, her movements tender and careful not to disturb him in the slightest. Her wounded wrist trembled uncontrollably as she pressed her hand against the injury, calling out another name. Another tiny sprite, resembling a star, appeared in the room, her tone remarkably calm, betraying none of the blood that flowed steadily from her wrist. She addressed the little sprite. Stay by the young master. She instructed the sprite named Star. Come, Star, tend to my wounds and fetch some medicine. Narcissa's white lace nightgown hung down, the fabric stained with the blood she had just shed. Star followed her closely, worry etched upon her face. Before exiting, Narcissa turned back to give a final command to the sprite guarding the room. Clean up the mess. Do not let him see the blood. The following morning, Draco awoke from his bed, his face ashen and pale. He blinked, confronted by darkness, and clutched his throbbing head as a torrent of images surged into his mind, nearly overwhelming him. A tower, a fatal fall, terrifying green symbols, and pain that seemed to etch itself into his very bones. No, that cannot be right. He should be luring Death Eaters as bait. The darkness enveloped him, obscuring his vision, yet the sensations of his soft bed and familiar surroundings assured him he was indeed in his own room. What transpired subsequently? He let out a groan, instinctively reaching for his water cup. He habitually kept one by his bedside before retiring, but his hand met only emptiness. He froze, bewildered. What was happening? As he raised his gaze, the darkness remained, yet he began to sense something amiss. Trembling, he extended his hand toward his eyes, but it was intercepted by another familiar, warm hand that clasped his. Lucius Malfoy sat beside Draco's bed, holding his hand gently as he spoke softly. "Do not fear, my little dragon. Your powers have awakened." At what? Draco felt a profound confusion. Was this his father's voice? No, his father was supposed to be in Azkaban, still imprisoned, yet this familiar voice and touch were unforgettable. How could he be sitting right before him? What the Death Eaters? As bait, he was meant to engage them in that shadowy alley, and during the exchange, Potter would come to apprehend the remaining Death Eaters. Potter, like a bolt of lightning striking his mind, he immediately grasped Lucius's hand, his knuckles turning white with tension as he rasped. P. Potter. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he froze. This was wrong. This was not his voice. When had his voice become so juvenile? What on earth had happened? Lucius replied. Why do you suddenly inquire about him? Harry Potter has been under Dumbledore's protection, my little dragon. Do not worry. After your powers awaken, you may find yourself temporarily unable to see. Once this period passes, all will be well. He gathered the stiff Draco into his arms, assuming the awkwardness was due to his inability to see, and placed a gentle kiss upon his forehead. If you need anything, summon the house elf. Both Mother and I are here. Upon finishing, he instructed the nearby house elf. Watch over the young master. The house elf nodded, and Lucius caressed Draco's face, exclaiming with joy, "Your powers have awakened. This is a splendid development. You have inherited your mother's gifts." After saying this, he helped Draco lie back down, tucking him in snugly, and then Lucius's footsteps hurriedly echoed as he exited the room, leaving Draco in a state of utter confusion. Draco groaned softly, beginning to mentally replay the events that had transpired. He distinctly remembered being in an alley, not a darkened one, but a Muggle alley in London, impatiently waiting, not only for the Death Eaters but also for Potter. This is a joint operation. Even after the complete demise of Voldemort, the Death Eaters remain undeterred, continuing to wreak havoc across various regions of England. Among them exist different factions, and this particular group exhibits notably radical tendencies, having perpetrated several gruesome and brutal homicides throughout the country, predominantly in the suburbs. Most terrifyingly, some among them aspire to exploit the lives of these Muggles in an attempt to summon demons. Draco is acutely aware that should they succeed, the entirety of London, and perhaps a significant portion of England, will be dragged into the depths of hell. Draco is equally unwilling to witness such a dreadful fate, especially considering that his child is still attending Hogwarts. Thus, he acquiesces to Potter's proposal to act as bait in order to draw this group out. If one were to contemplate what the remaining roaming Death Eaters despise the most, at the forefront would undoubtedly be Harry Potter, while the second would be Draco Malfoy, who, having received Harry Potter's testimony, continues to live quite well. As anticipated, they indeed fell for the trap. After arranging a time and place for the meeting, Draco even proactively suggested changing venues multiple times, thereby dispelling any doubts the conspirators might have had about him, and they accepted the key he had set. The final rendezvous, as orchestrated by Draco, was to take place in an almost abandoned old manor situated in the countryside of London. Out of respect for the manor's owner, he refrained from entering the dilapidated estate, choosing instead to wait in a secluded alley nearby, which was seldom frequented. He had also cast anti-Muggle spells, ensuring that no Muggles could intrude. As the appointed time drew nearer, the group indeed made their appearance, just as he had anticipated. However, their emergence did not coincide with the optimal moment for apprehension. It was crucial to wait until the transaction's instant. Draco suppressed his revulsion as he shook hands with them, and upon grasping the hand of the leader, he suddenly perceived a veil of darkness enveloping his vision. What transpired upon encountering that individual? Cold sweat dripped down his brow as he clutched his head, desperately trying to recall the events. What had occurred? It seemed that Potter had struck first, casting a spell at that person, who then retaliated in fury, brandishing his wand. But what about him? What had he done? It appeared that he too had launched a counterattack. The Death Eater hurled curses at him, labeling him a traitor, while unleashing an immensely destructive spell that fractured the ground into several pieces, and he seemed to plummet downwards. What followed? His body ached intensely, and he suspected that his bones were broken. Was he dead? Surely he must be. Blood flowed profusely, and he must have slipped into unconsciousness. Then that Death Eater suddenly leaped beside him. Oh, now he recalls. Blood. He must have used his own blood. After all, he was a pure blood, and the allure of pure blood was entirely distinct from that of Muggle blood. That individual appeared to have inscribed something with his own blood, followed by an enraged Potter. And then what happened next? Following that, he felt as though he had plunged into a nightmarish abyss, and upon awakening once more, he found himself in this state. What on earth transpired? Draco groaned for a moment, and upon closer inspection, his eyes seemed shrouded in a veil of gloom. The once exquisite and crystalline orbs now appeared dull and lifeless, drained of their former vitality and brilliance. His throat was parched and raspy, akin to having swallowed a lump of burning coal. He recalled that his father had left him a house elf, and he wearily called out, "Water!" A glass of ice-cold water was promptly brought to his lips, and as he swallowed the refreshing liquid, he finally felt somewhat revitalized before inquiring, "What time is it now?" The timid voice of the house elf responded, "It is 9 o'clock in the morning, master." Draco, fatigued, pressed further, "What year is it?" The house elf then replied, "Master, this year is 1990, and you have just turned 10. Draco. Merlin sucks. Chapter 2, 19902. It took Draco an entire 3 days to gradually come to terms with the bewildering reality that he had returned to the age of 10. Although it was utterly unfathomable, he pondered the whereabouts of his former self. No, he was indeed himself. There was no distinction to be made between the original and current him. But where had his 30-year-old self vanished? No, his 30-year-old self was right here. What then? Was amiss? Such thoughts left Draco in a state of profound confusion. Fortunately, during these 3 days, his vision began to recover. Initially, he could only perceive darkness and light. Then, he progressed to discerning the vague outlines of objects. Now, he was able to see the things before him with a fair degree of clarity. He was undoubtedly in his own home. After regaining some vision, he stumbled over to the mirror. The sight that greeted him was that of a 10-year-old boy. His body lanky and thin, standing on the carpet like a mere reed. His hair was somewhat disheveled. He had not ventured outside for days and had remained confined to his room. His father visited him daily, but his mother had not appeared at all. Whenever he inquired about her, his father would gently inform him that she was unwell and in recovery. Yet, in Draco's recollections of his 10-year-old self, his mother had never suffered such a grave illness. What had transpired? A multitude of questions plagued him, and he uncovered something truly terrifying. The events that had once unfolded in his memory, terrifying, bloody, and culminating in a tragic conclusion, were things he yearned to confide in his father. However, each time the thought crossed his mind, it felt as though something had seized his throat, rendering him utterly speechless, leaving him to stew in his own anxiety. Today, with his vision slightly improved, he resolved to attempt to write it down. He summoned a house elf to fetch ink and a quill, seated himself at the desk, and spread the parchment flat. Just as he poised to write, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening once more, he stared at the parchment, which bore only a solitary drop of ink, nothing else. Words eluded him. He could neither speak nor write. Even though Draco was acutely aware of the painful outcomes he faced, he found himself utterly unable to articulate them. Was he to witness his family, his father and mother, once again plunge into the abyss? No, he must effect change. Even if this were merely a self-indulgent dream, he hoped that within this dream, he would not descend into such a tragic fate as before. The foremost task at hand was to distance himself from Harry Potter, the root of all calamity. 30-year-old Draco Malfoy scorned his 10-year-old self in the mirror, questioning why he had been so naive as to provoke him. Why not simply steer clear of him? If only he had kept his distance. His father would not have faced the subsequent series of ordeals. After all, wherever Harry Potter was, so too was Voldemort. His desire was simple, to evade Voldemort. It was only after being branded with the dark mark that he realized how idealistic he had once been. When Dumbledore fell before him, His resolve had faltered. And it was only after Potter extracted him from the inferno that this wavering ultimately crystallized into steadfast determination. But now, he brushed aside the hair obscuring his eyes and scrutinized his reflection closely, then broke into a smile. He softly murmured to himself, "But now, I no longer wish to see you, esteemed Director Potter." When Narcissa awoke, Draco was seated at her bedside, holding a small knife and meticulously peeling an apple. The skin spiraled down as he finished, presenting the beautifully prepared fruit upon a platter. After completing his task, he glanced at Narcissa, expecting to find her still lost in slumber. Instead, her gentle eyes met his. Draco was momentarily taken aback. "Little dragon," she uttered, a name he had not heard in ages. Draco instinctively felt a pang in his heart, tears welling in his eyes. He hastily wiped them away, struggling to find his voice, yet was overwhelmed with emotion. Narcissa propped herself up. Her slumber had lasted longer than Draco's. Her wrist adorned with tightly wrapped white bandages concealing the wound from her previous self-harm. She opened her arms, tenderly pulling Draco into her embrace. "Little dragon, you have endured so much." At her words, Draco trembled, as they shattered the psychological barriers he had constructed over the past few days. Unable to contain his feelings any longer, he buried his face in Narcissa's embrace and wept freely. After an exhaustive bout of tears, a wave of shame washed over him, and he straightened up, sniffling as he prepared to speak. But before he could utter a word, Narcissa leaned closer, scrutinizing his eyes. It's all right," she murmured softly. Draco's heart surged with overwhelming confusion. This had never happened before. What had transpired? And what of his father's previous assertions that he had inherited his mother's abilities? What powers did the Black family possess? He had never been informed of such things. Mother? What on earth has happened? He inquired slowly, eager to uncover the truth of his condition. Narcissa smiled at him with a hint of sorrow, taking his hand and guiding him to sit down. Her tone was gentle, yet her words were earth-shattering. "Little dragon, you have awakened a most extraordinary ability. You possess the gift of prophecy." She offered a bittersweet smile. "Though exceedingly rare and unique, you have indeed awakened the power of foresight, a bloodline from the ancient Blacks. Cassandra has manifested within you." While what? Draco's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, rendering his thoughts a muddled haze. If he could see himself now, he would appear as a statue, utterly petrified. When had the Black family ever held a lineage of prophets? His mind abruptly short-circuited, unable to process the information. Narcissa, noticing his rigidity and astonishment, sighed and continued. "Cassandra Trelawney, if you ever attend Hogwarts and study the history of magic, you cannot escape her. A renowned seer. Her descendants married into the Black family. The Black family is vast and adheres to pure-blood traditions, yet this particular branch never exhibited any prophetic abilities, gradually fading into obscurity. However, the blood of the seer has always resided within the veins of the Blacks, waiting for the moment it would be awakened. Who would have thought that after all this time, so long that I had even forgotten about this seer, you would awaken her abilities?" Narcissa's hand caressed Draco's cheek. "Little dragon, before you awakened, you endured several months of tormenting nightmares, only to awaken each day and forget the contents of those dreams. But a few days ago, you fell into a nightmare from which you could not awaken. I surmise that Cassandra's abilities have been triggered, coinciding with your youth and unstable magical powers, resulting in a chaotic surge of magic. Is it possible that Cassandra is attempting to convey to you her visions of the future?" Draco felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine, utterly at a loss for words. Thus, the 30-year-old version of himself is indeed himself, as is the 10-year-old version. All that he has experienced is merely a manifestation of his ancestors, revealing Cassandra's powers regarding this tragic future. Could it be that the impending despair is so profound that even she cannot bear to witness it? Narcissa continued softly, "Little dragon, remember, prophecies are never reality. They are but stones cast into the river of time, and we merely perceive the ripples they create. Yet, with the slightest alteration, the manifestation of such prophecies could diverge entirely from what was previously foreseen. What you experienced in your dreams may be reality or may not. But, dear dragon, the present moment is what truly matters." Draco opened his mouth, but could utter not a single word. He was unaware of how he exited Narcissa's chamber, drifting back to his own room like a lost soul. As he collapsed heavily onto his bed, Narcissa's words echoed once more in his mind. It may be reality, or it may not be. He felt increasingly disoriented, the memories of his past experiences vividly etched in his mind, the pain still fresh and palpable. In a daze, a sudden sharp pain shot through his head. He groaned, clutching his temples as the day he was captured by the Death Eaters resurfaced in his mind, his spirit seemingly floating above the chaos around him. He felt like a ragged sack in someone's grasp. Beneath him lay a colossal magical array drawn in blood. The Death Eater opposite him grinned malevolently, igniting the array with his wand, unleashing unimaginable explosions and a fierce gust of wind. He beheld his own body engulfed in the blast, swiftly drawn into a dark, profound abyss. Draco awoke in a cold sweat, gasping for breath. His face pale as the darkness outside enveloped the world. Night had fallen, and he had yet to dine. His stomach growled, reminding him of his need for sustenance. While he pressed his hands to his head, Narcissa's words resonating in his ears. He murmured, "What is most crucial is the now." Chapter 3, 19903. Severus Snape emerged from the Malfoy family's fireplace, his countenance as dark as a stormy sky. It was Christmas Eve, and Lucius had invited him to celebrate the holiday together, a tradition that had persisted for over a decade, even during the birth of their child, Draco. Yet today, his mood was particularly foul, for he had once again submitted a request to teach defense against the dark arts after a year's hiatus, only to receive another rejection from Dumbledore, mirroring the response from years past. In his refusal, Dumbledore had expressed with heartfelt candor, "Dear Severus, I believe your potential in potions far exceeds that in defense against the dark arts. I implore you to abandon your pursuit of the latter." In retort, Severus scoffed, discarding the letter into the fireplace. He arrived at the Malfoy residence at the appointed time, initially believing his mood could not worsen, only to discover that someone else was faring even worse. In the grand, vaulted living room of the Malfoy home, the wintry chill of Christmas did not diminish the warmth within. The fireplace crackled merrily, casting a cozy glow. However, Lucius stood there, his face ashen, facing Draco Malfoy, his godson. What could have transpired? Severus furrowed his brow. He had always disapproved of Lucius's parenting methods, deeming them excessively indulgent. Yet now, witnessing Lucius's treatment of Draco, he felt a pang of sympathy. As he reached the doorway, Lucius caught sight of him and closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, addressing Draco. "Have you made up your mind? Are you truly prepared to forsake Hogwarts?" The moment the words left Lucius's mouth, Severus's eyes widened in astonishment. All traces of his earlier displeasure regarding the rejection vanished in an instant. His expression hardened as he turned to Draco, his godson. "Draco, elucidate what your father means. How can you not attend Hogwarts?" Draco smiled slightly, having anticipated this very scenario. Since awakening, he had longed to attend Durmstrang, unwilling to go to Hogwarts. Approaching his 11th birthday, he knew that Hogwarts would soon begin sending out acceptance letters via owl. He needed to secure his father's consent before that time. Narcissa had remained non-committal on the matter. Whether Durmstrang or Hogwarts, she supported her child's choice. Having observed that Draco had clearly considered this decision carefully rather than on a whim. Having convinced his mother, the next hurdle was his father. And then there was his beleaguered godfather, who had been straddling two camps, a pressure and fear he scarcely dared to contemplate. If possible, he wished to spare his godfather from such torment. Draco gazed at his gaunt godfather, who had previously favored slicking back his hair, striving to appear more adult. Yet, maturity is not defined by outward appearances, but by one's thought processes and interactions with the world. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Father, godfather, I believe that for me, or for the Malfoy family, Hogwarts is not the optimal choice. I should attend Durmstrang." He offered a slight bow to Severus, exuding elegance. Lucius's expression turned frigid, and he remained silent, disapproving of his son's decision. As a Malfoy, he held a position on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, though largely ceremonial. It still held some weight during his son's education. Most importantly, his gaze shifted to Severus Snape, who was still at Hogwarts. As long as Severus was there, he need not worry about his precious son encountering troubles at school. However, if it were Durmstrang, the frigid Nordic climate, months of darkness without sunlight, the magic there was administered by a coalition of Nordic nations, and in Norway, one would first need to apply to the Ministry of Magic before being allowed to attend Durmstrang. The process was convoluted and required the consent of the British Ministry of Magic. After all, Draco was born in Britain and, by rights, should attend Hogwarts. Draco inhaled deeply, turning to Severus, his silver-gray eyes filled with resolve. He addressed Severus. "Godfather, has my father mentioned it to you? I have awakened my mother's abilities. In light of this, do you believe that Hogwarts possesses the capacity to impart upon me spells sufficient for my own protection? You are undoubtedly aware of the significance of prophecies." Draco is engaged in a gamble, uncertain whether his father has disclosed to his godfather the awakening of abilities inherited from his mother's lineage. Although he perceives no remarkable changes within himself, he acknowledges that his magical prowess flows more seamlessly and harmoniously than it did at the age of 10. Not only at Hogwarts, but even at Durmstrang, he harbors confidence in his ability to surpass his contemporaries. After all, he considers himself nearly 30, having learned from past grave lessons. This time, he will tread with utmost caution. As anticipated, upon hearing Draco's assertion, Severus's expression darkened further. With a swift motion of his robes, He turned to face Lucius, his teeth clenched as he spoke. How could you not inform me? At that moment, a woman's voice interjected, interrupting Severus's impending fury. Narcissa, adorned in a gown of white lace and donning half-length gloves alongside a lace-trimmed hat, gracefully entered from the opposite side of the hall. I instructed him not to inform you, dear Severus. Do not be angry. She approached with measured steps, reaching Severus's side, extending her arm to embrace him. Severus observed the bandaged wounds on Narcissa, the scent of potions lingering despite her attempts to mask it with perfume, and he furrowed his brow. His gaze flitted between Draco, Narcissa, and Lucius, sharp as a hawk, ultimately settling on Narcissa as he inquired with suspicion, Tell me, what has transpired with Draco? Narcissa smiled warmly, guiding the potions master down to a sofa, where she prepared a cup of tea for him before responding. Allow me to recount everything in detail, my dear. As a close confidant to both Draco and the entire Malfoy family, Severus reluctantly forgave Lucius for the delay in disclosing the changes occurring within his godson. Noticing Severus's softened demeanor, Narcissa gently began to share the recent developments regarding Draco. Draco seated himself behind his mother, while Lucius took a position at the opposite end of the sofa beside Severus. Upon learning that Draco had been tormented by nightmares for several months without either of them reaching out to him, Severus's countenance reflected disapproval. However, his upbringing compelled him to suppress his urge to interrupt Narcissa. Being a potion expert herself, while perhaps not as renowned as Severus, she held access to the coffers and magical resources of both the Malfoy and Black families, affording her means that even Severus might find more challenging to obtain. Severus was certain that Narcissa had previously attempted various potions to aid her son, but the awakening of abilities is an irreversible process once set in motion. She could only strive to alleviate Draco's discomfort through potions, unable to prevent his awakening. If it were possible, she would have wished for him never to awaken such powers. Everyone understood the Dark Lord's profound reverence for prophecies. This was precisely why Narcissa supported Draco's desire to attend Durmstrang. To be honest, no one can truly ascertain the extent of this power or its implications for young Draco. I did not initially consider this direction. Due to the rarity of Cassandra's blood, their descendants have been gradually forgotten by the Blacks, having never exhibited any abilities. Time has passed, yet we remain in the dark regarding the extent of Draco's potential. I do not wish to take risks. Scandinavia has remained unscathed by war. If I were to say, if only, her gaze sharpened, sweeping over Lucius and Severus's wrists, her eyes alighting upon the marks upon them. The master of this mark has returned once more. A sudden clap of thunder reverberated outside, striking precisely above Malfoy Manor, illuminating the white roses in their garden and the peacock resting among them. Startled by the thunder, the peacock unfurled its wings in displeasure and retreated to a nearby branch, seeking a more comfortable perch. Lightning rent the sky, soon followed by a torrential downpour. Within the ancient magical abode, illuminated only by candles, Narcissa waved her hand, and the flames flickered, casting light throughout the drawing room as if it were midday. A hint of melancholy graced her features, seemingly oblivious to the rigidity of the two men across from her. She embraced Draco, as if speaking to them both and to Draco, upon awakening. He told me that war is inevitable. He merely wishes for us to face our destiny with greater assurance. Chapter 4, Norway. Draco nearly applauded his mother. Indeed, following his awakening, he had engaged in a lengthy discussion with her regarding his desire to attend Durmstrang. Unable to articulate his past experiences, he could only subtly imply that future conflicts would not cease, placing the Malfoy family in a precarious position. However, uttering those few words brought him excruciating pain, and cold sweat broke out upon his brow. Yet, his reaction only solidified Narcissa's conviction. Although she scoffed at divination and fortune-telling, when such matters pertained to her son, she felt a profound belief and concern. Thus, she trusted that Draco's desire to attend Durmstrang was grounded in reason, vowing to stand by her child. Narcissa spoke slowly. Is it merely Norway? I can accompany Draco. While he studies, I can traverse between England and Norway. Lucius can visit during Christmas, and Severus, you are welcome as well. There will be no issues. With resolute determination befitting her role as the custodian of their family's wealth, she confidently stated. Surely the Norwegian Ministry of Magic would not refuse a property purchase by an ancient family. After Draco graduates, he can return to live in England. Draco mentally applauded his mother, nodding in agreement. Indeed, father, godfather, let me go. Honesty has always been the most compelling of appeals. And combined with Narcissa's alluring and feasible proposition, Lucius found himself unable to counter it. Conversely, Severus's expression remained stern as he turned to Draco. You do not harbor any aversion towards me, do you? Is that why you are reluctant to attend Hogwarts? Yet, he could not voice the question. Even asking seemed an affront to both Draco and himself. Draco appeared to grasp his concern. offering him a smile as he stood up from the sofa and approached to embrace his godfather. In a soft voice, he reassured, "No, do not worry. I care for you. I shall rescue you in the future, do not fret." Severus, he gazed at Draco with uncertainty. Having traversed the narrow path between two factions for so long, living a life teetering on the edge, which rendered him acutely sensitive to the unspoken implications and hidden truths within others' words. This singular statement nearly convinced him that perhaps the boy had indeed awakened some extraordinary talent. If that were the case, his mind raced with thoughts. Indeed, Hogwarts, nay, it would be more accurate to say England, was not the most prudent choice. Was his judgment to distance himself from England? He cast a glance at the seemingly conflicted Lucius, feeling a renewed concern for his friend's indecision. With an inward eye roll, he released Draco but maintained his stern demeanor. "Beware of Karkaroff, he is a feeble fence-sitter. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember to write to me immediately." This was a tacit agreement. Draco's heart soared, and he embraced Severus once more, vowing internally that this time, he would not allow such tragedies to befall his godfather. With his mother and friend's support, it appeared that Lucius had no grounds left to oppose. He sighed, turning once again to Draco. "The Malfoy family shall always be your staunchest ally. Do not forget, even at Durmstrang, we possess a certain influence." Draco reciprocated the embrace with his father. The decision was made, Draco's enrollment in school was settled, and the next step was action. Lucius, still a respected voice within the British Ministry of Magic, would ensure that his son's wish to attend Durmstrang would be fulfilled. Subsequently, Narcissa prepared to journey to Norway to acquire property. Draco resolved to accompany his mother in selecting a residence, to which Narcissa readily agreed. The journey from Britain to Norway was a considerable distance, and the Portkey could not bridge such expanses. They opted for a thestral or a night bus. They hired a vehicle and set forth to Norway, with Narcissa having meticulously prepared warm cloaks, gloves, hats, and the like, which she promptly draped over Draco upon their arrival. Draco, no matter the circumstances, a mother always prioritizes her child. A warmth filled his heart as he pulled down the scarf that threatened to obscure his face. And after completing their registration at the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, they emerged into the brisk air. Unlike England, the sparse population of Northern Europe, especially the meager number of wizards, rendered it impossible to establish an independent ministry. The magical administrative body was highly streamlined, with the ministry situated in Oslo, a decision influenced by the proximity of Durmstrang in northern Norway, necessitating the ministry's placement nearest to the school. As for Sweden and Finland, they merely hosted small offices, while Iceland was entirely absorbed into Norway. Even the ministry itself diverged significantly from the classical, bustling atmosphere of its British counterpart. Upon exiting the Oslo Ministry of Magic, they found themselves before a quaint, dilapidated second-hand bookstore, the entrance marked by an accordion. This was their gateway. Inside were a few simple service counters. And after completing Draco's academic registration and the Malfoy residence registration, Narcissa led Draco back outside. As they stepped out, a gust of icy wind, laced with snowflakes, struck their faces. Narcissa, even the unwavering support of Narcissa began to waver in such weather, casting doubt upon Draco's choice. She had prearranged a meeting with an agent to purchase a home. Typically, agents adept in real estate for wizarding families were specialized, exclusively dealing with wizards. However, the agent they approached sported meticulously trimmed mustaches, donned a coat, and similarly wore a hat and earmuffs, and when they found him, he was engaged in a phone call. Indeed, he was using a Muggle mobile phone. Narcissa, this revelation was as shocking to her as witnessing a ministry official skillfully utilizing a Muggle computer back in Britain. Draco, he, however, remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to the realities of a 30-year-old man, and aware that Hermione, since her employment at the ministry, had been striving to bridge the gap between the wizarding and Muggle worlds. Yet, he too was taken aback by the agent's audacity to make a phone call. After concluding the call and noticing Narcissa and Draco, he beamed, extending his hand with warmth. "Madame Malfoy and your esteemed son, I presume? I am Johnson. You may simply call me John. Do not be astonished. If you were to call my name on the street, most would assume you were addressing me. You wish to purchase a home, yes?" Narcissa, her expression frozen, perhaps from the frigid temperature, gestured toward the phone in Johnson's hand. Johnson, realizing, tucked the phone into his pocket and continued, "Ah, esteemed guest from England. You see, our population is sparse here, and those of us in business must make a living. Though I am a wizard, I also conduct business with Muggles. After all, we all need to earn our keep, do we not?" He rambled on, leading Narcissa and Draco outside. He glanced at the sky and the time, then turned back. "If you wish to view properties, you must act swiftly. A storm is imminent. The weather here is prone to sudden rain, much like England, where the rain can come unexpectedly. No? By the way, what kind of house are you seeking?" I would advise against purchasing too far out. Oslo is not a large city, so a residence in the city center would suffice. It's close to the ministry, otherwise, you would need to drive or ride a broomstick. I do not recommend broomsticks. A blizzard could easily sweep you off course. How about a garage or two? You and your son could each have a vehicle, which would be quite convenient. Narcissa driving? This was something she could never have imagined before. Yet, he continued to chatter, offering no opportunity for Narcissa and Draco to respond. As for the newcomers, there was no need for them to linger at home. The professor would come to collect them. But for that, a residential address was essential. Forgive me, I nearly digressed. Come, allow me to show you suitable houses. Take my hand for apparition. Ultimately, under the guidance of Mr. Johnson, they purchased a house situated on a serene street, a former residence of wizards, featuring 4 stories and not too far from the city center. Externally unremarkable, even somewhat dreary, the interior revealed a vast backyard, from which a tranquil lake came into view, offering splendid scenery. The home was fully furnished, with slightly aged furniture, yet this posed no issue. It boasted carpets, a fireplace, and even had Muggle electrical wiring, allowing for instant illumination at the flick of a switch. Narcissa, she incredulously inquired, how is it that there are lights here? Mr. Johnson chuckled heartily. Rest assured, we have not contravened any confidentiality laws. Rather, we are merely encountering the phenomena of polar nights and days. The presence of lighting would certainly be more convenient. Narcissa's countenance fluctuated unpredictably, as if she had ingested several cloyingly sweet candies that threatened to rot her teeth. Ultimately, she reluctantly acquiesced to this explanation, and upon finalizing the contract, proceeded to register it with the Ministry of Magic. This house now belonged to the Malfoys. Subsequently, through Mr. Johnstone, Narcissa engaged a craftsman to undertake preliminary renovations on the property. During the renovations, the house was uninhabitable, so the two found accommodation in a hotel in Oslo. Chapter 5. The Enrollment Notice. After familiarizing Draco with Oslo, Narcissa returned to England. Before his 11th birthday, a notification from Durmstrang was delivered to Draco Malfoy through the British Ministry of Magic. The notice, adorned with a black background and gilded lettering, resonated with the austere style characteristic of Durmstrang. Upon opening it, a gust of frigid air escaped, followed by a lengthy parchment and a small, obsidian badge. Welcome to Durmstrang. New students are advised to carefully study the following regulations and commit them to memory. Durmstrang is situated amidst snow-capped mountains, surrounded by glaciers, and the temperature is inscribed upon this notice. All new students must prepare warm clothing, as Durmstrang will conduct outdoor magical training. It is imperative to possess one or more suitable and insulated garments. As a recommendation, do not overpack summer attire. Instead, prioritize winter clothing. Suggested materials include dragon hide, fire lizard skin, cloaks imbued with powerful warming charms, gloves, boots, hats, and masks. New students are reminded, please carry the obsidian badge at all times. 1 week prior to enrollment, teachers will personally visit to escort students to the Norwegian docks based on the badge's location and aura. Parents may accompany their children only to the dock area. Please note, the badge possesses protective enchantments against curses, replication, and tracking. Do not destroy or experiment with the badge. Wishing you all the best at Durmstrang. Headmaster, Karkaroff. After perusing the contents, Draco carefully tucked the parchment away. The house in Norway was nearing completion, and Narcissa had sent Lucius ahead. Today, she intended to take Draco to Diagon Alley to procure all necessary items. It was on this very day that he was to encounter Harry Potter. In hindsight, Draco recognized how excessively juvenile his previous behavior had been, partly due to his own naivety, and partly from his inflated sense of pride. The repeated provocations and harsh words stemmed solely from that initial rejection. However, he was relieved that he would no longer have to face Potter's visage in his studies or daily life, nor the tumult that accompanied him. After all, he was the ultimate target of the Dark Lord. As long as he maintained his distance, he could evade much of the ensuing controversies and disputes. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Draco followed Narcissa into Diagon Alley. Their first stop was Ollivander S. to purchase a wand. Upon seeing him, Ollivander's eyes sparkled with excitement as he retrieved a unicorn wand, warmly presenting it to Draco. Come now, my boy. I know it has been waiting for you. Has it not? Draco felt a shiver run down his spine. Ollivander appeared almost prophetic. Accepting the wand, he gave it a gentle flick, and a cascade of water erupted from its tip, trickling merrily into Ollivander's flower pot. I've forgotten to water it. Thank you, young Malfoy, Ollivander exclaimed, beaming with delight. Draco, maintaining a stiff demeanor, accepted the wand and offered a polite thanks. With the wand secured, it was time to acquire clothing. Draco required an extensive wardrobe, all of which needed to be newly tailored. Narcissa had arranged this with Madame Malkin 3 months in advance, and now it was Draco's turn to proceed there. They split up. Narcissa headed to Flourish and Blots, while he ventured to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Following that, he would visit the pet shop to select an owl. Draco patted his well-filled coin pouch and nodded. Entering Madame Malkin's, he was greeted by the plump proprietress, who was perusing a catalog without looking up. "Welcome, dear. Here for Hogwarts robes, are we?" Draco replied flatly. "No, I am here for Durmstrang robes." Instantly, Madame Malkin lifted her head, and upon recognizing Draco, she waddled over with an effusive smile, her eyes sparkling as if she had stumbled upon a walking pile of galleons. She grasped Draco and promptly seated him in a chair, exclaiming, "Young Master Malfoy, I've awaited your arrival for quite some time. Let me take your measurements. We must ensure you are ready in time for school." With a snap of her fingers, several measuring tapes sprang forth, writhing like serpents. Thanks to prior experiences, Draco had developed a certain aversion to serpentine creatures, and as the measuring tapes slithered toward him, he recoiled in distaste. The tapes wiggled slightly, appearing almost pitiful. Taking a deep breath, he mentally reassured himself that they were not snakes, and with newfound courage, he stood and extended his arms. The tapes sprang forth joyfully, commencing their work as a quill danced across the measuring sheet, recording his dimensions. As Madame Malkin set the tapes to task, she retreated to the back to contemplate the design of the Durmstrang robes and Narcissa's special requests. The tapes indicated he should remove his boots, and with a resigned sigh, he sat down, removing one boot. The wind chimes at the door jingled, and a familiar voice, tinged with trepidation, pierced the air behind Draco. "Excuse me, is this where one can have Hogwarts robes made?" Seated on the stool, one foot still clad in dragon hide, and the other bare, Draco looked over his knee to see a boy with messy black hair standing awkwardly at the entrance. "Yes, you may enter," he replied lazily, observing the boy who appeared somewhat flustered. Draco had previously overlooked Potter's condition, but upon this second glance, he noticed how ill-fitting Potter's clothing hung on his frame, accentuating his already slight build. His unkempt black hair was a chaotic nest, clearly neglected, and his fringe nearly obscured his eyes. No, it was his black-rimmed glasses. The arms of his spectacles were askew on his nose as he adjusted them, timidly stepping inside. It was his first opportunity to converse with a peer. No, more precisely, it was his inaugural interaction with a fellow young wizard. Draco lowered his hand, resting it upon the chair, tilting his head back to gaze at Harry Potter, whom he was meeting for the first time. He felt a peculiar sense of novelty. There was no animosity, and he had no desire to hurl insults at him, especially since their paths would soon diverge. Addressing Potter, he instructed, "Stand still. Yes, don't move. Those measuring tapes are indeed taking your measurements. Just like that, extend your arms." The measuring tape swiftly recorded Potter's dimensions, and Draco donned his own boots, revealing another foot. The boot portion was more complex than the clothing, and the tape lay down to measure the arch of his foot. Once the foot was measured, he finished putting on his boots, and the size chart fluttered into his hands. He picked up the quill resting nearby and meticulously checked each line. Although his family had long been ordering custom pieces from Madame Malkin's, ensuring no oversights, the peak season for school uniforms made him anxious that the lady might become overwhelmed and mistakenly alter something. After confirming everything, he elegantly signed his name in an ornate script, which was quite beautiful. Potter, who was nearby, curiously glanced over and boldly inquired, "Excuse me, does everyone have to sign?" Draco set down the size chart and lazily responded, "No, you are having Hogwarts uniforms made, so no signature confirmation is necessary. I, however, am ordering for Durmstrang, which is distinct from yours, thus requiring an additional signature." After stating this, he placed the chart down and addressed the green-eyed boy. "Farewell, Harry Potter." Harry, astonished, retorted, "How do you know?" Hagrid had advised him to keep his name a secret, yet this boy, who was his age, had recognized him as Harry Potter. They had never met before. However, the boy with the soft golden hair had already exited Madame Malkin's shop. In a rush, Potter leapt down from the platform, eager to pursue Draco, but as he left, he was confronted by the irate measuring tape. Customers with incomplete measurements cannot leave the shop. Harry could only watch helplessly as Draco swiftly vanished into the bustling crowd of Diagon Alley. After bidding Harry farewell, Draco suddenly felt a wave of lightness wash over him. He thought merrily, "Previously you had publicly rejected me, so I shall leave you with a mystery now. After all, it is highly improbable that we shall meet again. You might as well carry this question with you for a lifetime." He delightedly mused, feeling his steps grow lighter. Yet he had no inkling that fate would soon entwine their lives once more. Having departed from Madame Malkin's robe shop, Draco's next destination was the pet store. Traditionally, he should have purchased an owl, yet he hesitated. The distance from Norway to England was simply too great, and the weather conditions were drastically different. To make an owl fly in a snowstorm would be exceedingly cruel. Chapter 6. The Brooch. After some contemplation, he resolved to acquire a different pet. Entering the bustling pet shop in Diagon Alley, he walked past the toad section, finding no interest in the slimy, mucus-covered creatures. He paused before a cat's cage, where a pristine white cat gazed back at him. Unlike the other cats nearby that mewed excitedly, this one was tranquil and composed, calmly lifting its head to observe Draco. Its silver eyes, tinged with a hint of blue, reflected an icy glimmer as it tilted its head and stood up. Its fluffy tail swayed gently as it let out a soft meow toward Draco. After a moment, he found himself cradling the cat's cage along with an array of feline supplies, awkwardly balancing the items that were nearly as tall as he was. As he exited the pet store, when Narcissa reunited with Draco, she was taken aback by the heap of cat supplies and the beautiful kitten in the cage. She had initially expected her son to select a majestic golden eagle or a hawk as his pet, never anticipating he would choose a cat instead. Using a levitation charm and a follow-me spell, she made the supplies float behind them and displayed a book to Draco, saying, "There are some books that flourish and blots does not carry. We shall procure them in Norway. After all, this is England." Draco understood his mother's implication. They were likely dark magic tomes, listed among the prohibited materials by the British Ministry of Magic, and thus unattainable here. Their next stop was Gringotts to manage their accounts. Gringotts had branches in every Ministry of Magic, and Narcissa had previously arranged for goblins to set up a Malfoy family sub-account in Norway. With the final procedures to be completed today, on their way to Gringotts, they passed Madame Malkin's robe shop again, and Narcissa instructed Draco to wait at the entrance while she went inside to make some final arrangements. They were set to leave for Norway in about a week, and she needed to ensure that Madame Malkin would complete her child's school uniform. Holding the cat cage, Draco felt the kitten nestled comfortably inside. Its warm body pressed against the cage's side, its soft fur brushing against his hand. The little creature leaned its head against his palm and gently licked him with its tiny tongue. Draco. Placing the cage down, he opened the door, and the kitten obediently allowed him to lift it out, curling softly and warmly into the crook of his arm. He scratched the kitten's head, and it emitted a soothing purr as he looked down at it, an involuntary smile gracing his face. "Excuse me?" A tentative voice broke through his reverie, and Draco's gaze was drawn to a cage being held by someone. A hand gripped the cage's handle tightly, and due to nerves, the veins on the back of the hand were visibly protruding. Draco. It was the familiar white snowy owl. As expected, he lifted his gaze to find Harry Potter. His face flushed crimson, a mixture of nervousness and a hint of hope in his expression. His unruly black hair resembling a bird's nest. Beneath that disheveled hair, Draco could see the earnest, cautiously curious green eyes looking back at him. He was looking up at him. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within Harry as he found himself utterly fascinated by the boy of his age. He had just encountered him in the robe shop, and yet he had recognized him, uttering a farewell before departing. This was tormenting Harry to no end. How had he recognized him? He had meticulously concealed his scars, and this young wizard, adorned in luxurious attire, with golden hair and alabaster skin, resembled a doll elegantly displayed in a shop window, exceedingly beautiful. After acquiring the snowy owl, he remained undeterred, attempting to spot that golden figure amidst the bustling throngs of Diagon Alley. Yet, disappointment washed over him. The crowd was overwhelming, and his diminutive stature rendered him incapable of catching a glimpse through the sea of people. As he scanned the area, unexpectedly, that familiar silhouette appeared once more at the entrance of Madame Malkin's robe shop. Elated, he hurriedly grasped the cage containing the snowy owl, disregarding Hagrid's puzzled inquiries as he dashed forward. Upon reaching him, he intended to offer a greeting, but upon uttering a simple hello, he faltered. What should he say next? Draco savored the rare moment of Harry's embarrassment, mingled with shyness, and found himself stifling a laugh. With a mischievous intent to tease Harry, he softly greeted him, "Hello." Harry's face flushed even deeper, yet excitement surged within him as he prepared to respond. "Hello, you." However, before he could articulate his next words, a shadow loomed over him, and a voice filled with incredulity and suspicion emerged from behind Harry. He felt a strong pull backward as a massive form shielded him protectively. Hagrid's booming voice resonated, "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Harry called out, struggling to free himself from Hagrid's grasp, but the half-giant held him firmly, rendering him immobile and unable to approach his newfound friend. The 11-year-old's strength was no match for Hagrid, and he could scarcely see his enchanting new acquaintance. Instead, he could only hear a gentle, aristocratic voice from Hagrid's front. "No need to fret. I am merely here to order robes. Once that is done, we will depart." Harry anxiously squirmed behind Hagrid, while Hagrid replied warily, "Is that so? I warn you." With a chime, the door of Madame Malkin's shop swung open, the sound of heels clicking against the floor punctuating the air, followed by a cold, aloof female voice. "Who are you warning, Rubius Hagrid? With your absurd, laughable umbrella? What business do you have in Diagon Alley during the new student season? Oh, I see you have a child entering school. Narcissa smirked contemptuously, her words dripping with undisguised mockery and animosity. In that case, you should keep a close watch on your new student and refrain from bothering us. A mere gamekeeper is hardly worth Draco's concern. With that, she took Draco's hand and, without a backward glance, strode toward the exit of Diagon Alley. Harry called out desperately from behind Hagrid, "Hey, wait." Finally, he managed to wriggle free from Hagrid's massive hand. Fortunately, Hagrid had not gripped him too tightly. Hearing new commotion from behind, Narcissa, slightly irritated, turned to speak, but Draco gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Startled, Narcissa glanced down to see a boy with black hair and green eyes, wearing thick-rimmed glasses, rushing toward them. He was clad in distinctly Muggle, oversized, tattered clothing, so ill-fitting it drew her frown. Most likely another Muggle child entering school. Draco squeezed Narcissa's hand again, and with polite demeanor, addressed Harry Potter. "Hello, Harry Potter. Do not pursue further. Go with Hagrid. Farewell, Harry Potter." Narcissa's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized the boy before her, who appeared almost alarmingly frail. For the first time, she began to question her own vision. This was the fabled savior? Why was he so diminutive? And what of his attire? What was the Ministry of Magic doing? What was Dumbledore doing? Was this child's height and weight appropriate for a boy of his age? Hagrid watched, helplessly, as Harry eagerly approached the arrogant young Malfoy. Anger surged within him, and he stepped forward, intent on separating the two children. However, Narcissa, like a vigilant lioness, turned her gaze sharply toward him, compelling him to halt. Narcissa scrutinized Harry Potter closely. Due to Sirius, she was acquainted with the renowned Lily. She could scarcely fathom how Lily would feel if she could witness her child reduced to such a state. Taking a breath, she softened her tone and addressed Harry. "Hello. You." Unsure of what to say, she keenly observed Harry's small hands, marred and rough, covered in numerous tiny scars, evidence of past injuries that had healed and reopened. With a sigh, she removed a golden brooch from her attire and solemnly affixed it to Harry's clothing, saying, "This is a brooch that can protect against curses and hexes. Of course, you may entrust it to Hagrid for further examination by the professors. If you face any unjust treatment, it will safeguard you." Having spoken, she gazed deeply into Harry's eyes, then took Draco's hand once more, whispering to him, "Goodbye, Harry Potter." Throughout the exchange, Draco remained silent, sharing a tacit understanding with his mother, neither revealing their names to Potter. He obediently followed her, a procession of luggage and parcels trailing behind, obscuring Harry's view. He waved amicably at Harry as they vanished into the bustling crowd. Chapter 7. The brooch. After departing Diagon Alley, Narcissa swiftly led Draco back to Malfoy Manor, remaining silent throughout their journey. Upon their arrival, she instructed the house elf to prepare dinner and called Draco, who was about to retire to his room, with a serious inquiry. "Dear, do you have anything to tell me?" Surprisingly, Draco felt a sense of relief for awakening the blood of Cassandra, as it provided an explanation for many things. He obediently halted, asking, "What is it, mother?" Narcissa's gaze was fixed intently on Draco's face. Had this been 11-year-old Draco, he might have crumbled, but now, with the soul of a 30-year-old, his expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of adult composure. Narcissa softly inquired, "Little dragon, did you intentionally seek out Harry Potter today?" Draco shook his head. He had merely sensed the encounter, not orchestrated it. In his previous experiences, he had never imagined that the scruffy, uncouth boy would be Harry Potter. Had he known, he might have altered his manner of speaking. However, the essence of his words would likely remain unchanged, as he had always been arrogant and conceited. He replied, "Trust me, mother, conversing with him is the right choice. But why did you give him the brooch? I find it surprising." Narcissa sighed. "I find myself somewhat astonished as to why I would undertake such actions. Perhaps it is in defense of my ineffectual brother. You must be aware that, after being expelled by Black, he became the godfather to that child. My useless brother has accomplished nothing, nor has he safeguarded anything." Upon hearing this response, Draco was reminded of Sirius, his uncle, who was still unbeknownst to him, lost in some corner of the world, and he too fell into a moment of silence. Narcissa perked up, a gentle smile returning to her face as she kindly addressed Draco. "Enough of this, little dragon. Go wash up and change your clothes. We shall depart for Norway in a week." In Diagon Alley, Hagrid expressed his displeasure to Harry. "Harry, you must not accept their gifts. Those cunning, snake-like families are all dark wizards. They are not to be trusted." Harry clutched the golden brooch, which was undoubtedly pure gold. After all, when he had just entered Gringotts to withdraw money, the goblin's unwavering gaze had alerted the astute Harry. Having endured a life of subservience with the Dursleys, he was particularly sensitive to the probing and greedy stares of others. He examined the brooch repeatedly. Its back bore a small protrusion, lacking a pin. Yet once fastened to clothing, it remained steadfastly in place, the mechanism a mystery to him. The front of the brooch showcased a small, circular egg-shaped surface, delicately engraved with a stunning flower that resembled a rose, opulent and exquisite. He attempted to pin the brooch to his attire, feeling a warm wave envelop him. Hagrid's incredulous voice broke through. "Harry, how can you truly use that thing?" Harry chuckled. If Hagrid was the first wizard he had encountered, his kindness perhaps carried the weight of the unseen headmaster's command and the affection of parents he had never met. This brooch, however, represented a different kind of goodwill from the wizards he had come to know. "Why not use it? That lady said it can protect against dark curses." Hagrid, undeterred, muttered. "But they're not good people. You know that. That one, he who must not be named, his family are his followers. Whatever they give you is definitely not good. You must hand it over to me." While attempting to forcibly snatch the brooch from Harry's clothing, Hagrid's hand, upon contact, was met with an invisible wave of magical energy that caused him to recoil with a yelp, revealing a small, burn-like mark on his rough finger, intact but painful. Hagrid, now more convinced than ever, declared, "This is certainly no good thing." Conversely, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, recalling Narcissa's earlier words, "Carry it with you. If anyone seeks to harm you, it will protect you." A glimmer ignited in Harry's green eyes. With it, he could confront his cousin, who relentlessly bullied him, as well as the rest of the Dursleys. However, his musings were abruptly interrupted by Hagrid, who roughly seized him, nearly toppling him over. No, I must take you to the leaky cauldron." He practically tucked Harry under his arm, hurrying toward the establishment. With a resounding crash, he flung open the door and placed Harry atop a barstool. The previous bartender was nowhere in sight, and Hagrid instructed Harry to remain seated while he ascended the creaking stairs. Harry anxiously wondered if Hagrid would tumble down. Soon, a disheveled, middle-aged man, clearly still groggy, was dragged down by Hagrid, who breathlessly exclaimed, "Quick!" Malfoy gave Harry a brooch. "You, look at it." The bartender's face mirrored astonishment as he twirled a finger in his ear, asking incredulously, "Malfoy, are you certain you're not mistaken?" Hagrid's eyes widened, his beard nearly bristling. "Indeed, it is them, that treacherous, cunning, dark, damp, and deceitful family, as insidious as snakes." His disdain for the name was palpable, and Harry committed it to memory, Malfoy. Given Hagrid's intense reaction, he dared not inquire further. The bartender narrowed his eyes, grasping his wand. "Hold still, let me examine this." Harry obediently sat upon the stool, aware that if he wished to keep the brooch, this step was essential. A flash of light erupted before him, yet the brooch remained unresponsive. The bartender, undeterred, mused. Would they truly be so kind? Hagrid vehemently concurred. "I knew it. They must be up to something." Quickly, "Harry, discard that thing." The leaky cauldron's proprietor interrupted, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No, this is genuinely just a brooch imbued with blessings. There's nothing sinister about it." Hagrid's retort was stifled, his face flushed with indignation. Poised to argue further, the bartender conducted several more tests with his wand, turning to Harry. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Harry shook his head. The bartender turned back, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness toward Hagrid. "I cannot detect any curses or hexes. If you remain unconvinced, we may need Dumbledore's assistance." But for now he gently adjusted the brooch on Harry's garment and said, "Child, take good care of it. It bears no ill will." Excitedly, Harry clutched the brooch, brimming with anticipation. "So I can keep it? I can, right?" The bartender nodded, and Harry erupted in a cheer, an overwhelming wave of happiness washing over him. Malfoy. He would remember that name. A week later, Draco embarked on the journey to Norway, accompanied by Snowball, the name of his newly acquired cat. The weather in Oslo had turned quite frigid. The three major European wizarding schools commenced their terms on September 1st, yet unlike Britain and France, Oslo's climate had plummeted sharply by that month, with even snowfall in remote areas. In the wizarding enclave of Norway, they procured the final 2 or 3 books missing from their list. Upon returning home, Lucius was in their residence in Norway, vociferously admonishing a stain on the wall. "This is an old house, although Narcissa has renovated and modernized it since acquiring it. The scarcity of wizards in the vicinity and an even greater shortage of skilled craftsmen have left many aspects unrefined, making it utterly incomparable to the Malfoy ancestral residence." At this moment, Lucius was seething at a large patch of mold on the wall, wondering how many times he had attempted to cleanse it anew in recent days. He began to question whether allowing Draco to attend school here was indeed a wise decision. With a sigh of resignation, Narcissa drew her wand and recited a spell Draco had never heard before. Under the enchantment's influence, the mold astonishingly transformed into water, trickling down the wall. Only then did Lucius begrudgingly express satisfaction, waving his wand to make the water vanish. The trio shared a brief embrace, and Narcissa called for dinner to be prepared. Lucius had previously intended to apply for an international flow network, but first, he needed to ensure the fireplace here was functional. In the considerably smaller living room, the family finished their dinner. Lucius halted Draco, presenting him with a round box. Intrigued, Draco accepted it, discovering a double-sided mirror within. Chapter 8, The Great Ship. Draco's heart stirred. If memory served, this was the only pair of double-sided mirrors in their home, undeniably precious. Lucius, however, appeared unfazed as he addressed him. Listen, young dragon, I have written to Karkaroff. The owl communication there is rather inconvenient. Who knows why they experience so many snowstorms? One mirror is for you, and the other for your mother. Should anything arise, you will be able to contact us promptly. He emphasized, if you change your mind and wish to attend Hogwarts, you must inform us immediately, understood? Draco's lips twitched slightly. His father had yet to abandon the hope of sending him to Hogwarts. The warm family moment did not linger long, for one dark night, a knock resounded at their door. While engrossed in a book, Draco heard the sound, set his reading aside, and descended the stairs. Lucius and Narcissa stood at the threshold, where a chilling wind howled outside, revealing a tall figure clad in a hooded cloak. The visitor's face was obscured by a mask, and the hood concealed their gender. Upon their arrival, the figure finally spoke. Draco Malfoy, I am Helena van Ollendorff, your future professor of magical script. I have come to collect you. Draco recalled the enrollment guidelines stating that new students were to be met by a professor. He gasped and earnestly requested, could you grant me a moment? I need to gather my belongings. Of course, but please be swift, Professor van Ollendorff replied. Hastily, Draco ascended the stairs, stuffed the book he had been reading into his luggage, coaxed Snowflake into her cage, and covered her with a blanket to shield her from the bitter cold before returning downstairs. Professor van Ollendorff appeared pleased with his speed and inquired, will both of you be accompanying the child? Indeed, Professor, Narcissa affirmed resolutely. Unsurprised, van Ollendorff extended her hand, saying, everyone, please grasp my hands. Young Mr. Malfoy, hold this hand separately. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, take this one. Ready? Do not panic, apparition. In an instant, the four figures vanished, leaving the door to close slowly behind them. Draco felt a sensation of being tugged, exclaiming as he felt solid ground beneath his feet. Before he could open his eyes, an onslaught of icy wind and frigid snowflakes met him. He spat out the snow from his mouth, straining to blink against the fierce gale while pulling up his hood. Van Ollendorff had released their hands. With a snap of her fingers, several ethereal orbs of light appeared around her, illuminating the path beneath their feet. She seemed entirely at ease in such weather, even finding comfort and pleasure in it, and reminded, watch your step, do not slip. Follow me. Taking a deep breath, Draco and his parents tightened their garments, wrapping themselves snugly, and slowly trailed behind Van Ollendorff, illuminated by the glowing orbs. Above them, the deep blue sky stretched, with the moon hanging high, while leaden clouds drifted with the wind. They found themselves in a rugged, steep black stone forest. The ground beneath a series of high steps flanked by smooth stone walls. Looking back, the steps silently ended within the stone forest, and below, though obscured, lay winding black stone stairs. Van Ollendorff moved with effortless grace, clearly familiar with the terrain. After winding through several turns in the stone forest, Lucius and Narcissa noticed the dense array of protective enchantments, muggle-repelling charms, anti-apparition spells, and ancient magical fluctuations that even they could not decipher. Draco caught a whiff of a familiar scent carried on the breeze ahead, a briny tang that suggested they were near the sea. After traversing a narrow passageway that allowed only one person at a time, they emerged into a broad expanse. The steps widened as they descended, the towering stone forest diminishing in height. The furious sea breeze rushed towards them, and Draco's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed ahead, free from the forest's obstruction. The bright moonlight poured down unabashedly, revealing that they stood above the steps of the black stone forest, where the descent became increasingly spacious. In the tumultuous sea, a colossal black ship lay anchored. The ship, with its towering mast and billowing sails, rested within a natural, inward-curving harbor, surrounded closely by the stone forest. Forming a secret port, the vessel was massive, with a sturdy anchor dangling and thick ropes cascading down, firmly secured to the coarse, sandy beach below. Windows adorned the ship, glowing with warm yellow candlelight. Upon its hull was etched the emblem of Durmstrang. This is the Durmstrang ship, Van Ollendorff stated casually. We have arrived. I shall escort your parents back. Guardians may accompany only this far. Young Mr. Malfoy, do you see the figure standing on the beach? Put on your badge. Yes, that one. He will guide you into the ship's cabin. Narcissa and Lucius embraced Draco with reluctance, and Van Ollendorff grasped their hands once more. With a soft sound, they vanished. It seemed the restrictions on apparition here did not affect them, for they were professors of Durmstrang. Draco surmised as he descended slowly. the luminous orb still hovering beside him, illuminating the stony path beneath his feet. The beach was strewn with sharp stones that pricked painfully at his soles. He gingerly approached the man seated upon a massive rock, who was puffing away at a pipe. Upon noticing Draco's arrival, the man removed the pipe, tapping it against the stone before setting it aside. He rose to his feet, his voice deep and resonant as he inquired, "Draco Malfoy?" Draco nodded, casting a glance at the luggage floating behind him. With a snap of his fingers, the belongings vanished entirely. Taken aback, Draco exclaimed, "Do not worry. Your possessions have been transported to the cabin," the man reassured. "Come, I shall lead you inside." They ascended the swaying gangplank that hung from the ship, which swayed in the breeze. Yet the man walked with remarkable steadiness, even turning to assist Draco. Once aboard, they stood in the control room. Upon entering, the obsidian emblem affixed to the man's chest glimmered and fell to the ground. The control room was exceedingly warm, the howling wind and snow completely shut out. A man sat at a long table, upon which lay an extensive roll of parchment. Beyond the table stretched 2 dimly lit corridors, each adorned with lanterns at intervals, flanking a neat row of rooms. He wore monocles and had a head of silver hair, presenting a genial and approachable demeanor. Upon seeing Draco, he said, "Thank you, Igor. Let me see." He unfurled the parchment. "Mr. Malfoy, is it? Here, your room is just this way." With a friendly wave, the obsidian emblem stood upright with a resounding thud, transforming into a small, square figure with limbs. Draco gazed at it in astonishment. "What is this?" Igor scoffed lightly, muttering, "Follow this little creature. Fear not, it means you no harm." Having said this, Igor turned and departed the control room. The man with the monocle smiled warmly. "Do not be afraid. This is one of my little inventions. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jacob Frost, your potions and alchemy professor henceforth." "Alchemy?" Draco gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. This is something not taught in England. He immediately glanced at the square figure before him, wondering if this was indeed a product of alchemy. The small cube had already ventured down the left corridor, and with little time to question the professor further, he thanked him and hurried after it. The small cube creaked along for a while before stopping before a room. Draco surmised this must be his chamber. He raised his hand and turned the handle. Warm candlelight spilled from within. It was a single room, perfectly accommodating his belongings, including a cage for Snowflake, which sat neatly in the center. A bed was placed against the wall, ample for his solitary slumber. The room also boasted a small window through which he could see the dark, undulating sea outside, alongside a comfortably upholstered armchair and a table with a square stool beneath it. Adjacent to the door was a private washroom. Draco closed the door behind him and stepped inside. He released Snowflake, who, despite her generally composed nature, immediately leapt into his arms. He stroked her gently, calming her, before settling into the armchair with her in his lap. The window was sealed shut, rendering it unopenable, and he could see Igor once more seated upon the boulder, smoking his pipe. Chapter 9, Arrival. They did not wait long aboard the ship. That evening, Draco napped with Snowflake on the bed, which, contrary to his expectations, was exceedingly comfortable. The following morning, he awoke to Snowflake's mewing. He emerged from the washroom, having washed his face, to find a steaming breakfast laid out on the table. Just as he had finished his meal, having also fed Snowflake a bit, the small cube in the corner of the room emitted a creaking sound. Draco and Snowflake turned their heads in unison. Snowflake was eager to pounce, but Draco restrained her. From within the cube, a voice resonated. Frost's voice, tinged with a hint of static, announced, "Attention, new students of Durmstrang, please finish your breakfast promptly. In 10 minutes, our grand vessel will set sail for the school. There may be turbulence and sensations of weightlessness. Do not be alarmed, for the furnishings in your rooms are reinforced with spells. If you feel uneasy, please lie down on your beds. However, I personally recommend sitting in the armchair, as you will soon behold the underwater wonders like never before." Upon hearing Frost's words, Draco hastily finished his breakfast. As he elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin, the remnants of his meal vanished seamlessly. A distant horn sounded. He quickly cradled Snowflake and settled into the armchair, as the ropes and anchors on the beach were retracted, releasing their hold, and the ship began to sway gently. Another blast of the horn reverberated, causing the ship to tremble as it embarked. The sensation of acceleration enveloped him as they departed the harbor. Draco watched, wide-eyed, as the darkening blue waters drew closer to his window. With a sudden splash, the vessel gently halted, only to surge forward again. Draco clutched Snowflake tightly as the azure waters rapidly enveloped the area outside his window. The Durmstrang ship had plunged into the sea. During its departure from the harbor, it retracted all its sails, gradually descending. Once it cleared the bay, the entire vessel submerged into the depths. Draco gasped softly, pressing his face against the window. Gazing upward at the surface, which sparkled like scattered gold, shimmering brilliantly above. Suddenly, a school of silvery fish shot up from below, darting past their grand ship. Their slender bodies flickered as their powerful tails created a flurry of bubbles, momentarily obscuring Draco's view. Once the fish had passed, the external scenery had grown even darker. In mere moments, the sea level had receded far below. Now, the ship had transformed into the largest source of light in the depths. He sensed a slight tilt of the vessel, perhaps as it navigated around something, and then a colossal back appeared in his window. The smooth surface was devoid of a head or tail, its streamlined form gently undulating. After swimming alongside the ship for a while, the back gradually sank beneath the surface, vanishing in the low visibility of the water. They had entered the deep sea, where grotesque fish emitting faint glows flitted past Draco's window, accompanied by long, ribbon-like tentacles that drifted languidly. The Durmstrang ship passed by a dark mountain of jagged rocks in the ocean, from which bubbles slowly ascended from the crevices. The ship paused momentarily, then surged forward with renewed velocity. Draco was taken by surprise, firmly pinned against the armchair as the grand vessel suddenly surged forward, slicing through the water's surface. With a resounding splash, light poured into the cabin, and before Draco could fully absorb the view, they had already breached the surface. Frost's voice echoed once more from the small square speaker. "Attention, new students. Please prepare yourselves, as we are about to arrive at the campus. Ensure your belongings are stowed within the cabin. The house elves will transport your luggage to your rooms. If you have pets, kindly confine them to their cages to prevent any mischief." Draco vacated the armchair, opened the cage of his snow-white owl, reassured it briefly, and placed it inside. The ship creaked ominously as he looked up, only to be met with an overwhelming expanse of blinding white that stung his eyes. The vessel glided past icy glaciers and entered a crescent-shaped bay, where colossal rocks were draped in snow and ice. Despite it being day, the sky was darkening ominously. As the ship gradually came to a halt, Igor leaped onto the dock, raising his arms high and gesturing dramatically. The ropes and massive anchor shot from the ship's body, plunging deep into the unfrozen ground, stabilizing the vessel. Draco adjusted his attire as the door at the entrance automatically swung open. He stepped outside, followed by the other new students, observing their expressions. Some were ashen, while others bore traces of tears yet to dry. Just children, he thought. After exiting the corridor, the students made their way down the hanging ladder. Among them was an exceptionally tall figure, who stood out even amongst the throng of young ones. He glanced at Draco, perhaps discerning something, and with a disdainful huff, brushed past him and continued downward. Draco was taken aback. Had it been his former self, he would have drawn his wand in a fit of rage. Upon reaching the shallow waters, Igor led them towards the glaciers. The number of new students at Durmstrang was meager, numbering only around 40 to 50, a stark contrast to the multitude at Hogwarts. Behind the glaciers loomed an ice bridge, a fierce wind howling around them, with a deep chasm stretching before them, its depths filled with tumultuous waters and floating ice. Only this bridge could span the abyss. And before Draco stood a colossal castle, forged from massive black stones. The architectural style of Durmstrang bore similarities to Hogwarts, yet it exuded a distinctly different aura. It loomed dark and imposing against the white expanse, while behind it lay a dense forest clinging to the snow-capped mountains, beyond which rose towering ridges that enveloped Durmstrang like a protective embrace. Unlike Hogwarts, Durmstrang lacked a black lake, but it was bordered by a forest reminiscent of the Forbidden Forest, surrounded instead by glaciers, snowfields, and the roaring sea. Igor's voice rang out. "Follow me." Onto the ice bridge. He was the first to step onto the bridge, which creaked underfoot, causing Draco to wonder if it might collapse. Igor extended his hand, emanating a blue aura that reinforced the structure. The new students cautiously traversed the narrow bridge, grateful for the handrails on either side as the wind howled from the chasm below. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a hooded professor holding a lantern, the shadow of his face obscured. Upon seeing Igor, he inquired, "Are all the new students accounted for?" Igor nodded, and the professor's voice, gravelly and rough like sandpaper, scanned the group with a piercing gaze. In that fleeting moment, Draco felt as though a bucket of ice water had been tossed over him. What immense magical power! It was as if everyone stood before him utterly exposed. Beneath the heavy cloak, Draco broke into a cold sweat, though the other new students seemed unfazed, some excited, others downcast, while a few huddled together in trepidation. An odd metaphor sprang to Draco's mind, like a flock of fluffy chicks. The lantern-bearer and Igor pushed open the grand doors of the castle, a warm breeze wafting out to greet them. "Step inside," Igor urged. Draco mused to himself, feeling even more like a chick, and lowered his head, hastily passing the two figures. As he brushed past the hooded man, a chill ran down his spine, but he suppressed the peculiar sensation and hurried inside. Durmstrang possessed a vast great hall, which, due to its smaller population, appeared even larger than Hogwarts. Unlike Hogwarts' system of sorting students by houses, Durmstrang lacked such divisions. Instead, 7 long tables stretched across the hall, with the headmaster and professors seated at the foremost table. 6 of the tables were filled, leaving the last one empty. That must be theirs, Draco surmised. Sure enough, as they entered, Karkaroff, seated at the center, rose and gently tapped his goblet, filled with red wine, a smile gracing his face. Let us welcome this year's first-year students. Please introduce yourselves before taking your seats. So they sit by year, not by house. Before the students could fully comprehend, a girl stepped forward. With thick, seaweed-like black hair and a tall stature. She surveyed the hall and introduced herself. Katia Perlasova, from Russia. After concluding, she promptly approached the first-year table and claimed a seat at the front. With her lead, the introductions flowed smoothly. When it was Draco's turn, he simply stated, Draco Malfoy, from England, and casually took a seat at the table. Chapter 10, Dormitory. The number of professors at Durmstrang corresponded to the courses offered, much like Hogwarts. However, the curriculum differed significantly, and each professor towered in stature. Draco estimated that even the female professors stood at least 190 centimeters tall. Was it due to their Nordic heritage, perhaps a remnant of their Viking ancestry? Only one professor, specializing in defense against the dark arts and history of magic, introduced himself as Professor Capapapalo. He was slightly shorter than the others. Yet it was he who had stood with the lantern at the school entrance, sending a shiver down Draco's spine. Among these towering figures, Karkaroff appeared comparatively unassuming. Yet as the appointed headmaster by the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, he cheerfully tapped his goblet and proclaimed with a voice like thunder, Welcome, first-year students. Draco readily lifted his cup. Of course, they were not permitted to consume alcohol. After finishing their drinks, they commenced their meal. The cuisine at Durmstrang bore little distinction from that of Hogwarts. Perhaps the house elves secretly adhered to a standardized culinary manual, resulting in a flavor profile that was consistently unremarkable and devoid of novelty. Once the meal concluded, Draco found himself preoccupied with thoughts of his snowflake when a senior student approached their group. Draco glanced up to find a familiar face. Krum had arrived before them. His imposing physique adorned with a badge signifying the 4th year. In a deep, resonant voice, he addressed them, Freshmen, follow me. I shall escort you to your respective quarters. Thereafter, your year head will take over. The term year head lingered in Draco's mind as he pondered its implications. The freshmen set off first. Durmstrang's exterior appeared stern and foreboding, yet within, it was illuminated by magical torches that flickered at intervals, accompanied by electric lights. They traversed the castle's lengthy corridors until they reached a staircase. Krum gestured, Pay attention, at this junction, to the left lies your first-year dormitory, while to the right is for the upper years. Do not stray. Once you ascend next year, you may venture right. Krum surveyed the cluster of apprehensive younglings behind him and remarked blandly, Let us see how many of you remain next year. Draco thought to himself, What is this? A threat? Indeed, upon hearing Krum's words, several of the younger students began to whimper softly, their tender ages and emotional immaturity exacerbating their discomfort at being away from home. Beside Draco stood a young girl with a cascade of light golden hair that shimmered white under the lights, contrasting with Draco's own lustrous golden locks. Her eyes were a glacial blue, and upon hearing Krum's remark, a look of dissent crossed her features as she murmured, No, that's not right. You're lying. Draco stole a glance at her, recalling that her name was perhaps Anya Peterson or Anton. He could not quite remember. She was a quintessential Scandinavian, and noticing Draco's gaze, she turned to him and whispered, Do not fear. The stones just told me he is merely trying to frighten you. The stones? Draco was taken aback. What could this child possibly hear? Yet, after Anya, or was it Anton, spoke, she promptly sealed her lips, falling into silence. The group proceeded quietly until they arrived before a stone chamber. Unlike Hogwarts, where the guardians were portraits, Durmstrang's sentinel was distinctly characteristic of its own. At the entrance stood a colossal stone creature. Krum casually patted the creature's head, and it grumbled as it shifted aside, granting them passage through the stone door. Once inside, a chorus of gasps arose from the students. An expansive dome loomed overhead, its transparent surface revealing a tapestry of stars against the night sky, with the luminous moon casting patterned shadows upon the floor. Adjacent to them stood a fireplace, towering and ablaze, encircled by a sturdy fence. Krum turned to them and said, Do not concern yourselves with the fireplace. That is the house elf's domain. Do not attempt to climb over the fence. It is enchanted. To the left is the girls' dormitory, and to the right is the boys'. Each room bears the occupant's name. Do not enter another's room without permission. He paused, adding, Fighting within the castle is strictly prohibited. Beyond that, there is little else of particular note. The curfew for freshmen is at 9 o'clock. You may enter through the stone statue at the entrance. After 9, touching any statue within the school will be deemed a violation of the rules. Crumb spoke leisurely. If you wish to avoid being caught, you might try spending a night outside your dormitory. Draco mused. It feels as though there is an element of encouragement in his words, doesn't it? The younglings regarded the towering Crumb with a mix of trepidation. Several girls huddled closely together. After concluding his speech, Crumb elegantly bowed to the newcomers. I wish you all a splendid evening. Following Crumb's departure, they decided to locate their dormitory. Draco proceeded down the corridor leading to the boys' quarters, situated high within the castle. The corridor's edges were lined with thick glass, offering a view of the crystalline dark blue sky and the heavy clouds above. The entire school was enveloped in darkness, with the occasional flicker of faint light gliding across the castle, a testament to the flow of magic. The entire institution was shielded beneath a vast protective dome. After a brief walk, Draco arrived at his dormitory, where 2 names adorned the door, Draco Malfoy and Emil Sorensen. He turned the knob and stepped inside, discovering a spacious room with a fireplace at its center, flickering with a gentle flame. In one corner were 2 beds, adjacent to which stood their wardrobes. Each bed was labeled with its occupant's name, and Draco found the one marked with his own. Lifting the drapes, he found that Snowflake had escaped from its cage and was comfortably nestled on his bed. Upon spotting Draco, it leaped up and burrowed into his arms. A smile graced Draco's face as he scratched Snowflake's chin, eliciting a contented purr. The sound of the door opening interrupted him, and he turned to see who had entered, raising an intrigued eyebrow. Wasn't this the exceptionally tall freshman from the boat? Moreover, he had let out a disdainful snort. Emil Sorensen stepped inside, his countenance as icy as the glaciers that represented his homeland, his eyes a pale blue reminiscent of the sky. Draco mused internally. It certainly seems to be a trait of our Scandinavian peers. Sorensen's demeanor appeared less than pleasant. Upon entering, he slammed the door shut with force. Draco arched an eyebrow again, pondering whether he was displeased with him. He chose to disregard the rebellious boy, placing Snowflake on the floor to play, and began methodically unpacking his belongings. With a flick of his wand, garments crafted by his mother floated from the trunk, neatly hanging in the wardrobe, organized and folded with precision. Next came the textbooks he had purchased, piled upon the desk, followed by his personal items. A silver balance scale, employed for the precise measurement of potions, a small knife, for cutting, a crucible, utilized for brewing potions, and, lastly, a personal potion stove. After arranging his belongings neatly upon the table, he heard a disdainful snort from Sorensen behind him. Superficiality. Draco chuckled softly, suddenly comprehending how, at the tender age of 11, he had felt omnipotent, finding fault with everything around him. It seemed that Sorensen was akin to him in that regard. Moreover, given his ample magical prowess, it was likely he had been coddled since childhood. Draco, in a display of magnanimity, resolved to unilaterally exclude Sorensen from his thoughts. With a gentle flick of his wand, he cast a silencing charm that enveloped the space between them before he resumed organizing his belongings. As for Sorensen, he could hardly be bothered to concern himself with his reaction. Each lavatory was equipped with its own facilities, and having completed his own preparations, Draco entered the washroom, ignoring Sorensen's sulky demeanor on the other side. Once he had washed up and donned his comfortable pajamas, he drew the curtains around his bed, nestled with his Snowflake, and prepared to drift into slumber. Dealing with a rebellious child like Sorensen, he mused, was best approached with indifference. The boy would soon enough vex himself. With a wealth of rebellious experience, Draco happily slipped into a blissful dream. Chapter 11. The Commencement of Classes. After a restful slumber, the following day heralded the beginning of classes. The first lesson was Ancient Runes and Archaic Charms. As Draco perused his schedule while enjoying breakfast, he softly recited, Professor Helena Van Arendel. Wasn't she the very professor who had come to escort him? After finishing his meal, Draco joined the lively throng of children making their way to the classroom. Most of the children had already formed pairs after a night of camaraderie, huddling together in their dormitory groups, while a handful, like Draco and his roommate, chose to remain solitary, as did a few others standing nearby. The classroom for the charms lesson was vast, and Professor Van Arendel stood at the center, awaiting their arrival, one hand clutching her wand as she rhythmically tapped her other palm. The little ones entered in an orderly manner, each finding a seat. Van Arendel beamed at them, her tall stature imposing as she observed the last of the students settle in. With a decisive slam, the door to the classroom closed. The curtains that had been drawn around the room were suddenly pulled up, revealing expansive panes of transparent glass. Each chamber within Durmstrang was adorned with large floor-to-ceiling windows, which, at a glance, appeared as a solid black stone wall due to a disillusionment charm. This design was primarily for the purposes of illumination and ventilation, essential for enduring the protracted periods of polar night and day. with the internal glasswork of Durmstrang far surpassing that of Hogwarts. Class, how many of you are familiar with ancient runes? Or, more specifically, the runes of the Nordic tongue? Draco silently answered in his mind. The Nordic tongue, a unique form of magic specific to the North, diverged from the majority of spells in the English, French, and American wizarding communities, which predominantly derived from Latin, with variations crafted through the English alphabet. In contrast, the Nordic tongue was based on the ancient Futhark alphabet, imbuing its characters with meanings that enabled the execution of diverse magical effects through these inherently magical runes. Just as most spells require a wand as a conduit, the casting of Nordic spells necessitates the use of runes as a medium. Noticing that none of the little ones responded, Van Arundel expressed mild disappointment. With a flourish of her hand, a large symbol emanating a blue luminescence materialized before her. The Nordic tongue comprises 24 letters, each corresponding to various functions. This symbol represents one such function. Draco raised his gaze to see a grand symbol resembling antlers suspended in the air, magical energy cascading from the antlers like golden dust, gently descending upon each student below. As the shimmering particles settled upon him, Draco felt his fatigue dissipate, as if someone had tenderly massaged his mind, banishing any lingering drowsiness and invigorating his spirits. He blinked in astonishment, internally marveling. Indeed, Durmstrang was the right choice. Professor Van Arundel smiled, and the rune vanished instantaneously, replaced by a sheet of parchment appearing on each desk. For today's first assignment, you are to memorize this rune and replicate it on the parchment, paying close attention to the infusion and flow of your magical energy. Once completed, test the efficacy of the rune. Should it fail to manifest, redraw it until it does. Draco pondered. If it fails to work, must I continue drawing indefinitely? He glanced at the parchment, where a rune resembling a branched antler was gradually emerging at the top. At first glance, it resembled a Y, albeit with several additional branches. Professor Van Arundel raised her hand again. I shall draw this rune once more with my wand. Please observe closely. Her wand shimmered with golden light as it gracefully traced the air, forming the Nordic rune, which did not dissipate, but remained suspended above them. This rune signifies a sacred shield and mental purification. You should now feel a sense of lightness in your mind and an enhancement of your memory, she added with a warm smile. Over the course of this academic year, we shall study these 24 runes, firmly imprinting their meanings and drawings in our memories. Additionally, we will also explore general spells. She winked playfully. I hope you won't find the curriculum excessively burdensome. Draco settled down, dipping his quill into ink, ready to draw the rune on the parchment. The rune itself was not particularly difficult to replicate, but as he commenced outlining the left side resembling a Y, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his arm, rendering it nearly immobile. Professor Van Arendel's voice echoed above him. Excellent, Mr. Malfoy has successfully drawn the left side of the rune and infused it with his magical energy. The other little ones gasped in admiration, and Professor Van Arundel continued. As this is your first encounter with runes, you may find it somewhat unfamiliar. The flow of magic through runes differs slightly from what you are accustomed to with wands. Controlling your magical energy evenly through the quill is a distinct method of casting. With practice, you will find that rune spells can sometimes prove more effective than wand-based incantations. A male voice interjected, and Draco turned to see his obstinate roommate. Coldly, he remarked, he is from England. How could he master rune magic faster than we Nordic wizards? He mumbled something in Norwegian, and Draco struggled to decipher it for a while, ultimately surmising it conveyed a meaning akin to delicate flower. Vanelund was already quite accustomed to the subtle jabs exchanged among the little puddings. She smiled warmly and remarked, Mr. Sorensen, you are mistaken. The mastery of magic and runes does not discriminate based on where you were born. Before runes, everyone is equal. She approached Sorensen, who had but a tiny dot on the parchment before him, utterly unmarked. Understanding dawned upon Vanelund as she continued. The success of a rune spell hinges primarily on the meticulous control of your magic. It must be confined within a remarkably precise range. For a single piece of parchment can only hold a limited amount of magical energy. Therefore, your magic must be regulated within a narrow output range to successfully complete this rune. However, at times, achieving such delicate precision and magical output can be even more challenging than wielding a forceful surge of magic. She shrugged and added, it's akin to wielding an axe before a piece of wood. You cannot cleave the wood, but you must carefully slice the paper resting atop it in two. Vanelund posed the question, which do you believe is simpler, splitting the wood directly or cutting the paper without harming the wood beneath? Upon hearing Vanelund's words, the little puddings fell into contemplative silence. Even Draco found himself pondering. Did he truly possess an innate talent for this? Vanelund encouraged the little puddings to continue their drawings, and after finishing, they inscribed their names on the parchment. Those who hadn't completed their work would carry on in the next class. This parchment would accompany them throughout the entire semester. Ultimately, only Draco and 2 other girls managed to complete the entire rune in one class, one being a girl named Anya and the other the audacious Kaya. Professor Vanelund was exceedingly pleased. She even remarked, "Excellent. Last year's first years couldn't produce a complete rune in their first lesson, and you have already excelled." The little puddings were greatly encouraged, and Professor Vanelund beamed at them, saying, "Now, with my blessings, please proceed to your next class." The little puddings gathered their belongings and departed the amiable Professor Vanelund's classroom, making their way to another room. This was an underground classroom, devoid of chairs, and upon entering, they found the space utterly barren, save for a circular, deep pit at its center, filled with black basalt. The walls of the classroom bore various scratches, burn marks, and traces left by unknown entities. Seated in the only chair was a robust man. He removed his pipe from his mouth and turned his face toward them. This was the very man they had encountered earlier at the Shallows, his expression devoid of emotion and marred by scars. Yet he exuded a fierce aura, one not typical of a mere professor. He scrutinized the group of little puddings before him, and once the last student, adorned with glasses, had entered, he gently placed his pipe on the chair. The door slammed shut, and Igor Blanchard finally revealed a smile that could hardly be deemed warm. "Welcome, everyone. I trust you received blessings from Helena?" he began. "If so, let us delve into today's practical dark magic lesson." The little puddings huddled together, trembling slightly. Draco mused, "Dumbstrang truly has something remarkable." Chapter 12. The second class. Professor Blanchard paid no heed to the fact that they were merely 11-year-old students. He drew his wand and cast a silent spell before them with remarkable speed and efficiency. His cold voice echoed like the biting wind outside. "What do you envision dark magic to be?" He paced, and before him appeared a small black serpent. The little puddings recoiled in unison. Draco gasped as the serpent, engulfed in black flames, revealed itself to be no ordinary creature, but rather a serpent composed entirely of dark fire. The serpent slowly lifted its upper body, swelling in size as Blanchard circled it. The serpent turned its gaze, fixating menacingly on the group. A startled gasp escaped the puddings, and one boy stumbled backward, tripping over his own feet and falling to the ground. The serpent seized the opportunity, springing toward him with alarming speed. The air filled with their screams, as many of the girls, overwhelmed by fear, covered their eyes. Yet, with a sudden whoosh, a blue rune materialized before the fallen boy, shielding him from the serpent's onslaught. Draco, panting, drew his wand, his mind racing with countless incantations, yet he hesitated on which to invoke when the serpent initiated its attack. The rune resembling antlers that Vanelund had mentioned earlier appeared before the boy, radiating a faint glow that seemed to deter the serpent, which retreated a step, its cold gaze fixed ominously on the little puddings. Vanelund's earlier words echoed in their minds. "With my blessings, the sacred shield." No wonder this second lesson was designated as a practical foundation in dark magic. It was clearly intended to leverage the rune's protection before their effects waned. Draco found himself at a loss for words. Should he commend the efficient operations of Dumbstrang? He was the first to react, wand in hand. Rushing over to assist the fallen boy, Professor Blanchard observed his actions and offered a commendation. "Well done. You remembered to remain vigilant while helping others. This cohort of freshers shows potential." Draco couldn't resist retorting, "Isn't that your duty, Professor? To ensure the safety of your students and nurture their spirits?" Blanchard pointed at the antler-shaped rune, speaking in an unmistakably icy tone. "Hasn't Professor Vanelund already provided you with a shield?" The other little puddings finally grasped the situation. Scrambling to assist, they pulled Draco and the boy back, instinctively gathering behind Draco. Professor Blanchard stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, and with a flick of his wand, the serpent advanced once more. The little puddings drew their wands, eyes fixed warily on the approaching creature. Professor Blanchard acknowledged, "Very well. You have demonstrated basic combat readiness, but what I wish to teach you is far beyond this." With a flick of his wand, the black serpent instantaneously transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing before their eyes. The young puddings at the back gasped as the smoke coalesced once more into the form of a serpent behind them. Draco scarcely had time to turn his head, for directly in front of him, an identical black serpent had manifested. Draco exclaimed, "That mad professor." Professor Blanchard clapped his hands and addressed the class. "Do you feel it? The flow of magic, its destination? Do not be so frightened. You bear Helena's blessing, and these harmless hexes cannot harm you." Draco retorted, "You call these skin-corroding serpents harmless?" Professor Blanchard paid no heed to the tearful puddings, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he continued. "What is the difference between dark magic and light magic? One kills, the other saves? Yet, fundamentally, they are merely the flow of magic, achieving desired effects through different incantations. The so-called dark magic may simply be a more potent manifestation of magic, requiring greater resolve, If unsuccessful, the backlash is more severe. This lesson is not about how to properly wield dark magic or how to curse and kill. It is about better distinguishing the types of spells and their trajectories, ensuring your survival on the battlefield. Just like this black serpent, it may split into 1, 2, or 3. But if you can comprehend the flow of magic in the sky, discerning its direction, you can identify where the magic converges and intercept it before it can coalesce into new serpents. This is the purpose of this practical lesson in dark magic fundamentals. Now, attempt to thwart the creation of new serpents before this one can divide further. With that, Blanchard waved his hand, and the black serpent opened its mouth wide once more. A cloud of black smoke billowing up. The puddings huddled together, akin to chicks facing a hawk. He shouted, "Calm your minds. Discern the trajectory of its magic. It is about to divide. Now is the moment." A red beam shot forth from the tip of Blanchard's wand, accurately striking a section of the classroom floor, sending shards flying. Yet among the debris, a wisp of black smoke began to dissipate. "Feel it. Activate your senses," urged Blanchard. The puddings gripped their wands tightly as he continued. "Cast. Prepare. Stupefy." Draco took a deep breath, aimlessly directing his spell, Stupefy. Compared to Blanchard's stunning spell, the pudding's incantations resembled mere wisps of red thread. However, encircled by the serpent, they seemed to unlock some latent potential. Draco's obstinate roommate, for instance, cast his stunning spell with remarkable speed. Another floor tile shattered, and amidst the chaos, a fortunate soul struck a serpent on the verge of formation. Blanchard bellowed, "Excellent." Just like that, the puddings, invigorated, unleashed a flurry of stunning spells from their ranks, and by the end of the lesson, they were panting from exhaustion. Who would have thought that generating such a barrage of stunning spells would constitute a considerable magical burden for these first-year students? Blanchard withdrew his wand and clapped his hands once more. The black serpent hissed in defiance before vanishing into the air. With a grin that could only be described as devilish, Professor Blanchard slowly stated, "For homework, please write down your reflections and submit them to my desk in the next class. Now, class dismissed. Head to the Great Hall." After thanking the professor, the weary puddings trudged from the depths of the classroom to the surface, making their way to the Great Hall. The boy who had been lifted by Draco hurried a few steps to catch up with him, adjusting his glasses and blushing as he said, "Thank you, Malfoy." Draco, taken aback, noted that he couldn't even remember all the names of his first-year peers, yet this seemingly slender boy had managed to remember his. The boy, noticing Draco's expression, quietly introduced himself. "I am Casper Lindbergh. I live next door to you." He added, "Thank you, Malfoy." Draco nodded, replying, "No need to mention it." As they conversed, the first years reached the Great Hall, with Katia being the first to push open the doors and enter. During lunchtime, the hall was sparsely populated. Unlike the bustling scene on opening night, many upperclassmen had vacant seats. Draco scanned the room, but failed to spot Crumb. The professor's table was also not fully occupied, and the puddings sat down quietly and politely to finish their meal. The first-year schedule was relatively light, with 2 classes in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and a break for lunch. After their respite, the afternoon classes commenced. Following the timetable, they traversed a long corridor adorned with various statues, some resembling formidable stone guardians like lions, while others appeared as if haphazardly strewn about. Yet, how could there be anything haphazard at Durmstrang? As Draco walked through the corridor, he remained vigilant, and upon reaching the classroom, the puddings pushed open the door and entered. "Potions and alchemy," Draco muttered as he searched for a seat. Casper followed closely behind, glancing around cautiously before sitting beside Draco. He even moved the balance and crucible on the table to provide Casper with space for his belongings. Casper smiled gratefully at him, and the two settled together. After a brief moment, the classroom door swung open, but it was not the professor who entered first. Rather, it was a stone creature. It strode in, its stone wings flapping, eyes glinting with a red light. In the astonished gaze of the students, it approached the teacher's desk and plopped down heavily. The students exchanged glances, their wariness heightened after the lesson with Professor Blanchard. Chapter 13. Class begins. A gentle male voice resonated. Alchemy, originating from ancient Egypt, has an array of wondrous, bizarre, and even terrifying legends, beginning with the transmutation of base metals into gold. Greetings, I am Jacob Frost. The professor, still wearing his monocle, walked into the classroom center. You may have already encountered my little creations aboard the ship. They are the trinkets made through alchemy. He smiled warmly, patting the head of the stone creature, which then crumbled into pieces. What is alchemy? What thoughts do you have? Seated beside Draco, Casper instantly raised his hand high. Professor Frost turned toward him with an encouraging gaze, prompting Casper to stand and exclaim, I believe it is recombination. All alchemy can be achieved through the disassembly, reshaping, and reconstruction of different substances, utilizing the magical circuits within to create various magical constructs. Professor Frost's eyes sparkled with delight as he gestured for Casper to take his seat. Praising excellent. My dear student, your concept is truly remarkable. It appears you have a profound passion for alchemy and are well-versed in the relevant literature. I trust everyone here has attended Helena's class on runes. He continued, alchemy bears a striking resemblance to runic literature. However, while runes are fixed, alchemy is fluid and can be solidified onto certain objects, much like this stone creature or the small obsidian badge I crafted for you. But there is a drawback to these alchemical creations. Does anyone know what it is? Casper raised his hand once more, and Draco glanced at him in mild surprise. Casper, though slight of stature and unassuming in appearance, turned out to be a hidden enthusiast of alchemy. Professor Frost beckoned Casper again, who proudly declared, alchemical creations cannot endure for long unless they have a stable magical core, as they are incapable of generating magic on their own and rely solely on external sources. Bravo. Mr. Lindbergh. Professor Frost applauded. Casper Lindbergh, seated below, nodded earnestly, and Draco noted the fervor in his gaze as he looked up at Professor Frost. It seemed he was a fervent admirer of this particular subject. Draco mused quietly. Professor Frost, evidently delighted, addressed the class warmly. Do you all remember the obsidian badges I distributed at the beginning of the term? That was also a small alchemical creation of mine. You must have seen that little trinket on the ship, correct? Please bring that badge to our next class, as we will need it. With a friendly smile, Professor Frost continued, now, let us retrieve something. With a wave of his hand, the cabinet doors behind his podium swung open, and boxes flew out, revealing an array of thick, shimmering silver-blue hairs, glistening with a frosty sheen. Professor Frost inquired, does anyone know what these are? Casper raised his hand once more, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized the hairs, and, somewhat uncertainly, asked, are these the hairs of a tundra wolf? Exactly right. Professor Frost beamed with admiration. It seems Mr. Lindbergh has not only reviewed alchemical texts, but also delved into potion-making literature. Am I correct? He gestured for everyone to come forward, saying, each of you may take a strand of tundra wolf hair. The tundra wolf is a magical creature unique to the Nordic regions. Its fur is thick and imbued with abundant magical energy, making it an indispensable material for both alchemy and potion classes. You should have spotted the forest behind the school on your way here. It is home to a vast population of tundra wolves, and our fur comes from those residing there. After each student collected a strand of the robust hair and returned to their seats, they could feel a chill emanating from it. Professor Frost continued, due to its magical energy, it can resonate. Now, do you see the small components on your desks? Draco turned to observe a collection of block-like pieces, each adorned with intricate patterns. Professor Frost's voice rang out, now, please open your books. Different patterns serve various purposes. I urge you to attempt assembling these small components in accordance with the designs documented in your texts. Then place the tundra wolf hair among them and try to animate them. Draco rummaged through his bag for the alchemical textbook they had purchased in Norway, as it was unavailable in England, especially since the last alchemist had emerged from the country after Nicolmore. With little time to prepare, he noticed Casper had already flipped to the section on magical puppets and kindly provided Draco with the page number. After expressing his gratitude, Draco turned to the middle of the book, where it discussed magical puppets and explained how to utilize magical materials to create a puppet that would not think, but repeat preordained motions. Once its internal magical core was exhausted, it would cease to move unless continually supplied with new magical cores or sources of magic. Casper whispered to Draco, Professor Frost wants us to create a small magical puppet. It only needs to move. His eyes sparkled with longing as he added, I've heard that advanced magical puppets can even assist their masters in casting spells and provide protection. How impressive. As Draco examined the patterns on the small components, they resembled runic characters, each style corresponding to a different function. Carefully, he matched two components with different patterns, and a faint click resonated as their gears interlocked. Casper quietly reminded him, you need to infuse a bit of magic into it. That way, they will merge more effectively. Draco nodded, realizing this was akin to potion making, requiring precise magical output at all times. He glanced at his stubborn roommate beside him, who was staring dismally at the components on his desk. He had just attempted to fit two pieces together, but they had immediately fallen apart, utterly incapable of merging. Draco fashioned a cube resembling a Rubik's Cube, leaving a small opening at the top, and then carefully placed the tundra wolf hair inside. As the hair settled, it floated within the tiny cube. Just as Draco was about to excitedly call out to Casper, the cube suddenly stood upright on the desk, only to disintegrate moments later into disarray. Well done. Very well done. Professor Frost's voice resonated from behind Draco. Compared to Professors Vanelund and Blanchard, Professor Frost appeared the most congenial, always wearing a smile. After the first two classes, Draco and his peers had instinctively categorized the professors into favorites, likables, neutrals, and dislikes. Professor Frost encouraged Draco, saying, Simply placing the magical core inside will not suffice. Have you considered how to connect them together? Draco humbly inquired. Professor, how might I connect them? With a mysterious smile, Professor Frost strode confidently toward the front of the podium, poised to impart his wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Malfoy has posed a most significant question: how to intertwine the magical core with the creations of alchemy. This inquiry encapsulates the ultimate goal of our academic year. Indeed, the very essence of this course. Each magical core possesses its own distinct characteristics and powers. The more potent the magical core, the scarcer and more precious it becomes, often exhibiting its own unique personality. How might one extract the essence of power from a magical core and subsequently transmute it into one's creations through alchemy, allowing them to act in accordance with one's intentions? Mr. Lindbergh, I trust you have perused the entire text. Does it provide any insights? Called upon, Casper stood in surprise, instinctively adjusting his glasses as he spoke. I recall the book mentioning that one could utilize items imbued with their own magical signature to forge a connection. Perhaps threads of some sort? He strained to recall. Or magical threads. By using magical threads to link them together, is that correct? This would also facilitate adjustments to the magic at any time. Am I right, Professor? Professor Frost, with kindness, gestured for Casper to take his seat once more. He raised his wand, and a transparent thread materialized at the tip. The little puddings gasped in unison. This thread resembled the ethereal wisps encountered during memory extraction. Yet upon closer inspection, one would see it was merely a collection of exceedingly fine strands intertwined together in that delicate state. Professor Frost continued. This is known as magical thread, composed solely of your own magical essence. This incantation will be one of the focal points of this semester, alongside another method. With a flick of his wrist, a quill appeared in his hand. The quill was a deep crimson, adorned with intricate engravings that extended down to its nib. This is a magical engraving quill. Consider it as vital as your wand. It can be utilized in both alchemy and sigil crafting. Each magical quill is unique to its bearer and will accompany you throughout your alchemical studies. I urge you to seek out the most suitable engravings and, in conjunction with the diverse material properties outlined in your texts, select the most fitting combinations for yourselves. For our next class, please document your preliminary design ideas for your magical quills on parchment and submit them to me. With a flourish, Professor Frost returned the quill to his shirt, and the class bell rang. The little puddings gradually rose, gathering their belongings. Casper and Draco engaged in conversation. This is quite challenging. How does one discover materials suited to oneself? Draco shouldered his bag, enchanted with extension and space charms, allowing even a cauldron to fit inside. Their next lesson was to be outdoors. As he donned a thick cloak from his bag and fitted on his hat and gloves, he continued discussing with Casper. I think it's akin to wands. My wand has a unicorn hair core paired with a hawthorn wood shaft. Can my magical quill also be crafted from hawthorn wood and unicorn hair? The only concern weighing on him was whether unicorns could be found in the frigid Nordic landscape. Even if they existed, he couldn't simply approach a unicorn and request, Dear unicorn, might I have a strand of your hair? Surely, he would be met with a furious kick from an indignant unicorn. The little puddings reached the castle entrance. Today, as final class, was magical creature care. It seems that interacting with magical creatures is an essential course at any magical institution. Chapter 14, Class 4. The little puddings bundled themselves up like plump potatoes, slowly making their way outside the castle. Exiting through the back door, they found themselves on a vast, flat expanse of ice. At present, this icy plain was not yet blanketed with thick snow, perhaps due to someone shoveling. In any case, along this path, a small wooden cabin nestled near the forest came into view. The cabin resembled a mushroom, adorned in vibrant colors akin to those found in fairy tales, standing out strikingly against the predominantly monochrome ice field. A tall, graceful figure stood before the mushroom house, seemingly awaiting their arrival. The weather was pleasant, neither windy nor snowy, which for Durmstrang was deemed a delightful day. The group of little puddings, bundled tightly like penguins inhabiting this frozen expanse, waddled towards the mushroom house. The glare of the snow prompted many to don goggles, and even Draco was no exception, his soft blonde hair resting atop his goggles, revealing only his elegantly shaped chin. Upon reaching this point, he abandoned his previous slicked-back hairstyle. His morning routine now merely involved a casual combing, and occasionally, first-year girls would blush upon seeing him. Outdoors, the little puddings spontaneously formed a line led by Sorensen, not for any particular reason other than his stature, which allowed him to shield those behind him from the wind. After an arduous trek to the mushroom house, they stood before a woman with long brown hair, neatly tied back. Despite the temperature hovering around -10 degrees Celsius, she wore only a simple, form-fitting outfit reminiscent of riding attire and knee-high boots, without even a cloak. Upon their arrival, she glanced at the clock hanging from the mushroom house. You are 5 minutes late. Who is the head of your year? Please do not be tardy next time." With uncertainty among the little puddings as to who the head of the year was, they could only respond in a scattered chorus. "Yes, Professor." The woman introduced herself. "I am Professor Nina Berliner, and I will be your magical creatures professor here at Durmstrang." After a brief pause, she inquired, "Which magical creature do you believe has the largest population and range in Durmstrang?" Draco mused inwardly. Could it be the ice wolf? After all, it seemed essential for nearly every course. A girl answered, her voice clear and crisp like glacial meltwater. "It is the ice wolf. I assented." Professor Berliner turned her gaze toward the girl, replying, "Correct, Miss Peterson. I trust you have learned about the remarkable properties of ice wolf fur in your previous alchemy class. Besides the existing population of ice wolves inhabiting this icy expanse, we also have special protective courses and conservation efforts for them, which you will engage with later. Additionally, there is another creature. Are you familiar with it?" With a snap of her fingers, she extended one hand. Only then did the group notice she stood beside a towering boulder. She placed her hand upon it, and a subtle movement emanated from behind the stone as a creature, roughly the size and girth of her forearm, crawled up onto her arm. As it ascended, the color of its body began to shift. Originally, it shared the same hue as the stone, yet after crawling onto Professor Billing's person, it transformed to match the color of her attire. It blinked its gray eyes and turned to gaze at the group of students. To their astonishment, there was a hint of tenderness in Professor Billing's voice. As if she were looking upon her own offspring, she lifted the creature, showcasing it for all to see. This was an ice-field dragon lizard, still in its juvenile stage. The adult form could grow up to 2 meters in length. It is said that they carry traces of draconic lineage, albeit not completely. Hence they are referred to as pseudo-dragons of the ice fields. Nevertheless, their skin and blood exhibit properties akin to those of true dragons, making the icefield dragon lizard an excellent substitute material for crafting various draconic products. However, it is imperative to note that it can only serve this purpose in specific environments and potions, in high-risk scenarios, or for the creation of highly precise magical brews. I urge you all to opt for genuine dragon hide and blood. Yet, the dragon lizard possesses a unique attribute that cannot be replicated by true dragons. Can anyone venture a guess as to what that might be? Anya softly replied, "Invisibility." Professor Billing praised her. "Excellent. It seems Miss Peterson has a gift." Indeed, at Durmstrang, the blood, skin, and bones of the dragon lizard are essential components for crafting invisibility potions. You will learn this recipe around your 4th year. Today's lesson is about identifying dragon lizards in the wild. Do not be deceived by their small juvenile forms. They possess a rather irritable temperament. Should you inadvertently provoke one and sustain a bite, please make your way to the infirmary immediately, as their saliva is venomous. Professor Billing placed her arm back on the boulder, and the dragon lizard slowly crawled back, its coloration once again mirroring that of the massive stone. She gestured for them to come to the back of the boulder, revealing various openings of differing sizes. These openings are the nests of the dragon lizards. A female will lay a single egg in each nest, ensuring that her offspring do not fall into a cycle of cannibalism upon hatching. However, female dragon lizards sometimes engage in fierce battles over nesting sites. Thus, today's lesson is not only to learn how to identify dragon lizards on the ice fields, but also to carve out your own openings in the rocks. Who knows? Perhaps a female dragon lizard will take a liking to the nest you leave behind? Now put down your backpacks and follow me. The young students complied, removing their bags and stacking them in front of the mushroom house. The boulder before the mushroom house seemed to serve as a nursery for the young dragon lizards. After the backpacks were set down, several curious lizards emerged from the rock crevices, extending their long, forked tongues. Professor Billing explained, "This is their organ for scent perception. Do not be alarmed. These dragon lizards are merely familiarizing themselves with your scent. We will have ample time to interact with them in future lessons. Now, keep pace with me." Fully equipped, Draco trailed closely behind Professor Billing, whose long legs made it necessary for the younger students to make 2 or even 3 strides to keep up. Once they exited the confines of the mushroom house, they found themselves enveloped by a thick blanket of snow. The ground beneath was solid ice, and as Draco stepped onto it, the heavy snow nearly reached his calves, necessitating considerable effort to lift his feet and proceed in a clumsy manner. In this deep snow, few rocky surfaces were visible. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Professor Billing paused at the entrance, awaiting her students. The little ones soon arrived, panting heavily. Once inside the forest, the snow cover became slightly shallower, making their trek somewhat easier. Professor Billing drew forth her wand, and the students mirrored her actions, each brandishing their own wands. Dragon lizards are exceedingly adept at concealment, and their magical aura is minimal. Pay close attention to the subtle differences on these stones, Professor Billing instructed, her wand tip glowing softly as she pointed to an unremarkable rock. Suddenly, a small stone shifted and rolled away from its place, revealing a dragon lizard. Do not be surprised. The habitat of wild dragon lizards in northern Europe has dwindled significantly, and this forest now represents their largest remaining habitat. Notice that ordinary stones do not reflect light, while the scales of a dragon lizard do. I found one, Anya Peterson whispered, her wand tip resting on a seemingly ordinary rock. Yet, as soon as she spoke, the top of the stone shifted dramatically. A massive dragon lizard slowly descended, but upon being discovered by Anya, it chose to retreat to the other side of the rock and lay down. Professor Billing, filled with surprise and admiration, exclaimed, "Excellent work. Miss Peterson, could you share how you discovered it?" Anya pondered for a moment before replying softly, "It wasn't me who found it. It was the stone that told me." "The stone? It spoke to you?" Professor Billing's deep blue eyes scrutinized Anya for a moment before she continued, "A remarkably rare gift, Miss Peterson. One day, you shall become an extraordinary environmental perceiver." Another girl's voice interrupted, filled with indignation. "Professor, she cheated. Stones can't possibly talk." Professor Billing glanced over, and the other students followed suit, observing the agitated speaker, Kaya, who raised her wand defiantly. She must be lying. There has to be some other explanation she's unwilling to disclose. Professor Billing chuckled warmly, responding with grace, "Miss Polisova, Miss Peterson has not cheated. She possesses an extraordinary and rare talent for sensing the surrounding natural environment. In other words, where these stones may appear ordinary to you, each one is unique to her. She alone perceives the minute distinctions. And it is likely that the positions of these dragon lizards were revealed to her by the stones." Chapter 15. The lesson begins. Casper whispered to Draco, "She's incredible." Like a druid, Draco nodded in agreement, recalling how Anya had informed him that the stones within the castle could speak when they first entered. It seemed she had spoken the truth. Among modern wizards, such close ties to nature were exceedingly rare, if any did exist. They likely traced back to the time when Dumbledore was still a professor rather than the headmaster. By Draco's generation, such practitioners had nearly vanished. Professor Billing, having concluded her explanation, addressed the students. "For today's assignment, I require a detailed account of your observations and insights as you searched for dragon lizards. I will review each of your submissions in the next class." The little ones grimaced, realizing that on their very first day of lessons, they had already accumulated a substantial amount of homework without fully grasping the material. Draco counted on his fingers, realizing that the academic demands at Durmstrang were significantly more arduous than those at Hogwarts. This, perhaps, is the allure of Durmstrang. Among the three great wizarding schools, it may have the fewest students, yet its competitive spirit remains unwaveringly robust. Unfortunately for Durmstrang, the current headmaster, Karkaroff, is rather spineless. Under the guidance of Professor Binns, the little puddings found their way back to the mushroom house, with the professor imparting wisdom as they walked. "Without my supervision, you must never venture into the forest. The creatures residing there do not recognize you and will not treat you kindly." The little puddings turned pale, all nodding in agreement, Draco included, who dared not act out of line. After all, the environment at Durmstrang at night was perilously harsh, fraught with blizzards and cloaked in darkness so thick one could not see their own hand in front of them. The Durmstrang forest was likely far more treacherous than Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest, teeming with not only ice wolves and dragon lizards, but also a myriad of countless dangerous creatures. Once Professor Binns escorted the little puddings back, she returned to the mushroom house, and they hastily made their way to the dining hall. They barely had time to drop off their bags in the dormitory before it was nearly time for dinner. During the meal, an unexpected incident occurred. Draco observed that Kaya Polisova had maliciously pushed past Anya, who was left walking alone at the rear, accompanied only by a few girls. Among the first-year students at Durmstrang, the number of girls was already scarce, and Kaya's domineering nature made her akin to a leader among them. Striding confidently ahead with her entourage, while Anya trailed behind, isolated. The jealousy and malice that often characterized childhood interactions were starkly evident. It was apparent that Anya had been ostracized due to certain experiences in their care of magical creatures class. Casper walked beside Draco, his roommate, a brooding boy of considerable height, who was quite close to Kaya. Wherever Kaya was, he seemed to act as her steadfast guardian. He quietly remarked to Draco, "What is up with Peterson? Why is she all alone?" Draco, accustomed to the petty games of children, replied, "It's probably due to the care of magical creatures class. You see, a prodigy is often the target of jealousy and exclusion." He winked at Casper, adding, "Just like how no one besides me is willing to converse with you about your prowess in potions." Casper, suddenly enlightened, adjusted his glasses. He was inherently soft-spoken and quite oblivious to the malice of the outside world. As a half-blood wizard in a region where the overall number of wizards was low, he was, despite being a half-blood, considered quite rare. His awakening to magic had been so unusual that no preschool had accepted him. and it was only at Durmstrang that he made his first friend, Draco Malfoy. Casper glanced at Anya, who was still walking alone at the back. Perhaps it was a natural instinct in boys to feel compassion for girls. He whispered to Draco, "Should I go ask her?" Draco, feeling magnanimous as he was no longer in his rebellious phase, conceded, "Sure, go ahead and ask her." Casper darted to the rear of the line, but to his surprise, Anya turned him down. She looked into his eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, and gently smiled. "It's all right. You're Casper, right? Thank you for your concern, but I'm perfectly fine on my own." Defeated, Casper returned to Draco, who was not at all surprised by the outcome. Anya's demeanor exuded an air of aloofness and detachment, reminiscent of the eccentric Luna he had encountered at Hogwarts. Such individuals often dwell within their own worlds, viewing friendship as a non-essential endeavor. After dinner, the little puddings trudged back to their common room, but to their astonishment, someone awaited them inside. Crumb, adorned in a thick, flowing robe and dragon-hide boots, stood tall and imposing, his presence akin to a chiseled statue. Although the clock had barely struck 6, the vast expanse of the starry sky was already visible through the dome of the common room. The little puddings felt a twinge of fear towards this authoritative senior, who clearly had something to address. Crumb's cold gaze swept over them. His demeanor was anything but welcoming, and his towering stature naturally instilled a sense of pressure. As he surveyed the group, most children averted their eyes, visibly intimidated, except for one boy with golden hair, who met Crumb's gaze unflinchingly and even offered a noble greeting. Crumb shifted his gaze and coldly instructed the little puddings, "Have you elected your year as prefect yet? If so, follow me." The little puddings huddled together, glancing nervously at one another, lips moving but words unspoken. The enrollment guide had explicitly stated that the prefect at Hogwarts was akin to a head student, and Durmstrang's selection process was notably lenient, allowing students to choose their leaders freely. If disagreements arose, they could even challenge each other in a duel to determine the new prefect. In such a cutthroat environment, those who maintained their position as prefects for several years were not to be underestimated. The little puddings exchanged glances, none daring to speak, until the usually reserved Casper unexpectedly broke the silence. "I choose Draco Malfoy." To Draco's astonishment, many students nodded in agreement, as if a silent understanding had passed among them. Several stood behind Draco, including Anya and his tall roommate, who until now had hardly exchanged 2 words with him. Meanwhile, Kaya's expression turned a striking shade of red and green, a most captivating sight. Crossing her arms, she scoffed. Just him? A wizard from England? What could he possibly understand, having grown up in such a weak country? As Casper opened his mouth to retort, Draco merely smiled. He leisurely drew his wand and, with a gentlemanly gesture towards Kaya, declared, "If that is the case, let us settle this through a duel. Is it not written in the student code? Any grievances can be resolved in the dueling arena." Draco's features have begun to reveal the contours of his future self, his smile as warm as a gentle spring breeze. His appearance leans more towards that of his mother, possessing less of Lucius's sharpness and more of Narcissa's softness. In the past, Draco was quite the rebellious child. His rebellious phase spanned his entire time at Hogwarts. However, upon arriving at Durmstrang, he consciously tempered his temper, though this did not imply that others could overshadow him. The position of the top student rightfully belonged to him. Kaya's face paled momentarily. Crumb observed the two with a furrowed brow and spoke in a low voice. A quarter of an hour later, they made their way to the dueling arena to confirm the top student, after which the new top student would assemble in the hall to meet with the professors. After stating this, he cast one last glance at the first-year students before departing. The dueling arena at Durmstrang is located underground, conveniently adjacent to the practical dark arts class. Given Professor Blanchard's temperament, it would not be surprising if he allowed students to duel during class in the future. Upon opening the door, the arena was arranged much like an ancient Roman Colosseum. A circular dueling ground was surrounded by stone steps that rose from low to high, serving as seating for spectators. With the dueling surface below, the ground of the arena bore the marks of various spells, slashes, scorch marks, and even signs of lightning strikes. When the first-year students arrived below, they were greeted by Professor Valenrand, who appeared relaxed and gestured for Kaya and Draco to enter the dueling ground. A smile adorned her face as she remarked, "It's been a long time since I've seen first-years duel. Generally speaking, first-year students are younger, and those with talent stand out remarkably. In this cohort, there are indeed several promising individuals. However, even Professor Valenrand had to concede that, although the number of new students was small, there were many worthy candidates for cultivation." The others took their seats on the stone steps. Casper, Draco's closest friend, was notably tense, his hands tightly clenched, his face devoid of superfluous expression. Except for Anya. The other girls seated themselves in Kaya's vicinity. Anya glanced around before choosing to sit beside Casper, gently offering him reassurance. "Don't worry, he will win." Chapter 16, Class 6. The torches in the dueling arena suddenly ignited. The robust flames illuminated the entire arena as Professor Valenrand ushered the two students inside, clapped her hands, cleared her throat, and announced, "You both have reviewed the student handbook, correct? In this duel for the title of top student, first, no harm may come to life. Second, no forbidden spells may be used. Third, external aids such as potions are prohibited. The defeated party may not challenge again within the academic year. Now, please turn your backs to each other." Draco raised his wand, his posture elegant, the firelight glistening upon his light golden hair. Kaya Borisova took a deep breath. As a noblewoman from Russia and a distant relative of Karkaroff, she entered with fierce ambition. If she were to do nothing and allow the title of top student to slip into another's hands, it would be a bitter pill for her to swallow. Moreover, Draco's dismissive attitude towards her provocations only heightened her anxiety. All being new students, Kaya naturally felt a surge of defiance. 3, 2, 1, begin. As Professor Valenrand's voice faded, she swiftly turned towards the figures ahead and shouted, "Stupefy!" A flash of red light shot from the tip of her wand, but Draco, without a moment's hesitation, waved his wand and cast Protego. Kaya's stunning spell collided harmlessly against Draco's shield, creating not even a ripple. Observing Kaya's pale visage, Draco, in a moment of compassion, decided to expedite the conclusion of this farce. Recalling the disarming spell favored by Potter, he deemed it an apt choice in this moment. Expelliarmus. Kaya felt a jolt in her wrist as the disarming spell effortlessly struck her, causing her wand to slip from her grasp, soaring into the air before falling to the ground with a soft thud. Once one of the wizards had lost their wand, the duel was concluded. Draco acted decisively. Casper blinked in astonishment, glancing at his watch and then at the arena. It had barely been 5 minutes. With gentlemanly grace, Draco retrieved Kaya's fallen wand and handed it back to her. The power of the disarming spell varies with the caster's magical prowess. More importantly, it signifies the deprivation of one's ability to wield their wand. Draco had previously experienced the helplessness of being wandless. A wizard without their wand is akin to a person bereft of their arms. Nevertheless, Draco's disarming spell merely caused Kaya's wand to fly away, without stripping her of ownership. Although Kaya's expression was far from pleasant upon receiving her wand back, she managed to suppress her temper and bowed slightly, addressing Draco, "Top student." Casper suddenly burst into applause, and Anya joined in with a smile. Sorensen, seated at the back, glanced at the reactions of those around him before clapping for Draco as well. With the position of top student secured, Draco hurriedly escorted the group of first years back to the common room, snatching up his robe before dashing toward the hall. Durmstrang comprises 7 grades, and most 6th and 7th year students had already departed the school, having found their respective careers and paths. Only a few students dedicated to their studies remained. Alongside the 1st through 5th year students, all notably tall, Draco pondered, how do Scandinavians grow so tall? He stood at the end of the line, somewhat vexed by this question. Crumb, upon seeing him, wore a look of mild surprise. When Karkaroff realized that the top student was not his distant niece Kaya, his expression shifted slightly. Draco lowered his head discreetly, and Karkaroff quickly resumed his amiable demeanor, addressing everyone. "Now that we are all here, I shall refrain from further ado. Professor Billion." Nina Billion rose from the side. Her expression was frigid, even towards Karkaroff. Her demeanor remained unchanged. She scanned the neatly aligned students, her gaze landing on Draco. Noticing that he too wore a thick outer robe, her expression softened slightly as she said, "Follow me." The students followed Professor Billion as she pushed open the castle's grand doors, making their way toward the mushroom house. On this windless and snowless night, only the moonlight illuminated the expanse of the snowy field, casting a translucent, ice-blue hue across the landscape. Draco could only be grateful that he had donned his enchanted outer robe and hat, which were now securely fastened around him. The group trod upon the frozen, hard-packed snow, while Professor Billingsley waved his wand, conjuring several spheres of light that floated around them, illuminating their path ahead. Soon, they passed by the mushroom house where Professor Billingsley resided and ventured toward the dark forest behind. As they walked, Professor Billingsley spoke, "Mr. Malfoy." The head boy of the first year, Draco Malfoy raised his wand, the tip glowing with a beam of light to signal his acknowledgement. The biting cold enveloped them, with everyone wearing thick hats, their mouths shielded within, leaving only their eyes visible. It was only these professors, unafraid of the chill or protected by special charms, who dared to traverse the icy expanse. Professor Billingsley nodded in acknowledgement. "From the entrance to here, it is your responsibility as first-year students. Besides the dragon lizards, you must also tend to the icebound mandrakes. You will utilize these magical plants in your potions class, understood?" Draco nodded in response. Professor Billingsley left him there, signaling the others to follow her as she continued along the edge of the forest. Behind the mushroom house, adjacent to the woods, lay a narrow plain, which Professor Billingsley divided among them according to their year. The lower year students had simpler tasks and occupied smaller plots of land, while the upper year students ventured deeper into the forest to procure the materials they required. This distinction highlighted the differences between Durmstrang and Hogwarts. The climate and geography of Hogwarts were generally milder, allowing magical plants to flourish in a significantly shorter growth cycle. In contrast, Durmstrang lacked the means to establish an indoor greenhouse, resulting in potion ingredients being either the professor's private collections or cultivated by the students themselves. Over time, this developed into a tradition. Each year, upon enrollment, students claimed their designated magical plant gardens, from which all necessary materials were harvested. The arrangement was somewhat haphazard, yet it fostered remarkable adaptability among Durmstrang students. Thanks to the unique geographical environment, many plants exhibited growth characteristics that differed from those in warmer regions. For instance, the frost mandrakes not only emitted screams capable of causing one's ears to bleed, but could also induce freezing. This presented a test of organizational skills for the head boy, as well as a splendid opportunity for the students. Furthermore, activities involving the care of these magical flora and fauna would count toward their credits in the Care of Magical Creatures course. After delineating their territories, Professor Billingsley led them back into the castle, leaving the internal matters to the students themselves. Draco used a drying charm to remove the snowflakes that clung to his clothes before returning to the common room, where the first years eagerly awaited their new head boy. The responsibilities of the head boy were significant, granting him considerable authority, including the power to rearrange dormitory assignments at will. Kaya sat at a distance, not approaching the group still gathered around her, while Draco explained the designated areas for the first years. With only 2 classes scheduled for the following day, Draco decided to allow the young ones to tend to the dragon lizards after class, while also pulling up the mature mandrakes to ensure they were prepared with materials for their lessons. They all agreed, and gradually dispersed. Once they had all left, Draco returned to his dormitory, as he was not accustomed to doing homework in the common room. Upon entering his room, he emptied the assignments left by the professors from his bag and began to tackle them one by one. He couldn't believe that at nearly 30 years of age, he still had to do homework. As he wrote diligently, he thought with a mix of amusement and frustration that while the intricacies of runes posed little challenge for him, the true difficulty lay in alchemy, an entirely new discipline for him. Even someone as intelligent as Draco required a fresh start. Chapter 16. The start of classes. After the intensive schedule of the first day, the second day offered a brief respite, or rather, time for homework, for the first years. Casper sat beside him, his cheeks bulging with food, speaking indistinctly to Draco between bites. Today, Draco wrinkled his nose, subtly pushing his plate away from him. Finish your food before speaking. Where's your etiquette? Has it been consumed along with your meal? Casper gulped down a large mouthful of pumpkin juice, rolling his eyes as he swallowed before responding. This morning, we only have history of magic and strategic studies, and, let me see, astronomy? That class is at 8 in the evening, outdoors. How cold will that be? Anya, who had somehow taken a seat across from them, set down her plate and addressed them. It's almost time for class. Head boy, when shall we leave? Draco slung his bag onto his back and replied, now. Under his lead, the first years rose sequentially from their seats and made their way to the History of Magic classroom. Upon arrival, a professor awaited them in the center of the room. This was the same individual Draco had encountered at the school gate, exuding an aura of formidable magical pressure. Draco placed his bag down and fell in line behind him, while the other first years settled into their seats. Professor Capelluna, though short in stature compared to some of the towering Nordic professors, had a composed demeanor, his skin a warm brown hue, crowned with a head of curly black hair. After ensuring all the first years were seated, Professor Capelluna began, his voice deep and resonant, akin to that of a cello. As the students opened their textbooks, he posed a question. Today, we shall study the Goblin Rebellions. The Goblin Rebellions, a well-worn topic, prompted Draco to scribble a few lines in his notebook, but Professor Capelluna's next question seized his attention. If your house elf were to suddenly attack you, what would you do? Draco perked up, and Kaya immediately raised her hand, exclaiming loudly, of course, I would sever its head, so it would dare not act thus again. This was a sentiment echoed by many pure-blood families. To them, house elves were considered property, and as such, deserved to be dealt with accordingly. A flicker of amusement crossed Professor Capelluna's lips, though he quickly suppressed it, resulting in an odd expression. Ms. Polisova, that is an interesting suggestion. However, what if, despite beheading them, they continued their mischief? Kaya continued, her enthusiasm undeterred. Then let us continue to strike, until they no longer dare to rebel. Professor Renner turned to Draco, addressing him directly. Mr. Malfoy, I have heard that your family once possessed a corridor adorned with the heads of house elves. Draco was taken aback by his sudden mention, while Katia glared at Professor Renner, feeling wrong that she had answered first. Professor, the Malfoy family does not have such a corridor, Draco replied dutifully. He paused before continuing. However, my maternal grandfather's house does have such a corridor, where the heads of house elves were preserved and hung on the walls. Although it belongs to my grandfather's family, I must confess that I do not find it to be an aesthetically pleasing decoration. Professor Renner gestured for both of them to sit down, stating, "Do you all believe that heads are merely decorations?" Casper muttered under his breath. Who would hang them up if they weren't for decoration? They're so ugly. Professor Renner turned his gaze towards Casper. Mr. Lindbergh, what are your thoughts? Casper stammered. I don't have much of an opinion, Professor. Professor Renner continued. To be precise, it is not decoration, but a means of intimidation. It serves to inform them of the consequences should they dare to attack their master. This intimidation is equally applicable to humans. Professor Renner slowly cracked a smile, though it appeared rather rigid, resembling a forced imitation, as he remarked. In the annals of magical history over the past decade, there exists one individual who has, with a mere symbol, nearly dominated the magical realm across half of the European continent. This symbol is known to all, and you ought to be familiar with who this person is and what his symbol represents. For your assignment, contemplate the purpose and deeper implications of this symbol, and submit your thoughts to me next week. Draco's quill nearly tore through the parchment as he lifted his head in disbelief, questioning the veracity of his own ears. It was glaringly obvious that the symbol Professor Renner referred to was that of the Death Eaters, and the implications of a single symbol spanning half of Europe over the course of a decade were impossible to feign ignorance about. What could this mean? Draco furrowed his brow deeply, pondering the true intentions of the history of magic professor. With this question weighing heavily on his mind, Draco exited the classroom. The morning's history of magic class having concluded, leaving him with a free afternoon until his evening astronomy lesson. However, the group of little pudding creatures was not idle. Draco led them behind the mushroom house. As a unique inhabitant of the Nordic tundra, the dragon lizard is found only in this region. And Durmstrang bears some responsibility for rescuing these endangered magical creatures and plants. Draco walked ahead, a multitude of wooden barrels floating behind him, filled with warm, freshly cooked meat, generously provided by Durmstrang's house elves. Inscribed upon the barrels were runes etched by Professor Vanelund, serving the purpose of maintaining warmth. She had cast a levitation charm on each barrel, allowing them to follow closely behind Draco, who would soon teach them the levitation charm in their next class. They arrived at the rear of the mushroom house, near the forest, where stones of various sizes and shapes stood. Among these stones resided different dragon lizards. This afternoon, they were to feed these dragon lizards, using the food contained within the barrels. Everyone donned dragon hide gloves and protective goggles, covering themselves thoroughly. Professor Lin, you had already prepared the feeding tongs, and after each took one, they squatted in front of the stones. Draco, Casper, and Anya found themselves squatting upon one of the stones, which had holes of varying sizes. Draco picked up a piece of meat with his tongs and approached one of the holes. Nothing happened. He glanced sideways at Anya, who fed her lizard quickly. Her natural charm attracted the creatures, and as she offered a piece, one emerged to snatch it up. He then looked at Casper, who was sweating profusely as he struggled with his dragon hide gloves. As he fed his lizard, it was rather indifferent, emerging only after he had endured considerable discomfort. He casually asked the two, "How are you planning to write your paper on Professor Renner's assignment?" Casper finally managed to don his dragon hide gloves and began to feed the lizard, yet it still showed little interest, remaining hidden. He blinked in confusion and slowly replied, "Professor Renner? I haven't quite figured out how to start. I don't even know what that symbol is. I'll need to review the history of magic when I get home." Draco's hand trembled, causing a piece of meat to fall onto the dragon lizard's head, which hissed in displeasure and retreated into its hole. Draco had no choice but to pick it up again and patiently wait for the creature to emerge once more. In this remote part of northern Europe, the influence of you-know-who had yet to fully extend, having already been vanquished by the infant Potter. Consequently, the locals felt little of the shadow that loomed over England, especially since Casper, being half-blood and having lived amongst muggles, had grown up without any sense of that darkness. His only flaw was a somewhat timid disposition, making him prone to bullying. Anya had finished feeding the dragon lizards inhabiting that particular stone and was preparing to move to another one. After a moment's thought, she remarked, "Perhaps he wants us to discuss the function of that symbol? He mentioned it was for intimidation, right? Does he wish for us to perceive that the symbol carries that same power?" The mere thought of that symbol sent a shiver down Draco's spine. It represented far more than intimidation. It embodied a stark cruelty and malice. It was unfathomable that such a powerful individual could be defeated by an infant due to a prophecy. Had it not been for that prophecy, he would not have targeted Potter. Instead, it was this very prophecy that led to his downfall at the hands of Potter, thus fulfilling the prophecy itself. Those days were an indelible nightmare for every Brit. and why would Professor Renner compel him to recount it? Was it because he hailed from England, making him a particular target? No, it could not be. He dismissed this notion as he quickly recalled that, at this time, Northern Europe still held a notoriously infamous Dark Lord in captivity. What could be the purpose of comparing them between two Dark Lords? Though Durmstrang's stance had long been contentious, was such an action not rather brazen? Chapter 17, Class begins 8. After the little pudding creatures completed their task of caring for the dragon lizards, the next endeavor awaited, the Mandrake. The first-year students of Durmstrang displayed their remarkable qualities. Due to the illustrious reputation of Durmstrang, almost all students, prior to their enrollment, have acquired some familiarity with common spells and methods for handling magical plants from their homes. Draco, expressionless, donned his earmuffs. His already petite face appeared to possess a delicate beauty in this context. The other students, one by one, adorned their own earmuffs, wielding shovels as they prepared to excavate the mature mandrakes from the soil, subsequently placing them into a nearby bucket for cleansing. After which the house elves would dutifully transport these materials to Professor Frost's storeroom. The mandrakes had reached maturity, having thrived in the frigid expanse of the snowfields, their inherent cries now imbued with the potential to cause freezing. Quick as lightning, Draco uprooted a mature mandrake, submerging it in the bucket before it could emit a piercing scream. The bucket was filled with clear water, but a layer of purple liquid floated atop it. The slime from the purple toad served to paralyze the mandrake, and indeed, once submerged, the mandrake ceased its noise. A group of children clumsily gathered half a bucket of mandrakes, most of which were harvested under Draco's guidance, as he was exceedingly well-versed in handling them. After completing this task, the sky over the snowfield quickly darkened. The night at Durmstrang began to stretch longer, and the days grew shorter. After dining in the Great Hall, the students found Professor Egil Solson waiting at the school gate for their astronomy class, a grand lecture attended by all students, regardless of year, approximately once every 2 weeks. Since each session required outdoor celestial observation, Professor Solson had altered the course to accommodate all students together. He was a man of gentle demeanor, possessing the robust physique typical of Scandinavians, and he carried an exceptionally smooth wooden staff as he led the children slowly toward the port of Durmstrang. Surrounded by the dark forest, the only route to the coastal area was across a narrow ice bridge. At night, the ice bridge appeared even darker, with the howling winds resembling ghosts roaring in the canyon below. Professor Solson snapped his fingers, and one by one, luminous orbs floated from his fingertips, illuminating their path ahead. "Follow me," he instructed. The group silently formed a line, traversing the ice bridge like an unbroken string of ants. Upon crossing, they were greeted by the cold, briny sea breeze, and Professor Solson finally halted. They stood before a triangular, protruding cliff, the moonlight bright and the stars twinkling above. With Durmstrang's grand ship anchored not far from the cliff, steadied amidst the surging waves. As the group gathered, Professor Solson gestured for everyone to sit down and gaze skyward. Astronomy class, or, to put it another way, a divination lesson using the stars to reveal one's future. With a soothing tone, he spoke without exertion, yet his voice carried far. Can you recognize the constellations above? Each constellation occupies its rightful position. Their magic resonates with our own, allowing us, at times, to glimpse fleeting possibilities of the future through the stars' behavior. Professor Solson smiled. However, not everyone can derive insights from this. An individual's fate is insignificantly small in the grand tapestry of the cosmos. Only a collective fate or large-scale events might elicit a response from the stars. He tilted his gaze toward the heavens. Do you see that bright star, seemingly ablaze? It signifies that war has not entirely departed from us. And what of that star obscured by clouds? Do you see it? A third-year girl chuckled. The star hidden by clouds predicts a tremendous snowstorm tomorrow, doesn't it, Professor? Professor Solson replied with a smile. Indeed, that obscured star merely informs you of the impending storm. The older students erupted into laughter as the temperature dropped further. Professor Solson continued. Do you feel the power of the stars? With a wave of his hand, a gasp rose from the crowd. Suddenly, a delicate, mist-like glow appeared in the distant sky. Draco, awestruck, had never ventured this far north in his life. The aurora danced like a heartbeat or breath, fleetingly captivating the younger students, who gasped in amazement. Professor Solson's voice resonated once more. The aurora, a unique phenomenon, whenever it appears. The magical magnetic field of our surroundings undergoes subtle shifts. For instance, the positions of spells may slightly deviate, and the muggle-repelling charm surrounding Durmstrang may temporarily lose its potency under the aurora-esque glow, which is why tales of ghost ships and castles abound in the Nordic muggle world. He chuckled, revealing a bright smile. This is simply due to the fleeting appearance of Durmstrang as castle and ship. Once the spell takes effect, they vanish from sight, leaving only ghosts to explain the phenomenon. Draco, almost entranced by the ethereal aurora gliding across the sky, inquired, "What if we were to recast the spell? Would it be effective?" Professor Solson turned to Draco, praising him. "Very astute. You've hit the nail on the head. Do you know what is most crucial in casting a large spell? Is it merely the strength of the caster's magic? But can one person's magic sustain Durmstrang's protective charm for a century or a millennium? The success of a large spell relies heavily on the flow of the earth and sky's magic. Adapting to circumstances, magic flows through the ley lines of this land. Yet it subtly shifts with environmental changes. If we are observant, we can discern and further harness this power. This is a vital lesson in magical astronomy that I will impart to you. Learning to recognize your environment, to observe it, and then to utilize its power can potentially enable you to accomplish feats previously beyond your reach." The younger students listened with a mix of comprehension and bewilderment, while the older students appeared contemplative. Subsequently, Professor Solson instructed them on identifying constellations, encouraging them to familiarize themselves with these stars during their leisure time. The outdoor chill of Durmstrang was biting, and Professor Solson did not prolong their stay, leading them back. The younger students trudged back, weary yet filled with wonder. After the course on celestial magic, the academic routine resumed its normal cadence, encompassing classes such as charms, the fundamentals of practical dark arts, alchemy and potions, magical creatures, and the history of magic. These constituted the primary curriculum for first-year students. Essentially, these courses were the same throughout Durmstrang, with the only distinction being the slightly varied locations for upperclassmen and lowerclassmen. Draco had observed several times Professors Vanelund and Billing, or even Professors Blanchard and Billing, escorting third-year students, and those beyond, deep into the dark forest, likely for practical combat lessons. All magical schools commenced their academic year in September, and shortly thereafter, Christmas approached. A week-long holiday was granted, during which some students chose not to return home, simply needing to inform their yearhead in advance, who would then relay this to the student council president. Due to the small number of students, Durmstrang had always managed affairs this way. Draco had resolved to return to Norway to spend Christmas with his parents and to ascertain whether any recent events had transpired, particularly concerning his father, hoping he would refrain from any indiscretions. Among the first-year cohort, the majority intended to return home, though there were exceptions. Casper enthusiastically invited Draco to join him in Norway during the break, but Draco did not respond immediately. Anya, whose home was in Iceland, would face considerable effort to return. Yet she graciously extended an invitation to her two companions as well. Only two students would remain at school: Emil Sorensen, Draco's tall and rebellious roommate, and another first-year, Livia Westgard. With the first-year students being a small group, they had all become quite familiar with one another. Draco, as the head of his year, had a few friends, primarily Casper and Anya, with whom he spent the most time. The trio often collaborated on assignments and frequented the library together, though they were not always in each other's company. When fellow first-year students sought Draco and could not locate him, they would inquire with Casper or Anya. However, Livia Westgard seemed almost non-existent among them. He was slender, lacking the typical robust physique of a Scandinavian, yet he stood tall, resembling a thin noodle. His slightly long hair obscured his eyes, and when he gazed at others, he would fixate his stare for a moment before swiftly averting his eyes, almost as if he possessed an uncanny ability to make others unconsciously forget his presence. Quite peculiar, indeed, to encounter such an individual. As the head of his year, Draco felt it was his duty to inquire, "Why do you not return home for Christmas?" The holiday break is akin to a new beginning. These young ones are experiencing their first extended separation from home, and many eagerly anticipate the opportunity to return. Chapter 18, Practical Lessons. Emil cast a glance at Draco. Despite his position as head of the year, Emil rarely saw him, while Draco's cat, Snowflake, had become well acquainted with Emil, now reigning as the dominant presence in their dormitory. Emil scratched the back of his head and replied, "My parents are visiting my brother elsewhere, so I will remain at school this year." Livia also spoke up, his voice low and hoarse, on the cusp of changing, akin to the sound of metal scraping together. "I am an orphan. I have no parents and nowhere to go." Draco paused his writing, momentarily taken aback, and Emil looked at Livia with surprise. A wizard? An orphan? The scarcity of wizards in Scandinavia rendered the notion of an orphaned wizard almost unfathomable. Even in situations like Harry Potter's, there were always Muggle relatives to take him in. Draco believed Dumbledore would surely have found 100 ways to ensure Potter's well-being. But Livia? To claim he was an orphan? Livia appeared oblivious to the gravity of his revelation, casually stating, "There's no one waiting for me at home. And I would have to clean up. It's easier to stay at school." Unable to contain his curiosity, Draco asked, "How is it that you are an orphan?" The wizarding population was already meager, and in the Nordic regions, the chances of purebloods marrying one another were exceedingly slim. Currently, Many pureblood families were discovering that they were not merely avoiding intermarriage, but were on the brink of becoming distant relatives, making marriage even less likely. Each pureblood wizard child bore a lineage entwined with multiple families. Livia seemed unconcerned, responding, "I was a child found in the wilderness, merely discovered by an old wizard. When he passed away, naturally, I had no family." Upon hearing this, Draco set aside his doubts for the moment, jotting down the names of the two individuals, preparing to submit them to the student council president the following day for arrangements. As Christmas approached, the air was thick with an infectious joy that radiated from every student. Even Casper, usually captivated by alchemy, was distracted. "They are just a bunch of children," Draco mused, struggling with Snowflake. The consequences of allowing Snowflake to roam freely in the dormitory had resulted in the cat becoming quite bold, treating Draco and Emile's room as its domain. Now, as Draco prepared to leave for the holidays, he faced the challenge of coaxing Snowflake into a pet carrier, which the feline vehemently resisted, meowing and evading capture. Emile, absorbed in writing a paper at his desk, found Snowflake hiding beneath his chair, unwilling to emerge. Out of breath, Draco found himself covered in a flurry of white cat fur during the tussle, and he pulled out the carrier, coaxing, "Come on, let us go home together." Snowflake, in a display of feline pride, turned her head away and began grooming her paw, retreating further beneath Emile's desk. "What is going on here?" Draco exclaimed, his face flushed with frustration. Though he and Emile had grown to understand each other better, Emile's reclusive nature often found him alone, and the girls tended to shy away from this icy figure, though he seemed indifferent to their avoidance. Now witnessing Snowflake's antics, a rare smile broke across Emile's face. He rested his chin on his feather quill and pondered aloud, "Since I'm at school, why don't you just leave Snowflake here? I'll take care of her." "Don't worry." Draco was genuinely astonished by this offer, repeatedly confirming, "Really? You would look after Snowflake for me?" Snowflake, being a rather clever cat, seemed to have enchanted Emile, as evidenced by the frequency with which she sought refuge in his presence. After expressing his gratitude to Emile, Draco resolved to treat Emile with greater kindness in the future. After all, he was merely a rebellious young boy. Draco had experienced his own rebellious phase and decided to adopt a more magnanimous attitude. He felt a newfound sense of generosity within himself, as if he had transformed entirely from the person he once was. After tidying up their luggage, the time for vacation arrived. They traveled to Durmstrang by ship and would depart in the same manner. Upon disembarking, Draco immediately spotted his parents waiting at the dock. He rushed into their embrace, while Narcissa affectionately stroked his hair, scrutinizing him before leading Draco to their residence, acquired in Norway. Draco envisioned a serene academic tenure at Durmstrang, hoping to endure until the Triwizard Tournament. He recalled that shortly after Voldemort's resurrection, Karkaroff had defected, but observing the formidable faculty at Durmstrang, especially in comparison to Hogwarts, Karkaroff appeared more as a bureaucratic envoy from the Ministry of Magic than a powerful headmaster. The week-long Christmas holiday swiftly came to a close, and upon returning to Durmstrang, the second semester commenced. After a half-semester acclimatization, the rigorous courses at Durmstrang laid bare before them, opening wide their gaping jaws. They were about to embark on their first outdoor magical practice class, guided by Professors Varin and Berliner, who would lead them deep into the dark forest, dividing them into teams to locate tokens concealed by the professors. Along the way, they might encounter ice wolves or magical plants. Gathering useful magical flora could earn them additional points. The first-year cohort was small, allowing for free team formation, with the team size determined by the captain. Professor Varin cheerfully advised them, "However, I suggest you keep your numbers between 4 to 5. Don't inquire as to why. I am, after all, a professor." Draco quickly assembled his team, including the indispensable Casper and Anya, alongside his roommate Emile and the enigmatic Livia. Although he was the top student of his year, it puzzled him why the younger students respected him yet hesitated to converse with him, leaving him with only a few familiar companions. Once the team was established, this quintet took shape. Casper, experiencing this extracurricular activity for the first time, had hardly slept the previous night, tossing and turning with excitement. Consequently, he appeared at the common room entrance the next morning with dark circles under his eyes. Draco, observing Casper's woeful demeanor, remarked dryly, "Wake up. You won't manage in the forest looking like that." Casper, barely holding himself together, downed a copious cup of coffee at breakfast, which revived him somewhat. They then proceeded to gather at Professor Bylenor's mushroom hut. Professors Varin and Berliner awaited them at the hut. Once they reached the forest, it was almost entirely Professor Bylenor's domain. Professor Varin enchanted each of them with a magical mark, allowing them to activate it in emergencies to form a protective shield, the glow of which would alert the professors stationed outside. However, seeking the professor's assistance would result in forfeiting the credits for that class. Professor Berliner observed the team formations among the first years, one led by Draco and the other by Katia, with the remaining students forming 2 additional teams. As anticipated, in accordance with established rules, each team would select a path through the dark forest, with the order determined by drawing lots for fairness. Anya returned clutching a slip marked with the number 3, while Katia drew the first pick, casting a triumphant glance towards Draco's team before confidently choosing the middle path and venturing in. Soon, it was Draco's turn. Drawing upon her affinity for nature, Anya closed her eyes to listen intently and selected a path to follow. Cautiously, they proceeded, and without Professor Bylinor's guidance, the dark forest transformed into an ominous expanse. At the forest's entrance, a few enormous ravens regarded them with cold eyes. As Draco turned to face them, the ravens unfurled their wings and took flight. Draco whispered, "Be cautious of whatever lurks in the shadows." Everyone nodded, retrieving their wands. Had they been at Hogwarts, first-year students would never be allowed to explore the Forbidden Forest alone. Draco's sole experience in such a setting had been thanks to Potter, albeit with Hagrid's protection. Unlike the direct approach at Durmstrang, where students were permitted to form teams and explore the forest independently. Casper, feeling apprehensive, adjusted his glasses and murmured, "It's so dark." Despite it being daytime, the forest was shrouded in shadows, with a ghostly mist flowing along the ground, the terrain hard beneath them, surrounded by dense black trees, still laden with heavy snow from the previous day. Suddenly, something darted from the branches, dislodging snow that cascaded down, startling Casper, who was steadied by Draco's reassuring hand on his shoulder. Anya, however, remained remarkably composed. Her talents flourished within this forest. She closed her eyes, adopting a listening posture, and after a moment declared, "This way." Chapter 19. Practical Class 2. The group followed Anya's lead down another path. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the paths narrowed. They climbed over a massive pile of stones, sinking deeply into the snow as they descended, and emerged with thick layers of black mud clinging to their boots. Now amidst the densely packed trees, the sound of snapping branches echoed from behind, prompting Anya to shout, "Be careful." Emile, positioned at the back, swiftly turned. Wand aimed at the rear. Draco cast a Lumos charm, sending a glowing orb drifting into the forest, but found nothing lurking behind them. On high alert, the group became even more vigilant. Draco cast Lumos spells around them. The forest had been previously scoured by the professors, expelling lethal magical creatures. Yet numerous troublesome magical beings remained. Although the Lumos spell made their little group more conspicuous, it also enabled them to navigate the pitch-black forest. Anya led the way, the forest seemingly favoring her as she earnestly tried to communicate, seeking the tokens left by the professors. To the forest, they were akin to the professors, outsiders, and the items left behind were foreign entities. The forest generously indicated a route for her. With Anya, it was as if they possessed a compass, allowing them to traverse without fear of losing their way. After walking in silence for a while, they discovered the first token left by the professors, a glimmering brooch. Draco carefully lifted it from the stone, having lost track of how long they had been wandering in the forest. Judging by the intensity of their hunger, it was likely already afternoon. With Anya by their side, they had miraculously evaded most magical creatures. Beside the brooch, a rare magical plant was flourishing, the frost flower. This plant was an essential ingredient for crafting freezing potions, exhibiting a translucent, glass-like texture. However, its delicate roots were fragile. If not handled with care during extraction, it would quickly wither due to loss of vitality. Fortunately, the frost flower was not overly demanding in terms of its growing conditions, the only caveat being that it bloomed only at temperatures below -20 degrees. At that moment, the flower was in full bloom, its 9 petals radiating a luminous blue glow. Draco crouched down, donned in gloves, and cautiously retrieved a pouch made of dragon hide from his waist. He first placed snow and soil into the pouch, blending them together before delicately taking out his wand. Tapping his hand, he murmured, "Freeze swiftly." A thin layer of icy crystals spread from the point of contact on his arm towards his fingertips. Under his magical control, the ice was but a delicate veil, and through it, he meticulously plucked each petal and placed them into his dragon hide pouch. Once secured, he tied the pouch and flicked his hand to shake off the ice crystals. They had secured the token and earned points. But Casper trembled as he gazed at the darkening forest shrouded in thickening fog, unable to restrain himself from speaking. "Shouldn't we be leaving now?" Night fell swiftly upon the icy expanse, with Durmstrang teetering on the edge of polar night. Post-Christmas, the days here would only grow shorter. Peering through the gaps in the treetops above, Livia squinted at the darkening sky and cautioned, "It is already dark." Draco's Lumos charm continued to flicker, fortunate that his magic still sustained it, for it was their sole source of light. Anya, slightly anxious, inquired, "How are you holding up? Can you maintain it?" Draco nodded, wishing to gather more points, yet observing Casper's frightened demeanor, even the typically composed Anya was visibly shaken, her hands trembling as she addressed Draco. The forest at night is perilous. Draco acknowledged her concern, and the group turned back, preparing to retrace their steps. However, as they turned, a shadow swiftly darted from the depths of the forest. It was Livia who reacted first, shouting, "Be careful! Armor charm! Flames ablaze!" Emil and Draco simultaneously cast their spells, the clang of armor magic deflecting a sharp, stone-crafted spear, while a brilliant burst of fire erupted from the tip of Draco's wand, landing amid the nearby trees. A diminutive, gray-skinned goblin scurried away. Anya grasped Draco's arm tightly. "It's a goblin. Beware of the goblins." These were no ordinary goblins dwelling in wizarding households, soft and harmless. Merely fond of tearing curtains, the goblins of the icy expanse were fierce, residing in the forest with a societal structure akin to that of ants, rallying around their largest member to form an army and defend their territory. They wielded spears fashioned from stone, and the one that had just been hurled had been thrown by one of them, only narrowly avoided thanks to Anya's early warning. Casper had begun to tremble, his timid nature exacerbated by the menacing goblins, nearly on the verge of tears. Emil disapproved of Casper's demeanor, yet Draco remained remarkably calm. After the flames extinguished, silence enveloped the forest once more. The Lumos' charm still glowed, and Draco scanned their surroundings. The terrain was not favorable, leaving them fully exposed to the goblin's line of sight. He turned to Anya, asking, "Anya, are there any large stones nearby? We need a concealed spot." Anya nodded, closed her eyes for a moment to attune herself, and decisively pointed in a direction. That way. They rose and sprinted toward the direction Anya indicated. Her aptitude for nature magic was evident, albeit not yet at its peak, allowing her only a vague sense of their surroundings, sufficient for the moment. They found the stone Anya referred to, and Draco and the others crouched behind it, ensuring they wouldn't be caught off guard. The glowing orb hovered beside them. Draco inquired of Emil, "How are you? Any injuries?" Emil shook his head, having used his armor charm just in time to block the spear. Livia's face was half hidden in the stone shadow. He was about to speak when a sharp cry from a goblin startled them. Though small, the goblins were agile and, in the forest, could outrun them easily. Spear rain pattered around them, and Emil quickly conjured another armor charm to shield the group. Fortunately, the goblin spears could not shatter the stone behind which they hid. The goblins were cautious. After their initial barrage, they did not rush forward. Draco left behind a single glowing orb while Livia, blending into the shadows, began to stealthily move. Draco, quick to react, seized him and hissed in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Livia raised a finger, signaling for silence, then, with a fluid motion, melded into the shadows as if he were ink, rendering himself invisible. The group watched in astonishment as Livia vanished into the stone shadow, and after a considerable time, he re-emerged, his complexion pale and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "They're lurking behind us, waiting for us to emerge." It was unclear what spell he had employed, but it seemed to have taken a toll on him. If they haven't left, then that works to our advantage. Draco raised his wand toward the sky, whispering. Storm descends. A small vortex of wind erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly forming a tiny, swirling cloud overhead, crackling with electricity. With a flick of his wand, the cloud drifted toward the rear of the stone. Small bolts of lightning crackled down. Though merely a rudimentary meteorological charm, it represented the pinnacle of Draco's first-year spellcasting, typically only encountered in the third year. The goblins' panicked cries echoed from behind, and seizing the moment, the group hastily dashed out from behind the stone. The exact number of goblins remained unknown, and as mere first-year students, avoiding a direct confrontation was the wisest course of action. Casper's stamina was rather feeble, and after running through the forest for such an extended period, he was already gasping for breath. The repercussions of a sleepless night had begun to manifest, leaving him somewhat dizzy. His steps grew heavier, and his vision began to blur. Draco leaned in closer, seemingly anxious as he inquired about Casper's condition. In that instant, Casper felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Gritting his teeth, he recalled the runes left upon him by Professor Vanderland. He intended to activate the rune, but Draco immediately seized his hand, his voice laced with anger. "What are you doing? Don't you care about your grades in this course?" Of course, Casper desired to succeed, but he was far more concerned about the possibility of being penalized, not wanting his peers to suffer due to his shortcomings. They had already completed the assignment set by their teacher and even earned extra credit. If he caused their efforts to go to waste, it would be unbearable. Emil, tall and robust, effortlessly hoisted Casper onto his back. Draco was taken aback, but quickly resolved to act. He turned once more and cast a spell behind them. Obstacles. With a resounding boom, the ground erupted behind them as Draco's incantation took effect, mounds of earth and stones rising up. The goblins, caught unawares, screamed as they were struck by the debris. Among them, some still clutched their stone-tipped spears, and from the shadows behind them, a whistle was blown, prompting the goblins to launch another barrage of projectiles towards the group of children. Armor shield. Shield. Two voices rang out simultaneously, one belonging to Emil and the other to Anya. A rune appeared in Anya's hand, the sacred shield they had studied with Professor Vanderland. The bifurcated antler letters glimmered in her palm, casting a gentle yet brilliant light that enveloped them, forming a protective dome. Coupled with Emil's armor shield, the onslaught of spears, though fierce, was fortunately unable to breach their defenses. Run, run, Draco urged, his energy depleting as the obstacle spell had consumed about half of his magical strength. Let us not forget, he was merely 11, nearing 12 years of age. Even though he possessed knowledge of countless spells, including many dark arts, casting them in his current state was utterly implausible. Thankfully, Draco's obstacles spell had momentarily granted them a reprieve. Anya led the way, Emil carrying Casper in the center, while Draco and Livia brought up the rear as they dashed towards the forest's edge. According to the forest's guidance, they needed only to traverse a little further to reach safety. In this dark woodland, most magical creatures adhered to strict territorial boundaries. Even the advancing goblin horde had to respect these rules. After all, the goblins relied on their sheer numbers, and when confronted with truly formidable magical beings, they would falter. Anya called out, "Just ahead. We're almost there." Draco cast another obstacle spell behind them, and the goblins in front were perilously close, one nearly grazing Livia's robe. She brandished her wand, shouting, "Stupefy." The goblin screamed as a red light struck it, sending it soaring into the air. Behind them, the ground erupted once more, forming numerous small mounds of earth. The goblins, though diminutive, were agile, yet Draco swiftly unleashed another spell. Shatter. With a thunderous blast, the raised heaps of earth exploded, sending countless fragments flying. Livia managed to shout armor shield, just in time, barely protecting their group, while the remaining debris hurtled towards the mass of goblins. The goblins shrieked. Their ranks were thrown into disarray, stumbling over one another like a cascade of dominoes. Even the trees swayed from the impact, causing snow to tumble from their branches. The commotion and magic did not escape the notice of Professor Byler, who was patrolling the skies above the forest. She urged her night steed towards the chaos below, her eyes glinting with interest as she surveyed the disheveled scene. The night steed circled overhead, and Professor Byler cast a concealment charm upon herself to remain unseen. Draco and his companions only felt a gust of wind pass overhead. Glancing up, Draco caught a glimpse of the magnificent night steed gliding through the sky. Can he see the night steed because his soul has witnessed countless deaths? He pondered. He glanced at the others, who remained oblivious, save for the perceptive Anya, who regarded the sky with a contemplative expression. However, upon blinking, her icy blue eyes reflected nothing. Strangely, though she had sensed an unusual aura moments before, now there was nothing to behold. The goblin formation lay in tatters, and a few of the children, exhausted, sought refuge behind a massive rock, gasping for breath as they attempted to calm their racing hearts. Anya spoke in fragments. "We should be safe here." Livia melded back into the shadows, re-emerging pale after a moment, panting as he reported, "The goblins have retreated." These snow goblins were not inclined to regard the young group with much concern. They gathered at the edge, chattering in frustration before a heavy drumming sound echoed, signaling their gradual withdrawal. Although Draco's spells had impeded their advance, they had not inflicted any serious casualties. Individually, these snow goblins lacked strength, but in numbers, they posed a significant threat. Their tough hides rendered the spells of first-year students largely ineffective. Draco and the others peeked over the rock, exhaling a sigh of relief as they observed the retreating goblins. Emil promptly laid Casper down flat on the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Casper was overwhelmed by guilt. Had it not been for his shortcomings, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Draco, discerning Casper's turmoil with a mere glance, sighed and retrieved a vial of potion from his waist pouch. He unceremoniously thrust the small vial towards Casper's lips, scolding him harshly, "Drink. Even if it's unpleasant, you must consume every last drop." Reluctantly, Casper opened his mouth as the icy, pungent liquid coursed down his throat, triggering a fit of coughs. Emil quickly supported him, while Anya gently patted his back, her expression disapproving as she glanced at Draco. "What have you given him?" Draco pocketed the small vial of potion and remarked nonchalantly, "This is an invigorating elixir, Casper. Don't you feel more spirited now?" He would not have resorted to such a stimulant unless absolutely necessary, while it could indeed provide a temporary boost of energy. The aftermath was often overwhelming fatigue, sometimes requiring 2 or 3 days to fully recover, during which time supervision was essential. Thus, Draco planned to escort Casper to the infirmary upon their return to school, where the dedicated nurse and house elves would attend to him. After consuming the potion, Casper felt as if a fire ignited within him, quickly spreading through his limbs. Shaking his head, his vision sharpened, and he exclaimed with delight, "All set. Let's hurry, everyone." Anya watched in astonishment as Casper transformed, her lips parted in surprise. Ultimately, she turned to Draco, her eyes reflecting unabashed shock, which surprisingly uplifted Draco's spirits. He brushed the dirt and debris from his robes with an air of casual indifference, stating, "I mentioned it's an invigorating potion. Let us move quickly. I have no desire to forfeit points." According to regulations, should any member of their team sound a distress signal, the entire group would incur penalties. Thus, returning intact was paramount. Casting a glance behind him, he incanted another spell. "Arrows, come forth." A simple summoning charm caused the spears discarded by the goblins to rise and swiftly fly toward them. The clatter of the goblins' spears landing before them filled the air as Draco casually picked up a smaller one, weighing it in his hand, and declared, "Let us proceed." Emil inquired, "What do we need the goblin spears for?" Draco gestured for Anya to lead the way, replying, "Did the professor not mention the possibility of extra points? Besides magical plants, this should qualify as well. Not every team escapes from this horde of goblins." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind swept through the dark forest, and a brilliant firework erupted from the trees, illuminating the sky. A confident smile appeared on Draco's face. "Surely, these goblins are part of the professor's arrangement. Look, someone couldn't endure and has signaled for help." Professor Billion, riding a thestral, sped toward the direction of the firework. Watching the thestral vanish into the distance, Draco felt reassured, convinced that it was being controlled by someone, likely hidden by magic or an invisibility potion. The presence of a professor observing them provided him with a sense of security. It seemed these professors were deliberately testing them, and thus, Draco's team could not afford to falter. The children, energized by the sight of the fireworks, felt a renewed sense of determination. Casper, now brimming with energy and confidence, retrieved a small spherical object from his pocket. He tossed it to the ground, and it rolled around before revealing an arrow that pointed in a specific direction. "Let us go this way," Casper urged the others. The sphere continued rolling forward, its arrow steadfastly indicating their path. "I crafted 2 of these spheres. One is placed at our entrance, and I carry the other. They attract each other, so activating one will always direct us to the other's location." Draco was pleasantly surprised by Casper's ingenuity. Casper's cheeks flushed, yet he proclaimed confidently, "I consulted Professor Frost about this, but I can't compare to him. My guiding sphere is a one-time use. After that, it's rendered useless until I create another. Professor Frost has a similar compass that can be reused, unlike mine. It's too complex for certain areas and requires me to have traversed the route at least once to activate it. Since we've already passed the entrance, my magic can now empower this sphere." Nevertheless, it was already quite useful. With wands raised, the group followed the sphere's guidance, moving forward cautiously. "This is not goblin territory," Anya observed, scanning their surroundings. "Be wary. We seem to have entered the realm of the ice wolves." Chapter 21. Points. Livia pondered, why was our entrance so effortless? Yet now these magical creatures are launching their attacks? Draco navigated over the gnarled roots and plucked a mushroom-like specimen from a nearby tree, placing it into his potion pouch. "It's evident that they do not wish for us to exit easily. If everyone could simply obtain the token and exit unimpeded, the dark forest would become a place anyone could traverse. However, they cannot diminish first-year students' confidence. So they allow us to acquire the token first, and then introduce obstacles on our way out. This not only tests teamwork, but also assesses our mastery of spells and adaptability. Moreover, the professors are constantly observing us." Draco gestured vaguely upward, whispering, "We just haven't noticed them." The group realized this, cautiously trailing behind Casper's metallic sphere as they advanced. In the depths of the dark forest, an eerie silence enveloped them, yet it felt as though myriad sounds lurked just beyond perception. They maintained their formation, moving forward with trepidation, while Anya illuminated their path with a luminescent charm. Draco, having expended much of his magic, appeared somewhat pale. The cool moonlight filtering through the dense branches above rendered his face as pale as snow. The group walked silently through the forest, when suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped them. They instinctively looked up, witnessing the return of the aurora borealis in the night sky. The green ribbons of light danced like long, flowing streamers, sweeping across the forest, pulsating in a rhythmic pattern, casting a vast glow over the heavens. "Be cautious," Livius suddenly shouted, swiftly raising his wand towards a specific direction. Stupefy. The children had yet to master silent spells. The red beam shot toward the tree trunk, narrowly missing a shadowy figure that deftly evaded Livia's incantation. It stepped back, and the spell struck the ground beneath it, creating a small crater. Dirt mixed with snow flew up, splattering against the creature's paws, revealing its silvery fur that blended seamlessly into the darkness of the forest. Had Livia not spotted it in time, the group would have been caught unawares. As the others were captivated by the aurora, it intended to launch a sudden attack. However, it was unexpectedly discovered by Livia. It bared its fangs, sharp teeth glinting with a chilling sheen, while its pupils resembled lanterns suspended in the air, reflecting the flickering brilliance of the aurora. As the lights dimmed, its eyes vanished into the depths of the forest. Much like the goblins, the Arctic wolf was also a pack animal. The appearance of one wolf signified the presence of others nearby. With the emergence of this wolf, a rush of adrenaline surged through the group, and Casper's little ball rolled forward with increased speed. Seizing the moment before the Arctic wolves fully encircled them, they instinctively dashed ahead. A series of howls echoed behind them, high and low, and Anya, her face pale, urged, "Hurry, hurry, run faster." She could tame the dragon lizard, but she was not entirely confident about taming the Arctic wolves. On this snowy expanse, they had no enemies aside from the exceptionally rare Norwegian green dragon, the frost giants, and the seldom-seen centaurs before wizards. Their temperament was fierce, and in large numbers, they would dare to compete with frost giants for prey. At that moment, these first-year wizards were merely suitable playthings for the wolves, perhaps even a delightful snack. Draco ran alongside Casper, knowing that the professors would not idly watch them perish at the jaws of the wolves, but a little hardship was inevitable. The Arctic wolves appeared to be toying with them, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Armor protection. Emil cast another shield charm, blocking the freezing breath emitted by the Arctic wolf. Towering in stature, he took on the responsibility of bringing up the rear, panting as he shouted to Draco, "Malfoy, do you have any energy potions left? Share some with me." Draco, having leapt over a stone ahead, replied with a hint of exasperation, "None. I only made a tiny vial, enough for one person." Anya sent another obstacle spell forward. Though her spell was not as powerful as Draco's, it still slightly hindered the wolf's advance. Her face was pale, with her light golden hair sticking to her face, giving her an uncharacteristically disheveled appearance. Anya turned around, scolding the two boys, "What are you doing wasting time here?" Draco, summoning his last ounce of strength, waved his wand, casting a spell over Anya's barrier. Shatter. The stones erupted once more, and in comparison to his first-year status, the potency of his shattering spell far exceeded his age, striking several pursuing wolves, which yelped in pain and retreated slightly. These magical creatures were exceedingly intelligent, their intellect comparable to that of wizards. If they harmed the young wizards, they would not fare well themselves, merely needing to drive them out of their territory. Seeing that the Arctic wolves had momentarily fallen behind, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to stumble forward. Meanwhile, another distress signal was launched, its radiant glow nearly enveloping half of the dark forest. The group looked up to see 4 teams, with 2 already having sent out distress signals. The Arctic wolves halted their pursuit. They were nearing the edge of the dark forest, and beyond that lay territory that was no longer theirs. Having completed their task, the wolves scratched the ground, extinguishing one lantern after another, before turning back into the vast expanse of ice. "It's snowing," Draco murmured softly as icy flakes descended from the sky, transforming almost instantaneously from delicate wisps to large clumps of snow. The group had just run a considerable distance, their bodies still emanating warmth. Approaching the exit, they dared not lower their guard, cautiously raising their wands toward the final passage. Casper's little ball spun about, guiding them toward the exit. Upon finally emerging from the dark forest, the first-year students were utterly exhausted. Professor Vanillin stood at the entrance, whistling and applauding. "Remarkable. You are the first to emerge, and not a single one is missing." Nearly drained of energy, they disregarded their appearances and collapsed onto the snow. Only Casper remained vibrant, retracting his metallic ball to address Professor Vanillin. "Thank you, Professor. May I inquire about our score?" Before he could finish, Casper suddenly slumped down as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing to the ground. Anya gasped and hurried over to support him, anxiously patting his face. Casper. Draco waved his hand, having regained a bit of his strength as he sat up. "Don't worry, the potion's effect has worn off." Upon hearing this, Professor Vanillin raised an eyebrow with interest, and she noticed Casper's little ball. Using her toe, she nudged it, causing it to levitate. She picked it up and examined it closely. Quite the alchemical talent this young man possesses. Casually tossing it back into Casper's arms, she noted that he had fallen asleep, eyes shut and breathing evenly. Professor Vanillin produced a scorecard and began documenting. The entire team returned intact. The spells used along the way include Blazing Flames, Obstacles Galore, Shield Rune, and Shatter. There's also a rather rare weather spell, Mr. Malfoy, which is typically mastered by 3rd years at the earliest. Outstanding. May I ask where you learned that weather spell? I don't recall teaching you this incantation. Draco retrieved a small tome from his pouch, whispering, "It's recorded in my family's library. Today was merely my first attempt." Professor Van Allen nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the items Draco displayed, her quill marking the page. Frostflower, Arctic Lingy, quite commendable. Goblin Spear, what about the Arctic Wolf? Did you collect anything from them? The group fell silent. Escaping from the wolves was a feat in itself. And now they were expected to collect items from the Arctic Wolves? Seeing the first-year students rendered speechless, Professor Van Allen chuckled gently, encouragingly stating, "After all, you were chased by wolves. Shouldn't you bring back something to honor the experience? Remember to collect items next time." The group was left speechless as she doodled on the scorecard, satisfied with her work. "Very well, each student deserves an E. You may head back now." With a snap of her fingers, Casper's body began to levitate. "I will escort Mr. Lindbergh to the infirmary. You all should return to freshen up and rest. You can visit him in the infirmary tomorrow." The remaining few exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to the professor, they helped one another, leaning on each other as they staggered toward the castle. Chapter 22. Catching up on homework. At long last, upon returning to the warm embrace of the castle, everyone experienced a profound sense of having traversed time and space. Livia let out a heartfelt sigh and sincerely remarked, "I truly believe that attending lessons within the castle is far superior." The others nodded in tacit agreement, sharing her sentiments. Anya, ever mindful of her appearance, brushed her disheveled hair back into place. The group then made their way to the common room, exchanging goodnights before retreating to their respective dormitories. After attending to their evening routines, they promptly lay down and drifted into a deep slumber until the dawn of the following day. Draco was roused by a ticklish sensation on his face. As he groggily awoke, he instinctively reached out, only to find the warm body of Snowflake, who was gently licking his face. With its tiny barbed tongue, it soon left Draco's cheeks flushed. He weakly addressed Snowflake, "Cat food, please." Shortly thereafter, the cat food he had stored in the cabinet soared into the air, cascading into Snowflake's bowl. The feline emitted a cheerful meow, nudged his chin affectionately, leaped off the bed, and began feasting on its breakfast. As Snowflake crunched away, Draco, although still feeling a tad lethargic, found sleep eluding him. After rubbing his face with his hand, he sat up in bed. Emile's bed remained still, suggesting he was still asleep. After freshening up in the washroom, Draco emerged to find Emile groggily rising. Today, the first-year students had no classes, and following the rigorous field training from the previous day, they first gathered in the common room before heading to the Great Hall for breakfast, after which they planned to visit the infirmary to check on the unfortunate Casper. During breakfast, Draco glanced at the long table, which was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals seated. Katia was notably absent, and it was uncertain whether she had also been summoned to the infirmary. The remaining first-years, typically reticent and lacking interaction with Draco and his peers, reflected the general demeanor of Durmstrang students, maintaining a discreet and reserved camaraderie amongst pure-blood wizards. Once breakfast concluded, they hurriedly made their way to the infirmary, located on the castle's first floor near the icy expanse. From the infirmary, one could gaze upon the distant sea and the black stone forest beyond. The infirmary was partitioned by curtains into small rooms, where Madame Blay was diligently attending to her duties. A stern middle-aged woman, she rarely smiled, instilling a sense of trepidation in the young students upon their arrival. As they entered, Madame Blay fixed them with a serious expression and inquired, "Whom do you wish to see?" Draco promptly responded, "We are here to visit Casper Lindbergh." With a casual gesture, she directed, "Mr. Lindbergh is over there. But he is still in a deep slumber. The side effects of the vitality potion will likely linger for another day." "Who concocted the vitality potion?" Her sharp gaze scrutinized the group of first years. "The formula for such a potion is typically not encountered until the 4th or 5th year. How could first years produce such a flawless concoction?" Calmly, Draco raised his hand and asserted, "It was I who prepared it. I learned from my family's collection. Apart from the prolonged slumber, there should be no other side effects, correct?" Madame Blay regarded Draco intently before returning to her potion making. "The dosage is remarkably precise, and the magical release is perfectly balanced. A truly commendable potion, Mr. Malfoy." It was rare for her to offer praise. "It appears you possess considerable talent in potion making." With the assurance that Casper had suffered no lasting effects, Draco and the others returned to the common room. Although they had received an E for their practical lesson, they still had other assignments pending. Following the practical session, a day of respite was allocated for homework. The group first tackled the assignment for Charms class, where Professor Vanderland had begun teaching them their second rune and delving into some offensive spells, such as conflagration. Meanwhile, in alchemy class, they were already intertwining it with potions. The task at hand was to create a silver dagger capable of self-cutting and precise to the centimeter. The group found themselves in a quandary, particularly Emile and Livia. whose strengths did not lie in alchemy. At this juncture, they could only hope for assistance from Casper or Draco's work. However, with Casper currently in the infirmary, the others could only look to Draco for guidance. Frustrated, Draco tore another piece of parchment from his stash, crumpled it in his palm, and tossed it into the fireplace, where it ignited into a roaring flame, consuming the draft filled with various equations. Clenching his quill, he nearly gritted his teeth as he discussed with Anya. This equation will not suffice. It may animate the dagger, but it cannot ensure precision in cutting. Sighing, Anya reflected on how she had never felt this way before. Now she earnestly wished for Casper's swift recovery. If only Casper were here, this is his forte. With a grimace, Draco began drafting another equation. In stark contrast to Draco Malfoy's tumultuous first-year experience at Durmstrang, Harry Potter's first year was equally eventful. Not long after mastering the levitation charm, he achieved a significant feat. In the washroom, the troll swayed its enormous, foul-smelling body. Despite its size, it moved with alarming decisiveness, wielding a massive club and bringing it down fiercely in their direction. Hermione Granger let out a piercing scream, bending over in panic as her hair fell messily over her eyes, nearly obscuring her vision. Trembling, she crawled out from beneath the damaged partition of the washroom, only able to hear the chaotic cries for help from the two boys nearby. Harry's voice quivered but remained relatively composed. "Ron, you go first and pull her out." Ron Weasley, with his shock of red hair and freckled face, was in a state of sheer panic. He scrambled to extricate himself, instinctively placing Hermione behind him for protection. The troll seemed momentarily perplexed, blinking as its murky gaze locked onto the trio. Harry trembled as he faced the troll and the club it brandished. Undoubtedly, a mere brush with that club would lead to injury, yet the washroom was already cramped, and this colossal troll occupied nearly half the space. What to do? Think. Quickly think. Ron's voice trembled from behind him. Harry. He was on the verge of tears. Hermione, having regained her footing with Ron's help, suddenly transformed into a pillar of calm amidst Ron's disarray. Pinching her palm to invoke pain, she forced herself to focus, meticulously surveying her surroundings. The troll. If she recalled correctly, this creature possessed a remarkably low intelligence, merely boasting great strength and a hefty physique. Its tough skin and thick flesh rendered it impervious to most ordinary spells. However, the situation was dire, as only the three of them remained, all first-year students. What were they to do? The giant emitted an unusual sound, tilting its head before raising its club once more, aiming it directly at one of them and bringing it down with great force. The three children scrambled away in a panic. For reasons unknown, Harry seemed to attract the giant's ire more than the others. Ron, in a state of distress, shouted while tugging Hermione along, and Harry darted around to the other side. To his astonishment, the giant abandoned its pursuit of Ron and charged directly towards Harry instead. Its massive and heavy form caused the floor to tremble beneath them. Harry executed a roll to evade the oncoming strike of the giant's club, while Ron and Hermione desperately called out his name. Harry Potter. Suddenly, the brooch on Harry's chest emitted a brilliant white light, which rapidly shrank and shot towards the giant with force. The giant let out a pained howl as the light struck its hand. With a slow reaction, the club slipped from its grasp and crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous noise that sent clouds of dust swirling into the air. Harry's mind barely had time to process the situation. He raised his wand and shouted loudly at the fallen club, Wingardium Leviosa. This levitation spell was one he had only learned that day. The club stirred, slowly lifting from the debris. Yes, this was the spell. Harry controlled the club, and the giant's puzzled gaze followed it, seemingly bewildered by its sudden levitation. Hermione quickly recalled the spell as well, drawing out her wand and signaling Ron to do the same. Wingardium Leviosa. The three children chanted in unison, the club rising higher and higher, thanks to the lofty ceilings of Hogwarts, allowing the giant to gaze up at its own weapon. It blinked in confusion, and with a decisive motion, Harry swung downwards, causing the club to hesitate in midair before crashing down with a swish. The giant let out a cry, collapsing as the club struck its face, completely caught off guard. Harry hurried towards his friends, finding their faces pale with fear. Yet, how could they possibly defeat the giant so easily? Despite its dizziness, the giant yanked the club from its nostril, dislodging a large mass of thick, yellow mucus, which caused the three children to gag uncontrollably. Infuriated, it prepared to swing the club once more, charging towards them. Quickly restrain it. Severus Snape appeared at the door of the restroom, his expression icy. Several thick ropes materialized around the giant, which roared in frustration, attempting to break free, but to no avail. Snape's demeanor was as frigid as ice as he regarded the three students who had strayed from the group. Unwilling to spare them a kind word, he coldly addressed them, if only your wits matched those of the giant. Snape's gaze sharpened as he noticed the brooch adorning Harry's chest. Isn't that the Malfoy family crest? How did it come to be in your possession? Chapter 23. The Transfiguration Spell. Unbeknownst to Snape, who was unaware of the encounter between Potter, Narcissa, and his own pupil in Diagon Alley, he was filled with suspicion but could only focus on resolving the immediate problem at hand. If he were to discover who had unleashed the giant, he would ensure that individual was thoroughly punished, perhaps even reduced to mere fodder for the flobberworms. The power of an experienced wizard's spell far surpassed that of a first-year student's. The giant let out a mournful wail, losing its balance and crashing heavily to the ground just as Snape's fellow professors arrived. Minerva tightly pressed her lips into a straight line as she approached solemnly. Snape ordered her to escort the three wayward students back to the common room, while he prepared to visit Dumbledore's office to discuss the giant's unexpected appearance. How had the giant managed to bypass the numerous protective enchantments surrounding Hogwarts and appear in the girls' restroom? Regardless of how one looked at it, there were far too many questions left unanswered. Draco, feeling like a soothsayer, had lost his temper and patience after exhausting dozens of draft sheets while working with Anya. While alchemy and potions shared certain similarities, such as requiring high precision in calculations and extensive arithmetic support, the two subjects were ultimately distinct. Draco excelled in potions, but that did not imply proficiency in alchemy. After pacing the common room several times, he decided to abandon the perplexing alchemical assignment and wait for Casper's return. One of the greatest advantages of Durmstrang's assignments was the allowance for collaborative work. Multiple names could appear on a single assignment sheet. Naturally, the professors had their ways of discerning the authenticity of the signatures, determining whether they were coerced or simply an excuse to skip class. Having made up his mind, Draco brewed a pot of tea like a diviner, poured himself a cup, and, after drinking it down in one gulp, squinted at the remaining tea leaves in the cup. With newfound confidence, he declared, "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we will collect Casper from the infirmary." "How do you know?" Emil asked skeptically. Draco displayed his empty teacup and, in a mystical tone, replied, "Of course, I divined it. We will gather at 10 tomorrow. I brewed the potion myself, so I certainly know when Casper will awaken." Having uttered these self-assured words, Draco decided to spare his beleaguered mind and rest. As the group leader, he resolved to wait for Casper's return, and the others ceased their worries. After exchanging goodnights in the common room, they each retreated to their dormitories. Upon seeing his master return, Snowflake meowed, rubbing against Draco's head. After freshening up, Draco lay down on his bed, ready to sleep. Although his soul was mature beyond his years, his body remained that of a 12-year-old, and he soon succumbed to slumber. The night passed without dreams, and by morning, after breakfast, they prepared to visit the infirmary. As expected, Casper had awakened. After retrieving him, Draco glanced into the other curtained cubicles and noticed a few others still lying down, one of whom was Casper's roommate, a tall Russian boy, a loyal follower of Katia, and one of those who had bullied Casper previously. He discreetly withdrew his gaze, contemplating when to arrange for Casper and Livia to share a dormitory. It was evident that Katia resented being ousted as the top student of their year, and inevitable future conflicts would arise. Thus, it would be best to place his allies together. Indeed, Draco had been subtly maneuvering to gather his classmates, preparing to establish his own little faction. If his memory served him correctly, the impending war would inevitably involve Northern Europe to some extent, particularly during the cataclysmic Battle of Hogwarts, in which giants also took part. Even Dumbledore had dispatched Hagrid, a half-giant, to negotiate. However, Draco had always been skeptical of this. For giants and half-giants shared a notable trait, a lack of intellectual acuity. Now that he had set foot on this northern land, it would be prudent to commence his strategic planning, as these giants, though dwelling in the forests of Northern Europe, were not entirely isolated from the wizarding world. Time was on Draco's side, allowing him to deliberate and strategize at a measured pace. Presently, his foremost priority was to pin Casper down in the common room and compel him to solve the alchemical equations. Before Casper could fully articulate his heartfelt sentiments, Anya had him pressed against a table in the common room, beside which she and Draco had calculated a plethora of equations. While she and Draco fared well in alchemy, Emil and Livia, upon encountering the equations, were left utterly confounded. Their contribution was limited to merely assembling components, utterly incapable of performing calculations. As Casper's emotions lingered, Anya presented him with a sheet of draft paper. He quickly spotted a multitude of equations derived by her and Draco, and he pointed out a specific error with precision. "This part is incorrect. The magical output is unbalanced. If it's unbalanced, one cannot execute a uniform cutting motion." Casper retrieved several sheets, immersing himself entirely in the task at hand. Alchemy was his forte and his passion. Other subjects, particularly practical defense against the dark arts, could only be described as abysmal. Yet, God had closed one door, only to open another. Alchemy was that door uniquely opened for Casper. Following the first practical spellcasting class, Draco Malfoy's name along with those of a few team members, began to gain notoriety at Durmstrang. After all, they had all advanced from the first year and understood the true difficulty of this so-called extracurricular practical course, regardless of their individual talents. Any former captain would recognize the challenge of leading a team to success. Gradually, eyes began to turn toward Draco and his small first-year group. Even if Katia felt resentful, she had no choice but to adhere to Durmstrang's regulations, knowing she could only challenge Draco for the top position in the following academic year. Moreover, Draco had managed to persuade his distant uncle, Karkaroff, to approve the request for a room change, uniting Casper and Livia. Now, they were more tightly bonded than ever. As for Anya, despite her solitary status, her roommate held no affection for Katia and her cohort. In the common room, those few ensured Anya was well protected, leaving Katia powerless to act against her, which irked her immensely. On this particular day, they had a spellcasting lesson in the morning and a practical defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. The spell they were learning today was Transfiguration. Professor Van Elrond stood beaming at the front, with a complete tea set arranged before her, a beautiful teapot accompanied by 4 delicate cups. She tapped the teapot lightly, and without uttering a spell, it transformed before their eyes into the shape of a shield. The little ones gasped in awe, and after basking in their praises, Professor Van Elrond leisurely said, "The study of Transfiguration will span your 1st through 7th years, regardless of your age or the depth of your magical prowess. Remember my words, the profundity of Transfiguration far exceeds your imagination. The essence of this spell lies in articulating the incantation while vividly envisioning the object to be transformed. The more detailed your imagination, the better. This will require extensive study, exploration, and a thorough understanding of the object-'s structure. In the 1st and 2nd years, you will primarily focus on inanimate objects, but by the 3rd year, you will delve into the intricacies of transforming living beings. Now, take out the badges from your desks." The students retrieved their badges from their drawers, each adorned with unique designs. Draco craned his neck to observe his classmates. Anya's badge showcased a stag's antlers. Casper's depicted a scale, Livia's was entirely black, and Emil's resembled a fist. His own badge bore the image of a small leaf. Professor Van Elrond waved her wand, elegantly inscribing the incantation for Transfiguration on the blackboard, and addressed the class. "I trust you have all memorized the incantation for Transfiguration. If so, let us attempt to transform your badges into the designs displayed here." Livia scratched his head and raised his badge, quietly asking, "What design is this?" As fate would have it, Professor Van Elrond happened to pass by him, lightly tapping his badge with her wand, and replied, "It is a representation of black paint. The design on your badge is the easiest form for you to transfigure. Pay attention, everyone. What you will create is merely a shape, so envision it as a plastic or plaster model for greater success. The scores from this lesson will influence your final grades and exams. So I urge you all to practice diligently." As the lesson drew to a close, only Draco managed to transfigure a plastic green leaf, adhering strictly to Professor Van Elrond's instructions. She was pleasantly surprised and even decided to keep the leaf as a display in her classroom. Draco did not find the first-year curriculum at Durmstrang particularly daunting. As an aspiring master of potions, proficient in the dark arts, and expert in the appraisal of dark artifacts, the only subjects that posed a slight challenge were alchemy and astromancy. By the end of the 1st academic year, he had achieved the highest marks in the school, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his first summer vacation. Due to climatic conditions, Durmstrang's summer break, like Hogwarts, lasted 2 months. The children agreed to first visit Casper's home, then tour Sorensen's castle, followed by an experience in Livia's Shadow Canyon, and finally rendezvous with Anya in Iceland. With their plans set, only a few days remained before the holiday, and Durmstrang had ceased classes, allowing students time for socializing and leisure. However, on the eve of their break, Draco received a letter. Owls were rarely used for delivering messages at Durmstrang, as the weather often hindered even the strongest owls from flying through blizzards. Most correspondence was conducted via the Flu network. This particular letter had arrived through the fireplace in Draco's dormitory, resting on his desk. Draco initially believed that the letter was sent by his parents. The envelope, an alluring shade of dark gold, felt heavy in his hands, devoid of a signature, adorned solely with exquisite calligraphy that read, "To Draco Malfoy." A crimson wax seal bore a complex emblem that Draco could not immediately decipher. Given that his mother occasionally procured ancient seals from antique shops, he assumed this was yet another new acquisition of hers. Indifferently, he tore it open to reveal a neatly folded sheet of white parchment inside. Upon unfolding the letter, his expression turned grave upon reading the opening lines. And as he continued, his brow knitted in concentration. After finishing, he flipped the letter over on the table, pondering deeply, before summoning Emil. Emil was in the midst of organizing his belongings, his small suitcase bursting at the seams. Upon hearing Draco's call, he turned his attention toward him. Draco gestured for him to examine the letter, and without hesitation, Emil approached and began to read. After perusing it, he frowned and queried Draco, "Why do I sense something amiss? Can we ascertain the origin of this letter?" Having emerged from their initial rebellious phase, Emil and Draco, both scions of illustrious pureblood families, had forged a solid friendship, particularly regarding certain matters. In contrast to the astute Anya, Draco preferred to deliberate with Emil first, as was the case now. Emil scrutinized the pristine sheet of parchment, noting its considerable weight, indicative of its value. He produced his wand and tapped the parchment, uttering the incantation, "Reveal." The magical light flickered, yet the parchment remained unchanged. Draco then examined the unsigned envelope, probing its lack of signature and inquiring, "Do you recognize this emblem?" Being of British descent, Emil understood that the Sorensen family enjoyed a status in Northern Europe comparable to that of the Malfoys in England. Initially, Emil's disdain for Draco stemmed from this very hierarchy. Why should Draco overshadow him in his own domain? However, after a year at Durmstrang, Emil had come to fully accept Draco. The school's ethos was simple: strength begets respect. The mightier one's magical prowess, the greater one's authority. The two boys pondered over the letter for an extended period, yet they could not uncover any clues. The handwriting, akin to the ornate calligraphy on the envelope, was remarkably precise, resembling a print. Draco arched an eyebrow, reclaiming the letter from Emil's grasp, and cautiously approached the hearth, testing the letter in the flames. Emil, unable to intervene in time, watched as the letter fell into the fire without any reaction, not even singeing its edges. With a sense of certainty now, Draco instructed Emil, "Fetch Casper and Livia." Emil, observing the unburned parchment, rose and exited, returning shortly with Casper and Livia. Livia appeared as if still half asleep, while Casper, upon seeing Draco deep in thought by the hearth, approached and spotted the letter resting in the flames. "What is going on? Why would you burn a letter?" he asked, puzzled. Draco cast a sidelong glance at Casper, who was typically keenly perceptive but seemed oddly sluggish in such moments. He pointed at the letter, inquiring, "An alchemical product?" Casper then processed the information, squatting down and adjusting his glasses. After a prolonged pause, he responded, "I'm not certain. Our textbooks do not cover this, but..." He shifted his position, nearly lying on the ground, peering at the thick parchment in the firelight. "Do you see the shimmering powder along the edges? It resembles remnants of alchemical processes. This parchment may not have been created through alchemy. Have you tried any spells? Perhaps a fireproofing charm was employed? There are indeed water-repellent spells, yet fireproofing charms are rare." Thus, Draco had thought to test the parchment in the flames, considering the sender had written it this way. They must have anticipated Draco would employ various methods to examine the parchment. He had indeed stumbled upon a clue. Draco shook his head, asserting, "No, fireproofing charms are uncommon. Most fire resistance is achieved through specific materials, and they do not offer complete protection. They merely slow the burning process. A parchment that cannot catch fire at all is not something a simple fireproof charm could accomplish." With a flick of his wand, the parchment soared back from the hearth, perfectly intact, devoid of any embers. He casually handed it to Casper, saying, "Take a look." Casper stood, cradling the parchment, while Livia curiously leaned in to observe alongside him. "Draco, are you really going to confront whoever sent this?" Casper stuttered. Draco was busy gathering his belongings: gloves, boots, coat, scarf, and hat, ensconcing himself in a thick cloak that muffled his voice. Upon hearing Casper's question, he responded evenly, "Of course I am. I intend to discover who is behind this." He addressed the others in the room, "Keep this letter safe. If I have not returned by tonight, send it to my parents." He glanced at Emil. "You know how to contact them. Use the fireplace to send them a message." Emil nodded, while Casper looked on, wide-eyed, and Livia furrowed her brow in disapproval. "We don't even know who sent this letter. You can't be serious about going to meet them, can you?" Draco had already turned the doorknob, leaving behind a parting remark as he strode out. "It is precisely because I do not know who sent it that I must go." The door closed behind him, leaving the three children exchanging glances in the room, Casper holding the letter in a daze, while Emil sighed and said, "Well, he has made his decision, and there is nothing we can do to change it. Casper, go to your room and use your experimental tools on this parchment." The entire Durmstrang was enveloped in the joyous anticipation of the upcoming holiday. With fewer classes for upper year students, yet each being more intensive, they had long completed their examinations and wandered about the castle in small groups. Many couples cozied up together. Draco, donning his hood, navigated through the throngs toward the outdoor courtyard. Upon stepping out of the castle and losing the protective barrier of Durmstrang, a biting cold wind assailed Draco. Silently, he cast a warming charm upon himself, followed by a lightness charm. allowing him to tread upon the gradually thawing snow as he made his way towards the other side of the castle, where the black stone canyon lay. The dark forest occupied a significant portion of the castle grounds, while the opposite side revealed an expansive ice field. In summer, as temperatures rose, this ice field would melt, giving rise to a small lake, though this phenomenon was fleeting, as the lake would soon freeze over once more. Towering above this icy expanse were several tall goalposts. Unlike Hogwarts, which regularly hosted Quidditch matches, Durmstrang had its own Quidditch team, primarily participating in the Nordic League rather than internal competitions. High above, brooms zipped through the air, and Draco's keen eyes caught sight of the Quidditch equipment on a nearby wooden rack, particularly the box containing the golden snitch. The weather was relatively clear, and a gust of wind swept past Draco just as a tall figure landed before him. In the frigid air, a cloud of steam billowed from the newcomer's mouth as he spoke. Krum, with his coarse, short hair standing upright, donned the Durmstrang Quidditch uniform, tightly fitted to his frame. He wore gloves, and his voluminous robe billowed behind him, rustling in the wind. A small golden wing protruded awkwardly from the space between his fingers, struggling to escape from his grasp. Chapter 25, The Appointment. Krum casually deposited the golden snitch into the adjacent box, his considerable strength nearly crushing it in his grip. He dismounted his broom and glanced at Draco, casually inquiring, "Where are you off to?" Around him, other upperclassmen began to descend. Draco's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "I have matters to attend to in the Blackstone Canyon. If you would be so kind as to let me pass." Krum snapped the box shut with a loud clap, dislodging snowflakes from its surface, and questioned, "Why would you go there just before the holidays?" "I left a seed there previously. I wish to see if it has sprouted," Draco explained. Krum surveyed Draco, noting his youth, yet the boy exhibited no sign of trepidation. Draco calmly raised his gaze to meet Krum's, his eyes a light hue, with strands of golden hair cascading from his hood. A snowflake alighted upon his prominent nose. Krum stepped aside, gruffly addressing Draco, "We'll be practicing here. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, signal us with fireworks." Draco nodded appreciatively, responding, "Thank you." After passing the pitch and walking a short distance further, he arrived at the Blackstone Canyon. Surrounding Durmstrang were stone forests. The canyon comprised of dark stones that stood tall, forming bizarre shapes. At the entrance of the stone forest loomed two towering pillars, resembling a grand gateway. Draco ventured inside, feeling a faint magical resonance enveloping him. He drew his wand, summoning all his focus as he slowly advanced into the depths of the stone forest. Before a colossal rock, he halted, the howling wind and snow swirling around him, leaving him utterly alone. He gently tapped his wand against the stone wall. "Reveal yourself," he commanded. Gradually, a glowing arrow materialized upon the wall, pointing ahead. Draco followed its direction, turning a corner to find a figure cloaked entirely in black standing beneath the stone. Draco halted, raising his wand cautiously as he inquired, "Did you send me the letter?" The figure removed their hood, and Draco recognized the familiar face, swallowing hard. "Professor Kappa?" A peculiar smile spread across Kappa's face. That unsettling feeling returned. Draco tightened his grip on his wand. After the recent incidents at Hogwarts, he could no longer entertain the notion that all professors were benevolent. Kappa exuded a profound and inscrutable magic, yet simultaneously emanated a disquieting aura that Draco felt intensely. A sensation that even Anya did not perceive. Kappa turned, leaning on his staff as he approached the stone, rasping, "You've shown considerable bravery in coming here. I'm pleased. Follow me." He vanished behind the stone, and Draco stood still for a moment, contemplating. He left a signal in the snow before finally stepping forward to follow Kappa's lead. Behind the stone, an old wooden door creaked in the wind, appearing unexpectedly behind the massive rock, entirely out of place. Kappa entered through the door, and Draco inhaled deeply, glancing back at the signal he had left before turning to follow him into the passage concealed within the stone. Once inside, the door closed behind him, melding back into the shadows of the stone. Draco did not rush forward. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. The passage was narrow, dim light filtering in from the front, while lamps intermittently illuminated the stone walls, casting a gentle glow on the path beneath his feet. The cave was dry and cold, devoid of snow and the external tempest. And Kappa's voice echoed from further ahead, "Don't dawdle at the entrance, come along." Draco maintained his wand in front, cautiously making his way forward. The sound of his footsteps reverberated in the tunnel, which widened as he progressed until he found himself in a spacious stone chamber. Above, the chamber boasted a tall vaulted ceiling, with an opening through which the snow and daylight streamed in. The light he had previously observed came from this very aperture. The chamber bore evidence of prior inhabitants. A workbench was cluttered with an array of parts, wrenches, and boxes, while a cauldron filled with clear water sat nearby. A accompanied by various sizes of potion-making vials. A scale rested there as well, and leaning against the chamber wall was a rotund figure resembling a humanoid construct. It had a round head and slender limbs, listlessly propped against the wall, its metallic components etched with diverse patterns. Draco observed it calmly before concluding. If Casper were to see this automaton, he would surely be overjoyed. Kappa positioned himself behind the workbench, pulled out a chair, and seated himself, gesturing toward Draco. "Sit," he commanded in a grave tone. Draco complied, taking a seat, and their eyes met as they nearly simultaneously queried, "Who are you? Your soul's resonance is unusual. What has transpired within you?" Professor Kappa paused momentarily, then broke into an odd smile, one that bore the semblance of a forced imitation. Addressing Draco, he said, "Let me first respond to your inquiry. You may boldly speculate about my identity. Rest assured, you are entirely safe here, and our dialogue will remain confined to this cavern." Observing Professor Kappa's every gesture and recalling the unfathomable magic he had sensed from him upon enrollment, a bold and somewhat outrageous conjecture began to take shape in Draco's mind. He spoke slowly. "You are not human, are you?" Professor Kappa regarded him silently, yet extended his hand in a gesture that invited him to continue. Should his hypothesis prove accurate, brandishing his wand would be futile. Draco's face paled like the snow outside. He sheathed his wand, took a deep breath, and continued. "You are a magical automaton, whose master is Grindelwald. However, an automaton lacks life and self-awareness. Thus you are not Professor Kappa. You are Grindelwald, the infamous Dark Lord imprisoned in the polar prison of Northern Europe, correct?" After voicing this, the color drained from his lips, and his entire being tensed, his body trembling slightly beneath his robes. Clap, clap, clap. Professor Kappa applauded, his voice betraying an unmistakable delight as he exclaimed, "Clever, very clever. No wonder you are a Malfoy. What led you to such a conclusion?" Draco abruptly lifted his gaze, his hair dampened and clinging to his forehead. His eyes fixated on Professor Kappa, or rather, the automaton crafted by Grindelwald. Unbeknownst to him, his hand had clenched tightly into a fist, creating a small wound. He murmured, "The tendencies displayed by the history of magic professor are too pronounced, and that letter you sent me, it's not common for anyone to communicate via the school fireplace. The three great magical institutions, Durmstrang, Hogwarts, and Beauxbatons, exist within castles that embody more than mere schools. Their inherent magic is formidable, understood only by their founders. They possess a consciousness and a unique set of discernment and operational rules, ensuring that once a student enrolls at Durmstrang, they become its protected charge. Thus, the fireplace communication channel exists solely among students or between students and professors. Even letters from our parents are first handed to the headmaster, who then dispatches them. Once this was clarified, the identity of the sender became evident, either a student or a professor. The content of the letter I shared with my friends was an invitation for Draco Malfoy and his companions to meet at Blackstone Gorge, where we could discuss next semester's curriculum in detail. Typically, a regular professor would not send such a letter, as they would be required to teach regardless of whether the letter was sent. If it were a course group, they could readily sign their name. Yet this letter bore no signature. I examined it in the fire. The parchment was a product of alchemy, and professors' signatures carry magical potency, unless the individual is unable to sign. Draco's voice continued, "I had no doubts about you initially, but upon seeing you for the first time, this conjecture arose in my mind." Professor Kappa nodded, adopting a grave demeanor as he replied, "A commendable deduction. Have you considered my proposal? Would you like to join my study group?" Draco inhaled deeply once more. The air in the stone chamber was both dry and frigid, causing a stinging pain in his lungs. With audacity, he inquired, "May I ask why? And why you Grindelwald is indeed the Dark Lord. But the tomes do not mention he is also a master of alchemy. An automaton capable of movement and thought transmission exceeded Draco's imagination, let alone one that serves as a professor of magical history." Draco's mind was awhirl. Did Karkaroff know? Chapter 26, The Holiday. Professor Kappa know? Perhaps he should be called Grindelwald. Was not truly Grindelwald himself, yet he seemed to perceive Draco's forced calmness. He marveled, "Excellent. Feel free to voice your questions. I shall provide answers. This automaton is indeed mine. I cannot emerge from my prison, so you need not fear my escape and subsequent rampage. Moreover, such actions are beneath my contempt. This is my workshop for creating automatons. I must occasionally return for maintenance to ensure its continued operation. I invited you to join my study group because you possess ambition, do you not? Furthermore, child, your soul's resonance is quite unusual. What transpired within you? May you share?" He spoke with the courtesy of a gentleman. Yet how could a gentleman ascend to the notorious status of a Dark Lord? Voldemort, too, had once been a gentleman. But look at him now. Draco dared not underestimate the situation and cautiously replied, "I don't believe my soul is any different from anyone else's. I am merely a first-year student who chose to attend Durmstrang instead of Hogwarts. Is that truly so unusual? Professor Kappa smiled lightly, responding, Child, do you know from where a wizard's power derives? Is it bloodline, body, or intellect? Draco remained silent. If any of these factors could determine one's capacity to become a wizard, then pure-blood families would not need to seek wizards for intermarriage across generations. Tragedies like filths would not exist. Not surprised by Draco's silence, Professor Kappa continued, It is the soul that serves as a wizard's greatest source of power. Each wizard's soul resonates uniquely. Do you understand now why I took notice of you? Because your soul is extraordinarily powerful, remarkably mature, and composed. I am intrigued. Something must have transpired within you that I am unaware of, perhaps even something unknown to you. Yet that does not impede my admiration for you, Mr. Malfoy. He even adopted the Malfoy surname. Draco quickly glanced at Professor Kappa, who extended his hand, momentarily diverting Draco's attention. Truth be told, this automaton was remarkably well-crafted. Aside from its slightly peculiar smile, its skin bore a striking resemblance to that of a living being. Even the faintly yellowed fingertips and the specks of ink upon them appeared entirely natural. Professor Kappa rose, grasping a nearby cane, and began to walk about the stone chamber. The sound of the cane striking the floor resonating clearly alongside his footsteps. I know of Voldemort. Draco's body shook violently. The mere utterance of that name evoked a threat and a visceral reaction far more intense than that elicited by Grindelwald's name. After all, he was born into a world where Grindelwald had already been imprisoned, and both his family and he had lived through the era of Voldemort, an experience far too close and personal. Professor Kappa observed his reaction and spoke slowly. I am not Voldemort. While I too aspire to establish a world ruled by wizards, the methods employed by Voldemort. He scoffed, a barely concealed disdain evident in his tone. They are too base, even excessively vile. As a child of the Malfoy lineage, I offer you an opportunity to attain greater glory, to elevate yourself to a higher status. Will you accept? Draco clenched his fist tightly, offering no response. Professor Kappa did not express anger at his silence. Rather, he regarded it with admiration. I shall grant you the summer to consider this. If you are inclined, please bring along those you trust when the next academic year commences. Let this conversation between us remain here. Draco stumbled out of the stone chamber, dazed. The rickety wooden door, which seemed on the verge of collapse, closed once more behind him, and the stone portal flickered and vanished. With his mind heavy with thoughts, he made his way back to the castle. The signal he had previously left had automatically become void upon his exit. Arriving at the Quidditch pitch, he noticed Crumb still practicing in the skies. As summer approached, the temperature began to rise. Those on the team would not return home during the break. Determined to train in the brief Nordic summer to prepare for the second half of the Nordic League, Crumb, observing the disheveled Draco, who appeared quite out of sorts, recognized him as a first-year student of noble descent from England. He descended on his broom, blocking Draco's path. Eyeing Draco's pale countenance, which bore the remnants of sweat and tousled hair, he inquired, What is the matter? Startled, Draco shook himself back to reality. Catching the doubt, and perhaps a hint of concern, hidden in Crumb's eyes, he shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and offered Crumb a faint, weary smile. It's nothing, just a bit chilly. Thank you, but I must return to the castle. With that, he maneuvered past Crumb and hurried towards the castle. Crumb, narrowly evading a shrieking ball, expressionless, mounted his broom once more. Draco, despite his mental age approaching 30, had managed to compose himself by the time he reached the castle. Upon entering the common room, he found Emil and the others engaged in hushed conversation with Anya. As Draco returned, Emil rose, about to speak. But Anya subtly pulled him back. The group quickly approached Draco, and Anya exchanged a knowing glance with him before leading a few children outside the common room. Katya, seated on the sofa, cast a cold gaze at the departing group, her mind racing with thoughts. Ultimately, she stood and followed them. Anya guided them through the castle, winding through several corridors until they arrived at a classroom at the end of one hallway. After ensuring they were not being followed, she pushed open the door and stepped inside first. The classroom was empty, with a podium at the front and a set of desks and benches that had lain untouched for an indeterminate time, collecting a thin layer of dust. It was evident that the house elves seldom visited this place. Anya closed the door behind her, crossing her arms, and addressed Draco. So what is the story? Clearly, Emil and the others had sought out Anya, for in this small group, while Draco was the primary intellect, Anya served as the secondary. Draco steeled himself to engage with the children, stating, it was a prank. When I arrived, there was no one there. I waited for quite a while, and confirmed it was indeed a ruse. Anya appeared skeptical, yet seeing Draco's unperturbed demeanor, though he was slightly sweaty, she raised the piece of parchment in her hand and questioned, a prank involving alchemy to create a piece of paper? The materials for alchemy were exceedingly rare and costly. Casper, in his attempts to create something, often had to scrape together from his meager allowance. And they occasionally had to assist him, considering his mother was merely a witch living in the Muggle world, not part of any notable family. Draco, now considerably calmer, smiled. If it weren't made of alchemical paper, how could I have been fooled? Anya was momentarily rendered speechless, although she sensed something amiss in his statement. Upon reflection, Draco's words did bear a semblance of logic. If it hadn't been alchemical paper, would he have shown up? Anya remained apprehensive. But Draco had already shifted the topic. So, shall we adhere to our agreement this summer? Anya scrutinized Draco, and after a lengthy pause, she reluctantly acquiesced. Everything as before. Casper, now visibly relieved, let out a small cheer and eagerly addressed Draco. May I keep that piece of paper? I wish to study it closely. Draco consented. And upon learning it was merely a prank, Emile and Livia also relaxed, returning to their playful banter as they began to envision their forthcoming, splendid summer adventures. As they exited the classroom, they chanced upon Katia, who appeared to be meandering about the castle. Anya, maintaining a stoic expression, walked past her without a sideways glance. The first-year students boarded the grand vessel, retracing their steps back to the Norwegian dock. Narcissa and Lucius awaited them at the pier, embracing Draco with enthusiasm. After bidding farewell to the other children, Draco followed Narcissa and Lucius home. Draco had anticipated a brief stay for their family in Norway, yet upon returning to their residence, Narcissa informed him, "Little dragon, do not open your trunk. We are returning to England." Draco was slightly taken aback, but Narcissa's next words dispelled his uncertainty. "Your godfather awaits us in England." Draco promptly agreed, and Narcissa employed a shrinking charm on their luggage before they hurried to the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. Lucius had already arranged for international flu powder, and after a dizzying journey, they once more set foot on British soil. Without lingering, Lucius placed a hand on his son's shoulder and, guiding him, they separated. Chapter 27, The Holiday 2. The Malfoy Manor remained as enchanting as ever, adorned with a beautiful garden and white peacocks strolling among the flora. Narcissa instructed the house elves to take care of their luggage and led Draco by the hand to her bedroom. "Darling, rest here for a while. Your father and I need to discuss something with your godfather. We shall have dinner together later, all right?" Draco obediently nodded. A gentle smile graced Narcissa's face as she placed a kiss on his forehead before hastily lifting her skirt and exiting. Once the door closed behind her, Draco promptly withdrew his wand. Although it is said that underage wizards are prohibited from casting spells during their holidays, in reality, if one belongs to a pureblood family, the Ministry of Magic's detection is not particularly precise. After all, within this grand estate, countless spells are cast daily. Draco directed his gaze towards a teacup in his bedroom and softly uttered, "Magic eye." The teacup toppled over on the table, swiftly transforming into a small eye with delicate wings, an incantation he had mastered in his previous life. The little eye fluttered its wings and soared out from his balcony, entering through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of the living room below, where his parents and godfather often convened to discuss pressing matters, favoring the seating near the window. The magic eye discreetly descended, slipping through the open window and concealing itself behind the heavy curtains, adjusting its position to focus on the scene unfolding below. Draco settled into a chair and closed his eyes. The vision transmitted by the magic eye faithfully linked to his mind, as if he were witnessing the events through his own eyes. Severus remained as brooding and cold as ever, clad in black robes, pacing restlessly within the parlor. Narcissa urged him, "Severus, please, sit down and speak." Severus exhaled sharply and took a seat, addressing Lucius. "We are in grave trouble." Lucius, skeptical, inquired, "What is the matter? Is everything not proceeding smoothly?" Severus let out a cold laugh, whispering, "Do you know what Harry Potter has discovered?" He spoke menacingly. "He has found the Philosopher's Stone. And he is not alone in this revelation." Upon hearing these words, the expressions on Lucius and Narcissa's faces darkened, exchanging a knowing glance. As members of a pureblood family, they were acutely aware of the significance and power of the Philosopher's Stone. Lucius asked in a low voice, "Nicholas Flamel has not been seen for ages. Everyone presumed the stone vanished along with him. Who could have guessed Dumbledore was hiding it at Hogwarts? How could Harry Potter have stumbled upon it? Was Dumbledore guiding him to discover it intentionally?" Severus nodded, his expression grim. "This possibility cannot be dismissed. It appears he has deliberately paved the way for Potter, likely to ensure the boy's good reputation, given his lingering guilt over the Potters." Narcissa interjected, "Severus, you mentioned others have discovered it as well. Who else?" Severus remained silent, cautiously drawing his wand to cast a detection charm, relieved to find no magic eye present. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing the dark mark upon his skin. Draco watched intently, observing Severus's actions. The three adults below fell into a heavy silence, particularly Lucius. Although the Malfoy family bore the dark mark, their lineage was ancient. Despite Voldemort's temporary ascendancy, Lucius Malfoy still held a significant position within the Ministry of Magic after his demise, showcasing the family's enduring strength. Lucius, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, trembled slightly as he asked, "Are you certain?" Severus nodded, his tone icy. "I am certain. He had previously possessed a professor, who is now dead, but I believe he would not act without contingencies." Lucius rose, pacing anxiously in the parlor, his expression darkening. "It seems prophecies are not wholly reliable. What shall we do now?" Draco understood that his godfather was a double agent, but at this moment, he recognized a truth he had previously overlooked: his father's helplessness. His father had always been his pride and his source of strength. He admired everything about him and was eager to become part of that world, often neglecting many critical aspects. Were it not for his father, he would have been branded with the dark mark long ago. His father had chosen to face danger alone, not wishing to entangle his wife and child in peril. Narcissa's status was indicative. She had never been marked, which was rare, considering Voldemort would not spare a noble woman. Severus cast a penetrating glance at Lucius, countering, "Lucius, I wish to know your true feelings. Do you hope, or do you despair?" It was a probing question, undoubtedly influenced by Dumbledore's counsel. A mind as sharp as Dumbledore's would not remain idle. Everything within Hogwarts eluded no scrutiny from him. Severus was aware of the possessed professor, and he surmised Dumbledore would undoubtedly anticipate that individual had left behind protective measures. At this moment, the Malfoy family, originally pure-blooded and not particularly steadfast in their loyalties, became increasingly crucial. Even if they could not be swayed, ensuring they would not assist Dumbledore was sufficient. Lucius fell silent, refraining from response, while Narcissa remained remarkably composed. She regarded Severus, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Dear Severus, please, sit down and have some tea," she said. "I want you to know that the Malfoys stand firmly beside you. Your desires are our desires. In our hearts, you are as family." Narcissa, adept at navigating her unpredictable aunt's whims, did not respond immediately, yet Severus's news weighed heavily on her heart. She understood Lucius's character. Beneath his shrewd and commanding exterior lay a certain fragility. He was accustomed to investing and hedging his bets. If his initial allegiance to Voldemort stemmed from a sense of pride in his pureblood heritage and the allure of Voldemort's persuasion, the harrowing lessons learned from the First War had left even Narcissa shaken. Lucius remained quiet, not responding immediately, and Narcissa urged Severus to settle. "Dear Severus, little Draco has returned today. Do you not wish to see him?" She promised. "Let us discuss this further after dinner." Upon hearing this, Draco swiftly commanded his magic eye to return, transforming back into the teacup. A house elf appeared in his bedroom, holding a tray, with large, expressive eyes. The elf placed the steaming pastries on Draco's table, bowed gracefully, and vanished into thin air. Draco opened his trunk, methodically unpacking his belongings, including his first-year textbooks. The curriculum at Durmstrang updated annually, rendering first-year books obsolete by the second year. With a flick of his wand, he arranged the books neatly in his cabinet. The door creaked open, and Narcissa entered, smiling at Draco. "Little Draco, come down for dinner in an hour. Your godfather is here and eager to hear all about your experiences at Durmstrang." Draco beamed at Narcissa, responding with a smile. "Understood, mother, I shall come down promptly." Narcissa contentedly closed the door to her chamber, while Draco attentively listened to the sounds outside, his expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. Memories flooded back to him. During their first year, Dumbledore had indeed awarded Harry and his companions a substantial number of points at the end of the term, likely due to the Philosopher's Stone. What was the purpose of this stone? It was said to be a means of resurrection, but who sought to be revived? Given his godfather's actions, it was not difficult to ascertain the puppeteer behind the scenes. Was it not Dumbledore who had employed his godfather to probe the Malfoy family's potential involvement? After all, his deranged aunt was notoriously a staunch follower of Voldemort. Draco retrieved his wand, and with a flick, parchment and quill came soaring to his side. He seated himself upon the floor and, after saturating the quill with ink, began to scribble upon the parchment, muttering to himself. During their first year, he had not been present for the Forbidden Forest excursion. Did Harry still partake in that journey? Within the depths of the Forbidden Forest, they encountered unicorns. The incident involving the assault on a unicorn had left a profound psychological scar on his tender psyche. Perhaps it was due to the unicorn hair in his wand that he could particularly empathize with the dying unicorn's plight. As a creature of elegance and purity, unicorns were scarce, and their blood possessed some peculiar properties. Draco jotted a question mark beside the word unicorn and resolved to inquire with his godfather, Potter, whether he had indeed experienced the Forbidden Forest adventure in their first year. Moreover, how could he discreetly divulge the matter regarding Professor Kappa? Draco was acutely aware of his father's disposition, lacking a superior alternative. he would likely not betray Voldemort, for the dark mark was already inscribed upon his hand. A moment's carelessness could endanger the entire family. Yet, what if a figure more formidable and amenable than Voldemort emerged? A shift in allegiance was not easily accomplished. Professor Kappa had extended an olive branch, and Draco's current contemplation centered around how to grasp it. Furthermore, he recalled the whimsical, nonsensical tales circulating in the wizarding tabloids, akin to fantastical novels regarding Grindelwald and Dumbledore. He inscribed Professor Kappa on the parchment, then drew an arrow leading to Dumbledore's initials. Sometimes, the truth lay in the hands of a select few. Chapter 26. The holidays. The Malfoy family held several types of dinners. The first was a grand affair, hosted at home and often accompanied by a ball, predominantly of social significance, attended by prominent figures in the wizarding community. The second type was a more intimate gathering among friends, where Narcissa frequently organized tea parties with several ladies, a gathering of high society. The third category was a truly familial, warm dinner. This evening fell into the latter category. The four of them occupied one end of the long table, adorned with an exquisite candelabrum as decoration. Lucius presided at the head of the table, with Severus seated to his left. As Draco descended, Narcissa approached with a plate of cookies she had personally baked, placing it on the table while warmly calling to him, "Little dragon, come here." Upon seeing Draco, Severus's previously dark demeanor seemed to lighten slightly. He scrutinized Draco from head to toe, managing a reluctant nod as he remarked, "I received the letter you sent me." Draco beamed and rushed to embrace Severus from behind his chair. Lucius cleared his throat and interjected, "Little dragon, ensure your godfather enjoys his meal." Releasing Severus, Draco took a seat beside Narcissa, where steaming dishes appeared one after another on the table. Narcissa sliced the steak on her plate and addressed her son, "Dear, your godfather will be staying with us for a week. If you encounter any academic difficulties during this time, do not hesitate to consult him." "Really? My godfather will stay with us for a week?" Draco mused, savoring a piece of steak as he chewed slowly. This was a novel development. What had transpired? Yet, considering he was off to Durmstrang, he supposed anything could happen. After a delightful meal filled with joviality, Narcissa and Lucius linked arms, preparing to stroll by the estate's lake. Leaving Draco and Severus in the drawing room, the two settled onto the sofa, and Draco presented his potions notes to Severus. Professor Frost's potions class, though not as esteemed as his godfather's, offered intriguing recipes stemming from the unique properties of Nordic magical plants. Draco had meticulously transcribed these fascinating formulas and sent them to Severus unchanged. As Severus perused the notes, a flicker of displeasure crossed his mind at Draco's stubborn decision to attend Durmstrang. However, in light of the current turmoil at Hogwarts, his choice seemed sensible. Severus glanced sideways to find Draco eagerly brandishing his wand, seemingly intent on performing a spell on the water glass before him. The privileges of pure-blood families allowed them to practice magic freely at home, unencumbered by the ministry's restrictions. Observing his young pupil, Severus couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation, his voice icy as he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Draco immediately tucked away his wand, sitting up straight. He glanced at Severus and his notes, smiling as he posed, "Godfather, what do you think? The potions I shared with you are quite fascinating, aren't they?" He continued, "Though it may be cold there, the classes are rather enjoyable. Godfather, did you know they teach runes at Durmstrang? Hogwarts doesn't offer that, does it?" With that, he swiftly sketched the rune symbolizing the shield charm on the paper, his exceptional magical control allowing him to excel in that subject, nearly achieving full marks. Folding the shimmering rune into a triangle, he placed it into Severus's robe pocket, seriously declaring, "Godfather, the shield charm shall protect you." Severus observed Draco's gesture, and for once, a hint of warmth graced his typically stoic face. The magical systems in the Nordic region differ slightly from those in Britain and France, yet they are fundamentally interconnected. "If you are happy there, I find solace in that." Draco, noting Severus's demeanor, cautiously probed, "Godfather, has anything happened at Hogwarts? Why do you appear so troubled?" He implored, "Please, tell me everything." Severus dismissed the inquiry. "It's nothing. You are but a child. Why concern yourself? Focus on your studies." He rose to depart, but Draco seized him, gazing up earnestly. "The Godfather, how did that renowned Harry Potter fare in his first year?" He added a remark. "His grades must not be superior to mine, I presume?" Severus contemplated the Lost House cup, feeling an urge to chastise Dumbledore in his heart again. However, burdened with the task entrusted to him by Dumbledore, he could only swallow his indignation and replied stiffly, "He is likely on par with the average student. He has inherited his father's talent for Quidditch and made the team in his first year." "Oh, and he became a seeker," Draco continued. "Did you know, Godfather? Surrounding Durmstrang is a forest teeming with magical creatures and plants. We ventured into that very forest for practical lessons during our first year." Upon hearing this, Severus furrowed his brow. First year? They dared to let you enter? Karkaroff is becoming increasingly reckless. Draco pressed on. What about Hogwarts? Can first years enter the Forbidden Forest? Severus replied resolutely. Certainly not, unless it's for detention, and even then, they must be accompanied by a keeper of the grounds. That forest is far too perilous for you. It appeared that Potter had indeed entered the Forbidden Forest during his first year. Draco mused, pondering his godfather's lips, which were as unyielding as stone. No matter how hard he tried, he could extract no further information, let alone the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. It seemed he would have to devise another plan. Returning to his chamber, Draco once again retrieved the parchment, inscribing a few words upon it. Soul, Horcrux. How could he subtly inform Dumbledore that the Dark Lord was using Horcruxes to fragment his soul? Would Dumbledore foresee it? Professor Kappa's words resonated in his mind. The strength of a wizard derives from his soul. As he scribbled and sketched on the paper, the sky grew dim. He tucked the parchment into his notebook, yawned, and climbed back into bed. The week spent with his godfather swiftly passed. The godfather frequently conversed with his father, who displayed signs of struggle on several occasions, all of which Draco keenly observed. Yet, Lucius made no further moves. And as the time drew near for Draco to reunite with his companions in Norway, he resolved to give his father a little push. He could not reveal his prior access to the library. He knew Voldemort had once entrusted his father with a notebook housed within, a key to awakening the basilisk of Hogwarts. Furthermore, he sought to expose Potter as a Parseltongue, hoping this revelation might jog Dumbledore's memory. After finishing breakfast, Severus prepared to bid farewell to the Malfoy family. Draco suggested accompanying his godfather, and Narcissa consented. As they walked hand in hand toward the door, Draco stood to leave the table, only to roll his eyes back and collapse limply like a noodle. Everyone gasped in shock and rushed to check on him. As Draco desperately recalled Professor Trelawney's eccentric demeanor, he rolled his eyes dramatically and began to tremble violently. Narcissa and Lucius's anxious voices echoed in his ears, while his godfather's hand rested on his wrist, betraying a hint of panic. Suddenly, Draco sat up, grasping his throat, striving to make his voice sound ethereal. An ominous portent! An ominous portent! He exclaimed, clutching Lucius's hand with such force that it left a red mark on his father's wrist. He silently apologized to Lucius while maintaining his charade of a seer. You possess a malevolent object. It harbors danger, an evil soul. Fortuitously. He had not yet fully entered his voice-changing phase. After uttering those words in a high-pitched tone, he collapsed heavily onto the floor. To enhance the authenticity of his performance, he exerted considerable force. The dining room floor was bare, and Draco's head struck the ground, causing genuine pain and leading him into a brief unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, he silently expressed gratitude to Cassandra. His awareness returned swiftly. Upon awakening, he found Narcissa tightly embracing him. Blinking in confusion, he gazed at the three adults surrounding him. What happened to me? Lucius's expression could only be described as one of horror. Draco had exerted himself to the point of breaking the skin on his forehead. Narcissa summoned a house elf for potions and bandages, tending to his injuries with care. Supporting the weak Draco, she guided him back to a chair and said to Lucius, My dear, I think it is time for you to make a decision. Draco appeared frail, while Severus's countenance was icy. He scrutinized Draco's pupils and concluded, He seems to be fine. Is this his gift? Narcissa nodded, and only then did Draco seem to grasp the situation. His voice was hoarse, the earlier scream having drained him of energy as he grasped his mother's hand in alarm. Mother, did I faint again? Narcissa patted Draco's back, soothingly responding, It's nothing. My dear little dragon, let me take you to rest. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lucius before guiding Draco away. On the afternoon of this peculiar prophetic event, Severus stood at the entrance of Malfoy Manor, having engaged in lengthy discussions with Lucius and Narcissa. Meanwhile, Draco activated his magical eye, discreetly hiding in a swallow's nest. Observing everything below, the height rendered the conversation inaudible, but when he witnessed Lucius hand a black-bound notebook to Severus, he felt a profound sense of relief. Thank you, ancestors, for bestowing upon me the gift of a seer. After the godfather's departure, Lucius escorted Narcissa and Draco to Norway before hastily returning to England. Chapter 27, Holiday 4. After accomplishing a significant task, Draco finally felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. As per their prior arrangement, aside from Anya, the children reunited in Norway. Narcissa had become acquainted with the wives of these families, adept in socializing and possessing remarkable skills, and within days, she had made initial inroads into the Nordic pure-blood social circle. The scarcity of wizards in the north, alongside their limited social circles, might be attributed to their Viking heritage or perhaps a strong sense of rebellion. In the north, as long as interactions remained within the bounds of secrecy, they did not shy away from mingling with muggles, unlike the stern and rigid societies of England and Germany. Nonetheless, They managed to maintain a relatively stable number of young wizards each year, which could be deemed miraculous. Casper's home exemplified a typical blend of Muggle and wizarding families. His home was equipped with all the modern conveniences: television, telephone, refrigerator, while in his bedroom, an entire desk was cluttered with his alchemical trinkets. Various components and sheets of paper piled haphazardly atop one another. There existed a sense of chaotic order within the disarray. Casper, who had never had many friends during his childhood, felt a surge of happiness. At the age of 12, accompanied by Draco, the two boys ventured to Iceland after receiving their parents' consent, joining Anya there. Anya's home was expansive, nestled at the edge of Iceland's forest. With a vast expanse of mountains behind it and a hot spring nearby, her father was exceptionally hospitable, and as one of the few pure-blood families in Iceland, he even demonstrated to the children how to summon wood nymphs. As summer vacation neared its midpoint, Narcissa returned to England with Draco. Lucius awaited the arrival of his wife and son in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, as he was there to attend a meeting. Observing Draco, who had grown considerably, Narcissa planned to take him to Madame Malkin's for some new robes. Although there were clothing shops in Norway, Narcissa found the fashion and aesthetic there utterly disagreeable. They entrusted their luggage to someone to be delivered to the entrance of Malfoy Manor, where house elves would take it inside, and then proceeded to Diagon Alley. Approaching the back-to-school season, many parents were already bringing their children to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the new term. However, Draco was utterly taken aback by the throng that had converged upon the alley that day. Narcissa grasped Draco's hand tightly. Her hat was askew, and her shoe was stepped on. She had no time to express her annoyance as the crowd surged away, leaving the two of them, just back from Norway, entirely unaware of the happenings in Diagon Alley. As Draco surveyed the bustling crowd, a light bulb flickered in his mind. How could he have forgotten that buffoon? Lockhart. Narcissa, irate, adjusted her hat, and the two of them barely made it to Madame Malkin's shop. Upon entering, they found no sign of Madame Malkin. Only her measuring tape sprang to life upon sensing customers. Finally, catching her breath amidst the surging tide of people, Narcissa looked around, perplexed by the absence of Madame Malkin. Where could Madame Malkin be? She wondered aloud. The tape seemed to understand, hopping over to point in a certain direction. Narcissa's lips twitched as she inquired, "Has Madame Malkin stepped out?" The tape nodded vigorously. Rubbing her forehead, Narcissa felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, Draco snatched the Daily Prophet from the table, reading the headline aloud with growing incredulity. The renowned Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing his new book today at Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley. Just returned from Tibet. What thrilling adventures will he regale us with this time? As he shook the newspaper, Lockhart's handsome yet greasy smile seemed to wink at him, and Draco struggled to suppress the urge to retch as he continued reading. A year with the Yeti? Having long known of Lockhart's ineptitude, Draco's face twitched in disdain. A Yeti? For a year? You probably just landed in Tibet and were already turning green. Upon hearing Draco recite the news, Narcissa's expression softened slightly as she reached for the newspaper. Lockhart once again sent a heart-shaped wink in her direction, to which Narcissa responded with a smile. Lockhart is rather handsome, and his writing is quite passable. No wonder there are so many people here today. Draco, bewildered, thought to himself, wait, how did I not realize my mother was a secret fan? His expression was one of disbelief as he addressed her. Mother, you can't possibly want. He gestured toward the mass of people outside, exclaiming, you can't want to get an autograph, can you? Narcissa coughed lightly, attempting to maintain her composure, though her expression betrayed her excitement. Adjusting her hat, she took out her wand and marked Draco with a charm, smiling as she instructed, darling, wait here for me. There are too many people at Flourish and Blots. I will go and purchase your textbooks. Draco could hardly believe it. His elegant, beautiful mother was indeed a fan of that buffoon Lockhart, and he could do nothing but watch as Narcissa resolutely pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's shop, stepping bravely into the throng outside. As a lady of refinement with considerable wealth, Narcissa would not deign to stand in line with the other housewives. Instead, she skillfully navigated through the lengthy queue outside Flourish and Blots, arriving at a discreet back entrance. She opened the door and stepped inside, where the shopkeeper was cheerfully counting the day's earnings. This area was reserved for staff, and the sudden entrance of an unannounced guest caused him slight irritation. Just as he was about to inquire who had entered, he caught sight of Narcissa Malfoy, the investor of Flourish and Blots. Instantly, he stood up, his face beaming with a smile as he effusively greeted her. Mrs. Malfoy, welcome. What brings you here today? Is it for young Master Malfoy's textbooks? You could have easily sent an owl, and I would have delivered them to Malfoy Manor. Displaying impeccable manners, Narcissa refrained from interrupting the shopkeeper's flow of words. With a smile, she inquired, until what time is Mr. Lockhart signing today? The shopkeeper quickly grasped her intention, bowing slightly as he responded, Mr. Lockhart will be signing until 5 this afternoon. I will invite him for a brief meeting in the private room at 5:30. It would be my utmost honor if Mrs. Malfoy could join us. Narcissa's satisfaction was evident as she elegantly raised her wrist, producing several gold galleons, and replied, "Then I shall look forward to meeting Mr. Lockhart this evening." Meanwhile, Draco sat in Madame Malkin's shop, boredly swinging his legs. He had recently grown taller, rendering his previous trousers unwearable. What once reached his ankles now only reached his calves. Today, he wore a pair of fine dress shoes, and the measuring tape dutifully took his measurements before presenting them for confirmation. Draco was unaware of what style his mother had ordered for him and merely glanced at the options before signing his name. Growing increasingly bored, he began to peruse the Daily Prophet. After flipping through the newspaper 5 or 6 times, the daylight outside gradually dimmed, and at last, Narcissa returned. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and several black footprints marred the hem of her skirt. Draco's brow twitched. When had his mother ever appeared so disheveled? Yet, Narcissa's face radiated a soft glow of happiness as the throng outside began to dwindle, and the lights of Diagon Alley flickered to life. Draco thought to himself, "My starstruck mother has finally returned." Upon seeing her son, who had been left in the shop nearly all day, a wave of maternal affection surged within her. She hurried over, placing her hands on Draco's shoulders, and said, "Darling, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." Draco felt a profound numbness as he leapt down from the high stool, muttering, "Do not be disheartened when you discover the truth later on." However, his words were scarcely audible, and Narcissa failed to catch them. She took his hand and guided him towards Flourish and Blots. In a hushed tone, she informed Draco, "I have arranged for Mr. Lockhart to await us in the private room at Flourish and Blots. You are eager to meet him, aren't you? Come along. This time, the Yeti of Tibet should prove quite spectacular." Before Draco could voice his refusal, Narcissa had already pulled him toward the bookstore. Just before they arrived, they heard a familiar, irate voice belonging to a young girl. "You're cheating. Mr. Lockhart is still here." "Why?" Draco focused his gaze and noticed several children around his age stationed at the entrance of Flourish and Blots. The shopkeeper, with a patient demeanor, was explaining to the children, "Mr. Lockhart is quite exhausted and requires rest. If you wish to obtain signed copies of his books, please arrive early tomorrow, as he will be here for a book signing." He gestured towards a poster, already crumpled from the crowd's enthusiasm, and continued amicably, "Did you see the time on that? Mr. Lockhart will return to Flourish and Blots at the same hour tomorrow. Now please go home." Among the children, one girl with a wild mane of hair was flanked by 2 boys, one with dark hair and glasses, and the other with red hair and freckles, both trying to placate the furious girl. "Let us come back tomorrow, Hermione. Don't be angry. I'll treat you both to ice cream, all right?" Hermione Granger's hair seemed almost to stand on end with anger, while her companions, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, remained good-naturedly encouraging. "It's just a matter of being a little late. We'll come back tomorrow to accompany you for the signing." "Ronald, it's all your fault," Hermione chided vehemently. "If you hadn't lingered so long at that ice cream shop, I would have gotten my signature ages ago. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to obtain one?" Ron grimaced, struggling to comprehend Hermione's and Ginny's fervor for this individual. Observing Hermione's vexation, he sent a silent distress signal to Harry. Just as Harry was about to soothe Hermione, a faint scent of perfume wafted through the air. He looked up to see a lady of noble bearing leading a child past them, a smile gracing her features as she bent down to speak to the boy. The child, with soft golden hair cascading over his forehead, appeared regal and haughty. He seemed oblivious to Harry's presence, wearing a subtly disapproving expression as he addressed his mother. "Mother, are you certain?" Before he could finish his question, an exuberant voice interjected between him and his mother. "Madam, is that you, madam?" Harry's face flushed with excitement as he dashed toward Narcissa and Draco, causing Draco to feel momentarily stunned by Potter's boisterousness. He feigned forgetfulness of Potter's appearance, furrowing his brow slightly as he regarded Harry. Narcissa, too, was taken aback. Her attention had been solely focused on her son, entirely unaware of her surroundings. When she turned to Harry, she recognized his green eyes, black glasses, and the very familiar ornament pinned to his chest. "Ah," Narcissa recalled. A warm smile broke across her face as she greeted him. "Mr. Potter, it has been quite some time." Harry nervously twisted his clothing, his emotions of anxiety and excitement intertwining in his mind. He glanced at Draco, who bore a striking resemblance to Harry's mental image. Golden hair, silver gray eyes, a sharp profile, and that slightly upturned, pointed chin. Harry observed Draco's feigned confusion, which could hardly conceal his exhilaration, and exclaimed, "You are Draco Malfoy, aren't you? I've been thinking about you." Draco interjected, "Wait, that description seems slightly off." In a flurry, Harry hurriedly beckoned Ron and Hermione over, joyfully informing his companions. "It's them. The Malfoys helped me back in first year, and they gifted me this brooch." "I was not lying," Ron gasped, his mouth agape, staring at Draco with an expression of pure bewilderment. To Draco, Weasley was perpetually foolish, yet Hermione Granger was not so easily fooled. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously remarked, "Hello, I've read about your family in Hogwarts history." Surrounded by a throng of children, Narcissa was unperturbed. Rather, she smiled warmly and invited the young ones. "I am headed to the private room at Flourish and Blots. Would these two young gentlemen and the lovely lady care to accompany me?" Hermione let out a startled squeak but quickly covered her mouth. Incredulity etched on her face as she regarded Narcissa and Draco, exclaiming, "They are waiting for you." "Who?" "Oh, that inept Lockhart, I suppose." To Draco's amusement, it seemed that even the astute Granger had been deceived by Lockhart. Narcissa nodded, raising a finger to her lips. She playfully warned the children, "Keep this a secret, will you?" The prospect of participating in an adult's secret bestowed an unmatched sense of involvement and fulfillment upon the three children. Hermione immediately found herself trusting and admiring this elegant lady. Narcissa led them to the back entrance of Flourish and Blots. She knocked on the door, which swung open from within, revealing the proprietor who respectfully ushered Narcissa and her entourage inside. Hermione Granger suppressed her inner excitement and the urge to squeal as they ascended to the second floor of the bookstore, where Lockhart sat primly in the private room. Draco displayed no interest in Lockhart, opting to peruse the books on the first floor instead. Harry followed closely behind, eager to engage Draco in conversation. He had a plethora of thoughts to share, having rehearsed many times in his mind, yet now, face to face with Draco, he found himself at a loss for words. Frustrated with his own tongue-tiedness, Harry heard faint gasps and exclamations from upstairs, accompanied by Lockhart's laughter, indicating that he had successfully amused Mrs. Malfoy. Oh, and Hermione. She should be feeling much better now. Draco's fingers glided along the spines of the books lining Flourish and Blots shelves. In deference to Lockhart, the shopkeeper had reserved the prime spots for his works. If Draco recalled correctly, this inept fool would also be teaching at Hogwarts this term, exploiting his position to make all his books required reading. Dumbledore may have had many admirable qualities, yet his choice of defense against the dark arts professors left much to be desired. Harry walked alongside Draco, both nearly of equal height, though Draco appeared far more refined in his attire. Feeling somewhat awkward, Harry tugged at his oversized t-shirt, attempting to initiate a conversation. "Hi, do you remember me?" he asked, immediately regretting his words, for how could Draco not know him? It was he who had recognized Draco back in their first year when no one else did, and had even greeted him. As expected, Draco turned to him, a smile gracing his features, and appraised the still youthful Harry Potter. "Is this the best you could come up with for your first words to me?" "Humph, Potter, you must be quite tongue-tied," Harry stammered, while Ron, curious, began examining a signed photo of Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry held no interest in Lockhart. It was Draco standing before him who piqued his curiosity the most. He scratched his head, offering a shy smile, and unconsciously touched his badge, saying, "I have so much to say to you, yet now that I'm face to face, the words escape me." Taking a moment to compose himself, Harry sincerely inquired, "Would you like some ice cream?" "My treat." After all, he had the means, and there were many things he wished to share with him. Draco gestured lightly upstairs, where Narcissa was doubled over in laughter at Lockhart's antics. "I need to wait for my mother." "Aren't you waiting for your friend?" Harry promptly replied, "Ron is here." "Oh, that's him, the redhead, my friend, Ron Weasley." Draco nodded. "I know he's a Weasley." Harry, surprised, asked, "How do you know? Why do you know so much?" "You know my name and his too." Draco smiled softly. "If you ask a Weasley, he knows who I am. The British Ministry of Magic is quite small. Pureblood families tend to know each other." Once the conversation was underway, they began to chat comfortably. Draco was no longer the rebellious boy he once was, while Harry, mature for his age, seemed to be trying earnestly to impress the younger boy before him. The atmosphere grew unexpectedly warm. Harry invited Draco, "Would you like some fire whiskey lollipops? Or perhaps ice cream from the 3-Scoop ice cream shop? It's delicious." Draco remained quite composed. "I need to ask my mother." He looked upstairs and politely called out, "Mother, Potter has invited me to have ice cream. May I go?" Narcissa readily agreed, as building a rapport with Harry Potter was indeed one of her goals. She smiled. "Of course, dear. Mother will be ready soon. Could you bring me back a drink?" Ron, looking rather glum, chimed in, "This is so boring. Can I come too?" To Draco's surprise, Harry resolutely declined Ron's request, stating, "Hermione is still here. You should wait for her. I'll bring you back a chocolate frog." Draco thought to himself, "What is up with this Potter? Something feels off." Having left the already closed Flourish and Blots, night had fallen, and the gentle glow of lights illuminated the entirety of Diagon Alley. Many had already returned home, and the bustling crowds of the day were no longer present. Draco was well acquainted with the area, and they first visited the candy shop. Though it couldn't compare to Honeyduke's in Hogsmeade, it had its own unique charm to maintain a presence in Diagon Alley. Draco selected a green drink made from melon, also choosing one for his mother. After making his selection, he intended to pay, but Potter had already stepped forward, covering the cost. Oh, I almost forgot. Potter is quite the little wealthy one. Draco thought contentedly as they exited. Potter asked, "Are you studying at Durmstrang?" Draco pulled the straw slightly out and nodded. "The dark arts school, are you not afraid?" He lowered his voice, attempting to sound intimidating. Potter hesitated momentarily, but soon lifted his head to respond, "Not at all. I take defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts too." He seemed genuinely enthusiastic. "Is Durmstrang far away? Where is it? Can owls fly there?" Chapter 29, Holiday 6. Draco chuckled inwardly and replied casually, "You must have read about the 3 great wizarding schools in the Hogwarts library, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Hogwarts. Durmstrang is located atop a vast, icy tundra, perpetually beset by blizzards. We have no Ollery there, for no owl can brave the storms, so don't torment your poor owl." Harry's eyes lit up at the mention of the library, but soon his expression dimmed with a hint of guilt. He had visited the library, but nowhere near as often as Hermione, who often dragged him and Ron along. As for any book detailing the 3 great wizarding schools, he had certainly never read one. Goodness, he was fortunate to have finished Hogwarts, a history, let alone any book about the 3 schools. As Draco approached Flourish and Blots, the British summer night began to cool pleasantly after the heat of the day, a welcome change that suited him well. The sound of shop doors locking echoed through Diagon Alley. Unlike France, where enjoyment was cherished, most shops here closed by 8 or 9 o'clock, leaving only a few establishments open. By the time Draco and Harry reached Flourish and Blots, Narcissa had already emerged with Hermione, both laden with a hefty stack of books. Without a doubt, they were Lockhart's works, that buffoon who adorned himself so ostentatiously, standing at the entrance and enthusiastically addressing Narcissa. "It is my honor, Mrs. Malfoy. Should I have a new book next time, I will certainly invite you to preview it." Draco thought, "Father should see this scene." Lockhart's gaze shifted, landing on Draco and Harry, and an ominous feeling surged within Draco as he instinctively halted. However, he could not prevent Lockhart from striding over with exuberance, standing before them in an instant. Draco reflexively extended a hand, intending to block Lockhart, but it backfired as Lockhart grasped Draco's hand enthusiastically, shaking it warmly. "Yes, yes. I know young Master Malfoy must be curious about my exploits. I already regaled your mother with all the details. Would you like my autograph or a photo together?" Trelawney, the clerk from Flourish and Blots, emerged from inside, and Lockhart offered Draco no chance to interject. Quickly, take out the camera. Let me pose for a photograph with these young gentlemen. They are quite eager for my signed portrait. Their enthusiasm is simply irresistible," she exclaimed. Draco's lips twitched in protest, but Gilderoy Lockhart swiftly redirected his attention towards Harry Potter. After a brief moment of recognition, a radiant smile illuminated Lockhart's face as he pulled Draco and Harry close, along with the adorably awkward Ron Weasley, and cheerfully declared, "Harry Potter, I know you desire my signed photograph as well, don't you? Come. I shall fulfill your wishes." The 3 boys, caught off guard, found themselves positioned before Lockhart, with Harry at the center. Lockhart flashed a dazzling smile, and the shop assistant, named Ptolemy, raised his magical camera, exclaiming, 3, 2, 1, cheese. The ensuing photograph graced the front page of the Daily Prophet the following day, featuring several notable figures. The legendary Draco Malfoy, heir to the Malfoy legacy, who was making his first appearance in the publication since departing for Durmstrang. His expression slightly contorted, yet unable to conceal his undeniable charm. The oblivious Harry Potter, with his tousled hair standing in the middle, and Ron Weasley, whose lips parted as if he were a fish that had inadvertently leaped ashore. This photograph would later become the inaugural snapshot of the trio who would embark on great adventures together. After finally extricating themselves from the exuberance of Gilderoy Lockhart, the group set forth on their journey home. Harry had ventured out with Ron today, having been fetched from his aunt's house by Dumbledore's emissary, preparing to spend his final week at the Weasley residence. He had nearly escaped from his aunt's home, one might say, in a manner akin to fleeing. As for Hermione, she had merely come out to join them for a day of fun while purchasing supplies for the upcoming term, planning to return to her own home that evening. Harry, feeling a twinge of reluctance, turned to Draco and asked, "Will we be able to see each other again?" Though Draco wore a smile, his words, at least to Harry, seemed chillingly distant. "It's hard to say. Aren't you returning to school soon?" "I will be as well, and after the term begins. I want to be staying in England." Harry's expression fell. He regarded his new friend, at least he considered Draco a friend, as intriguing and handsome. And with a hint of desperation, he inquired, "Can I write to you?" Draco, somewhat exasperated, responded, "Have you forgotten what I just told you? Owls cannot fly through blizzards. Please don't torment them." Narcissa squeezed Draco's hand gently as she escorted the children to the leaky cauldron. where the adults from the Weasley family were already visible in the distance. While she felt moderately at ease with the children, she had no intention of bothering with the Weasley adults. She gestured for the three boys to approach, adjusted Harry Potter's collar, straightened his pin, and quietly whispered, "Mr. Potter, should you wish to correspond with our Draco, you may send your letters to Malfoy Manor, and I shall ensure they reach him. That is the only way." Draco's voice, tinged with displeasure, interrupted, "Mother." Narcissa winked at him, and Harry understood. The group exchanged farewells with waves, and Narcissa finally took Draco's hand, leading him across the street. They had a designated route to return home. Upon arriving home, Draco turned to Narcissa and asked, "Mother, why would you want Potter to write to me?" Narcissa held Draco's hand as they entered the house, removing her outer robes once inside. Draco followed suit, and their house elf, waiting nearby, respectfully bowed before vanishing with their garments. Narcissa did not immediately answer his question. Instead, she guided Draco to her beloved greenhouse, where steaming cups of fragrant tea and delightful pastries awaited. She gestured for him to sit on the soft, comfortable sofa and poured him a cup of tea. Taking a deep breath, she allowed the moonlight to filter through the greenhouse's glass, casting reflections upon the white roses within, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. "Little dragon," she began, "I have instructed your father to deliver something to your godfather." Feigning ignorance, Draco replied with curiosity, "Something? What is it?" "We have many things entrusted to our godfather." "Is it something special?" Narcissa tenderly stroked his hair, the Malfoy lineage's characteristic dark locks a testament to their powerful bloodline. Although Lucius had not returned home this evening, Narcissa felt no need to conceal the truth from Draco. He must learn to confront these matters, for even in the North, he remains a Malfoy. "It is something that you know who entrusted to your father." He received it and locked it away in the family archive. "It appears to be merely a small diary. Yet it was given to your father by that man, and he dared not take it lightly." "Ah, the diary." Draco straightened with renewed vigor, his body leaning forward in tension. "What is going on? Is there a problem with that thing?" Draco was aware that the diary was, in fact, a Horcrux. But the method of creating Horcruxes had long been classified as forbidden magic. Even Lucius would likely remain oblivious to the true nature of the diary. Given Voldemort's suspicious and twisted character, he would never have disclosed its true purpose when handing it to Lucius. Instead, he would likely have claimed it was a cherished notebook from his youth at Hogwarts, urging Lucius to preserve it carefully. Lacking any discernible dark magic or curses, Lucius would have assumed it represented Voldemort's immense trust in him. Yet, even Voldemort could not have anticipated that this diary would eventually find its way into the hands of the Weasley family. He had expected Lucius to safeguard it until his return, when he would once again merge his soul and reclaim his power. Narcissa nodded gravely before shaking her head, her expression serious as she addressed Draco. "I do not know, my dear, I do not know. That diary is rather worn." The man cast reinforcing charms upon it, as well as spells for water and fire protection, rendering it indestructible. Of course, we dared not take any measures against it at the time. We could only place it carefully in a box, seal it, and store it away. On the surface, apart from those charms, the diary bore no other enchantments or traces of dark magic, yet I instinctively felt a reluctance to approach it. "And now what does father intend to do?" Draco asked. Narcissa replied, "Your father has taken that box with him to Hogwarts, alongside your godfather." Draco swallowed hard, his body instinctively leaning forward as he anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" Chapter 30, Attitude. Narcissa extended her hand, grasping Draco's. Her hand was warm, dry, and gentle. "We wait, my dear. All we need to do now is wait. Do not take any action. Rather, observe the unfolding of events with patience. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty, as does the manifestation of your abilities. When and how they will emerge remains an enigma. However, one can take solace in the fact that Cassandra's bloodline is unlikely to have any effect in the Nordic realms, for each territory possesses its own idiosyncrasies. Your innate talent awakened in the United Kingdom, and it is expected to diminish in the North. Our decision to submit that diary is already a preliminary demonstration of the Malfoy family's sincerity. Now, we await Dumbledore's response." Draco tightened his grip on Narcissa's hand and declared, "I understand, Mother. I shall not disappoint you." At this moment, Narcissa enveloped Draco in her embrace, smiling warmly. To Draco's astonishment, Potter had begun to correspond with him in a rather peculiar manner. It remains unclear what promise Narcissa made to him. But Potter's letter indeed found its way to Malfoy Manor, traversing the international flu network to reach him at Durmstrang. Following their encounter in Diagon Alley, the start of term approached swiftly. Draco refrained from venturing outside, immersing himself in the family library. The Malfoy lineage is steeped in history. There may be tomes concerning the creation of Horcruxes, though he was uncertain of their precise locations. Lucius had divided the library into several sections. for it housed not only a variety of forbidden spells, but also implements of dark magic. He was reluctant to return home one day only to discover that his sole son had been transformed into a lifeless corpse. Within the library, the areas accessible to Draco were few, as Lucius had placed enchantments on the others. Draco could only rely on his own wits to gradually unravel the spells and access the forbidden knowledge he sought. Now, should he fail to locate what he needed in the Malfoy library, there remained the option of seeking information from Durmstrang or consulting Professor Kappa. As a former Dark Lord, he was undoubtedly informed about Horcruxes and their creation methods, especially since the Elder Wand currently resided in his possession. Nevertheless, the mention of Horcruxes must never escape Draco's lips. It would be a jest to think that the methods of you-know-who were not severe. If he were to discover that the secret of Horcruxes had been divulged by a Malfoy, not only Draco's family, but even his eccentric aunt would find themselves in peril. After all, their vault also harbored a Horcrux of Voldemort. Though Draco remained perplexed as to why Potter was suddenly inclined to write to him, he awkwardly maintained this unusual pen-pal relationship with Potter, who was privy to the happenings at Hogwarts. Indeed, pen pals. During the first week of the new term, a letter lay neatly on his desk. The wax seal and stationery bore the Malfoy crest, yet upon opening it, he discovered an additional letter within. Adorned with the Hogwarts crest, it featured Harry Potter's flamboyant script, reminiscent of his wild hair. As he unfolded it, he found, unsurprisingly, a letter from Harry Potter meant for him, conveyed through Narcissa. The letter began with a greeting, revealing that Harry had taken the time to improve his grammar, resulting in far fewer spelling errors than usual, making it quite pleasant to read. Raising an eyebrow, Draco continued to peruse the letter. A snowflake landed on his lap, settling comfortably. He placed one hand on its back, gently stroking down its ear, eliciting a contented purr from the creature. With one hand holding the letter and the other petting the cat, he began to read. Dear Draco, I am unsure if you appreciate me addressing you this way, but it felt right as I wrote it. Have you arrived at Durmstrang yet? How do the courses differ from ours? By the way, do you remember Gilderoy Lockhart, the gentleman we had that photograph with that flourish and blots? He is our defense against the dark arts professor this year. Kudos to Potter for penning such a lengthy letter without a single error or blemish. In our first class, he regaled us with tales of his various adventures, which Ron and I could barely endure. Yet, why were the girls so enraptured? Even Hermione, after receiving his signed photo, underwent a remarkable transformation in her demeanor. Doesn't she realize how ostentatious he is? But alas, they will have their moments of regret. Draco turned the page, only to find another awaiting him. He wondered what else Harry wished to convey. Professor Snape was evidently disgruntled with Professor Lockhart. I have overheard him publicly denounce Lockhart as a charlatan several times in class. Strangely, I found myself agreeing with Professor Snape, although I wish he would assign us less homework. With a responsible professor like him, you lot should consider yourselves fortunate. I hear it has begun to snow where you are. Hogwarts is still rather warm, almost sweltering. I hope that someday I might visit your school. I have yet to see another magical institution. Is it vastly different from Hogwarts? Wishing you a splendid day, Harry Potter. Impressed by the letter's coherence, Draco folded it neatly and placed it in his drawer. As the second academic year commenced, their schedule grew more rigorous, with an increase in outdoor lessons. Durmstrang emphasized practical experience and the interplay between various spells, even encouraging students to engage in dueling challenges. True to form, Kaya, eager for another bout, challenged him once more. But predictably, he triumphed over her again. Kaya's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not expected that despite her diligent summer training, she would still be bested by this seemingly delicate flower from England. Draco did not respond to Potter's letter immediately. After September, Durmstrang's days shortened while nights lengthened. It was barely 4 or 5 in the afternoon, yet darkness had already descended outside. He had a matter of great importance to attend to, Professor Kappa. Grindelwald's history is not difficult to uncover. As the first true Dark Lord, he was not only celebrated for his formidable magical prowess, but also for his ideology of wizarding supremacy, which resonated with the long-held desires and ambitions of many pureblood families. Unlike Voldemort's ruthless methods, Grindelwald was astutely intelligent and perceptive, even managing to ensnare the great Dumbledore in his words and persuasion during their initial encounters. Now imprisoned in the fabled Nurmengard, he still managed to orchestrate a puppet to represent him at Durmstrang. Draco found it hard to discern whether Grindelwald truly lost to Dumbledore in their duel, leading to his confinement in the tower, or if he willingly chose to remain there. After all, according to those peculiar novels, the bond between the two men was akin to a blood pact, one that often exceeds the ties of matrimony. It is worth noting that such bonds are seldom necessary between spouses, as the appointed time set by Professor Kappa drew ever closer. It was a remarkable coincidence that this moment coincided precisely with the approach of the History of Magic class in the second academic year. Should he choose not to honor this appointment, What might transpire during the inaugural lesson? Though labeled as a study group, it resembled more of a small faction akin to the one Grindelwald had established for himself. He had relinquished his ambitions against adult wizards, recognizing the myriad of interests entangled therein, and instead opted to cultivate and recruit from the ranks of students, a strategy far more advantageous. He selected a different approach altogether. Anya and the others had ventured to the library, their assignments on magical creatures incomplete, revolving around a particular magical plant, an essential ingredient for the concoction of a sleeping draught. Draco was well versed in the plant's characteristics, distribution, and preparation, whereas the others were not so fortunate. He provided them with his work as a reference, but cautioned against mere replication. Consequently, Anya accompanied them to the library to complete their assignments, leaving Draco alone in the dormitory, which afforded him the tranquility to ponder. He gently scratched Snowflake's chin, who contentedly closed her eyes, before donning his cloak with a serious expression and departing from the dormitory. The weather outside was rather dismal, causing even Quidditch practice to be suspended. After casting a warming charm and a frost-repelling spell upon himself, he ambled towards the icy plains, making his way toward the Blackstone Gorge. Upon arriving at the boulder where he last encountered Professor Kappa, he found it to be unremarkable now, devoid of any visible door. Draco drew his wand and tapped it lightly. "Reveal yourself," he commanded. A chilling wind swept through, and a crooked wooden door manifested before him. Taking a deep breath, he turned the doorknob, revealing the passageway he had traversed before. Electric lights flickered to life, illuminating the cavern's path as he re-entered, wand drawn. The door emitted a soft creak as it closed behind him, vanishing once more into the stone surface. Chapter 31. The class footsteps echoed within the cavern, reverberating in layers. Draco stepped inside, and soon the spacious stone chamber reappeared before him. He removed his hood, surveying the surroundings. A tall figure crouched before Professor Kappa's automaton, piecing together a component. "Victor Crumb," he exclaimed in disbelief. The silhouette and uniform were unmistakable. Crumb, without turning, replied in a hushed tone, "Come help me attach this for the professor." He coughed twice, stepping aside from the automaton, his face slightly flushed and bearing the unmistakable pallor of illness. It was a misconception to think wizards were immune to colds. Many, overly reliant on spells, neglected physical fitness, rendering them frail as a plucked chicken, easily toppled by a gust of wind. For a moment, Draco was torn between astonishment at Crumb's presence repairing the automaton and concern for Crumb's evident ailment. A tumult of emotions surged within him, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "What happened to that component?" Though initially bewildered, he quickly grasped the situation. Professor Kappa had not selected him alone. Victor Crumb was among those invited, and it appeared Crumb had been his student for quite some time. No wonder Crumb had inquired about his intentions in the Blackstone Gorge. He had likely surmised the truth days prior. He realized he was the only one left in the dark. Coming to this realization, Draco resigned himself and crouched down, donning the alchemical goggles resting on the workbench. He picked up the component, scrutinizing its edges, while Crumb moved further away, coughing intermittently. Draco discerned a peculiar sound emanating from Crumb's lungs. Based on his previous experiences, it seemed more than a mere cold, possibly accompanied by a lung infection. With divided attention, he affixed the component to the automaton, carefully applying a bit of lubricant before securing it in place, and inquired, "Are you all right, Mr. Crumb? You have the Quidditch League to contend with in the second half of the year. As captain, you cannot afford to falter." Crumb waved his hand dismissively, settling into a chair, and replied in a halting manner, "Don't mention it. Bulgaria is currently grappling with an outbreak of an infectious disease. I caught it after returning home for the summer." He coughed again. Once Draco secured the component, he wiped the surface of the automaton with a cloth embroidered with gold thread. The automaton stirred, and Professor Kappa's voice resonated from within it. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy." Draco responded politely, "It was my pleasure. How should I address you? Professor Kappa or—" Professor Kappa smiled, that otherworldly demeanor returning, and casually replied, "Like Crumb. You may simply call me teacher." He beckoned Crumb. "Crumb, come meet Mr. Malfoy." Crumb rose from his chair and extended his hand, towering like a small mountain before Draco. "A pleasure, Mr. Malfoy." Draco nodded, shaking Crumb's hand, marking the beginning of his academic journey under the tutelage of Professor Kappa and Grindelwald. He had anticipated that their lessons would take place exclusively within this stone chamber, but Professor Kappa swiftly changed locations. "That was merely my workshop. We will continue our classes within the castle. You two may form your own study group and utilize my classroom. You are both my students. And there will be 2 separate lessons each week, held in the evenings. Crumb has Quidditch practice, so the learning sessions will be scheduled for Monday and Tuesday at 7. Any questions, Mr. Malfoy?" Draco shook his head. Professor Kappa expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. Let us join forces to create a better world." Whether a better world would indeed be forged was uncertain to Draco. Instead, he felt utterly exhausted. The classes on spells, alchemy, and potions were somewhat lighter. Yet the subjects of magical creatures, plants, and dark arts, coupled with his teacher's history of magic and independent lessons, left Draco's schedule overwhelmingly full. He could hardly fathom how Crumb managed to fit Quidditch practice into this demanding timetable. Truly impressive. He had expected Professor Kappa to impart profound and arcane spells. Yet that was not the case. After studying runes with Professor Vanderland during the day, they continued their rune studies in one of the deserted classrooms at Durmstrang. The room contained merely 3 tables and chairs, arranged in a manner that felt less like a classroom and more akin to a discussion chamber. Crumb's cold had not yet fully abated, and while Madame Blay was adept at treating the effects of dark magic, her remedies for such commonplace ailments were limited to the most ordinary potions. It was Draco who could no longer bear to witness Crumb's discomfort. He borrowed materials from the teacher's workshop and concocted a potion for Crumb's cold, instructing him to take it consistently for 3 days. On this second day, Crumb felt significantly improved and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Draco. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy." The two took their seats, and after a brief interval, the teacher entered, pleased to observe the harmonious interaction between his 2 students. Clearing his throat, he raised his hand, and 2 luminous runes materialized before them. The method of rune casting varied widely. Most wizards required a medium for the runes, such as inscribing them on paper beforehand, summoning them when needed. Only a rare few, particularly those with profound magical prowess, could release runes without such a medium, much like their teacher. Professor Kappa himself radiated light, serving as a vessel for Grindelwald's runes, effortlessly casting them despite the runes being cleverly concealed. Not even Karkaroff or Professor Van Helenderen had discerned their presence. Kappa took a seat, gesturing for the 2 to observe the runes. He spoke slowly. What effects might arise if 2 runes were to intertwine? Draco was taken aback. The reason the runes of runes were only known in this Nordic land stemmed from 2 factors: the indigenous magic of the region and the lack of convenience associated with runes compared to modern spells. As a component of ancient magical systems, rune magic, though potent, demanded much from the caster, not only in terms of magical ability, but also financial resources. The more powerful the rune, the greater the requirements for its medium. Ordinary paper could not suffice. For instance, the teacher's automaton was crafted from mithril, a rare and costly metal, enabling it to hold numerous runes and achieve a lifelike quality. Moreover, the teacher's own magical strength was considerable, or else the automaton would remain inert. However, runes had a significant drawback. The 24 letters each conveyed different meanings rooted in Norse mythology. Yet no one had ever attempted to connect them. It was akin to the spells Shatter and Disintegrate. Both are offensive spells, but exist independently. No one has ever attempted to combine them, for it sounds rather strange. This was Draco's first encounter with the notion of connecting runes. Crumb, having more experience as a student, appeared unfazed. He exchanged a knowing glance with Draco and drew forth his wand. "Professor, you should abandon this notion. Runes have remained unchanged for so long. The principles of ancient magic are far more obscure than those of modern magic. Have you not yet relinquished your hope of linking runes?" The 2 runes above them began to rotate slowly, as powerful as Grindelwald, manifesting through the teacher's magical energy. Professor Kappa sighed, gazing at Crumb. "Why must you be so rigid? As a form of spell, is it not conceivable for runes to connect? For instance, consider these 2. He gestured to the runes above. One symbolized order, while the other represented the flow of magic. Cannot they be intertwined? The order rune, when invoked, creates a small space centered around the caster in which there will becomes the absolute rule. The duration and potency depend on the caster's magical strength. Within this ordered space, one could decree that all harm is rendered null, unless faced with a greater magical force that could overpower them. In such a domain, one would be invincible, even impervious to death. The more formidable the order, the more challenging it is to execute. For simpler cases, one might hasten the growth of all plants within this space. However, the creation of such a miraculous rune is one matter, while its practical application is another. This distinction encapsulates the primary difference between ancient and modern magic. Ancient magic wielded immense power. Wizards of that era could cast spells without wands, or even incantations, each akin to a superhuman. In contrast, modern wizards, having seen their strength and bloodlines diluted over time, find their powers significantly diminished. Thus, wands came into existence. Rune magic has gradually fallen out of favor in contemporary practice, relegated to the annals of magical history, with few truly mastering it. Draco mused that his teacher, confined in a high tower, must be exceedingly lonely. Having extensively studied modern magic, he had turned his attention to ancient magic. Chapter 32, Class 2. However, Aside from the teacher's research into runes, his other courses were a veritable cornucopia of diverse subjects. Grindelwald's charisma was formidable. Even Albus Dumbledore could not resist it, let alone Draco and Krum. Moreover, through the passage of time, one might say he was ultimately bested by Dumbledore, leading to a profound transformation in his thoughts, from previously ambitious and brimming with vigor to a more restrained and contemplative demeanor. Originally, his confinement was in Austria, facilitating oversight by England, France, and Germany, but the teacher dismissed this with disdain. It is merely a falsely declared location. If I were truly in Austria, could I still control this automaton? Although the three shared a student-teacher bond, an unspoken understanding prevailed, prompting Draco and Krum not to pry into the teacher's precise whereabouts. As time flowed onward, the latter half of the year approached, heralding a grand event in the Nordic region, the Quidditch League. The Nordic Quidditch League, while of a slightly lower tier, comprised teams primarily from several countries in the region. The Durmstrang team was captained by Krum, alongside teams from Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and Iceland, with the remainder being various Quidditch clubs, summing to a mere 8 teams. The scale of this competition was incomparable to that of Quidditch matches in England. The venue was set in Norway, where the Ministry of Magic was located, with matches determined by a draw, pitting teams against each other in a knockout format over 2 weeks. During the tournament, Durmstrang would grant students leave to attend, provided they secured signed consent from their guardians. For students in their 3rd year or below, attendance required an accompanying teacher. Durmstrang held 2 designated boxes at the Nordic League, sufficient to accommodate all of its approximately 100 students. After receiving notification from the teacher, Draco began compiling a list of students intending to attend. All the children had secured their guardians' signed consent, and Draco meticulously compared their names with those of their guardians, transcribing the students' names onto parchment. Once finished, the parchment was to be rolled up with the use of a verification charm, ready to be handed over to the supervising professor. This time, their assigned leader was Professor Blanchard. In stark contrast to the 2 female professors and Professor Frost, the alchemy instructor, Professor Blanchard was a tall and stern man, perpetually unsmiling, who always carried his pipe, occasionally taking a puff. The long scar etched across his face inspired both awe and trepidation in many of the children. Yet, in moments like these, his fearsome exterior provided an unexpected sense of security for them. As November approached, the Nordic nights grew longer. The grounds of Durmstrang were illuminated through the night, with Draco and Sorensen sitting in the common room, diligently completing their assignments while occasionally glancing out the window. The howling wind carried fleeting shadows of figures darting past, students in their Durmstrang Quidditch uniforms riding broomsticks, practicing in winds fierce enough to topple owls. Emil Sorensen, while grappling with his history of magic assignment titled How to Determine Magical Creatures' Attitudes Towards Wizards, lamented bitterly. Why must one wait until 3rd year to join the Quidditch team? In his moment of frustration, a large drop of ink inadvertently splattered onto his parchment, obscuring several lines of his work. Without turning around, Draco flicked his wand at the parchment with a swift motion. Instantly, it was restored to pristine condition. The ink gathered at the tip of his wand, which he wiped onto a scrap of paper, resting his chin in his hand as he gazed out the window. Stop fretting over trivialities. You've completed your essay. Why do you find the history of magic paper so challenging? Don't you wish to join Anya and the others to watch the match near the pitch? Emil's expression darkened. Only you lot find it easy to write. Look over there. Through the glass, the outlines of numerous dark figures could be discerned at the edge of the pitch, like ants, students from Durmstrang. Most students preferred to watch the teams practice from the sidelines, as Durmstrang boasted but a single team, with no risk of training secrets being leaked. Moreover, the chance to catch a glimpse of Krum was a significant draw. Krum had many admirers, and Anya, along with Casper and Livia, stood at a distance, coveting the view. Although she often struggled to see clearly, only catching distant shadows amidst the chaotic wind, Livia, huddling his neck, expressed his preference for staying in the warmth of their dormitory to watch Quidditch instead. His unique constitution made him particularly reluctant to venture outside on such winter nights. Had he not been concerned about Anya and Casper, one a girl and the other a genius in alchemy with a severe weakness in other subjects, he might have remained indoors altogether. He exclaimed loudly in Anya's ear, "Can we go back now?" Casper rummaged through his satchel and handed Anya a small lens. All 3 of them buffeted by the wind. "Hold it up to your eyes. You'll see much more clearly." Afterward, he offered one to Livia and kept one for himself. Anya gratefully accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Casper." Casper broke into a foolish grin, while Livia rolled his eyes at him, shivering as he took the lens and muttering about why such objects couldn't be used in the dormitory. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the situation and lifted the lens to his eyes. In an instant, the distant scene magnified. "Oh, now I can see clearly." Livia expressed his newfound interest, squinting one eye. Casper's creation was a compact telescope, albeit lacking the complex tubular structure of conventional ones. He had employed alchemy to shrink all the components into a series of small lenses, embedded in a seemingly ordinary pair of glasses, which were, in actuality, a magical telescope. It must be noted that Casper exhibited remarkable skill in crafting such items, frequently engaging in various modifications at his workbench in the dormitory. As a result, Livia and Casper's room was cluttered with his assorted parts and gears, to the point where Livia feared he might trip over them. Had it been any other roommate, Casper would have surely received a beating for the chaos. As the trio excitedly examined the view, Casper suddenly felt a tremendous force from behind. Caught off guard, he yelped as he was pushed into the thick snow. Livia quickly reacted, stowing Casper's lens in his pocket and helping him up, while Anya turned around to glare at the person responsible. Kaya stood before them, arms crossed, accompanied by several tall boys and a girl beside her who bore a look of distress. Anya was utterly exasperated with Kaya, who seemed to be a relentless source of provocation, akin to a stubborn piece of taffy that one could not shake off. Thanks to Kaya's antics, their year had gradually divided into 3 distinct factions: the Kaya faction, the Draco faction, and a neutral faction that neither aligned with the first two. She assisted Casper, who was now sprawled in the snow, his face and hair covered in white. You know this behavior is dangerous. What if there are rocks underneath? What if something happens to Casper? Can you take responsibility for that? Anya scolded vehemently. Kaya, with an air of arrogance, retorted. He fell on his own. What does that have to do with me? What are you all doing here? And what is that lens? Let me see it. Casper quickly shoved the lens into his pocket, his face reddening as he stammered. And no, I'm not showing you. Livia and Anya had already tucked away the lens. Curiously, despite her frequent antagonism, Kaya showed a keen interest in the things Casper created, often attempting to approach him privately to procure his inventions. However, Draco and the others had consistently thwarted her attempts. Now, it seemed Kaya had chosen to confront them because only the 3 of them were present, and Draco was absent. Anya rolled her eyes inwardly, asserting, "Did you not hear what Casper said? He will not show you." She emphasized each word, and predictably, Kaya's expression soured swiftly. Kaya's voice turned icy as she replied, "What do you mean, Anya Peterson? Are you the one to dictate what Casper can or cannot do?" Casper adjusted his glasses as Anya and Livia flanked him on either side, acting as his guardians. He called out loudly to Katia, "I said no." Katia's face flushed crimson with anger. As a young lady of an esteemed Russian noble family, she was seldom confronted with such outright rejection. In her view, she had extended ample courtesy and sincerity to these individuals, only to find them utterly unappreciative, instead gravitating towards the seemingly frail British aristocrat. Of course, her perception of frailty was merely an illusion. Katia took a step back, prompting the 2 burly boys beside her to advance. Their families were intricately connected to Katia's own. At Durmstrang, dueling with wands was prohibited on school grounds, necessitating a trip to the dueling arena. However, there were no restrictions against using fists in the public square. Sometimes, a fist proved to be more direct and effective than a wand. Anya seized Casper, while Livia grasped him on the other side, and they began to flee towards the castle. Yet, after only a couple of steps, they were obstructed by a group of boys, one of whom was as tall as Sorensen. He stepped forward, preparing to shove Casper once more. Anya gritted her teeth and drew her wand. After all, violating school rules was a minor concern. "What are you doing?" A cool voice echoed from above. Crumb, radiating with energy, descended atop his broom, his Quidditch uniform fluttering in the wind, and his specially crafted dragonhide boots firmly planted on the footrests. With a deft flick of his broom, he began to hover above the group of children. At that moment, Draco and Emil arrived, panting from their hurried journey from the castle. Chapter 33, A Letter. Upon spotting Draco, Crumb and Draco exchanged a brief glance. Draco mouthed a silent thank you to Crumb. Had it not been for Draco's sudden message sent via badge, he wouldn't have bothered with this gaggle of children. He lifted his broom once more, ascending into the air. With Draco's arrival, Anya and the others rushed over, and Emil, with a stern expression, confronted them. "What is going on? Do you want to fight?" Upon seeing Draco, Katia's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally spat. "If you have the guts, stay hidden under his skirt for the rest of your lives." With that, she huffed angrily and stormed off with her entourage. Draco watched her retreating figure before turning to Casper with a serious demeanor. "What peculiar trinket have you used to attract her?" Casper produced the monocle he had crafted. Draco took it, examining it closely before aiming it skyward, revealing an enlarged Crumb before his eyes. Crumb waved a greeting, visible only to Draco. He realized he owed Crumb yet another favor. Returning the monocle to Casper, he said, "All right, next time, don't flaunt it in front of her." If Crumb hadn't swooped down, you lot would surely have been pummeled. Sergei's fists are not to be trifled with. Livia interjected, we weren't showing off. She came charging at us and even pushed Casper over. Draco guided them to a different area of the pitch, withdrew his wand, and cast a silencing charm. From his pocket, he produced several badges, distributing them one by one while explaining, if you encounter a situation you cannot resolve, press this badge. The back is enchanted to alert the nearest badge holder, serving as a sort of alarm. This badge was inspired by Hermione's creation during his unexpected patrol when he caught Potter clandestinely forming DA. The materials for the badges were not difficult to procure, merely requiring a few purchases. However, Draco had made slight modifications. He had crafted a listening device shape on the back using alchemical materials, allowing it to transmit sound. He had used materials from the teacher's workshop. He initially intended them solely for himself and Crumb, knowing the teachers had countless methods to send messages and would not bother with such toys. Little did he know, they would prove useful today. Crumb had been the first to notice his friends embroiled in conflict at the edge of the pitch, given his keen eyesight as a seeker. After infusing it with magic, he activated the badge to notify Draco, who hastily rushed with Emil from the castle. Crumb merely needed to dive down at the critical moment and utter a few words. Had these individuals not been Draco's acquaintances, Crumb likely wouldn't have bothered to glance their way. After distributing the badges, Draco instructed them on their use. It was simple. Infuse it with magic, and the surface would glow. Thereafter, it would warm up, indicating it was operational, and they could speak their messages. Clearing his throat, he demonstrated, Emil, can you hear me? An identical, yet slightly distorted voice reverberated within the confines of the silencing charm, causing Emil to marvel as he shook the badge affixed to his clothing, exclaiming in awe, this is impressive. Casper took the badge, inspecting its back, and his eyes lit up. What is this made from? It was constructed from an exceedingly rare and expensive metal. Draco silently acknowledged this, noting that the metal required the infusion of dragon blood to achieve the desired magical conductivity. This metal could transform, behaving like liquid, and was sold by weight, rivaling the price of dragon blood, which was already scarce and costly. Thus, this seemingly simple badge had likely consumed half a year's allowance for Draco. Were it not for the teacher's generous allowance for his endeavors, he wouldn't have even been able to source such materials. He could only vaguely respond. It's a very expensive material, we have a stock at home. All right, everyone, let us see if this badge works. We can use it to communicate with each other in the future. They all began to experiment, and Draco had harbored a bit of personal intent in creating these badges. In the future, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable. After Kadia's little episode, they returned to their previous camaraderie as the date for the Quidditch Nordic League approached. Excitement bubbling within the group. Even during their evening study sessions, they couldn't help but discuss which team had the best chance of victory. Anya declared emphatically, of course. It's our team. It must be said that Crumb is nothing short of a demigod within the confines of Durmstrang, particularly among the female cohort. A master of Quidditch, an exemplary student, and a pure blood to boot. These attributes combined form an irresistible trifecta for the young ladies. Draco, however, remains indifferent. To him, the victor matters not. For as an Englishman, the outcome holds little significance. Emil, on the other hand, offers a contrasting perspective. The Norwegian team is formidable. I have witnessed their matches, and their gameplay is remarkably organized. At such times, Livia wisely chooses to maintain her silence, abstaining from the debate, while Anya and Emil engage in relentless arguments, often seeking Casper to arbitrate. Although Casper possesses scant knowledge of Quidditch, he possesses a peculiar knack for mediating the disagreements between Anya and Emil. As the day of the tournament draws ever closer, the atmosphere reaches a euphoric zenith during the feast when Karkaroff announces that the school will be sending a grand ship to Norway for the students to attend the matches. Upon returning to the dormitory that night, Draco discovers a letter lying on his desk, one penned by Harry Potter himself. Emil had long been aware of Draco's illustrious correspondent. While the name who may not resonate as thunderously in Scandinavia as it does in England, it is nonetheless well known. Spotting the letter on Draco's desk, he mutters, Your illustrious pen pal has written to you once again. Draco removes his cloak, hangs it upon a rack, and approaches the letter, tearing it open. Dear Draco, I hope this letter finds you in good spirits. I am quite well and am about to attend a match. I wonder if you have become the seeker for your Quidditch team yet? I have some delightful news to share in another matter, uncertain whether it is good or ill, on which I seek your counsel. Your insights would be invaluable to me. The good news is that Professor McGonagall has recognized my Quidditch talent and intends to include me in the team. I have already purchased my own broom and await the tryouts with great anticipation. The ambiguous matter is that each night, just before I drift off to sleep, I hear whispers, mysterious sounds whose origin eludes me. I have inquired with everyone around me, yet none have heard them. I even asked nearly headless Nick. Oh, you may not know who Nick is. He is the ghost who haunts our house. You are aware of ghosts, are you not? Those ethereal beings who appear pale and are the spirits of the deceased. I certainly know what they are, but you even consulted a ghost? Why not go directly to Dumbledore? This voice is something even the ghost has not heard, yet what terrifies me most is its content. It tells me it is hungry and desires flesh. One day, I awoke to find myself standing alone in the corridor, despite having been in my bed moments before. I had somehow wandered into the corridor, clutching bloody raw meat that I had taken from the kitchens. Filch caught me red-handed and took me to the headmaster, who confined me and summoned the house elves from the kitchen. They confirmed that I had indeed gone to them for meat that night, yet I have no recollection of it. I am filled with dread, but even more horrifying events have transpired. A student at our school has been petrified, an underclassman who was alone in the corridor, petrified in precisely the same corridor where I inexplicably brought forth the meat. Could I be responsible for this? Yet, I have never learned the petrifying spell, nor do I believe I possess the ability to petrify anyone completely. What is happening to me? Would a dose of dreamless sleep potion or a sleeping draft resolve my predicament? Is there any connection between that student's petrification and me? I await your response. Sincerely, Harry Potter. After reading, Draco's delicate golden brows furrowed. This is impossible. He had entrusted that notebook to his father to be passed on to his godfather, a man known for his caution. Surely, he would have delivered it to Dumbledore. If that is the case, why do signs of the basilisk's resurgence still linger within Hogwarts? As for the voice Potter hears, it is undoubtedly a consequence of Parseltongue. He is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and Parseltongue must be a remnant of that connection. However, the basilisk has remained dormant. If the notebook is absent, who could possibly awaken it? A heavy stone lodged itself in Draco's heart. It appears that despite his earnest efforts to alter the course of events, the inevitable still unfolds, perhaps merely through a different avenue. Chapter 34, Letter 2. With a godfather in place, there is no need to fret over the unfortunate petrified student. Draco's greater concern lies elsewhere. Did Harry Potter pen this letter under Dumbledore's covert instruction? Draco is nearly certain of it. Dumbledore must be aware of the basilisk's presence within Hogwarts. After all, the creature's tale is woven into the very fabric of the school's history. It was birthed by one of the founders, and after the founder's demise, it too fell into slumber. This dim-witted beast was roused during you-know-whose time due to his ability to speak Parseltongue, mistakenly believing him to be its rightful master reincarnated. How foolish it is for such a renowned creature to be so naive. But now, who has awakened this basilisk? The notebook was transferred to Dumbledore via the godfather. It is certain that Dumbledore has experimented with it, given that the notebook is a Horcrux and as a young fragment of his soul. The intentions of this Horcrux are easy to surmise. Firstly, it desires a corporeal form of its own. After being confined within the notebook for so long, sharing a body with another, even if only temporarily, would be a trivial matter for one with its capabilities. Secondly, it seeks to awaken its own monster, intending to disrupt Hogwarts and search for its primary soul. Draco had previously perused tomes regarding Horcruxes from his family's library. To create a Horcrux is to fragment one's soul. This fragment, when reintegrated with the primary soul, retains all the memories of its past experiences. However, the divided soul carries with it the memories and emotions of its fragmented time. In other words, the piece of soul contained within the notebook remains unaware of Harry Potter's existence. It is merely a serendipitous product of an experiment gone right. It may not even be particularly powerful. Perhaps even you-know-who himself is unaware that he has inadvertently succeeded in creating a fragment of his soul. If that is the case, it is imperative to ascertain whether this notebook has fallen into the hands of a student. If not, could it be that Dumbledore himself has awakened this fragment? But if he has awakened the fragment, which in turn aroused the basilisk, what are his intentions? Draco propped his chin on his pen, unconsciously doodling circles on the parchment as he pondered. Has he discovered that spells are ineffective against the notebook, thus seeking to employ the basilisk to eliminate the fragment of the soul lingering within it? After all, the slumbering basilisk possesses fangs devoid of venom. Only by awakening it can one adeptly utilize its teeth to eliminate the soul fragment concealed within. Furthermore, Dumbledore must ascertain whether the soul fragment exists solely within this creature. Will the task of vanquishing the basilisk be entrusted to Harry Potter? His aura already brims with accolades. Why not bestow upon him yet another, linking his name more intimately with the sole entity capable of ending his life? Dumbledore, in his twilight years, seeks a successor, a new standard-bearer among the next generation of wizards. And Harry Potter stands as the prime candidate. However, from the letter Harry penned to himself, it is evident that he is beset by anxiety. Draco, having interacted with him on several occasions, notes that Harry remains inept at concealing his thoughts. It is entirely plausible that he genuinely believes the petrification of that first-year student is somehow related to him. and he has succumbed to a state of panic. With a sigh, Draco dipped his quill into ink and began to write. My dear Harry Potter, good day. The weather at Durmstrang is splendid, and we are on the cusp of the Nordic Cup. I hope all is well with you and your team at Hogwarts. You ought to invest in a quality broomstick. As far as I am aware, you have inherited the Potter family vault, so financial concerns should be of little worry, should you find yourself in need. You may also correspond with my mother, who is quite fond of you. I am certain she would be delighted to procure the latest model of broomstick for you. Regarding the whispers you have encountered, I suggest you delve into the library, peruse the school history, then seek out books on the languages of magical creatures. You will discover that many magical beings possess their own languages. Even house elves have unique modes of communication. I am confident you will uncover the answers you seek therein. As for the unfortunate student who has been petrified, I trust in your abilities. The petrification curse is an intricate incantation that I have yet to master. How could you possibly have done so? Moreover, the release of magical energy is no trifling matter. To petrify an entire person requires immense resolve and magical prowess. Given your unfamiliarity with the new student, why would you wish to petrify him? Such unfounded logic is only to be believed by fools. Do not concern yourself with their opinions. Concerning the petrified student's fate, you need not fret. Your potions professor, Professor Snape, will concoct an antidote. We merely await the maturation of a certain magical plant from your herbology professor, at which point you will assist in its harvest. You should prepare your gloves, trowel, and earmuffs. Should you have further inquiries, seek out Headmaster Dumbledore. I trust he will assist you. Yours sincerely, Draco Malfoy. After meticulously folding the letter and sealing it with wax, Draco sprinkled it with flue powder and tossed it into the fireplace. The flames erupted into a vibrant green, consuming Draco's correspondence, which then traversed through the flue network. Severus Snape strode through the corridors of Hogwarts, his countenance a storm cloud. Several students, upon glimpsing Professor Snape, recoiled in fright, retreating to the edges of the hallway until he passed, leaving a chilling breeze in his wake. They whispered among themselves, "What has provoked the professor? Has he been angered again? He is terrifying enough as it is. When enraged, he is even more formidable." Professor Snape's icy voice cut through the air. Discussing the professor in the corridors is inappropriate behavior. 10 points from Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw students, clutching their books with expressions of despair, exchanged glances before hastily retreating toward the library. Snape navigated through the throngs of students with the commanding presence of Moses parting the sea, punctuated by the sounds of points being deducted. The hourglasses of the four houses swirled dramatically. Upon reaching the entrance to Dumbledore's office, he cast a steely gaze at the stone guardian and uttered the command, prompting the guardian to leap aside as the staircase whirled into motion. Perhaps it was the intimidating aura surrounding Snape that hastened the staircase's rotation. Standing before Dumbledore's office, Snape rapped on the door with a show of brusque politeness. And before a response could be heard, he pushed the door open and entered. The phoenix nestled in its nest startled at Snape's entrance, flapping its wings and emitting a few startled chirps. Snape scowled at the still-bald bird, his face set in a grim line as he addressed Dumbledore. The antidote for petrification cannot be prepared. The mandrake has yet to mature. What on earth did you do to that notebook? The last statement was nearly spat out through clenched teeth. Snape leaned forward, pressing his hands onto Dumbledore's desk, his eyes narrowing at the elderly figure before him. Dumbledore, clad in a robe adorned with stars and a pointed wizard's hat, appeared frail yet retained a piercing gaze. On his desk lay a tattered black notebook, worn from frequent use. Dumbledore blinked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Dear Severus, I implore you to temper your anger. I concede that this matter has taken me by surprise. With a flourish of his wand, Dumbledore levitated the notebook into a metal box, closing its lid. He placed his hand atop the box, and a radiant light traversed its surface before transforming it into a solid, seamless container, devoid of any crevice. I had not anticipated that this notebook could discern the magical capacity of its user. I have attempted countless methods to elicit a response from its owner, only to be met with silence. To my astonishment, that young boy managed to capture its attention. I initially intended to lure it out, yet I did not foresee its awakening. It appears that some individuals engaged in considerable endeavors during their student years. Snape exhaled heavily, observing Dumbledore secure the notebook before feeling a slight alleviation of his anxiety. This was an artifact left behind by you-know-who. Who could say what secrets it harbored? Both he and Dumbledore wished to remain concealed, and since the notebook was entrusted to Dumbledore, the Malfoy family was perilously close to the edge of a precipice. It must not be allowed to persist. Rubbing his temples, Snape inquired, "What do you intend to do now?" Dumbledore's enigmatic smile returned as he replied, "Our savior. Does he not also possess the ability to speak Parseltongue? We must wait a while longer. Fawkes is nearing completion of his rebirth, and without him, I cannot proceed." Snape cast a disdainful glance at the bare phoenix, which was now clutching a few twigs in an attempt to conceal itself from Snape's lethal gaze. With an icy tone, he retorted, "You still deem it necessary to wait for Fawkes? What of Potter? He has already exhibited signs of nocturnal wandering. Can you guarantee he will not do so again?" Dumbledore paused in his action of adding sugar cubes to his tea, stroking his beard with a smile. "You have reminded me, dear Severus. Do you believe a dreamless sleep potion would suffice?" At this moment, Severus Snape could only resent himself for being the potion's master rather than the defense against the dark arts instructor. He gritted his teeth. "No, absolutely not. Do not even think of asking me to concoct a dreamless sleep potion. I have already stated that it is predominantly utilized in medical circumstances and should not be consumed at will. The dreamless sleep potion is not a panacea." Chapter 35, Message 3. Albus Dumbledore retained his cheerful demeanor as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, dear Severus, I have temporarily lulled it into slumber. Without absolute certainty, I shall refrain from further actions." He tapped the iron box beside him, and a spark of brilliance flickered in his blue eyes. "However, I am exceedingly curious about how this object was fashioned." Severus Snape had lost the desire to converse with Dumbledore. Each dialogue made him feel that his already precarious hairline was even more endangered. Wearily, he turned away and remarked, "The library should be of no assistance, considering the books have already undergone a thorough cleansing." Dumbledore blinked and chuckled. I understand. Let me ponder if there are any alternative methods." He gazed at one of the portraits hanging on the wall, where Phineas Nigellus Black was currently dozing. With a gentle wave of his wand, a soft breeze stirred his hair, prompting Phineas to reluctantly open his eyes and direct his gaze toward Dumbledore. Before Dumbledore could utter a word, Phineas gruffly interjected, "The Black family's library is vast. I cannot ascertain if what you seek resides within." Dumbledore replied with a smile, "Dear Phineas, perhaps you could grant me access to another family's collection, mayhap?" Phineas was notably cautious. Although merely a portrait, he was acutely aware of the current state of the Black family, once illustrious, now in decline, their ancestral home shrouded in darkness. Unless an heir were to unexpectedly emerge, the Black estate might never again see the light of day. Dumbledore raised his wand, its tip emitting a shimmering dust that coalesced into a name in the air. It was none other than Narcissa's name. Though she had married, the blood of the Blacks coursed through her veins. Dumbledore spoke softly, as one of the Sacred 28. "Your family must possess some tomes that Hogwarts lacks, am I correct?" Phineas blew on his beard, remaining silent. At that moment, the other portraits discreetly retreated, leaving only Snape, Dumbledore, and Phineas's likeness in the office. An audacious thought suddenly struck Snape's mind. He incredulously turned around and asked, "Dumbledore, you cannot possibly mean you do not intend to seek access to the Malfoy family's library, do you?" Such audacity. The Malfoy archives are replete with various dark artifacts and tomes, which may harbor untold dangers. Given Malfoy's historical connection to that individual, are you not concerned about potential manipulations? Dumbledore replied earnestly, "Dear Severus, please convey a message to that lady for me. I merely wish to procure one book and inquire if she would permit it. I await your response." Snape felt a rush of heat surge to his head, his body turning cold. Meanwhile, Harry Potter sat in the Gryffindor common room, lost in thought. Before him lay a bottle of ink, with a feather quill submerged within, already saturated and showing signs of dripping. Yet, the parchment remained blank, save for the title inscribed at the top, Uses of Mandrake. Apart from this heading, no further words were written. His hand was poised as if to write. Yet he failed to notice that he held no quill. Around him, an emptiness prevailed, as if a vacuum had formed. No one dared approach. Harry, indifferent, sat silently in his chair, gazing through the common room window at the clear sky. Harry, wake up!" Hermione exclaimed, slapping the parchment before him, causing the ink bottle to jump and spill a few drops. Only then did Harry snap to attention, hastily gathering his parchment and exclaiming, "Ah, my essay." Hermione rolled her eyes, exasperated at Harry's outburst despite his lack of written content. She retrieved her wand and performed a cleaning charm on the parchment before pulling up a chair beside him, leaning in conspiratorially. "Guess what? I just learned some news." Harry, lethargic, replied, "What news?" He had been slated to participate in a tryout for the Quidditch team, yet due to recent school incidents, all Quidditch-related trials and matches had been suspended until Professor Snape brewed an antidote for petrification and the professors identified the perpetrator, who might very well be Harry himself. Consequently, all outdoor activities were on hold. Hermione, observing Harry's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Her normally unruly hair seemed to stand on end with anger. "It is absolutely not your fault. Rest assured." With that, she dramatically produced a hefty, bound tome from behind her and placed it squarely in front of Harry. Before he could discern the title, she began flipping through its pages with fervor. Knock, knock, knock. A sound emanated from outside the window. Harry lifted his gaze to find Hedwig, his eyes alight with excitement. He opened the window to welcome her inside. Hedwig extended a foot, and once Harry removed the message tube, she flapped her wings and soared back toward the Ollery. The interruption piqued Hermione's curiosity. "Who wrote you a letter, Harry?" Harry mumbled. "Oh, just a friend." He hastily opened the golden envelope, which bore the Malfoy family crest, lavishly designed with subtle patterns. It was both opulent and ostentatious. He tore open the envelope, and a sheet of parchment slipped out. It was a reply from Draco Malfoy. Harry scanned the contents swiftly and noted Draco's suggestion to peruse the school history. He glanced at the book Hermione had brought. "Isn't this the very book?" he thought. What secrets lay within the school's history? As he continued reading, a flicker of comfort washed over him upon discovering that the petrified student was Colin Creevey, a first year who had recently enrolled. Colin's greatest passion was capturing photographs of the notable figures he admired, Harry Potter included, and publishing them in his own campus newsletter, embellished with dubious commentary. Astonishingly, this tabloid had garnered a considerable following, with many readers engrossed in its sensationalism. Harry had never been fond of being photographed. On occasions when he found himself in front of a camera, he had attempted to shield his face with his hands. Yet, after just a few fleeting moments of resistance, he inexplicably became one of the most formidable suspects. The individual who had been petrified was a victim of Harry Potter's supposed vengeance. Was it conceivable that a mere second-year student could accomplish such a feat? After all, he had once been capable of slaying that very person. A mere petrification curse should pose no insurmountable challenge. Such rumors began to escalate, and even those steadfastly supportive of Harry from Gryffindor began to regard him with suspicion, especially after they eavesdropped on his conversations, realizing that Potter could hear whispers undetectable to others. The tidal wave of distrust surged forth, crashing violently against the tender psyche of young Harry Potter. However, Draco's letter struck him like a potent stimulant. It was astonishing that his classmates, with whom he spent day and night, failed to grasp the situation as clearly as Draco, who was far away. Harry's spirit jolted, and he cautiously folded the letter to show Hermione. "Hermione, look, he wants us to investigate the history of the school." "Why?" After reading it, Hermione swiftly began to leaf through her book, glancing around to ensure no one was watching them. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, all eyes quickly averted. Hermione huffed dismissively, ignoring the onlookers. Harry then drew his wand, tapping it lightly as he whispered, "Silencio." A subtle wave of magic enveloped both him and Hermione, illuminating her eyes with excitement. She grasped Harry's sleeve and inquired, "What spell is this? How come I don't know it? What does it do?" Harry, while rescuing his sleeve from her grip, explained, "I learned it from Draco when we encountered him in Diagon Alley. Ron seems to struggle with it, and this is my first time using it. He said it's for ensuring our conversations remain unheard." He sighed in frustration, wishing he had utilized the spell sooner. Perhaps then they would not have been subjected to the maddening whispers. Hermione fervently muttered a few incantations, snatching a nearby piece of parchment. "What is the spell? Can you remember it? Write it down for me. I want to study it too." Understanding Hermione's persistence, Harry pinned the spell with a quill and handed it to her. Only then did she contentedly return her focus to the history book, leaning closer to Harry with a conspiratorial whisper. "Did you know there exists a creature in this world whose gaze can petrify people?" Harry instinctively blurted out, "Medusa from the myth." Hermione nearly flipped to the last pages of the history book, pointing to a line and beckoning Harry to look. "No, there exists one right here at Hogwarts, not Medusa, but a basilisk. According to legend, it is a creature born from a rooster's egg and hatched by a toad. Its gaze can petrify, just like Medusa's, and it is said that one of the founders left a basilisk hidden in the Chamber of Secrets." Chapter 36, Two Worlds. Hermione lowered her voice intentionally, capturing Harry's attention, who could not help but ask a basilisk. Hermione nodded vigorously, indicating a line in the history book as she whispered, "You know there are 4 founders of Hogwarts, right? The founder of Slytherin upheld the belief in pure blood supremacy. In his original vision, Hogwarts should only accept pure blood students. However, the other 3 founders disagreed with his ideology, prompting him to leave the school in anger. Before departing, he left behind a basilisk hidden within the Chamber of Secrets." Harry gasped in surprise. "The Chamber of Secrets? Shoo." Hermione immediately raised her finger, but she forgot that Harry had cast Silencio, and their voices had not escaped at all. Hermione glanced around cautiously. While others in the common room were intrigued by their conversation, none dared to approach, for Harry had already been labeled a notorious killer in their minds. Only the Weasley children and that muggle-born wizard were willing to stay by Harry's side. Hermione continued to flip through the pages of the book at a speed so rapid that Harry could scarcely keep up. She turned to another page, navigating the thick volume filled with dense text with remarkable precision. "Look at this," she exclaimed, pointing to a chapter detailing the initial construction of Hogwarts. Hogwarts was built using magic, without blueprints, relying solely on the 4 founders. After Salazar Slytherin left, legend has it that he concealed his basilisk in the chamber he constructed. One day, an heir would open this chamber and cleanse Hogwarts. Cleanse Hogwarts? Harry echoed, and Hermione snapped the history book shut with a thud, nearly pinching Harry's nose. What he means is to eradicate wizards like me. Harry rubbed his nose, speaking in a low voice. No way. So you mean the basilisk has awakened? And it has begun seeking its targets? Colin Creevey is one of them? Hermione nodded, lowering her voice once more. I inquired among the first years. His father is a milkman. Like me, he had no exposure to magic before entering this school, so. Hermione stood up abruptly, her conclusion firm. He became the first victim of petrification because, according to the founder's ideology, he was deemed unworthy of learning magic. The basilisk faithfully executed the founder's command and petrified Colin. Harry looked at Hermione, who was now fervently animated, and he nodded, albeit with confusion, voicing his concern. But how can the basilisk distinguish between muggle-born and pure-blood wizards? Hermione fell silent, scratching her head before her shoulders slumped. That's my question too. How does it discern? Is there an external difference between pure-blood wizards and muggle-borns? She scrutinized Harry, taking note of his disheveled hair, crooked glasses, the dark circles under his eyes, and his wrinkled clothes, evidence of his sleepless nights. She then glanced at herself, her curly hair equally tousled and her robes in disarray from her hurried return from the library. Suddenly, Hermione extended her hands, placing one atop Harry's head and the other on the side. Harry emitted a puzzled sound as Hermione muttered, "There's no difference." Harry extricated his head from her grasp and, smoothing his hair, replied with resignation, "Hermione, it shouldn't be like this, I feel." Before he could finish, Hermione interrupted. Her brow furrowed. "I know. I must return to the library." Upon concluding her words, she swiftly turned and dashed towards the exit of the common room. Harry barely had time to call out to her, only catching a glimpse of Hermione's figure as she slipped through the opening and vanished outside. Moments later, Ron emerged from the same entrance, glanced at the departing Hermione, then at Harry. He waved his hand and plopped down beside Harry. "Has Hermione gone to the library again?" he remarked nonchalantly. Harry nodded and shared Hermione's recent speculation regarding the basilisk. Ron responded with a thoughtful hum, stroking his chin as he feigned profundity. "So, Hermione suspects that the basilisk's target is someone like Colin, a muggle-born wizard?" Harry nodded in agreement. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in his essay, an icy chill suddenly crawled from his spine to his brain, prompting him to spring to his feet, inadvertently pulling Ron up with him. "Ouch!" Ron exclaimed, about to inquire what was wrong, but Harry's face was taut, contorted with concern as he exclaimed, "Does that mean Hermione could also become its target?" Ron, belatedly grasping the gravity of the situation, joined Harry, and the two boys bolted from the common room. Upon witnessing Harry Potter's departure, the occupants of the Gryffindor common room exchanged glances. One girl stood up and declared loudly, "Potter's gone out. We must follow him. We cannot let him make another mistake." The others glanced hesitantly at one another, and one voiced doubt. But the headmaster specifically instructed Potter to remain in the common room as much as possible. "He is defying the headmaster's orders, is he not?" The speaker fell silent, and the girl who had initially spoken observed her classmates before stating, "We have already had one student petrified. We cannot let this happen again. We must stop him." With that, she strode towards the door, prompting the others to follow suit after a brief hesitation. In stark contrast to Harry Potter's thrilling school life, Draco was enjoying a rather pleasant existence at Hogwarts. The opening day of the Nordic League was fast approaching. Lucius was busy, yet he still managed to carve out a day to accompany his wife and son to the opening ceremony and the inaugural day of matches, before hastily returning to England, leaving Narcissa and Draco behind. Due to the presence of supervising teachers, parental involvement was limited. Narcissa had purchased large bags of snacks for the children to enjoy while watching the matches before she took her leave. Casper, clutching the bag of treats from Narcissa, was moved to tears. "Draco, your mother is truly wonderful." Draco merely smirked. He decided that, without his permission, Casper should refrain from conversing with others. Was a mere bag of snacks enough to elicit such an emotional response from Casper? On the first day of the opening matches, the Durmstrang team was set to compete. Marking Krumm's debut as captain, students from various grades, under the supervision of their teachers, settled into their exclusive Durmstrang box. Draco had already procured a viewing telescope, along with a banner and celebratory fireworks, all neatly piled in the corner of the box, ready for the opening match against the Norwegian team. The other attendees were predominantly fans of Norway, making the Durmstrang team appear increasingly pitiful. Draco affixed a banner reading "Krumm is the greatest" to the exterior of his box using a sticking charm. Inside the Quidditch stadium, a no-fly zone was enforced, permitting only players and their broomsticks to soar through the skies. Otherwise, Draco had planned to hang 100 balloons adorned with Krumm's banner to dominate the atmosphere. The banner sparkled, with Krumm's name illuminated by a colorful charm. As the referee and players entered the field, Draco raised a trumpet to his lips, blowing it fervently. The other occupants of the box, not to be outdone, began cheering for their school team with fervor. Krumm, accompanied by his teammates clad in Durmstrang uniforms, entered through the stadium's entrance, his figure prominently displayed on the large screen. Draco overheard several upperclassmen girls gasp in admiration, their hearts fluttering as they whispered, "He's so tall. He's incredibly handsome. I like him so much. Do you think he would accept my confession? Don't get your hopes up. I heard Krumm has never accepted a girl's confession. Who does he even fancy?" Draco stifled a laugh at their chatter. Krumm's true love was not among them, but rather far away at Hogwarts. He continued to blow the trumpet, unleashing the fireworks, creating a thunderous display. Krumm, hearing the commotion above him, caught the referee's attention, who smiled and commented, "Students truly have such energy." She signaled for both team captains to step forward. Krumm advanced, towering over the opposing adult, and they shook hands firmly, allowing Krumm to form an initial impression. Strong grip, muscular arms, likely a beater or chaser. But who was the seeker on the opposing side? He scanned the field, and the opposing captain taunted, "Don't look so hard. I know you're the seeker, kid. Care to try and score against us?" Krumm regarded him coldly, scoffing at such a trivial provocation, thinking how foolish adults could be. After the handshake, he turned back to his teammates as the referee instructed them to assume their positions, glancing left and right before blowing her whistle. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Draco furiously pulled the trigger on his fireworks, showering their box with colorful streamers that nearly engulfed both Durmstrang boxes. The streamers twisted and danced in the air, forming Krumm's name as he soared past their box on his broomstick. Victor Krumm, the greatest. Chapter 37. Two worlds. The corridors of Hogwarts were eerily quiet. Apart from patrolling teachers and upperclassmen, the usual boisterous students who relished in playful antics had vanished. Following the petrification incident, the heads of houses had issued stern directives to their students. Refrain from leaving the common room unless absolutely necessary, and if they must venture out, they should do so in pairs. Harry and Ron hurriedly made their way towards the library, their hurried footsteps echoing in the silence. "How could I let her go out alone?" Harry lamented, panting. Ron patted Harry's shoulder and pointed ahead. The library was within sight, and they could make out the figure of the brown-haired witch standing at the entrance, seemingly engaged in conversation with Madame Pants. As they quickened their pace, breathless, they soon realized that Hermione was indeed inquiring about books, but Madame Pants's demeanor was resolute. "Miss Granger, I regret to inform you that I must refuse your request. The books you wish to peruse fall outside your permitted borrowing range. Should you desire access, please present me with a written consent from your headmaster, Mrs. Pants." Clad in a black gown and matching hat, addressed Hermione with an air of elegance befitting a refined middle-aged lady. At that moment, she stood at the library entrance, facing Hermione. Hermione, still eager to negotiate, implored, "But madam, may I not simply take a glance? Is that too much to ask?" Mrs. Pants, producing her wand, gave a gentle flick, and Hermione felt herself turn uncontrollably, facing the approaching Harry and Ron. The three exchanged glances, and Hermione could not restrain her curiosity. "What are you two doing here?" Mrs. Pants replied, "Your companions have come to escort you. The school is still undergoing organization. Now, please return to your common room." After her polite dismissal, she unceremoniously shut the library doors, leaving Hermione disheartened as she followed Harry and Ron towards the common room. Along the way, Hermione continued to express her frustrations. "I was so close to validating my hypothesis, yet Mrs. Pants insists on a handwritten note from the headmaster. Do you think I should ask Professor McGonagall for one? Do you believe she would grant it?" Ron advised. "The headmaster would certainly not oblige. Come back with us. Isn't safe outside, Harry?" The two turned to find Harry lagging behind, his pace slowing as his complexion paled. The voice echoed in his ears once more, "Master. My master. I am hungry. Where's my master?" The sound reverberated hauntingly through the corridor, distant yet unnervingly close, causing Harry to break into a sweat. "Did you not hear anything?" Hermione inquired. She and Ron exchanged knowing glances, aware that Harry had once again heard the suspect voice. Hermione was nearly certain it was the basilisk's voice, but from where did it emanate? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she drew her wand, feeling her own anxiety rise. "Where did you hear it?" "Ron and I did not hear anything," she pressed. Harry inhaled deeply, brandishing his wand as well. Though it was the basilisk they spoke of, it surely must have a weakness. "Calm yourself, Harry Potter. Remain composed." Observing Harry's demeanor, Ron, too, grew anxious. Drawing his wand and glancing nervously around like a startled animal, reminiscent of his pet, Rat Scabbers. The three huddled together, and Harry gradually regained his composure. The elusive voice seemed to fade, mingling with the low rumble of wind and distant growls that brushed past his ears. Where was that sound? Unbeknownst to him, He edged closer to the wall, the noise becoming somewhat clearer. He concentrated all his focus on his hearing, even pressing his ear against the cold stone, as if to glean something from beyond it. "What are you doing?" A chilling voice interrupted. Startled, the three children jumped, Ron's hand trembling as he nearly dropped his wand. Professor Severus Snape emerged from the shadows, enveloped in his dark robes, resembling a menacing bat at the corridor's end. His icy gaze swept over the trio, particularly lingering on Harry, who was nearly pressed into the wall. In a voice laced with mockery, he remarked, "I trust Mr. Potter's faculties are intact." Aware that one cannot physically merge with a wall, Harry straightened abruptly, stammering, "Why yes, Professor." With a flick of his robe, Snape's presence seemed to dispel the whispering echoes from Harry's ears. His expression stern, he addressed the three children. "Mr. Potter, please accompany me. The headmaster wishes to see you. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, I shall escort you back to your common room before leading Mr. Potter to the headmaster's office." As he proceeded ahead, Harry and the others remained momentarily stunned until Snape impatiently turned back, hissed, "Keep up." The three children hastily followed in his wake. Although Professor Snape was often regarded as the least favored teacher among the three houses, the mere fact of his presence instilled a sense of security in them. Snape escorted them to the entrance of Gryffindor's common room, where Hermione and Ron lingered by the fat lady's portrait, watching reluctantly as Harry was led away. Their head of house stood sentinel at the door, ensuring no student ventured out. Snape continued onward with Harry, ascending towards Hogwarts' upper levels. They traversed the spiral staircase, arriving before the stone gargoyle. Clearing his throat, Snape instructed, "Beech tree." The gargoyle slowly shifted, producing a rumbling sound as it moved aside. They stood waiting until the staircase rotated into place. Snape led Harry up the stairs, which gradually transported them to another landing, where only a single door awaited. With a scowl, Snape opened the office door, and the sound of a kettle boiling, along with the familiar voice of Professor Dumbledore, greeted them. "Ah, just in time. Thank you, dear Severus. Mr. Potter, do come in." With an expression that suggested he found the situation unbearable, Snape gestured for Harry to enter. Swallowing hard, Harry stepped inside. Upon entering, he noticed the portraits adorning the high walls all turned their attention towards him. As Harry halted, Dumbledore warmly beckoned, "Mr. Potter, please take a seat." Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Harry advanced into the room. Now in his second year, he had visited this office on multiple occasions. He settled onto a particularly comfortable chair, which bounced slightly as he sat, emitting a sound reminiscent of a train whistle, startling him. Dumbledore chuckled softly, reassuring him, "It merely expresses its excitement. Do sit, Mr. Potter." With a wave of his hand, a brass kettle floated over, pouring steaming water into a cup as Dumbledore added a generous amount of sugar cubes. The cup gently landed beside Harry with a soft clink. Dumbledore inquired, "Would you care for more sugar, Mr. Potter?" Harry eyed the heaping mound at the bottom of the cup and vigorously shook his head. Dumbledore then turned to Snape. "Dear Severus, would you care for tea?" Snape strode to the window, abruptly drawing back the heavy curtains, allowing the bright moonlight to flood the room. Coldly, he replied, "No, thank you." Dumbledore feigned disappointment, resting his hands on the desk and turning to Harry, his bright eyes twinkling behind his glasses. "Mr. Potter, I have heard from Minerva that you have been hearing some rather inappropriate sounds of late. Is that correct? This has led you to experience nightmares, even manifesting symptoms of sleepwalking?" Harry nodded and spoke. "It feels as though someone is whispering in my ear. This voice does not resemble that of a ghost, and I cannot discern its source. Just moments ago, in the corridor, I heard it again. Upon closer listening, it was peculiar. The sound seemed to emanate from the walls. If it were a ghost, it could traverse through walls, but why would it choose to hide within them? These voices are not those of a ghost. I reviewed Miss Granger's borrowing records at the library. You astute children must have already drawn your conclusions. Would you be so kind as to share them with this old man?" He glanced at Dumbledore, who, with his head of white hair, regarded him with an encouraging gaze, emboldening Harry to speak up. "It's the basilisk, isn't it? The creature capable of petrifying people. It must be the basilisk speaking to me, right? But I am a Gryffindor, not a Slytherin. According to the school's history, only the acknowledged heir can command the basilisk. Surely, that heir cannot be me?" Dumbledore shook his head, his tone calm. "No, you are not the heir of Slytherin. You need not worry about that, Mr. Potter." Chapter 39, Two Worlds 3. "Then why can I hear its voice?" Harry asked eagerly, his impatience palpable. Severus Snape, who had only pulled back the curtain since entering, stood with his arms crossed by the window, casting a long shadow across the floor of the headmaster's office. "It is Parseltongue, nothing particularly extraordinary," he said coolly. "Should you be fortunate enough to encounter that individual, you would discover that you are not the only one who speaks Parseltongue." This was the first time Harry had heard the term, and he repeated it. "Parseltongue?" Snape nodded, and Dumbledore gently inquired, "Mr. Potter, have you been able to hear snakes speaking since childhood?" Harry recalled his only memory of visiting an amusement park, a significant uproar he caused at the zoo, after which his aunt and uncle never took him back. Dumbledore continued, Mr. Potter, the voice you hear now is that of the basilisk. It possesses a certain degree of hypnotic power, which is why you have unconsciously sleepwalked into the corridor. I assure you, such occurrences will not happen again. Harry swallowed hard and asked, why? Why does it seek me out? Dumbledore gazed deeply at him and replied, because only you can understand its words and respond to it unconsciously. However, it is currently in a weakened state. After all, it has been dormant for far too long and urgently requires fresh blood for sustenance, hence its frantic call for you. But Mr. Potter, I, along with the professors, will resolve these matters. You must trust us, will you? Harry nodded, feeling that Dumbledore's reassurances alleviated much of his confusion. Dumbledore smiled kindly, saying, Mr. Potter, Professor Snape will escort you back to the common room. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am always at your service. Harry could hardly recall how he left Dumbledore's office. The headmaster's explanations had clarified many questions, yet he still felt uncertain about what he should do next. He wanted to ask Professor Snape, yet the professor's demeanor, as dark as a storm cloud, made him hesitate. Snape, walking ahead, seemed to sense his indecision and halted, prompting Harry to stop as well. Snape looked down at him and asked bluntly, Draco has written to you, has he not? Harry, a bit dazed, was slow to respond. Snape, his patience evidently wearing thin, pressed on with a scowl, Draco Malfoy, are you two corresponding? It was only then that Harry snapped back to reality, nervously answering, yes, we are communicating. He felt a sense of unease. Draco had mentioned that Professor Snape was his godfather. What was he preparing to tell him? Snape's icy tone returned. Have you disclosed these matters to Draco? What advice did he offer you? Harry, observing Snape's expression carefully, replied cautiously, he suggested I read some books. What books? The school history, and another. I think it was something about the language of magical creatures. He said once I finished, I would understand. Hermione had consulted the school history and unearthed possible clues regarding the basilisk, but the library was now closed, and books could not be borrowed. Snape snorted disdainfully and continued walking. Not entirely foolish, Potter. For the time being, do nothing. Understand? Harry quickened his pace to keep up with Snape, feeling a surge of courage to ask, why, Professor? Is there anything I can do to assist you? Snape scoffed. They have yet to locate the precise entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, but I cannot share that with you. He warned, do not act recklessly. The basilisk may appear at any moment, and you would stand utterly defenseless against it. Do you comprehend? Left with no means to extract further information, Harry fell silent. The two returned to the common room in silence. Snape confirmed Harry had safely vanished behind the portrait before turning to leave. Upon returning, Harry found the group of students who had trailed him earlier had been brought back by Professor McGonagall, casting various curious glances in his direction. However, he had no desire to engage with anyone. He sought out Hermione and Ron, drawing his wand and casting a silencing charm. To some extent, Harry's actions were increasingly reminiscent of Draco. Hermione and Ron huddled close to Harry. Hermione had already returned the history book, yet her keen intellect had allowed her to transcribe the relevant sections concerning the basilisk beforehand. Upon hearing Harry confirm it was indeed the basilisk, her face flushed with excitement. She punched Ron playfully in the thigh, causing him to yelp, but no one paid him any mind. I knew it. It's the basilisk. So, Harry, you are not the murderer. They have all wronged you, Hermione declared triumphantly. I must inform them of this. Harry quickly restrained Hermione, urgently insisting, we cannot reveal this. The headmaster instructed me to keep it a secret. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Does he not intend to restore your innocence? She retorted, frustrated. Harry replied quietly, I suspect the headmaster and the professors have other plans. Although I am unclear about their specifics, I believe the secret of the basilisk must not be publicized. He steadied himself, with Snape beside him. His thoughts were solely focused on how to extract more information from the professor. Upon returning to the common room, faced with Hermione and Ron, Harry felt his mind beginning to race at an exhilarating pace. Professor Snape had informed him that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets had yet to be discovered, advising him to refrain from rash actions. He pondered whether he was subtly being encouraged to assist them in locating the entrance. He gestured towards his own ear, after all. Was he not the only one capable of hearing its voice? Hermione, upon hearing Harry's words, took a seat as well, tugging at her disheveled hair, making it appear even more chaotic. Anxiously, she pinched Ron's thigh, leaving the poor boy to suffer in silence during such a moment. But you are merely a second year. What can you possibly achieve? Harry pointed out calmly. Yet Hermione, you too are a second year, and you unearthed the clue regarding the basilisk, did you not? Surely we can discover more leads. Just wait and see. Upon hearing Harry's reassurance, Hermione felt her anxiety begin to dissipate slightly. She bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Krum had risen to fame in a single match. The students from Durmstrang were cheering at the top of their lungs. And despite the Norwegian team's fierce attempts to thwart him, Krum remained undeterred in his pursuit of the golden snitch. It hovered teasingly in front of the Norwegian goalposts. Flitting about like a mischievous sprite, Krum feigned ignorance of the snitch's presence, leisurely guiding his broomstick in a circuitous route around the pitch while skillfully evading several bludgers aimed at him. The Norwegian seeker, a diminutive man, focused intently on Krum's movements while simultaneously scanning the entire field. This was a fundamental requisite for a seeker, not only to keep a close watch on the opponent's actions, but also to locate the elusive golden snitch. Krum, however, executed this task with greater finesse. The fierce winds whipped against his robes as he gradually stretched his gloved fingers. Previously, he had held his broom with a loose grip, but now he firmly clasped the handle. Though the Durmstrang broomsticks were not the latest model, Krum was confident that every player meticulously maintained their equipment. As soon as he gripped the broom, it seemed to spring to life, and Krum silently urged it onward. "Let us go." The broom surged downward with remarkable speed, leaving a long trail in its wake, the wind howling past him. He lowered his body, pressing tightly against the broom, his legs aligned to minimize wind resistance. The fabric of his robe flapped behind him, and upon witnessing Krum's maneuver, the Norwegian seeker gasped in shock, instinctively urging his broom to follow. He failed to see the shadow of the golden snitch, his first thought being, a feint. "He is deceiving me." Krum, relying on his powerful core strength, drew his legs together. Many mistakenly believe that a seeker must be short in stature, but Krum understood that with the right posture, he could achieve his maximum speed. A streak of black lightning zipped along the edge of the pitch, and Draco, who had previously played as a seeker, spotted the tiny, seemingly ephemeral golden snitch. He frantically blew his whistle, attempting to distract the opposing seeker. The Norwegian seeker finally sensed something amiss and urged his broom towards a particular direction. But he had already lost the advantage. During a dive, the broom reached its peak velocity. Krum had nearly transformed into a mere line, and the golden snitch, sensing the pursuit, flapped its wings frantically, darting towards the ground. Krum would not let it escape so easily. Silently, he cast a spell in his mind, and a faint, luminous shield appeared before his eyes, functioning like protective goggles, perfectly shielding him from the debris and dust stirred up from the ground, allowing him to see the snitch's shadow more clearly. The Norwegian seeker closely followed behind, utilizing the windbreak created by Krum ahead of him, inching closer. "Almost there, right in front of me." Krum loosened his fingers, the golden snitch hovering just within reach, nearly grazing the ground. Suddenly, he yanked on his broomstick's handle. The golden snitch shot upwards. Had Krum not reacted swiftly, he would have missed it. The Norwegian seeker, a step too slow, whizzed past just a hair's breadth from the ground, but that misstep had already sealed his fate. Krum soared above him, looking down with a triumphant gaze, firmly grasping the golden snitch in his hand, its wings struggling futilely between his fingers, desperately attempting to break free from Krum's grasp. Krum flashed a slightly provocative smile at him. Chapter 40, Two Worlds 4. Victor Krum, the 15-year-old seeker from Durmstrang, made his debut in the Nordic League, defeating Norway and achieving instant fame. The entire Durmstrang box erupted into a sea of jubilation. The students were ecstatic, waving an array of support paraphernalia, with several girls even rushing to the edge of the box, shouting loudly towards the pitch, "Krum, we love you." Draco felt his voice nearing hoarseness. Quidditch always stirred such fervor within him. The score on the field was frozen at 350, 250, prior to Krum's capture of the golden snitch. They had been trailing, but it mattered not. Krum would seal the victory. The referee below was equally awestruck and filled with admiration. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such a dominating seeker in the Nordic arena. Be it speed, maneuverability, or situational awareness, Krum was truly exceptional. And most significantly, he was merely 15 years old. This indicated tremendous potential yet to be realized. The referee's heart swelled with excitement as she announced the results, raising Krum's hand high, and the pitch fell into a brief silence before erupting into a tidal wave of cheers. The essence of sports lies in passion, the thrill of competition, and the unyielding spirit. Krum and his Durmstrang team embodied this perfectly. Draco was certain that after this match, Krum would grace the front page of the Nordic wizarding world, and as the Nordic League concluded, Krum's name would shine brightly across the entire magical realm. The star-making ability of Quidditch was indeed formidable. Headmaster Karkaroff's gaze towards Krum grew increasingly affectionate. Krum resembled a living, shimmering vault of gold, as long as he was present. A steady stream of galleons would flow into Durmstrang, sponsorships, advertisements, and countless opportunities would come knocking. Karkaroff's face was adorned with a broad smile as he offered a few encouraging words to Krum and his teammates as they prepared for their next match. Most importantly, as a school team, they were still students, and there was no need to pay these young athletes Who could ever complain about their vault being too full? After the first match concluded, Crumb led his team to their designated locker room for a brief respite. Each team possessed its own exclusive space, and those eliminated would no longer have access. Crumb hastily tidied himself up, took a quick shower, and then accompanied his players to the private box of Durmstrang. He needed to observe the performances of other teams and subsequently collaborate with their respective professors to devise strategies and plans tailored to them. To everyone's surprise, the coach of Durmstrang's team was none other than their professor of alchemy. Professor Flitwick did not appear to be the type well-versed in flying. He ushered Crumb and his team back into the box, where cheers and exuberance filled the air as the crowd instinctively made way for them to take their place at the forefront. Professor Flitwick set down a small suitcase on the ground, drew forth his wand, and tapped it upon the suitcase. It emitted a series of creaks as 4 legs extended from its sides, and the suitcase unfolded, gradually enlarging and flattening, with the tabletop rising vertically to transform into an alchemical workbench. Upon this workbench lay a miniature replica of a Quidditch pitch. With a smile upon his face, Professor Flitwick eagerly placed several black cubes on the surface, tapping each with his wand, causing luminous names to appear upon the cubes, corresponding precisely to the players who would soon take to the field in the upcoming match. Satisfied, Professor Flitwick nodded and declared, "Let us record their game." The match on the field was a splendid spectacle, and the creations of Professor Flitwick's alchemy faithfully documented everything that transpired, serving as crucial references for future contests. According to the draw, Durmstrang's next opponent would be the victor of this very match. The first day of competition swiftly came to a close. Students from various year groups, guided by their heads of houses and teachers, gradually departed from the stadium. Older students were granted permission to explore the Norwegian Ministry of Magic and acquire items of their choosing, while younger students were obliged to follow their teachers back to the grand ship of Durmstrang. In order to attend the Nordic League, Durmstrang had deployed 3 of their grand vessels to ferry the students, which would serve as their dormitory, classroom, auditorium, and dining hall for the next fortnight. The second level of the ship had been enchanted with spatial magic, featuring a small circular stage near the edge, adorned with a few musical instruments and potted plants for decoration. The remaining space was filled with round tables, each accommodating 5 to 6 chairs, with pristine white tablecloths draping over them. Upon entering, students sought out tables to sit at, and soon, the instruments on stage began to play of their own accord, filling the air with melodious sounds. Durmstrang housed 7 year groups, with the team members sharing a vessel with the 7th years, while the rest were evenly distributed across the remaining 2 ships based on their ages. Upon hearing the music, some older students invited one another, gracefully gliding onto the open space before the stage to dance. They performed a widely recognized social dance within the magical community, forming 2 lines with opportunities to switch partners mid-dance. As pure-blood nobles of Nordic descent, Emil and Anya also joined the revelry. Meanwhile, Casper, clumsy and awkward, could only watch from the sidelines, his eyes brimming with envy. Lower-year girls, witnessing the scene, felt their cheeks flush with excitement. Of course, some sought to invite Draco, but he politely declined all requests. Having danced enough in his past life, he found the students' movements somewhat juvenile and believed they should practice a bit longer. As the brief dance concluded, steaming platters of food began to appear on their table. Draco placed a steak onto his plate, elegantly arranging his napkin and commencing his meal. Over the course of 2 weeks filled with matches, Durmstrang's next game was scheduled 5 days later, with a total of 8 teams participating. In 2 days, only 4 would remain. Following that would be the semi-finals and finals, with a day or 2 allotted for rest, tactical planning, and coach adjustments, during which time students could request leave from their professors to explore the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. As Draco sliced his steak, he mentally organized his upcoming schedule, intending to procure some potion ingredients. He had already exhausted the supplies from his teacher, which had been scant to begin with. The resulting Felix Felici's potion yielded only a small vial. This potion could temporarily enhance one's luck, but its preparation was intricate and lengthy, requiring approximately 3 months to produce a single vial. Draco aimed to use the Felix Felicis for the forthcoming Quidditch World Cup and the Triwizard Tournament. The chaos anticipated during the World Cup was inevitable. In his mind, he pictured his father being summoned, as well as his godfather. However, unlike his previous life, Lucius had voluntarily surrendered the notebook. Would that person uncover any clues? Upon realizing that he was missing an object for storing soul fragments, Lucius would undoubtedly fly into a rage and discreetly investigate what had transpired with that fragment. As its custodian, he would be the first to be held accountable. Given that person's methods, while they might not be excessively torturous, mind probing was certainly a possibility. Draco was confident that his father had mastered the mental shielding technique, and his godfather had been a double agent for so long that he too had perfected it. Yet, he feared the unforeseen. In such times, A drop or two of Felix Felicis could yield remarkable effects. Most importantly, once ingested, Felix Felicis would be rapidly absorbed into the body and undetectable by spells. He merely needed to time its effects accurately, ensuring his father and godfather consumed it a while before their encounters, thereby evading suspicion during the most tense and trying moments. With his resolution firm, Draco awaited the weekend aboard Durmstrang's grand ship, coincidentally a rare sunny day amidst the packed schedule, perfect for a stroll. In the Nordic winter, the elusive sun invigorated the students, and after submitting his leave request and entrusting the snowflakes to Emil, he received Professor Blanchard's approval to venture alone to Norway's South Magical Street. Unlike his peers, he enjoyed this privilege because he had secured Narcissa's signature, permitting him to visit the ministry independently. As a British citizen, this advantage proved invaluable. He intended to attend to some personal matters at the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, a reason that had never failed him. After bidding farewell to his friends and agreeing to return by afternoon, Draco donned his hood, placed on his hat, and pulled up his mask, setting off alone towards the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. Chapter 41, Two Worlds 5. The news of the Nordic League had not widely circulated within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. However, Harry stumbled upon a brief mention of it in a corner of the Daily Prophet. It occupied a small space, accompanied by a blurred image that appeared to depict an individual grasping the golden snitch. The report was succinct, merely stating that the tournament had reached the semi-finals, with 4 teams remaining. Upon seeing the name Durmstrang, Harry recognized that Draco's school had advanced to the semi-finals. After finishing the article, he set the newspaper aside, intending to write a letter to Draco later. He wondered if Draco had been following the matches recently, as he hadn't received any correspondence from him of late. Ron leaned in closer, snatching the newspaper from Harry's hands, his mouth stuffed with toast, mumbling indistinctly, "Nordic League? What's that?" Harry replied, "It's their Quidditch tournament." Since befriending Draco and developing a unique camaraderie, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had gradually begun to take an interest in news from the Nordic region. Hermione squeezed in from the other side, her backpack slung over her shoulder and a slice of buttered toast in hand, another piece precariously clenched between her teeth. She shouted at the 2 boys, "Hurry up! You'll be late. What are you still doing with that newspaper?" Their first class of the day was herbology, and Professor Sprout had specifically instructed them not to be tardy. The boys hastily stuffed food into their mouths and hurried after Hermione towards the greenhouses. By the time the trio arrived at the greenhouse, other students were already gathering. Professor Sprout distributed shovels, earmuffs, and buckets to each student. She was pleasantly plump and greeted them with a warm smile, saying, "Today, we will study mandrakes and dig them up. Has everyone done their reading? Does anyone know what mandrakes are used for?" Hermione immediately raised her hand high, eager to answer. "They can cure petrification." Harry crouched down and whispered to Ron, "I know that too. Draco told me that once mandrakes mature, they can be used for potions. Colin Creevey will be saved." Professor Sprout nodded and signaled for everyone to put on their earmuffs. She then demonstrated how to extract a mandrake from the soil. Once unearthed, the mandrakes had to be quickly placed into buckets filled with a special potion to silence their cries and maintain their vitality. The students followed suit, beginning to dig up mandrakes. Due to the earmuffs, conversation was impossible, but by the end of the lesson, each student's bucket was filled with mandrakes. After finishing with the mandrakes, they proceeded to potions class, where they began brewing the antidote for petrification. Professor Snape pinched his nose as he accepted their variously colored potions, his distaste almost palpable. After dismissing the students, he hurried off with a pre-prepared antidote to the infirmary. In the infirmary, Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey awaited Snape's arrival. After handing over the antidote, she carefully aimed it at Creevey's mouth, administering it slowly. As the potion made contact with his lips, they softened. Madame Pomfrey pried his mouth open slightly, using a small silver key to hold down his lower lip for easier administration. After the entire potion had been dispensed, she sighed with relief and addressed the other 2. "Now, we can only leave it to time. The basilisk's petrifying power isn't too severe, but after such a long slumber, he will still require time to recover. I suggest you both return tomorrow to give Mr. Creevey some time to rest. After all, we haven't yet located the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, so there's no rush." Snape exchanged glances with Dumbledore, who nodded before departing. On their way out, Dumbledore inquired, "How is Harry faring?" Snape replied with a stern expression, "I advise you to keep your golden boy from taking unnecessary risks, Dumbledore. He is only in his 2nd year. What exactly do you intend to achieve?" Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before responding languidly, "Dear Severus, do you perceive the process of growing up as painful or joyous?" Snape remained silent, offering no reply. Dumbledore continued contemplatively, "I have endeavored to ensure Harry's safety, focusing solely on blood magic, yet I neglected the unpredictable nature of the human heart. Thus, here at Hogwarts, I hope he can experience a joyful and fulfilling school life." Snape managed to squeeze out a retort through clenched teeth. "The joy you speak of is predicated upon varying degrees of danger, is it not?" Dumbledore blinked innocently, replying with a hint of mischief. "But can you assert he does not relish such a life? You may be weary of my ramblings, but Harry has inherited James's spirited love for adventure. Unlike James, he possesses Lily's attentiveness, intelligence, and insight. Given these traits, why should we not nurture and challenge him accordingly? Dear Severus, you are simply too soft-hearted. The dangers Harry faces far exceed what you and I can imagine. If we do not seize this precious time to help him grow, when will we find the opportunity?" Snape let out an icy breath, countering, "You are mistaken. My heart is not soft." Dumbledore erupted into hearty laughter, gazing at Snape with fondness. "Am I not familiar with you? Very well, let us visit Mr. Creevey again tomorrow." At day's end, Harry trudged wearily alongside Hermione and Ron into the common room. A week of tranquility had not improved Harry's situation. He still faced an array of curious glances from his peers. However, Harry had grown accustomed to it. Upon returning to the common room, the trio settled into a corner, retrieving parchment, ink, and quills from their bags to complete their assignments. Hermione wrote at an astonishing pace, as today's homework was entirely focused on mandrakes and the antidote for petrification. With her potions textbook open before her, she quickly finished her work and stuffed it into her bag, announcing to the others, "No copying each other's work. Do it yourself. I'll be right back." Harry, concerned, asked, "Where are you going?" "Didn't the headmaster forbid us from going out alone?" Hermione replied, "I plan to revisit the site where Creevey was petrified. Perhaps there are clues we overlooked. Only by understanding how the basilisk appeared can we trace its entrance." Ron gasped in alarm. "That is too dangerous." Hermione, "I don't agree." Hermione shot him a glance, tossing her hair defiantly. "I'm fully prepared. There's no need to worry." Harry shared Ron's disapproval, gazing at Hermione with concern. "No, I must accompany you. Ron and I cannot let you go alone. It makes us uneasy." Hermione gazed at the two of them, then cast her eyes once more upon their paper sprawled across the table, which bore nothing but a title and appeared scarcely touched. The meaning in her eyes was almost palpable. "You haven't even completed your assignments. What do you intend to bring with you?" Harry hastily scribbled a few lines, oblivious to the content of his writing, and abruptly stood up, pulling Ron along with him as they trailed after Hermione towards the entrance of the common room. Seeing Harry's resolute stance, Hermione felt she had no choice. The three of them quickly made their way toward the area where Creevey had been petrified. It lay in a corridor, leading upward by a staircase whose destination remained a mystery, known neither to them nor to anyone else. Upon reaching the corridor, the trio, who had previously been bickering, gradually fell into silence, their voices hushed. Ron rubbed his arms, which had unwittingly broken out in goosebumps, and spoke in a hushed tone to the others. "Is it truly safe? This place feels so eerie." In unison, Harry and Hermione turned to him, raising a finger to signal silence. Harry drew his wand and closed his eyes. Hermione and Ron held their breath, intently watching Harry, who after a considerable pause finally nodded and whispered, "I hear no sound. It is safe." Only then did the two of them visibly relax. Hermione glanced at the dark staircase leading upwards, devoid of light and its destination unknown. She illuminated her wand and cautiously approached the stairs. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted towards her, prompting Hermione to wrinkle her nose. "What is that smell?" Under the flickering glow, she noticed faint, watery traces on the stairs, leading from the floor and extending into the inky darkness above. She beckoned the boys over, and Harry crouched down as the three illuminated their wands, observing the faint traces. "What are these marks?" Hermione speculated softly. Could they be the remnants of the basilisk's descent? She indicated to the boys to look behind them. The trail vanished after descending the staircase, exuding a faint, unpleasant odor. Ron sniffed uncertainly and remarked, "But why does it smell like water from a restroom that hasn't been flushed?" Hermione questioned, "Is it possible? Could there be a leak from the restroom above?" Harry made a decision. "Let us go up and investigate." Chapter 42, Two Worlds 6. Ron felt a twinge of fear as he trembled to his feet. Hermione took a deep breath and followed closely behind Harry, tugging on Ron's sleeve. With a forlorn expression, Ron raised his wand and reluctantly followed. Ascending the stairs, they found another desolate corridor where moonlight streamed through the glass, casting shadows on the floor. Several classrooms lined the hallway, and at its end stood a half-open door. Goosebumps prickled at all three of them. Drip, drip. Water dripped from the room at the end of the corridor, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible sound of weeping. Ron tightened his grip on Harry's arm, his fear palpable. Harry, is that the sound you hear?" Perhaps it was Ron's terror that instilled a sense of responsibility within Harry. He needed to remain calm, to avoid panic. He swallowed hard and listened intently. "No, I can't be sure, but you both can hear it, can't you?" Hermione, standing nearby, turned pale, covering her mouth as if on the verge of retching. She nodded and managed to reply, I can hear it too. Though Harry felt a surge of anxiety, their confirmation solidified his assurance. Then it cannot be the basilisk. If we can all hear it, it must be something else. Harry raised his wand and led the way, directing Hermione and Ron. Come on, let us see if there are any clues. The three formed a straight line in the corridor, approaching the source of the sound. As Hermione discerned the location, a chill crept into her heart. This was indeed a restroom, as indicated by the sign hanging on the door, a ladies' restroom at that. It appeared to have been long disused. The doors were battered and worn, and a broken faucet dripped water, the source of the dripping sounds they had heard earlier. Could the traces they discovered merely be water flowing from the restroom? Hermione remained unconvinced, stepping into the restroom. Harry and Ron hesitated but eventually followed her inside. Upon sensing no danger, Ron's fear began to dissipate. I told you I wasn't mistaken. It's just water from the restroom. Curious. He tapped on the mirror and twisted the faucet, which was broken and immovable. Hermione, wand raised, cautiously pushed open the door to the restroom. Following suit, Harry opened the last door, only for a figure to suddenly burst forth from within. The cacophony of screams echoed through the restroom. Harry's, Ron's, and Hermione's mingling with the voice of the figure emerging. Harry, still shaken, raised his wand and gazed at the apparition before him. It was not a person, but a ghost. This was a female student, drenched in water, rushing out from the last room. The sobbing they had heard earlier was hers. Her expression was one of distress as she frantically scanned the surroundings. Upon spotting Harry, her eyes widened in shock, and she remained speechless for a moment. This ghost was unlike any Harry had encountered before, be it nearly headless Nick, the Bloody Baron, or any other specter. They roamed throughout the castle. But this female student ghost was entirely unfamiliar to him. Hermione, clutching her racing heart, stared at the female ghost, and after a prolonged silence, she exclaimed, Moaning Myrtle? Are you the legendary ghost of the girls' restroom? Moaning Myrtle? Does Hogwarts have such a ghost? Harry and Ron's heads were filled with large question marks. Hermione, calming down, explained, This is a tale passed among us girls, the Weeping Myrtle. It is said she perished in the restroom under mysterious circumstances. She occasionally appears, and when angry, she splashes water at you. Just imagine, that restroom water. Who knows what it once contained? As anticipated, upon hearing Hermione's words, the specter of Moaning Myrtle visibly fumed, her form swelling in indignation as she forcefully splashed water towards them from the washroom. Ron shouted in alarm, and the irate Myrtle doused them all with a cascade of water. The trio, caught off guard, found themselves drenched, prompting Hermione to exclaim, I merely stated the facts. Myrtle shrieked in response, Leave. Get out of my washroom. No one is allowed in except him. Him? Harry astutely grasped Myrtle's implication, yet faced with her fury. He had no time to voice his inquiries. Ron grasped Hermione and Harry, and together they frantically retreated from the washroom, shouting in disarray. Once outside, Hermione sighed, drew her wand, and cast a cleaning charm on the three of them. To their dismay, their hair now stood on end in wild disarray. A resounding bang echoed as Myrtle slammed the washroom door shut, and Hermione despondently remarked, It seems we have uncovered no clues. We should return for now. Harry followed closely behind Hermione, deep in contemplation. Him? He queried. Hermione, did you catch what Myrtle said? Who is he? What does it mean that no one but him is allowed in here? Who stationed Myrtle here? Ron tugged at his sleeve, producing a crinkling sound akin to crumpling paper, an unfortunate consequence of being drenched and then cleaned. Hermione, pressing down her unruly hair, turned to Harry upon hearing his words. What? What did you say? Harry repeated his question, and upon hearing it, Hermione fell into thought. I hadn't considered your implication, that someone has tasked Myrtle with guarding that washroom. Why? Who would do such a thing? It's already pitiful enough to be a ghost. Why must she remain there? Ron interjected. I think Peeves doesn't seem unhappy at all. He is always darting about, looking quite content. Harry pondered, but we've never seen Myrtle around the castle, have we? That suggests she truly might have been confined to that washroom all this time. Don't you think that's incredibly lonely? That washroom, and even the entire corridor, feels utterly deserted. Myrtle has been there all alone without anyone to converse with. Don't you feel she is quite solitary? Ron stared in disbelief. Harry, I never imagined you would feel sympathy for a ghost. Harry shot Ron a glance and continued his analysis. No, I believe Hermione has a point. We need to discover how the basilisk moves within the castle. Since Colin was the first to be petrified, and only while looking at the basilisk, it indicates the creature must have traversed that area. Yet those spaces are all walls. Where could the basilisk have emerged? Its body is certainly large, and there are no holes in the walls, so it must have slithered in from the ground. Hermione is right. The basilisk must possess some mode of movement that we do not understand. The fact that I can hear its voice but not see it is the best evidence of that. The water on the floor. Is it not indicative that the basilisk came from the washroom, bringing water with it, thus leaving traces behind? Harry theorized, and Hermione, upon reflection, also delved into contemplation. That makes sense. So what are you suggesting? Harry affirmed, we should seek out Myrtle again tomorrow. If the basilisk truly emerged from that washroom, surely Myrtle has encountered it. What if she is willing to share what she knows? Moreover, when she said that no one was allowed in except for him, who is he? Could it be that someone instructed Myrtle to guard the washroom for some purpose? Suddenly, a thought struck Hermione. To keep the basilisk's secret. Harry nodded in agreement. Exactly, so we might attempt to find a breakthrough through Myrtle. Tomorrow we should first seek nearly headless Nick, as a fellow ghost. He may have insights. Hermione nodded, and though Ron felt trepidation, he mustered the courage to agree out of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Draco had completed his list of required potion ingredients and handed it to the potion supplier. The portly man compared the list with the young lad standing before him. The fire in the room blazed warmly as Draco removed his hat, revealing his youthful face. The proprietor regarded him with mild surprise. He was indeed very young, a mere child. Draco skillfully inquired, so, do you have these items? The shopkeeper, suppressing his astonishment and maintaining the courtesy of treating all customers equally, replied, yes. But it may take some time to procure these items. He marked several items on the list and returned it to Draco. It would take approximately 2 weeks. Is that acceptable? Draco glanced at the revised list and promptly signed his name. No problem. The bill can be settled through Gringotts, and once the items arrive, please send them directly to the school. Is that agreeable? The shopkeeper, having secured a substantial transaction, understood upon seeing the name that he was dealing with the illustrious heir of the Malfoy family. Chapter 43. 2 worlds after procuring the materials, Draco hurried back. He had taken a leave of absence, but it was time-sensitive and could not exceed the limit. Upon returning to the cabin, he found Emile bent over the table, diligently completing his homework. Even during a match, their professor had assigned them work, and without lifting his head, he gestured toward Draco's desk. Your letter has arrived. It's probably from your illustrious pen pal, Harry Potter? Surely he hasn't yet found the basilisk? I've given him sufficiently obvious hints. Draco seated himself, and Snowball promptly leaped onto his lap. He scratched the chin of the little creature and tore open the letter placed before him. Dear Draco, I hope this letter finds you well. Following your suggestion, we consulted the school history and indeed found references to the Chamber of Secrets. Although many questions remain unresolved, confirming the existence of the basilisk is a significant advancement. The headmaster and professors seem reluctant to let me intervene further, but I can hear the basilisk's voice, and I feel it is my duty to find it. Otherwise, who else could? The impulsive Gryffindors remain unchanged, it seems. Draco glanced at the next page. The library has been closed for safety reasons. Hermione is quite anxious, claiming she is even beginning to lose her hair, although I think her hair remains quite thick. We plan to revisit the site where Colin was petrified. Perhaps there will be new clues? I hope you can offer some advice. Thank you. Eagerly awaiting your reply. Harry Potter. Draco pulled out his own stationery, his quill poised above it as he pondered for a moment before carefully beginning to write. After all, he could not directly reveal to Harry how to access the entrance to the chamber, though it was not particularly difficult to deduce. After all, during his previous life, the Myrtles had accompanied him through a challenging period. Esteemed Harry Potter, I hope this letter finds you in good health. I am delighted to know you are safe, and I trust your headmaster and professors share in this sentiment. Personally, I believe that neither you nor Miss Granger have erred in your reasoning. Upon confirming that the creature haunting the corridors is indeed the basilisk, the first step is to ascertain its mode of movement. Investigating the area where Mr. Creevey collapsed may yield unexpected discoveries. The basilisk is a colossal creature, and I must remind you that it is no ordinary serpent. It is far removed from the somewhat larger pythons you may have encountered at the zoo. Its movements across the ground will undoubtedly leave traces. By following these signs to its point of disappearance, you are bound to uncover something of significance. From your correspondence, it appears that you are currently in a state of stagnation. I have a bold suggestion that you might convey to your headmaster for experimentation. If the basilisk is not traversing the ground, it must be utilizing some form of passageway. Who better than your headmaster, intimately familiar with Hogwarts, to speculate on its nature? Otherwise, the basilisk would have caused chaos by brazenly roaming the school, yet it has remained elusive for quite some time. I suspect it has not been so audacious in its appearances, am I correct? Mr. Potter, I must once again caution you regarding the basilisk's venomous fangs, which are nearly incurable. Please exercise utmost caution during your exploration. Do not act impulsively. Before undertaking any action, seek the advice of your headmaster and professors. Draco Malfoy. Once he completed the letter, he sealed it in an envelope and cast it into the ship's fireplace. If all goes well, it should reach Hogwarts within 2 to 3 days. I hope Dumbledore can successfully resolve the matter concerning that notebook. A petrification incident has once again befallen Hogwarts. However, this time, it is neither a student nor a professor, but rather Peeves the poltergeist. As a ghost, he has already passed from this world and cannot perish anew. He has been immobilized, lying in one of the school's corridors. Initially, students passing by assumed it was merely another one of Peeves' mischievous pranks and chose to ignore him, until Professor Flitwick, emerging from class, noticed something amiss. Professor Flitwick immediately employed the levitation charm to elevate the petrified Peeves, creating a rather comical scene, akin to Professor Flitwick donning a gigantic hat, before dashing into Severus Snape's subterranean office. Unsurprisingly, his actions incited chaos among the other students. Professor Snape, with a stern countenance, accepted Peeves, and it is unclear what he did, but by the following day, Peeves was once again frolicking about the castle, frightening every student who passed by. Deliberately lowering his voice to transform himself into a long, ghostly apparition, exclaiming, "A pair of big eyes. Yes, a pair of yellow eyes. Like lanterns." This description matched Colin Creevy's perfectly. He had regained consciousness, though still feeling quite weak. Madame Pomfrey prohibited all visitors, allowing only Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor McGonagall, his head of house, to ask him a few questions. Creevy recounted in fragments. "I only remember that at that moment, I was looking at my camera. I wanted to test if it was still functioning, so I raised it to take a picture. But just as I lifted the camera to my eyes, I saw a pair of enormous yellow eyes through the lens. After that, I cannot recall anything. For safety reasons, the library has temporarily closed." Leaving Hermione anxiously biting her nails and tugging at her hair in the common room. It is during this time that Draco's letter arrived. What did it say? Since Draco had previously mentioned the history of the school, Hermione now had a certain anticipation regarding his correspondence, especially as she found herself devoid of other reference materials. Draco's letter appeared like a ray of hope. Harry opened it and began to read slowly. Draco said that searching for traces at the place where Creevy collapsed is indeed the right course of action. He also mentioned that the basilisk surely did not appear there without reason. Our suspicions are correct. Hermione was filled with hope. What else did he say? Tell me quickly. Were it not for her sense of decorum, Hermione would have snatched the letter from him. Harry continued reading, his eyes lighting up. A special passageway, and the place from which the traces disappeared. He set the letter down, barely able to contain his excitement, and pulled over a piece of parchment, exclaiming, "That bathroom. That bathroom must be significant." Hermione bit her lip as she repeated, "A special passageway." Harry and she exclaimed simultaneously, "The tap. The pipes connected to the tap." Hermione's face flushed with excitement as she paced the common room before finally sitting down with a thud. She dragged the parchment in front of Harry and wrote, "The plumbing system." She spoke rapidly. "Hogwarts must possess an extensive and intricate plumbing system, as we require water at all times. The pipes delivering water to the various house common rooms must be quite small, yet these smaller pipes surely diverge from a massive main pipe." Hermione quickly sketched on the parchment. "The main pipe of Hogwarts must be incredibly large, as it supplies the entire castle. What reaches our common room is merely a slender pipe, incapable of accommodating a massive basilisk, which is why the common room has remained safe. It cannot enter here." As Hermione illustrated a branching pattern resembling tree limbs, she excitedly declared, "But what about the main pipe? It must be vast enough to allow for the movement of a basilisk. It travels through this pipe within Hogwarts. And the bathroom where Moaning Myrtle resides must be connected to the basilisk's plumbing." With renewed confidence, she proclaimed, "Harry, Ron, let us seek out the other ghosts to inquire what transpired with Myrtle." Harry felt invigorated, and the three of them exchanged glances filled with unwavering determination. Among the many ghosts at Hogwarts, nearly headless Nick was considered one of the more approachable spirits. Unlike the elusive Bloody Baron, the irksome Peeves, or the aloof Helena Ravenclaw, Nick cheerfully floated alongside students each day, engaging them in conversation, even kindly directing lost first years on where to go. When Harry and his friends found Nick, he was conversing with a portrait of a lady. Upon noticing their approach, the lady elegantly lifted her skirts, warning Nick that someone was behind him before gracefully retreating to her frame. Nick turned to see Harry and his companions. He adjusted his slightly askew head and greeted Harry, saying, "The illustrious Harry Potter." Harry, maintaining politeness, inquired, "Hello, sir, may I consult you on a matter?" Nick's curiosity was piqued as he floated down from his elevated perch. Addressing Harry, "What is it? Are you in search of me, the ghost?" Hermione, eager as always, interjected from behind Harry. "We're keen to inquire about a ghost. Moaning Myrtle. Do you know her? The ghost who perished in the girls' lavatory. We wish to uncover the truth behind her demise." A contemplative expression crossed Nick's translucent visage, and after a moment of reflection, he exclaimed, "Ah, I recall now. It was that deceased student, correct?" Chapter 44, The Giant Spider. Harry and his companions nodded vigorously in affirmation. Indeed, that very deceased student, Hermione inquired with a glimmer of hope. Do you know what transpired with her? I could not locate any information in the library, and with it now closed, you are our only recourse. Nick floated thoughtfully, momentarily hesitating. Perhaps, my dear lady, it would be prudent to consult Rubeus Hagrid. He is currently the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts and can be easily found. With that, Nick ascended once more. Gentlemen, I have suddenly recalled pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Like one eager to escape, Nick hastily slipped through the wall, leaving them in his wake. Hagrid? Why Hagrid? The trio trudged across the castle's lawn toward Hagrid's modest hut, pondering why Nick had directed them to seek out Hagrid. Hermione, with her satchel containing the parchment for her inquiries, struggled against a gust of wind that swept her hair across her face. She turned to the boys and inquired, Does Hagrid know something? Do either of you recall him ever mentioning it? Harry shook his head, while Ron appeared equally oblivious. Why? Could it be that Hagrid is concealing something from us? Does he actually know about the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk? Harry remained silent, but Ron hesitated before responding. Given Hagrid's fondness for those creatures, he might indeed be aware of the basilisk, but how is that related to Moaning Myrtle? Harry suddenly interjected. Is there truly no one who knows the cause of Myrtle's death? Both boys shook their heads, prompting Harry to turn to Hermione. Hermione, do you remember the books you consulted? What happens when one gazes directly at a basilisk? Let me think. Gazing directly at a basilisk results in irrevocable consequences. Death, or soul departure, and so forth. Hermione gasped softly. Are you suggesting that Myrtle's death was due to her having looked directly at the basilisk? In that lavatory? Harry nodded. If that is the case, then Myrtle's death and Colin Creevy's petrification would make sense. As they continued their journey toward Hagrid's hut, Harry spoke rapidly. If the lavatory was indeed the basilisk's first point of emergence, then when it appeared over a decade ago, Myrtle happened to be there. She was merely a student. What resistance could she possibly muster against a basilisk? And Colin was petrified in the very corridor that allowed the basilisk to traverse, having emerged from the lavatory. It slid down the corridor while Colin was fiddling with his camera. Therefore, he did not meet the basilisk's gaze directly, but rather saw it through his camera, which is why he was petrified rather than killed. Hermione nodded in agreement. That makes a great deal of sense, but why did Nick insist we seek out Hagrid? As they arrived at Hagrid's hut, Harry knocked heavily on the door, eliciting a cacophony of barking from within. Hagrid, are you there? Fong seemed to recognize Harry's voice. Barking excitedly, Hagrid's voice called out from afar, Oi, Fong, calm down. Step aside. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing Hagrid's furry visage. Things have been rather tumultuous at school lately. Without permission, you three shouldn't be out and about. I had to procure a note from Professor McGonagall for you to be here, Hagrid said, a rare smile gracing his features as he rubbed his hands together, ushering the children into his humble abode. Come in, come in. How have you three been? Is everything well at school? Fong eagerly leaped on Harry, who dodged the enthusiastic dog Slobber while muttering, We're fine. Oh, Fong. Once Fong was finally coaxed away, the three children settled onto Hagrid's rather stiff sofa as he presented them with a massive bowl, laden with several hard biscuits. Freshly baked rock cakes. Give them a try. Hagrid warmly encouraged his young friends. Hermione eyed the rock cakes with a slight grimace, pouring herself a cup of tea as she cleared her throat. Hagrid, I have a few questions to pose, if I may. Hagrid, slightly taken aback, responded, What questions? Have you encountered some trouble? Is there anything I can assist you with? Hermione pressed on. Moaning Myrtle, do you know her? The girl who died in the girls' lavatory? We consulted Sir Nicholas, but he directed us to you. Why is that? Do you know her? Hagrid froze momentarily, stuttering Myrtle? That Myrtle? Upon witnessing Hagrid's reaction, Harry realized they had struck gold. He quickly followed up, Yes, Myrtle, the ghostly student. Hagrid, what do you know? Hagrid shrank into the sofa, his form contorted by anguish or some other emotion, his large hands raking through his hair. Shoulders slumped as he buried his face in his hands. They say it's my fault, that it was due to Aragog, but I know it couldn't have been. Aragog is gentle and only consumes the food I bring him. He rarely leaves his box. How could he possibly be the culprit? The trio seized upon this new name, with Hermione voicing her confusion first. Aragog, who is that? Hagrid let out a long sigh, tugging at his beard, his voice heavy with despair. He's a spider I raised. And because of Myrtle's death, I was expelled from Hogwarts, my wand broken. If it weren't for Dumbledore taking me in as the keeper of keys and grounds, I shudder to think what I might have become. Hermione gasped audibly. A spider? What kind of spider could cause a person's death? Hagrid, what else are you withholding from us? Hagrid glanced at Hermione through his fingers, stammering. Aragog is an acromantula, and it just so happens that I need to attend his funeral in the Forbidden Forest. Would you be willing to accompany me? Ron let out a yelp, nearly tumbling off the sofa. An acromantula? Hagrid, That is indeed a forbidden and dangerous creature. Harry and Hermione exhibited little reaction, possibly because they were unaware of what an acromantula was. Observing Ron's response, Harry inquired, Hagrid, do you mean that Spider is still alive? Tears welled in Hagrid's eyes as he spoke, his voice trembling. It is still alive for now, but its days are numbered. I had no choice but to leave Aragog in the Forbidden Forest, which pained me deeply, as I could no longer care for it. Thankfully, Aragog is strong enough to have survived in the perilous forest and even raised its own offspring. Now it senses that its time is near and wishes for me to attend its funeral and say goodbye. Hagrid's tears dripped onto the floor. My poor Aragog. Ron's voice quivered. I want to go. Acromantulas are dangerous creatures. The Ministry of Magic has forbidden their keeping. Harry, Hermione, you two need to wake up. Desperate. Ron attempted to explain the acromantula to Harry and Hermione, but the two, having grown up in the Muggle world, had no concept of what an acromantula was. They thought it was just an ordinary spider. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, and Harry declared, Hagrid, we'll go. Later that evening, Harry and Hermione flanked the struggling Ron, who was resisting futilely, as they stealthily slipped through the portrait of the fat lady under their invisibility cloak. The fat lady was leaning against the wall, snoring. Glancing around suspiciously but seeing nothing amiss, she settled back and closed her eyes. Harry and the others moved cautiously through the empty corridor, with Ron fearful of being discovered, but even more terrified of spiders. He struggled slightly, saying to Harry and Hermione, Are we really going? You both know how terrifying acromantulas are, Hermione. You need to convince Harry. Hermione raised a finger to him. Be quiet. Don't you fear attracting the patrolling professors? Or Filch? With a disheartened expression, Ron continued to tug along as the three of them made their way out of the school. Hagrid awaited them at the door of his hut, holding Fong by the leash. The trio emerged from the air, startling Hagrid, who was taken aback by their sudden appearance. Harry placed the invisibility cloak inside Hagrid's hut, while Hagrid handed each of them a lantern and gestured for Harry to lead Fong behind him. You three must stick closely to me, understood? They nodded in agreement. And Hagrid led them into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The forest remained as dark, quiet, and eerie as ever. Hagrid used his umbrella to part the way as they ventured deeper. It was an overcast night, devoid of any illuminating moonlight. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the heart of the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by towering trees. Ron's voice trembled as he spoke to Harry and Hermione. Look at the trees. They both looked up and faintly discerned shapes hanging from the branches, but it was too dark to distinguish clearly. Harry squinted for a long time without success. Those are acromantula webs, Ron exclaimed, his voice shaking. They had now entered the territory of the acromantula. Hagrid led the way, and the clouds, unbeknownst to them, parted silently. Harry swallowed hard and raised his lantern. Before them lay a massive creature, reflecting a ghastly pale light. At that moment, Harry understood why it was named the acromantula. This enormous spider was 3 times Hagrid's size, with 8 eyes neatly arranged on its back. The creature emitted a clicking sound from its mandibles, as if its fangs were grinding against one another. Its long, arched legs shifted slightly, causing Ron to gasp, his eyes rolling back as if he might faint at any moment. Fong bared his teeth, anxiously pacing back and forth. Harry and Hermione's hands trembled uncontrollably. What a colossal monster it was. Yet Hagrid showed no fear of the acromantula. Tears filled his eyes as he approached, trembling, and placed his hand upon the creature. Hagrid leaned against Aragog, weeping profusely. Old friend, I have come. Hermione, feeling a bit frightened, being a girl, remained at the edge, unwilling to step forward. Harry, compelled to press on, took the lantern and handed Fong's leash to Hermione, forcing himself to suppress his fear as he slowly approached. Is this Aragog? Aragog's eyes slowly turned, and Harry noticed a thick film clouding over them. The creature's murky orbs appeared to be trying to discern the source of the voice. Its speech was eerily distorted, like a poorly constructed human voice. The acromantula can talk? Hagrid dabbed at his tears and mucus with a hand, wiping it on the spider's fuzzy, white, coarse hair. This is Harry Potter, my friend. Aragog, you Hagrid's sobs broke forth once more. Aragog turned its massive, truck-like head toward Harry, and Harry felt every hair on his body stand on end as he instinctively stepped back. This was terrifying. The spider addressed Harry in a peculiar voice. Thank you for attending my funeral, Hagrid's friend. From its mouth came a grinding sound, and Harry felt an unholy stench and foul air wafting over him. Ron was behind them, stifling suppressed screams and sobs, while Hermione supported the nearly collapsing Ron, whispering urgently to Harry, Moaning Myrtle. Moaning Myrtle. Oh yes. Their purpose for coming was to find Moaning Myrtle. Harry forced himself to quell his inner fear and asked Aragog, May I pose a question, esteemed Aragog? The effort it took to utter those words was immense. Aragog's legs twitched, its sharp appendages gliding past Harry's side. Ron nearly fainted at the sight. while Hermione gripped his arm tightly, admonishing him, "Ronald, stop." Harry dared not move. He was drenched in sweat, unsure where his courage came from, and asked, "Do you know Moaning Myrtle, Mr. Aragog? I only wish to know if you were responsible for her death." Aragog let out a loud, spitting sound, though it sounded quite comical. It trembled, attempting to raise its enormous body. "No, absolutely not. My old friend has been unjustly accused for so long, but I truly have no connection to that girl's demise." Aragog was in a fit of rage, and Harry could hear the sound of countless legs rubbing against one another above his head, accompanied by the insatiable gazes that fell upon him and his friends. In that very instant, several enormous spiders leapt down from the treetops, landing beside Aragog, their malevolent eyes fixed upon Harry and his companions, poised to strike. The sound of Aragog's body scraping echoed ominously, and the spiders, unwilling to relent, cast one last glance at them before gradually retreating into the darkness. Hagrid, astonished, exclaimed, "Why you?" Even he had not anticipated that Aragog had spawned such a large brood of spiders. With a hint of regret, Aragog addressed Hagrid, saying, "My old friend, you must leave quickly. I can barely control my offspring any longer." Hagrid wept once more, while Hermione, her face ashen, shouted at him, "Hagrid, run." Harry tugged at Hagrid's sleeve, and Hagrid looked at him, then cast another glance at Aragog before picking up his lantern and following closely behind Harry and the others. Aragog's pale form receded into the distance, while the other giant spiders, adhering to Aragog's command, remained deep within the forbidden forest, refraining from pursuing them. Nevertheless, the experience was enough to leave the three of them shaken to their core. Upon returning to the hut, Ron, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "Did you see that? Did you see that? That was an acromantula. Just one jab of their legs, and you'd be split in two." He dramatically gestured with his hands, illustrating the gruesome fate that awaited them. "Just like that. Cut in half. Where do you get your courage from? And did you see? That big spider was on the verge of death." Hagrid still mourned, and Hermione returned the remains of the creature to him, wiping away his tears. Hagrid spoke apologetically to the three of them. "I never imagined that Aragog would have such a multitude of kin in the Forbidden Forest. But I assure you, I had nothing to do with Aragog or Moaning Myrtle's demise." The trio donned the invisibility cloak and departed from Hagrid's hut. After the events of the night, Harry felt increasingly certain that Myrtle's death was linked to the basilisk. This suggested that the bathroom could very well be the entrance to the creature's lair. However, how to open that entrance remained a mystery. Additionally, what did Myrtle's words mean? Not him. The tangled threads of clues swirled chaotically in Harry's mind, resembling a complex ball of yarn. What he lacked was merely the means to grasp the beginning of that yarn. The three of them stealthily returned to the common room, ensuring not to disturb anyone. Ron, his heart racing from the fright, hurriedly washed up and climbed into bed, while Harry found himself unable to sleep. To avoid disturbing others, he sat cross-legged on his bed, cast a silencing charm, and, using the light from his wand, placed a piece of parchment on his lap and began to write a letter. "Dear Draco, I believe I have found the entrance to the basilisk's lair, but what troubles me now is how to open that entrance." When this letter reached Draco's hands, it was still nighttime, and he was busy, having just returned to his room after brewing healing potions for Crumb and the others. Draco raised an eyebrow as he continued reading. He had received Potter's letter shortly after returning. How to open the Chamber of Secrets. Use that clever little brain of yours to think. Recognize the similarities you share with the founders, and you will naturally know how to unlock it. A wave of anxiety washed over him. If he could indeed open the chamber, did that mean he was the heir? Yet, if he did not open it, what would happen if the basilisk continued to wreak havoc? What was he to do? I look forward to your reply. Harry Potter. This letter was rather brief, indicating that Potter was indeed quite troubled. Draco flipped through the thin piece of parchment in his hand, confirming that the envelope was empty. He picked up another piece of parchment nearby and began to compose a response. "Dear Mr. Harry Potter, I hope this letter finds you well. I wish for you to understand one important principle. The ability to open the Chamber of Secrets is not the sole determinant of one's status as heir. Given your saintly disposition, you do not fit the criteria to be an heir, so you can rest assured that you are not one. If anyone claims you are the heir, you may confidently refute them. It is merely blatant jealousy, with no other justification. I recall you have read the history of our school. Comparing the founders within that text to your own attributes may yield some insights. As a sincere suggestion, when you attempt to open the chamber, bring your headmaster along. You and your friends alone cannot contend with the basilisk. Sincerely, Draco Malfoy." Once he had finished writing, he tossed the letter into the fireplace. 2 days later, Harry received a reply from Draco. He couldn't shake the feeling that Draco's responses were becoming increasingly prompt. He tore open the letter and quickly read through it. "Similarities between me and the founders?" Harry muttered. What could I possibly have in common with a historical figure? He puzzled over this until Hermione leaned in, her eyes alight with hope. What did Draco say? Harry shoved the letter back, replying, He told me to think about the similarities between myself and the founders. What could I possibly share with them? I can't very well read their biographies, can I? Ron paused, rubbing his nose. Don't you remember? You both can speak Parseltongue. Parseltongue, Hermione exclaimed, immediately covering her mouth and then confidently addressing Harry. This must be it. There's no other reason. She suddenly slapped Ron on the thigh, causing him to yelp in pain. Ronald, you're actually quite useful. Rubbing his sore leg, Ron complained. Of course I'm useful. But, Hermione, could you please not hit me next time? It hurts. Parseltongue. Harry paid no mind to the rekindled quarrel between the two. His mind was consumed with the thought. How could he have overlooked it? Parseltongue. Chapter 46. The end of the tournament. The 2-week-long Nordic Cup was swiftly approaching its conclusion. No one had anticipated that a team composed entirely of minors would find themselves on the grand stage of the final match. Over the course of the tournament, the Durmstrang team had garnered a substantial fanbase, predominantly comprising supporters of Krum. Draco's glowing banners had expanded their reach, nearly covering half of the stadium. Adorned with declarations of Krum as the greatest of all time, alongside banners representing the Durmstrang team as the largest Quidditch tournament in the Nordic region. The finals were held in a venue that had been doubled in size, allowing for twice as many spectators as before. Draco was certain that scouts from various other nations had arrived, eager to witness the true prowess of this team, chiefly that of Krum. At this moment, the players of the Durmstrang team were gathered in their locker room, where Professor Flitwick stood before his alchemical workbench, displaying the scenes from their upcoming match against the Finnish team. Alchemical cubes, representing their players, flitted rapidly across the surface of the workbench. Professor Flitwick addressed them, saying, Their seeker possesses remarkable agility. Krum, you must remain vigilant, as I suspect his speed may surpass yours. Krum, clutching his broom, stood silently, nodding in acknowledgement. The professor continued to speak to the other team members. Another point of concern is their chasers, who exhibit considerable strength. Their strikes on the bludgers will undoubtedly be more forceful than yours. Do not be disheartened. Such traits are dictated by muscle density and age, and your youth inherently places you at a disadvantage. Draco, are the bandages and potions ready? Draco, serving as the logistics coordinator, raised the vial of potions he had successfully procured after besting a group of older girls, earning his place as a commendable logistics officer. His exceptional potion-making skills, far exceeding those of his peers, had garnered Professor Flitwick's admiration, leading to his unusual recruitment into the support team. The professor nodded with satisfaction and remarked, Remember, regardless of the outcome, it is of no consequence. We have already reached the semifinals, and as students, you have proven yourselves to be exceptional. We are all proud of you. So, gentlemen, as you approach the final match, maintain a calm demeanor and simply play to the best of your abilities. The referee soared in from below, calling out, Durmstrang team, are you ready? You will take the field in 10 minutes. Krum signaled with an OK gesture. And upon receiving confirmation, the referee darted back. The final match would feature 5 referees, each responsible for different areas of the pitch. With only 10 minutes remaining, Krum began to lead their warm-up and conduct final checks on brooms and uniforms. The sound of celebratory cannon fire erupted from outside, as small sprites trumpeted overhead, while Krum led the Durmstrang players one by one onto their brooms, soaring into the sky. The final match between Durmstrang and Finland had finally commenced. The Finnish team, renowned for its prowess in Quidditch, boasted tall physiques, exceptional skills, and the latest broom models. As both teams circled the pitch, they waved to their fans below. Draco and Professor Flitwick positioned themselves beside the locker room, gazing down at the scene. Draco's hand instinctively clenched, as the locker room provided an unrivaled vantage point. He could see Krum descending, facing the Finnish captain who towered over him by a significant margin. It was astonishing that Krum, already tall, was dwarfed by the Finnish player. As the two captains shook hands, the box before the referee opened automatically, revealing the golden snitch, which playfully darted between the two captains, quickly flapping its wings and soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. The match had begun. The bludgers raced across the pitch at a dazzling speed. The Finnish players, possessing immense strength and clear strategies, targeted Krum's position with all the bludgers. Krum was compelled to evade the oncoming bludgers while simultaneously searching for the elusive golden snitch. Meanwhile, the players vying for the quaffle were engaged in fierce competition. Draco, keenly observing the action below, could not suppress his frustration. It was no wonder the bludgers were all directed toward Krum. Durmstrang had no advantage in the battle for the quaffle. The score quickly escalated due to Finland's successive goals, creating a significant gap. Krum, high above, was desperately dodging the bludgers hurtling toward him when suddenly, one bludger approached from an astutely calculated angle, racing swiftly from behind him. Draco's heart raced. Krum instinctively lowered his broom to avoid the incoming bludger. But another bludger was already on its way. With a deft lift of his broom's front, Crumb executed a full rotation in midair, successfully evading the 2 successive bludgers. His teammates, too, showed their resolve, launching into action. The commentator's voice rang out with fervor. Durmstrang has scored. In the face of the formidable Finnish team, as the dark horse of this tournament, they have not faltered or retreated. Oh, they've seized the quaffle. Go, Durmstrang. The cheers erupted, overwhelming the stadium. As the sounds of offense and defense reverberated throughout, the fans of both Durmstrang and Finland were equally fervent, determined that their cheers would not be overshadowed. Another commentator chimed in. Look, Durmstrang's seeker, Victor Crumb, is on the move. He's charging toward a specific spot, the Finnish goalpost. He previously outmaneuvered the Norwegian seeker with this same tactic. How will the Finnish seeker respond this time? Watch out. Bludger. Draco felt his heart leap into his throat as he noticed the bludger hurtling toward Crumb's location. Crumb executed a nimble roll, nearly hanging upside down on his broom, evading the bludger, while a Durmstrang player swiftly approached, swinging his bat at the bludger. The Finnish seeker raised his broom, dodging the incoming bludger. Yet, due to the age and inexperience of the Durmstrang players, their strength paled in comparison to that of the Finnish team. The power behind their bludgers was simply unmatched. Quaffle. Durmstrang scores again. Their score narrows once more. Crumb, clutching his broom with both legs, dove almost vertically toward the ground. Draco sprang to his feet, racing to the locker room door and grabbing a pair of binoculars to focus on Crumb. A glint of golden light caught his attention. Indeed, it was the golden snitch, hovering perilously low over the grass, nearly touching the ground. No wonder Crumb was diving straight down. The Finnish seeker had also spotted the target, and both players charged toward the location of the snitch, neck and neck. Is it the golden snitch? Yes, it is the golden snitch. Its position is exceedingly precarious. Be careful, both seekers. Don't break your necks. Draco gripped the binoculars tightly, his face flushed with concern. The position was far too dangerous. Crumb was diving at an almost vertical speed, and if he hesitated for even a moment, the Finnish seeker, however, approached with a more cautious, diagonal dive toward the golden snitch, a safer approach, and he was already closer, avoiding the need for reckless speed. This was a choice favored by most Quidditch players, making Crumb's tactic exceedingly perilous. The commentary remains fervently animated. Do not become solely engrossed in the golden snitch. The gap in the score from the bludgers has widened once more. At this rate of scoring, even if the Durmstrang team manages to capture the golden snitch, they may still succumb to defeat due to the overwhelming point difference. Bludger incoming. The simultaneous screams of the 2 commentators melded seamlessly with the roar of the crowd, rendering it impossible to distinguish which voice was louder. 2 bludgers were struck almost simultaneously, albeit aimed at different targets. One hurtled towards Crumb, while the other sped towards the Finnish team's seeker. A Durmstrang player struck the bludger with ferocity, while another darted towards Crumb's direction. This was a tactic they had meticulously devised in advance. In this critical moment, they were determined to clear all obstacles from Crumb's path, even at the cost of their own bodies. Crumb remained intensely focused, his gaze fixated solely on the slowly moving golden snitch, oblivious to the 2 players racing towards it. The sounds of the stadium, the commentary, the cannon fire, the cheers, the screams, faded into silence, leaving only the exhilarating rhythm of his blood coursing through his veins and the sensation of proximity to the ground. The snitch finally sensed impending danger, panic-stricken. It skimmed close to the ground and veered in another direction. The commentator's voice reached a near breaking point as he leapt from the commentary desk, nearly shouting into the microphone. The golden snitch was hurtling towards the Finnish team's seeker, but the angle was all wrong. The Finnish seeker, elated, lifted his broom, leaning his body towards one side, almost grazing the ground, a highly challenging flying posture, aimed at seizing the snitch. He extended one hand, striving to draw closer to the elusive prize. He felt the intense pressure of wind from above, a consequence of Crumb's rapid descent, slicing through the air above. But so what? The golden snitch was unequivocally his. The snitch vibrated violently, skimming the ground as both seekers rushed towards it. Suddenly, the snitch came to an abrupt halt, then changed direction, soaring swiftly upwards at a diagonal angle. Crumb's legs twitched slightly, his hands nearly slipping from the broom's grip, yet he anchored himself with his formidable core, desperately clinging to the broom. It was a precarious moment as he lunged forward. Victor Crumb has seized the golden snitch. My word, but he is about to fall. Chapter 47, The Mission. Draco's hand instinctively grasped the spare broom nearby. Crumb, performing acrobatics in midair, executed a perilous flip. The commentator's gasps echoing as Professor Flitwick dashed over, momentarily diverting attention from Draco's side. His feet propelled him onto the broom, ready to dart towards Crumb. When suddenly Crumb flipped, his toes catching the broom, which jolted him back into position. Crumb lay flat upon the broom, gasping for breath, his hand gripping the golden snitch tightly. Draco. He finally steadied himself, stepping down from the broom, utterly astonished. What was Crumb thinking? This is terrifying. The two commentators, momentarily stunned, were soon drowned out by a cacophony of cheers and gasps at the edge of the field. The referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The bludgers and quaffles prohibited from further contact. The players from both teams regrouped, the Durmstrang players converging around Crumb, still in a state of shock. You are far too reckless. What if you had fallen from the sky? The only means of flight for wizards is the broom. Should one fall from such heights, even a wizard would meet a grim fate. Crumb smiled at his teammates, choosing not to respond. With Crumb's capture of the golden snitch, the scoreboard flickered rapidly, all eyes fixated on the two seekers. Yet, the other players continued to score frantically, and during their pursuit of the golden snitch, the Finnish team managed to net several more bludgers. The final score settled at 300 to 280. Although Crumb had secured the golden snitch, the disparity in skill among the other players led to their unfortunate defeat by a mere 20 points. Crumb squinted, furrowing his brow, letting out a sound of discontent. The Finnish team's expression was equally grim. Had it not been for their frenzied assault on Durmstrang's goal in the final moments, the ultimate outcome might have been uncertain. However, to everyone else, it was evident they had fervently rallied for Durmstrang, and more specifically, for Crumb, a 15-year-old seeker, a fledgling member of the Durmstrang team. Under this young seeker's leadership, they had nearly shaken the Finnish team's long-standing dominance in the Nordic League. This year marked their first appearance. What about next year? The year after? Within the Durmstrang box, banners bearing Crumb's name began to wave, the cheers swelling from their section, ultimately coalescing into a resounding chorus of Crumb's name across the stadium. The Finnish fans were equally unyielding, brandishing their flags from the opposite end, chanting for their team in defiance. Draco stood within the Durmstrang's designated area, swept up by the fervor of the crowd, joining in the applause. The Quidditch Nordic League concluded with the Durmstrang team proudly claiming the runner-up title, hoisting a silver trophy. That evening, Draco slipped aboard the team's ship. The teachers did not accompany them. His magical automaton could only function in Durmstrang. Once outside its confines, it would become stiff and unnatural, revealing its true nature. Thus, Draco and Crumb maintained contact with their teacher through fireplaces or messages. As logistics personnel, Draco was naturally permitted on the team's ship. With the league concluded, the ship was set to return to school the following day, leading into a rigorous study schedule, followed by the Christmas holiday, exams, and more holidays ahead. As the captain, Crumb had a private room. Draco, holding a bottle of soothing potion for post-exertion use, knocked on Crumb's door. Crumb opened it, his upper body bare, applying bandages to himself. Until now, he had concealed it well, but Draco noted the muscle strain on Crumb's back. He closed the door, exasperatedly addressing Crumb. Senior, what was the necessity of that? Their bond transcended that of ordinary classmates. Both were students of Durmstrang, yet also pupils of Grindelwald, known for their formidable abilities, standing out among their peers. As Crumb observed Draco's entrance, a rare expression of relief flickered across his otherwise stoic visage. Without a trace of courtesy, he turned his back on Draco and addressed him directly. You're just in time. Assist me in wrapping the bandage. Draco, resigned, handed Crumb a soothing potion, the pale yellow liquid resembling soda, with tiny bubbles gradually rising to the surface. Crumb gave it a gentle shake before downing it in one go. Its flavor was reminiscent of orange soda. He licked his lips appreciatively, exclaiming, "Not bad. Your potion-making skills are improving." Draco, inwardly scoffing, thought, "As if you didn't know who brewed that potion for you." He tightened the bandage around Crumb's back with deliberate force, eliciting a muffled grunt from Crumb, whose forehead instantly glistened with beads of sweat. Draco meticulously fashioned a lovely bow with the bandage and stated, "This is merely a temporary solution. Once we return to school, you must consult Madame Pomfrey. Muscle strains are not my specialty. I can brew bone regrowth potion, but this clearly falls outside its purview." Crumb nonchalantly acknowledged with a grunt. Donning his robe once more, he rummaged through the cluttered table adorned with Quidditch strategies and retrieved a piece of parchment, which he handed to Draco. A letter from the professor. Draco accepted it, tore it open, and began to read. His light golden eyebrows shot up in disbelief as he turned to Crumb, unable to suppress his astonishment. Has the professor finally lost his mind? Crumb replied wearily, "That's not a fair assessment of him," with skepticism etched on his face. Draco shook the letter in his hand, sarcastically retorting, "What would you call it then?" He read aloud, "My dear Victor, and my dear Draco." Draco's tone dripped with mockery. "The centaurs of the Forbidden Forest have contacted me, informing me of ominous signs among the stars. As a poor wizard trapped in a high tower, what insight could I possibly possess?" Trapped in a tower? A poor wizard? One would think you have no connection to either term. The centaurs possess superior stargazing abilities than any of us, so upon your return, please accompany me and my dilapidated magical puppet into the depths of the Forbidden Forest to converse with their leader. It would be greatly inconvenient for me if I were to go alone. I've already arranged a meeting time with the centaur envoy. On the night of the full moon in a week's time, we shall convene at the school gate. Centaurs, can you believe what the professor is proposing? He wants to take Crumb and me to meet them, all because of an envoy sent by the centaurs? Wait, that implies Draco gasped. The professor has been in contact with the Nordic centaurs all along. Crumb snatched the letter from Draco's hands and tossed it into the fireplace, where the crimson flames swiftly consumed it. He remarked coolly, not just the centaurs. If I'm not mistaken, they, along with other magical creatures from the north, serve as guardians of the professor's prison. Since the professor has invited us to seek out the centaurs, we might as well go. Haven't you always been curious about what we learn in the upper year defense against the dark arts classes? Draco retorted defiantly, no, I'm not curious. What is there to learn about the Forbidden Forest and centaurs? He sighed, ruffling his hair in frustration. If you told me the professor had tamed a frost giant from the north, I wouldn't even be surprised. Crumb's expression remained enigmatic as he replied. That may not be entirely out of the question. But what could Draco do? He had no choice but to accept the professor's proposal. Upon returning from Crumb's vessel, he contemplated the matter deeply. What had the centaurs foreseen? Next year, there would be a Quidditch World Cup, and Crumb would be on the Bulgarian national team, while the mark of you-know-who would once again shine ominously over the wizarding world of Britain. By that time, you-know-who's power had not fully resurrected, leaving Draco with scant knowledge. However, there was no doubt that the sudden disappearance of Harry Potter during the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric's death, his uncle's subsequent escape from prison, and the trials faced by his own father were all intricately linked to this unfolding saga. His father had not played a significant role in the conspiracy. As an official in the Ministry of Magic, he had merely facilitated certain approvals. Yet, it seemed clear that the list of officials involved was undoubtedly suspect. The revival of the Dark Mark was an unstoppable force. Had the centaurs foreseen this? He gazed up at the sky from the deck. The astronomy class at Durmstrang was a sophisticated subject, with several observatories installed on the icy plains, accurately identifying the names of celestial bodies to aid students in their observations. Draco squinted at the heavens, unable to discern anything significant. Perhaps it was the heavy cloud cover that obscured his view, rather than a deficiency in his abilities. He concluded, returning to his chambers. Chapter 48, Return to Campus. The next day, the grand ship of Durmstrang set sail back to campus. The echoes of Quidditch still reverberated in the hearts of the students, but the upcoming lessons were evidently more rigorous. Professor Helena Vanelland's Charms class resumed as the first lesson of the day. Professor Vanelland smiled warmly as she leaned against her podium, behind which stood a large mirror. Draco led his classmates into the classroom, taking his usual seat. With a wave of her hand, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Classmates, the Quidditch match has concluded. Did you enjoy it? The students below responded in sparse agreement, many still in a state of drowsiness from the previous night's excitement. Unable to fully engage in the first lesson of the day, Professor Vanelland seemed unfazed by their lethargic responses. She suddenly clapped her hands before the mirror. A blinding beam of light shot forth, reflecting off the ceiling and momentarily stunning several students, rendering them motionless in their seats. Professor Vanelland's voice gently resonated from the podium, and Draco was certain he detected a hint of amusement in her tone. Bright light, blinding, purifying. In the context of rune magic, all can be encompassed within this one symbol. Surely, you have all experienced the flickering of lumos? The brilliant light gradually dissipated into the air, leaving behind a lingering aura of potent magical energy that still resonated within the classroom. Professor Vanelland raised her hand, gesturing elegantly as the residual fragments of magical energy in the air began to coalesce, forming a curvilinear symbol resembling a distorted N. The sun holds paramount significance for us. In the world of Runwen, this rune embodies the essence of solar energy. Thus, it is not merely a symbol that emits light. It possesses the remarkable ability to purify surrounding dark energies to a certain extent, dispelling and cleansing even the dark magical energies and curses that cling to enchanted objects. However, the magic required to wield it is immense. Although you are merely second-year students, inscribing a rune should pose no challenge. Today's lesson is to draw this rune and successfully cast it once to conclude the class. The rune's symbol gradually dissipated into the air, and the lingering magical fragments above the classroom diminished completely. Professor Vanelland appeared somewhat fatigued, while the students below retrieved their rune paper and pens from their bags, beginning to clumsily sketch. Initially, all Runewin symbols are mere imitations of shapes and do not qualify as true runes. After several attempts, some gifted students begin to sense their own magical energy, infusing it into the rune as they draw. This signifies that they have commenced the process of harnessing the magical forces that exist within nature through the act of rune drawing. If casting a spell involves channeling one's personal magic, then runes represent a fusion of the natural magic with one's own, merging into a unified whole. Therefore, the release of a rune does not necessitate the use of a wand. A powerful practitioner can even draw it directly on the ground without the need for specialized rune paper or pens, and it will take effect. However, such extraordinary feats are relics of the ancient magical era. Draco slowly completed the final stroke on his paper, and the distorted and suddenly gleamed with a burst of light. A moderate beam emanating from his rune paper. Yet, this white light appeared feeble, dissipating before it could even reach the ceiling. Simultaneously, Draco felt a leaden heaviness in his right arm. Was this rune such a burden? Professor Vanelund clapped her hands in delight. Excellent. Mr. Malfoy, you are the fastest wizard I have ever seen to release this rune. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy, you possess extraordinary talent. With Draco's success serving as an inspiration, his classmates were motivated. Beams of varying brightness and thickness began to emanate from their rune papers. Yet one individual struggled to succeed. While they could draw the rune, it failed to manifest its intended effect. An ineffective rune amounted to little more than meaningless scribbles. That individual was Livia. However, Professor Vanelund merely glanced at Livia's drawn rune and encouraged her. This is already commendable. She returned to the podium, clapping her hands, and announced, for homework. Aside from the flickering glow, what other spells bear a resemblance to this illumination rune? Elaborate on the similarities between these spells and submit your findings to me next week. The little puddings, well, slightly taller puddings now, agreed, tidying their bags as they proceeded to their next class. The subsequent lesson was alchemy. Professor Frost's popularity was exceptionally high. Even though he assigned a considerable amount of homework, it did little to diminish the students' fondness for him. Upon entering the classroom, Draco and Casper settled at their respective workstations, placing their bags down and awaiting the professor's arrival. Professor Frost entered, carrying a bag, and warmly greeted the other students, instructing, "Please line up and take a strand of Arctic wolf fur." "Oh, Arctic wolf." Professor Frost set down the bag, and a soft blue glow emanated from within. A pile of Arctic wolf fur was neatly arranged, the size of the Arctic wolf being larger than that of a common wolf, its fur robust, resembling enormous bird feathers. The students lined up, each taking a strand of fur from Professor Frost's bag before returning to their workstations. Professor Frost also took a strand for himself, walking around the classroom and softly asking, "Can anyone tell me the common uses of Arctic wolf fur?" Anya raised her hand without hesitation, and Professor Frost gestured for her to speak. Arctic wolf fur possesses a certain degree of freezing properties, which gradually diminish the longer it is removed from the Arctic wolf's body. Its freezing potency is strongest within the first 24 hours. Professor Frost nodded encouragingly, prompting Anya to continue. It can also be used to create freezing potions, serve as an analgesic, and provide temporary hemostatic effects. Professor Frost appeared greatly pleased. "Excellent work, Ms. Peterson. It seems you have thoroughly read the textbook I assigned. Today, we will learn and create a potion utilizing one of the least employed functions of Arctic wolf fur, its coagulating and hemostatic properties. What are some common hemostatic herbs?" Katia raised her hand high, and Professor Frost pointed to her. "The most common hemostatic herb is white ash." Professor Frost nodded, signaling Katia to sit down. He spoke gently. The reason white ash is the most common hemostatic herb is not only due to its prevalence and ease of use, but also because, in emergencies, it can be applied directly to a wound without much preparation after being crushed, yielding effective results. However, Arctic wolf fur has a distinct advantage when making hemostatic potions, one that white ash cannot match. Due to its freezing properties, the hemostatic potion derived from it not only stops bleeding, but also alleviates pain, numbing the nerves, allowing for unhindered movement in certain emergencies. However, please remember, this is only in emergencies. Most of the time, I would still recommend white ash as your first choice for a hemostatic potion. Draco also retrieved his strand of Arctic wolf fur as Professor Frost continued. To use Arctic wolf fur in potion making, preliminary steps such as cleaning, segmenting, and mixing are necessary. It serves as a perfect neutralizer and blending agent, combining analgesic, numbing, and hemostatic functions into one potion, achievable only by incorporating Arctic wolf fur. Next to their workstation was a small copper faucet, and Draco turned it on, cold water gushing out as he meticulously washed the Arctic wolf fur. He also took out white ash and mousegrass. Mousegrass possesses remarkable vitality. It is low and lush, serving as vital sustenance for snow hares and snow mice during winter. When the weather warms slightly and the snow melts, they blanket the entire tundra like a carpet. As winter descends, they become thickly blanketed by snow, entering a state of dormancy. Their leaves retract, transforming into a thin, moss-like layer that clings as closely as possible between rocks and crevices. The mouse grass must have been harvested before winter's onset. Its leaves are slender and elongated, a vibrant green. Draco places these mouse grass leaves into the mortar, crushing them before transferring them into the crucible. Casper is also working with mouse grass, which possesses another characteristic. It is notoriously slippery, and careless handling can easily result in cuts to one's fingers. Casper cautiously manipulates the mouse grass a couple of times before preparing to pour it into the crucible. Unable to bear it any longer, Draco intervenes. This won't do. Do you wish for the crucible to explode? Chapter 49, Return to School 2. Draco reprocesses the mouse grass for Casper. Casper's aptitude in alchemy does not seem to extend to his potions class. Had Draco not been there to supervise, the crucible would have exploded countless times by now. After mixing the mouse grass with white ash and the processed fur of the ice wolf, the next step is to brew. During the brewing process, one must gradually and evenly infuse their magical energy, resulting in a potion that exhibits a layered appearance akin to a cocktail, with a beautiful blue hue at the bottom. Only this color signifies a successful potion. When the class bell rings, everyone pours their potions into bottles. Without exception, Draco's potion reveals a stunning ice blue base. Professor Frost collects their potions one by one and assigns them homework, a detailed account of the reaction when white ash and ice wolf fur are combined. Apart from mousegrass, what additional ingredients do you think could be added? Submit your responses to me next week. Excellent, and here's an additional assignment. Now, they have only one class left in the afternoon, as daylight hours are too short. For the safety of the students, all afternoon classes have been moved to magical creatures, along with the once-a-month outdoor astronomy class. After finishing lunch in the hall, the children have no time to rest. They pack their bags and hurry to the mushroom house, where Professor Billing is already awaiting them. Behind her stands a tall and imposing snowfield heavy horse. Its coat is pure white, adorned with long forelocks, and it possesses gentle brown eyes. Most importantly, it boasts 6 long, snow-white wings. It resembles a Pegasus that has stepped straight out of a fairy tale, resplendent and formidable. At this moment, it stands behind Professor Billing, towering even above her. Only its 4 legs are marked by a hint of black fur, resembling a giant toy standing obediently. The girls cannot resist its charm, erupting into cheers and gasps, their adoration unmistakable. Professor Billing gently strokes its muzzle and addresses them. This is a Pegasus, or perhaps a winged horse. Upon her words, the horse obediently unfurls its wings, taking a few steps as if to showcase itself. Its wings are powerful and vast. Professor Billing continues, this is a common breed of winged horse, favored by nobility for its beauty and consequently quite expensive. The Pegasus is quite large and not easily bred. Despite its size, this one is still a baby. Draco admires the winged horse. While many magical creatures can fly, few are as exquisite as the Pegasus. The nightmare appears fearsome and is seldom seen. The griffin, with its eagle head and horse body, is fierce and not suitable for mass domestication. The gentle and stable nature of the Pegasus makes it the preferred choice for long journeys. Professor Billing elaborates, in the Nordic regions, the population of winged horses is not extensive. However, there exists a unique breed, known as Snow White, to which this young one belongs. The survival rate of Pegasus foals is quite low, and Durmstrang also participates in their conservation efforts. This young one was born in these woods. Today's lesson involves finding the Pegasus herd based on the coordinates I provide. I will distribute a badge to each of you. Wear this badge, and upon locating the Pegasus territory, they will allow you entry. Then, you are to document the plants they most favor, detailing their growth environment, and submit your findings to me next week. Professor Billing mounts a broomstick that is distinctly different from the common ones available on the market. Its branches are forked, exuding an aura of age. The young horse whinnies, spreading its wings and beginning a run on the ground. Professor Billing soars high into the sky, addressing the children from above. Now, attempt to traverse this forest and locate the Pegasus's habitat. With that, her broom makes a graceful sweep, vanishing into the dark woods along with the young Pegasus. Draco, a group of students. Are we really embarking on another exploration of the dark forest? Draco sighs resignedly, relieved that he is dressed warmly enough today. He tightens the straps of his cloak and checks his dragon hide boots, beckoning his friends as they search for an entrance into the forest. As Draco re-enters the dark forest, far away in England, Harry is not faring much better. Having nearly confirmed that the basilisk is the culprit behind Moaning Myrtle's demise, Harry refrains from acting impulsively. Instead, he shares this discovery with Professors McGonagall and Snape during a class. Though Professor Snape often wears a cold demeanor, Harry has caught glimpses of him in Dumbledore's office on several occasions, and Draco has mentioned that Snape can be consulted if needed. While Harry does not particularly like Professor Snape, he chooses to heed Draco's advice. Indeed, upon hearing Harry's words, Professor Snape and McGonagall both caution him against taking hasty action and advise him to await further news from the professors. Meanwhile, the long-anticipated Quidditch team tryouts have commenced within the school. Without a doubt, Harry smoothly defeats the candidates for the Gryffindor seeker position, breaking the record for the youngest Quidditch player in the history of the school. Professor McGonagall approves his entry into the team as a second-year student, a decision that darkens Professor Snape's expression further, especially after Harry's first appearance, during which he bested Slytherin. Snape has shot Harry many a scathing glance in potions class. However, Harry has grown accustomed to it. He has transitioned from his initial trepidation to a state of indifference, demonstrating remarkable bravery. He once again causes his cauldron to explode in Professor Snape's potions class. Professor Snape can barely contain his frustration as he finally concludes the lesson, hastily ushering the troublesome Gryffindors from his classroom. After tidying up, the flames in his fireplace suddenly turn green, and Dumbledore's voice resonates from within. "Dear Severus, please come to my office." Severus Snape emerged from his office, his countenance marred by an undeniable scowl as he ascended the staircase. A throng of students instinctively distanced themselves, wary of incurring his wrath should they inadvertently step out of line. His billowing black robes trailed behind him as he strode purposefully to the door of Albus Dumbledore's office. After a firm rap, he entered to find a magnificent bird, resplendent in crimson plumage, soaring towards him. Snape raised a hand instinctively to shield himself, but Fawkes alighted gently upon his arm, chirping affectionately. A flicker of warmth crossed Snape's features. He had scoured countless rare magical plants to nourish this phoenix, eagerly awaiting its maturation. He caressed Fawkes' warm feathers, noting the creature's elevated temperature as it nuzzled his fingers. The successful rebirth of Fawkes heralded a significant turn of events. He turned to Dumbledore, inquiring, "When do you intend to confront the basilisk? This creature has endured for at least 2 millennia. Do you truly have the heart to slay it?" Dumbledore pivoted, selecting a tattered hat from his coat rack and placing it atop his head. The hat opened its mouth and let out a jovial laugh. "Ah, old friend. Is it finally my turn to take the stage?" Meanwhile, Harry Potter quietly sat up in his bed, surrounded by the deep slumber of his companions, Ron even snoring softly. He slipped on his invisibility cloak and stealthily descended from his bed. The fat lady's portrait swung aside, allowing Harry to slip through. As he swiftly made his way towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, he heard Filch's heavy footsteps and paused beside his suit of armor. Once the lantern-bearing caretaker passed, he dashed down the corridor. At the corridor's entrance stood 3 shadowy figures, 2 adorned in pointed hats, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, and the third, lacking a hat and draped in black robes, was Professor Snape. Dumbledore gestured kindly in Harry's direction, saying, "Harry, do remove your invisibility cloak." Harry, puzzled by how the headmaster knew of his presence, hesitantly shed the cloak, watching it flow like water over his form before stowing it in his bag. The 3 professors before him instilled a profound sense of security and confidence. Dumbledore gently nudged Harry's back, guiding him towards the faintly illuminated bathroom at the corridor's end, where moonlight streamed through the glass, reflecting softly off the floor. "Go on, Harry," Dumbledore encouraged warmly. "Pursue your intentions with resolve." Harry cast one last glance at the 3 professors, gripping his wand tightly as he entered Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "Myrtle? Are you there?" he whispered. The dilapidated bathroom appeared desolate, devoid of any sign of Myrtle's presence, save for the ominous dripping of the faucet, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Pushing open the worn door, he called out, "Myrtle, where are you?" After a prolonged silence, a pale figure slowly emerged from behind the toilet. Myrtle retained the same appearance Harry last remembered, glasses perched on her nose, regarding him with skepticism. "Why have you returned?" Chapter 50. Moaning Myrtle clearing his throat, Harry awkwardly replied, I came to see you." Even as a ghost, it was evident that Myrtle's face was etched with doubt and mistrust. She floated slightly higher, questioning him. "You came to see me? A ghost?" Harry's green eyes blinked, revealing their profound depth when he was sincere. He nodded, scanning the surroundings before selecting a relatively clean toilet to sit upon. "I thought you might be lonely here. You've become a ghost, so why not venture out more often?" he suggested, counting on his fingers. "Nearly headless Nick and the other ghosts roam the castle. It's far better than being here all alone, don't you think? This bathroom is abandoned. No one uses it, and there's no one to talk to. Don't you feel lonely?" From a distance, Professor Snape wore an impassive expression, turning to Professor McGonagall. "Did you teach him those lines?" McGonagall's typically stern demeanor softened slightly. "I had no idea Mr. Potter could be so eloquent." Dumbledore, stroking his beard, chuckled. "I previously recommended a book to Mr. Potter titled How to Make Your Love Letters More Poignant. It seems he has taken my advice to heart." As the professors exchanged glances, Harry continued speaking to Myrtle. "So, I came." Upon hearing his words, Myrtle appeared to waver. slowly floating down to align herself with Harry's height. Do you really feel that way? Harry met her gaze, of course. You remember me, don't you? He gestured. The last time I visited, I was with my friends. Perhaps the crowd made you uncomfortable, so I came alone today. Myrtle, can you tell me what truly happened to you? Myrtle's gaze began to drift. I've recounted it many times, yet no one believes me. Harry interjected. I believe you, so please tell me what happened. A translucent liquid welled in Myrtle's eye sockets. As a ghost, her tears lacked substance, dissipating into the air like mist. Her voice trembled. The last thing I can remember is those enormous, yellow eyes. Her expression grew distant, as if lost in a memory. I encountered someone. He spoke to me. He was very handsome, and I liked him. Yes, he had hair as dark as yours. Dark hair? Dumbledore, standing behind, exchanged a knowing glance with Professor Snape upon hearing this. He was gentle, frequently visiting me, appearing to be quite lonely himself. He confided that his classmates did not like him. I was perplexed. His character was so amiable, his appearance so perfect. How could he feel so isolated? Harry's tone remained gentle, his green eyes filled with curiosity. Did he ask you to keep his secret? At the mention of the word secret, Myrtle's expression shifted dramatically. Harry pressed on. The secret he asked you to keep. Could it be the entrance to the basilisk? Moaning Myrtle appeared somewhat disoriented, as though she had become a shadow of her former self. At one moment, she tugged at her own hair. Yet all that she managed to pull away was a swirling mass of white mist that floated upwards to the ceiling of the restroom. The entire specter seemed to have descended into a state of agitation. Silently trailing behind Harry were the three headmasters, their wands held aloft as they proceeded forward. Oblivious to their presence, Myrtle remained entirely unaware that three adults had entered the room without a sound. Dear Myrtle, Dumbledore spoke gently. Severus Snape wore a grimace of utter despair. His lips moved as if he wished to address Dumbledore, but the inappropriateness of the moment, perhaps coupled with a lingering respect for the headmaster, rendered him mute. Was it Tom who instructed you to remain here? He inquired, lightly waving his wand. A pale beam of light erupted from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, curling around Myrtle like a soft ribbon. With a sigh, Dumbledore remarked, there are traces of the soul-sucking curse and memory-altering spells. The ghost trembled, emitting a soft sob. Her death had been so abrupt that many of her memories had become hazy. She had even forgotten the true culprit responsible for her demise, foolishly lingering in this decayed and forsaken restroom. Myrtle burst into tears, covering her face with her hands, as large swathes of mist cascaded down her visage like true tears. With a choked voice, she addressed Harry. Yes, it was that tap. Parseltongue can awaken that tap. Snape coldly retorted to Dumbledore. Have you found the answer? What about Fawkes? Dumbledore stroked his beard, responding with a twinkling smile. Come now, dear child, do not be distressed. You may remain at Hogwarts. Who would chase you away? Ah, dear Severus, rest assured that Fawkes will appear at the appropriate moment, I promise. Now, no mistreating the elderly. Harry cautiously glanced at Professor Snape before quickly averting his gaze. He dared to assert that even if a group of Gryffindor students had collectively sent cauldrons soaring in Snape's potions classroom, it would not compare to the dark expression on Snape's face at that moment. Professor Snape seemed to have summoned all of his strength, perhaps even drawing upon a lifetime of restraint to quell the urge to cast a curse at Dumbledore. Meanwhile, the stern Professor McGonagall pulled Harry aside, deftly sidestepping the imminent conflict between the two men. She drew her wand and tapped the various taps before her. Enlarge, she commanded. There were about 5 or 6 taps, all identical, crafted from brass and coated in limescale. At Professor McGonagall's incantation, the taps projected enlarged illusions into the air, revealing one tap that bore a subtle engraving of an exceedingly small snake at its base, hidden from view. Just this one, Professor McGonagall declared with satisfaction, waving her wand again to revert the illusions. Harry swallowed hard, racking his brain for words to address the tap, uncertain of what to say. Just say something. Give it a try, Professor McGonagall urged him. Harry hesitantly uttered, hello? Mr. Potter, she reminded him. Use Parseltongue. Harry scratched his head, each time he spoke in Parseltongue. He was blissfully unaware of his use of the language, perceiving it merely as ordinary speech. The words that reached his ears sounded like perfectly normal English, rather than the hissing, eerie tones that Ron often described it as. He attempted to address the tap once more. Move aside. The tap remained immovable. Professor McGonagall rapped on it, muttering in surprise, it cannot be transfigured? Standing behind her, Professor Snape coolly interjected, since this is the entrance to the chamber, it is undoubtedly safeguarded by the Founder's magic. Ordinary transfiguration spells would be ineffective. With the transfiguration spell deemed useless, the gaze of the 3 adults fell squarely upon Harry, and he instantly felt the weight of expectation grow heavier upon his shoulders. Stay calm, Harry. He focused intently on the small snake engraved beneath the tap. desperately imagining it as a real serpent. It is a real snake. It is a real snake, he thought fervently, unwittingly vocalizing his thoughts. To Harry's astonishment, the previously static pattern of the snake seemed to come alive. It flicked its tail and began to coil around the tap, slowly winding its way upward. Move aside. Harry's eyes fixated on an ethereal focal point, and the words that escaped his lips transformed from English into a low, unremarkable hissing sound. Yet, upon uttering those words, the tap underwent a transformation. It truly morphed into a snake. The metallic serpent coiled fluidly, its form enveloping the entire pipe, while the taps became its glimmering scales. It slithered, producing a creaking sound, as a vast opening gradually emerged before them. Snape furrowed his brow tightly, Professor McGonagall softly gasped, and Dumbledore adjusted his hat. Peering into the dark maw before them, a foul wind wafted from within. "Oh, Merlin!" Professor McGonagall, fearful of startling the basilisk, suppressed her astonishment, while Snape stepped forward, firmly instructing her, "Madam, remain above. I shall descend with Dumbledore." The opening had no steps, as was to be expected. How could a passage for the basilisk possibly have stairs? Chapter 51, The Chamber. As the chamber was truly opened, Harry found himself in a state of disbelief. It opened so easily. Yet, Professor Snape had already lifted his robes, preparing to slide down the entrance. Although Harry and the other Gryffindor students often grumbled about Snape resembling a large, dark bat, when he vanished into the opening, Harry's anxiety surged. Is this truly beginning? The entrance was eerily silent, with only the foul wind continually gusting from within. Professor McGonagall extended her hand to shield Harry. "Mr. Potter." She intended for Harry to remain above while she descended, but Harry nimbly ducked beneath her arm, positioning himself at the entrance. Then, releasing his grip, he folded his arms across his chest and disappeared into the pitch-black void. Slippery, foul-smelling. Harry stifled his nausea and revulsion, straining to curl himself beneath the fabric of his school robe. The dark passage seemed interminable, akin to an abyss. As he floundered like a helpless insect within this vast conduit, tumbling and twisting, unable to discern up from down, with a sudden rush, he tumbled out of the pipe, dazed and disoriented, landing atop a pile of indeterminate objects. He fought against the urge to contemplate the nature of the things beneath him, in the enveloping darkness. A cold hand grasped him firmly. Harry nearly cried out, but he quickly composed himself, recognizing the calloused hands as those of Professor Snape, who pulled him protectively behind him. His fury barely concealed as he hissed, "How did you get down here? How dare Dumbledore permit you to descend?" Harry remained silent. Yet Snape's actions belied his words. He kept Harry securely sheltered behind him. A small orb of light materialized before them, flickering softly. With a deft flick of his wand, Snape sent the orb soaring upward from the tip of his wand, illuminating the pitch-black passage they had traversed. Harry swallowed hard. The room appearing to be a chamber deep beneath the ground, with a towering domed ceiling and walls of dark stone, marred by numerous dubious marks. In one corner of the room lay a layer of desiccated, translucent substance, resembling some vast exoskeleton. "Be cautious, that is the shed skin of the basilisk," Snape warned in a strained voice. Harry nodded, rising to survey the chamber. His gaze was immediately drawn to the imposing stone pillars, arranged neatly along either side of the chamber, supporting the ceiling like silent sentinels. At their bases swirled ominous clouds of ethereal green mist, hovering perilously above the floor. A faint light, seemingly from nowhere, illuminated the mist in varying intensities, shifting and undulating as if controlled by an unseen hand. Harry covered his mouth, realizing that this chamber must lie deep within the black lake itself. The light resembled moonlight filtering through the rippling water's surface. The glowing orb floated ahead, revealing the end of the stone pillars and an enormous visage. It stood resolutely at the chamber's far end, its back merging seamlessly with the wall. Long whiskers cascaded from its chin, and behind its robe, carved stone feet were visible. The statue loomed almost as tall as the room itself, and given the context of its construction, it was unmistakably the statue of Salazar Slytherin. But where was the basilisk? Where had it gone? This chamber was undoubtedly its lair, as evidenced by the shed skin, yet the creature itself was conspicuously absent. Harry anxiously glanced at Professor Snape, whose lips were pressed tightly together, paling to a stark white from the strain. He whispered urgently, "Stay alert." Harry nodded as the sound of more clattering echoed from the passage, heralding another arrival. "Oh no!" a familiar voice exclaimed, so recognizable that it caused Snape to furrow his brow in concern. Harry's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness of the chamber, and he pretended not to notice Snape's countenance, which was more fearsome than that of the basilisk. He dashed forward, covering Ron's mouth. Ron clutched a tattered hat that appeared to have aged like fine leather, his expression one of dismay, his clothes wrinkled and disheveled. With Harry's support, he stood, groping blindly with outstretched hands. He began, but Harry quickly gestured for silence. The tears in Ron's eyes swirled, but did not fall. He trembled as he extended the ragged hat toward Harry. The headmaster sent me to bring this down to you. Harry accepted the hat, fully aware of its significance, an annual fixture that he had seen every year, always wondering if it would endure another season. Yet it steadfastly remained atop the heads of each new student. Snape's voice dripped with icy menace. If you dare to sing now, I shall cast the killing curse upon you. Ron gasped, abruptly silenced as if a hand had tightened around his throat. Professor McGonagall had not warned him that the dark bat was also present. His hands shook violently, nearly dropping his wand. While the Sorting Hat seemed to cower under Snape's palpable aura, the three of them, along with the hat, found themselves engulfed in an unsettling stillness. Harry motioned for Ron to remain quiet, bravely stepping closer to Snape, inquiring, "Where's the basilisk?" Snape pondered the question as well, despite the chamber's vastness. He was certain that his illumination had revealed every corner, yet the creature's presence was nowhere to be found. It could not have escaped. This passage was its sole means of exit. So where had the basilisk vanished? Before them stood only the towering statue, which captured Snape's attention once more. Its imposing presence impossible to ignore. The statue's mouth gaped darkly, resembling merely an entrance. With a gentle tread, Snape advanced, moving as stealthily as he did in the potions classroom, silently positioning himself behind them. His wand remained poised at an angle, the light still emanating from it. As Harry and Ron trailed closely behind, crack! Ron's face fell as he extricated his foot from what appeared to be a heap of unidentified bones, likely belonging to a cow or some other quadruped, remnants expelled by the basilisk. The dark bones nearly blended with the shadowy floor of the chamber. Snape turned, casting a sharp glare at Ron, who immediately covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. Snape's expression suggested a desire to transform into the basilisk himself, but suddenly, the entire chamber trembled gently, akin to a colossal squid in the Black Lake kicking the chamber like a ball. The three of them swiftly sought refuge behind one of the towering pillars, the tremors intensifying, a foul stench permeating the air. Snape extinguished the orb of light, plunging the chamber into the same oppressive darkness as before, with only the faint glow filtering in from the depths of the Black Lake to provide scant illumination. A heavy thud echoed from the statue's direction, prompting Snape to raise a finger, signaling the boys to remain silent. He swiftly tapped his wand against their shoulders. A chilling sensation cascaded down their spines, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. Harry and Ron shivered, watching as Snape's shadow melded with that of the stone pillar behind him. Disillusionment charm. Had Hermione been present, she would undoubtedly have recognized the incantation. This advanced spell, utilized by Aurors during combat operations, temporarily melds one's silhouette with the surrounding environment, akin to the chameleon, with the duration contingent upon the caster's magical prowess. Common scenarios for its application include ambushes, infiltrations, and assassinations. The tip of Professor Snape's wand emitted a flurry of glowing letters. Do not look into its eyes. The two exchanged nods, and Professor Snape reiterated his command. Stay here, do not venture out. Ron nodded in compliance, while Harry feigned agreement, yet discreetly observed Snape's demeanor, angling his own wand similarly before him. Professor Snape glided away, reminiscent of a great bat. A foul wind swept towards them, the sound of scales scraping against the ground. Or perhaps the walls grew increasingly pronounced as the basilisk emerged from the statue's mouth, slithering its elongated body, coiling above the statue. Advancing towards the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, a thunderous crash resonated from ahead. Harry gazed up at the dome of the chamber, through the glass above. In the dark lake outside, he vaguely discerned a massive, shadowy form hovering before the statue, seemingly aware of the chamber's opening, crawling forth from the statue's belly. It was no wonder that upon entry, they had not seen the basilisk. It had been slumbering within the statue's abdomen. The dark reflection writhed ominously upon the dome, and Harry lowered his gaze to the floor. With the scant illumination, he strained to discern the filthy ground beneath him. Chapter 52, The Chamber of Secrets 2. Professor Snape stood before them, also concealed behind a stone pillar, shrouded under the same disillusionment charm, allowing both parties to see one another. Snape extended the tip of his wand towards the front, his lips moving as he cast a spell. A fierce tongue of flame erupted from his wand, but he dared not look in the direction of the basilisk. Harry heard the creature emit a hissing sound, the frequency of vibrations within the chamber escalating. As debris rained down from the ceiling, Harry shifted his body to evade the falling stones, eyes shut tightly. He randomly cast spells in the direction of the basilisk as he recalled. The spells erupted in a spectrum of colors from both wands, one from Snape's, the other from Harry's, as he lunged forward, feeling a rush of wind sweep past him. Potter! Snape exclaimed, his face darkened. Wielding his wand like a whip to shield them both, his gaze fixed on the floor below, judging the basilisk's trajectory through the sounds of the wind and reflections on the ground. To his dismay, Harry Potter, that foolish boy, darted from behind the pillar, casting spells at the creature. The basilisk was struck by Potter's disarming spell on its snout. Its scales, though exceedingly tough, being a creation of wizards, possessed a natural resistance to spells. However, this particular disarming charm struck precisely at its sensitive snout, causing the creature to turn its head, irate, flicking its tongue as it sought out the detestable wizards within the chamber. Though its gaze could kill, its vision was severely impaired, akin to that of a blind creature. Snape seized Harry by the collar, pulling him back behind the pillar, watching the basilisk from a safe distance. As long as they did not meet its gaze directly, they would be safe. Snape had no desire to reprimand Potter further. That recent disarming spell had afforded them a brief moment of respite, for otherwise, the basilisk would have spotted them immediately. Flames blazed fiercely upon the ground, yet the basilisk's massive form trampled over the burning pyre, the fire struggling momentarily before extinguishing in defeat. Clearly, flames were of no consequence to the basilisk. Snape silently mused, directing a transfiguration spell at a falling stone. A small white rabbit materialized in place of the stone, sniffing the air before scampering off in a chosen direction. The white rabbit stood out starkly against the darkness of the chamber. Even the basilisk, with its poor eyesight, could not fail to notice it as a glaring target. The creature, unable to resist the allure of its prey, was drawn towards the rabbit. Snape's grip tightened on Harry's shoulder like a vice, preventing any movement. Oblivious to the peril descending upon it, the little rabbit dashed forward, while the basilisk coiled beside it, lifting its massive body and lunging with great force towards the unsuspecting creature. Shatter. Barricade. Two spells were unleashed almost simultaneously from their respective wands. A foul gust emanated from the basilisk's maw, as one spell aimed directly into its gaping mouth, while the other targeted its venomous fangs. The spells struck the basilisk in succession. Snape's shatter spell landed squarely within the creature's mouth, a torrent of fetid black blood spraying forth, causing it to recoil in agony. Regardless of how formidable a creature's exterior, its insides could not be shielded by scales, and Snape's spell had successfully pierced through the basilisk's mouth, creating a bloody wound. Meanwhile, Harry's barricade spell, though he recognized the rabbit was merely a product of Snape's transfiguration, had inadvertently delayed the creature's movement, allowing Snape's attack to find its mark more effectively. Snape yanked Harry by the scruff of his neck, causing him to roll his eyes back in shock. "Close your eyes," he barked. Potter quickly complied, tightly shutting his eyes. After casting two spells, the basilisk had detected their presence. Snape pulled Harry through a maze of rubble, their disillusionment charm flickering. Fortunately, the basilisk was nearly blind, utterly incapable of discerning their whereabouts. Harry felt himself being propelled forward by Snape, surrounded by the stench of the wind and the sounds of falling boulders. He cracked his eyes open a fraction, scanning the floor for Ron, who was desperately rolling and clutching the sorting hat, dodging the falling stones. The three of them were inadvertently racing towards the direction of the tunnel, the very path they had slid down. With a forceful shove, Snape propelled Harry ahead. A stone supporting the dome suddenly cracked, plummeting towards them. Harry, propelled by Snape, lunged forward just as the stone crashed down behind him with a resounding thud. He had no time to rise, instead collapsing to the ground. Professor! Professor! Despite his profound disdain for the dark bat-like figure, he did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Professor Snape gritted his teeth, a corner of his forehead struck by an unknown force, blood cascading down in a crimson stream. The protective armor he donned had managed to shatter the stone fragment, yet such an act would render his disillusionment charm ineffective. The silhouettes of the three of them materialized within the chamber. Stripped of the enchantment's interference, the basilisk swiftly locked onto their shadows and lunged toward them. Professor Snape bellowed at them, "Duck." The other two children immediately bowed their heads. Snape raised his wand high, aiming toward the heavens, uttering incantations that Harry still struggled to comprehend. Magic surged through the chamber, accompanied by a creaking sound emanating from ahead. The stone pillars supporting the dome above began to fracture, the colossal column toppling down in slow motion. Snape gripped his wand tightly as a fierce wind howled around them, the brilliance of his magic erupting from the tip of his wand, firmly ensnaring the massive stone pillar. With a thunderous crash, the column shattered, and a piercing shriek echoed from the basilisk's position. Harry gasped, retreating behind Professor Snape alongside Ron, their eyes nearly squeezed shut against the chaos. A deafening roar resonated as the column exploded, the fragments seeming almost alive as they reassembled into a grotesque creature, complete with wings, limbs, and a head. It lunged fiercely toward the basilisk, blocking one of its eyes with its own form. Transfiguration. Professor Snape gasped, his breath coming in labored heaves. His transfiguration skills paled in comparison to Professor McGonagall's. This was the pinnacle of his ability. He shoved the two children towards the conduit, his voice stern as he commanded. Hurry up. Day after day, Dumbledore only seemed to create more chaos for himself. The basilisk writhed violently within the chamber, its massive form wreaking havoc. The three of them stumbled to evade its assaults, while Ron stubbornly clutched the tattered sorting hat. Harry grasped Snape's sleeve, shouting at him, "We need to move together." Snape yanked his sleeve away from Harry's grip, causing Harry's expression to shift. In a moment of desperation, he pushed Snape forcefully, catching the professor off guard and toppling him. A cascade of rubble fell, swiftly engulfing him. Yet Snape soon discerned the unfolding calamity. Tremors and thunderous sounds reverberated from above. He had no choice but to brace himself. The basilisk's tail crashed down where they stood, sending Harry and Ron tumbling as it whipped around, desperately trying to dislodge the sorting hat that clung to its head like a cap. The stone creature proved equally relentless, its claws clutching at the basilisk's neck. Blood and scales raining down like confetti. The basilisk's venomous blood dripped onto Ron's hands, burning through flesh and leaving a searing wound. Ron. Harry scrambled to Ron's side, who had sustained injuries to his leg. The two boys huddled together, Ron's trembling hands thrusting the sorting hat into Harry's possession as he spoke with a defiance that bordered on desperation. "The headmaster said you could use this." Suddenly, the hat opened its mouth, speaking in a melodic tone. Indeed, in the face of danger, at the final moment, a true hero arises. Both Harry and Ron shouted in unison, "Stop the nonsense." "Sorting hat, what should we do next?" The hat paused momentarily before continuing in its cryptic manner. "A true warrior will uncover the sword of Gryffindor from within my depths." Without hesitation, Harry plunged his hand into the hat. The basilisk's massive head bore down upon them, the stone creature summoned by Snape gradually fracturing. Ron was immobile, his eyes wide as he beheld the basilisk's approaching head, close enough to see its gory flesh and the stench of its decaying skin. A flash of light caught his peripheral vision. In that fleeting moment, Harry resembled a knight from a medieval tale, wielding a gleaming sword adorned with a crimson jewel, its beauty striking. He roared and lunged forward, thrusting the blade toward the basilisk. The creature's once impenetrable hide succumbed to the sword as if it were mere tofu, the blade piercing deeply. The basilisk writhed in agony, its thrashing causing the pillars to topple one after another. The stone creature conjured by Snape finally lost its magical support, crumbling back into debris that rained down from above. A clear bird call resonated from above, and a swift red figure descended from the conduit like a blazing fire, furiously striking the basilisk's head. Fawkes. The phoenix's sharp beak jabbed fiercely at the basilisk's eyes, its most formidable weapon. The basilisk gaped, attempting to shake off the enraged Fawkes. The phoenix flared its wings, soaring away, but the basilisk was left with only two gory eye sockets. The creature's head fell heavily, and Harry, panting, pierced the basilisk's upper jaw. Black blood erupted from the wound, resembling a dark fountain, as Harry felt searing pain coursing through his body. The venomous blood began to corrode his skin and bones. But there was no other choice. To survive and escape the chamber, this was the moment to act. The basilisk gradually ceased its thrashing, its body collapsing limply, its exposed fangs dripping with venom that pooled on the ground. Exhausted, Harry felt the world blur before him as he released his grip, unable to hold on any longer. Collapsing to the ground, he heard Ron, panicked and limping, calling out, along with the phoenix's song and the furious screech of a bat. Fawkes landed beside him, tenderly resting its head against Harry's chest, a soothing warmth emanating from its presence. The intense pain across Harry's body began to subside under the gentle coolness. He groaned and looked at Fawkes. The phoenix's tears fell steadily onto Harry's chest, healing the burns on his skin with remarkable speed. The chamber's ceiling, now devoid of the pillar's support, groaned ominously. A dark box tumbled to Harry's feet, while Professor Snape, equally battered, sat beside him, gasping for breath as he retrieved 3 vials of potions from his sleeve. He drank from one, handed a second to Ron, then roughly lifted Harry's head to pour the final potion into his mouth. Harry felt a slight relief wash over him as he gasped for air, glancing toward the ominous black box. The box was opened, and a seemingly unremarkable notebook with a black cover tumbled out. Harry appeared entranced, his eyes clouded with confusion as he reached out his hand, yearning to grasp the notebook. "Potter." Professor Snape's voice resonated with a grave tone, abruptly severing Harry's peculiar connection. His countenance grew dark. The notebook had fallen from Fawkes, brushing against Harry's hand, urging him to gaze at the basilisk's venomous fangs. Upon those fangs lingered drops of venom, and Fawkes opened his beak, through which Dumbledore's voice emerged. "I cannot touch that notebook. Harry, please help me." "The notebook?" Harry blinked, casting his gaze toward the unremarkable item. while Professor Snape's expression darkened further. Upon hearing Dumbledore's voice, he pressed his lips together and instructed Harry, "Potter, try using the venomous fang." The basilisk, an ancient creation, possessed fangs that were nearly incurable, save for the phoenix's tears. Harry extended his hand and retrieved the notebook from the ground. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through his forehead. He gasped. The agony was fiercer than the moment when his flesh had been seared, akin to a hatchet cleaving through his skull. His hand trembled, and the notebook slipped from his grasp. The pain lessened slightly, and he gasped for air, regaining his composure. Professor Snape observed Harry's actions, a grave expression gradually overtaking his features. Harry picked up the notebook once more, aligning it with the basilisk's venomous fang, and forcefully pressed it against the fang. A piercing scream erupted from the location of the notebook. The shriek resonated within the minds of all present, leaving the three of them disoriented, their vision dimming as dark smoke billowed from the notebook's center. The basilisk's fang hissed as it seared the notebook, and a blurred apparition began to extricate itself from within. Half of the apparition's face was melted, yet the remaining portion retained its striking handsomeness. It menacingly extended a translucent hand toward the trio, but before it could make contact, Professor Snape had already drawn his wand, aiming it forward. Protego. The apparition reluctantly dissipated into the air, the notebook reduced to a pile of ashes scattered on the ground. The dome emitted creaking sounds, as if it could no longer bear the weight of the Black Lake's waters above. Fawkes, in a state of agitation, called out, and Professor Snape, with one hand grasping each of the two Gryffindors, lifted them as Fawkes spread his wings and soared toward the direction of the passage. Dumbledore stood atop the Myrtle washroom, his previously nonchalant demeanor vanishing, replaced by an enigmatic expression. He addressed Professor McGonagall, saying, "The chamber may collapse." A sharp cry echoed from the passage, a gust of warm air surged forth, and Fawkes swiftly emerged, his larger form bearing the three disheveled individuals. As Fawkes burst out, a surge of powerful magic emanated from Dumbledore, waves of magical light shooting from his sleeves and piercing into the pitch-black entrance. The castle, which had been trembling slightly, was unnoticed due to the late hour, but with Dumbledore's magic, the tremors gradually subsided. Deep within the unseen chamber, the stone pillars that had been on the verge of collapse re-established themselves, once again supporting the dome. Dumbledore's veins bulged as he restored the chamber, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. Hidden beneath the Black Lake, should it be destroyed, the waters would inevitably flood into the castle, potentially leading to its destabilization. Wastewater and debris surged up the passage, densely blocking the entrance. While Dumbledore completed his final tasks, Professor McGonagall hastily led the three students to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was summoned, and despite her good-natured disposition, she expressed no complaints as she exclaimed to Professor McGonagall, "Where have you been? Good heavens! Professor Snape, why are you so gravely injured?" Professor Snape pressed his lips together, reluctant to engage in conversation. Madame Pomfrey first settled Ron, who bore the least severe injuries, onto a bed, while the unconscious Harry was moved to the observation room, and she began tending to Professor Snape's wounds. Draco lay quietly in the snow. Finding the location of the herd of Thestrals was not difficult, as Professor Binns had provided them with the coordinates. They merely needed to follow the directions. The challenge lay in traversing the Forbidden Forest. As large creatures, the Thestrals' territory bordered that of the Centaurs, interspersed with the domain of the Acromantulas. Near the edge of the Acromantula territory lay that of the Frost Giants. During their conservation efforts, Durmstrang had intentionally guided the female adults to concentrate in a specific area of the Forbidden Forest for breeding, a choice made to evade their natural enemies on the icy plains, the Norwegian Ridgeback and the Frost Giants. The Frost Giants posed the greatest threat to dragons and other animals. They were magical creatures, notoriously difficult to deal with volatile tempers, unpredictable moods, and a disdain for wizards, reveling in slaughter. They too raised offspring, gathering them together for education to ensure each youngling received adequate care. However, even with such measures, oversights could occur. As apex predators of the Nordic ice plains, when a dragon and a frost giant encountered each other, conflict was inevitable. As Draco and his companions navigated the Forbidden Forest, cautiously making their way toward the Thestrals' territory, they stumbled upon a frost giant's cub. Though it was a cub, it stood an impressive 2 meters tall, distinguishable as a juvenile by the gigantic pacifier dangling from its chest. Draco thought, "What luck do I have?" The cub had burrowed a snow den, nestled against a stone wall, seemingly asleep, its tattered clothing revealing numerous wounds, from which dried, deep blue blood could be seen. Yet this was clearly not the territory of the Frost Giants. Why was a solitary cub present here? A group of children hid within the forest, watching intently. The thick snow reflected the moonlight, and the cub, tucked within its snow den, inadvertently attracted the attention of other magical creatures. A pack of ice wolves stood cautiously before the snow den, their green eyes glinting ominously. This area was perilously close to the ice wolves' breeding ground, making it a sensitive spot, especially with the presence of their adversary. Draco felt a headache coming on. They still needed to traverse the icy lake ahead to reach the Thestrals' territory. The little frost giant, positioned slightly below them, faced off against the ice wolves, while the group of students stood atop a slight incline, able to witness the impending confrontation below. Anya and Draco lay prostrate upon the snowy expanse, the surrounding crowd enveloped in silence, scarcely daring to make a sound. Among them, a lone ice wolf bared its fangs, attempting to approach the seemingly inert giant. The giant remained motionless until the wolf drew near, at which point its arms surged forth, aiming to seize the creature. The ice wolf, sensing the impending danger, unleashed a miniature tempest from its gaping maw and nimbly evaded the giant's grasp. The giant, having straightened its form from the snowdrift, bore a diminutive milk sack upon its chest, yet its gaze radiated coldness and cruelty. It tenderly caressed its belly, where a resounding growl echoed, signaling its hunger. Draco and his companions above felt a chill of fear. Frost giants possess an immense appetite, their volatile temperament directly proportional to their hunger. Even the young ones should not be underestimated in their combat prowess, for they are far from mindless brutes. Chapter 54, The Centaur. Draco preferred to forfeit points than to become embroiled in the conflict below. Anya whispered to Draco, "Those stones claim that this cub fell from the sky and landed here." Draco replied incredulously, "How could it have inexplicably dropped here? Giants cannot fly." At that moment, turmoil ensued below. The ice wolves, perceiving the cub's apparent injury and mobility impairment, grew bolder, advancing in a show of provocation. Although the cub was furious, it remained firmly ensconced within the snowdrift, striving to avoid being caught in a pincer attack. Draco tightened his grip on his wand as the ice wolves began to converge, lowering their bodies in preparation for an assault against the seated giant, a clear signal of impending aggression. Draco hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene when a fierce wind swept through. The gale, laced with snowflakes, obscured his vision, compelling him to pause. Professor Billieu descended upon them like a divine emissary. Soaring on her broomstick from the opposite edge of the forest, her countenance icy as she surveyed the two factions below. Without uttering a word, she plunged into the fray. Her intervention temporarily thwarted the wolves' assault, and the young giant found itself swiftly bound by her binding spell, its furious roars echoing as it struggled in vain. Professor Billieu delivered a sharp rap to its forehead, her voice frigid as she declared, "If you wish to return home, cease your struggles." The frost giant seemed to comprehend, halting its movements and gazing at her. Professor Billieu brandished her wand, forcing back the encroaching ice wolves, then placed her fingers to her lips and whistled. The sound of flapping wings filled the air as a flock of Pegasi emerged from the heavens. These were no mere ponies. They were fully grown Pegasi, towering 2 to 3 meters high, each bearing a large net. The net descended upon the frost giant, which attempted to resist once more. Losing her patience, Professor Billieu unleashed a red beam of light, causing the giant to collapse, unconscious. She approached the lead Pegasus, affectionately stroking its muzzle as it nuzzled her in return, calling out before unfurling its wings. The wind surged again, and the herd of Pegasi began to lift the net-bound frost giant into the sky. As Professor Billieu mounted her broom and passed by Draco and his companions, she called out, "Class is suspended. Everyone return. I must escort this giant, captured by a dragon, back." With that, she swiftly turned her broom and joined the soaring Pegasi, leaving the young students in awe as they watched her vanish into the night. Anya's face was alight with envy and longing. "Professor Billieu is so impressive," she mused. Draco, however, was preoccupied with the implications of her words. "Captured by a dragon?" he pondered. That most likely refers to the forest dragon, known to attack frost giant cubs, while frost giants, in turn, pilfer dragon eggs and even hunt young dragons. This cub must have been thrown here by a dragon, and if left undiscovered, it would not survive the night. Their lesson disrupted by this commotion, Draco beckoned his peers to return to the castle. The Norwegian forest dragon, immense in size and temperament akin to that of fire dragons, possessed a high intellect. Fully aware that this realm belonged to Durmstrang, it was rare to witness a dragon's presence on campus. What could have prompted the sudden abandonment of a young giant? Draco's mind was heavy with contemplation as he returned to the castle, where he dined with his companions. Once back in his dormitory, he felt the badge pinned to his chest radiate warmth. Covering the badge with his hand, he rose from his bed. Emil was already asleep. At Durmstrang, a curfew was enforced, and the corridors were patrolled by Professor Frost's tiny creations, which diligently ensured that no students strayed from their dormitories after hours. Should anyone be caught wandering or on a clandestine rendezvous, they would be unceremoniously escorted back. Draco slipped out of the common room and into the corridor, where he spotted Crumb, cloaked, waiting at the far end. Hurrying to catch up, Draco had to jog to match Crumb's long strides. Crumb spoke rapidly. "I wonder what has the professor so eager to summon us tonight." Draco, still haunted by the image of the young giant he had seen earlier, remained silent, pursing his lips. Upon reaching their classroom, Crumb pushed the door open to find Professor Kappa already waiting. He appeared as he always did, dressed in a gentleman's suit crafted from wool, complete with a hat. Professor Kappa's lips moved as he addressed them. "My dear Crumb, Draco, you may be heading to the Centaur's territory tonight." Both boys were taken aback. Had it not been established that their visit was scheduled for next week? Why the urgency? Kappa moved to the window, where a thin veil of clouds drifted across the sky, resembling gossamer draped over the twinkling stars. He spoke softly. "The Centaurs have urgently contacted me. They can wait no longer. Go, my students. What have the Centaurs witnessed? What observations have they made? I am most curious. Please bring back their tidings." Draco exhaled deeply, exchanging a glance with Crumb. The entirety of Durmstrang was under a broom-flying prohibition, accompanied by anti-disapparition charms, allowing broom flights only during team training sessions to prevent students from recklessly soaring about. Thus, at such a time, Draco and Crumb could only venture into the forbidden forest on foot. The magical constructs could not enter, relying solely on the two of them. As they donned their badges and brandished their wands, progressing slowly toward the Centaur's domain. A recent snowfall had blanketed the forbidden forest in a thick layer of snow, and the two navigated through the forest, their steps sinking into the drifts, with only beams of light filtering through the dense branches above. Draco conjured a glowing orb to illuminate their path, the surroundings eerily quiet, save for the sound of snowflakes dislodging from branches. Draco inquired, "Today, we encountered giants." Crumb was somewhat taken aback. "How could giants be found here? Their territory does not extend this far. We must journey further north, deep within the mountains, to reach their domain," Draco replied. Professor Beringer sent it back, claiming it was brought by a dragon. "Today, the teacher summoned us to the Centaur's territory. Do you suppose all of this is interconnected?" Crumb pondered. "I am unsure. My knowledge of celestial magic is rather lacking. To me, those stars are no more than mere orbs." As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the outskirts of the Centaur's domain. "Halt!" Draco and Crumb immediately stood frozen, as a glimmering arrowhead emerged from the thicket, aimed squarely at their foreheads. They had yet to behold the Centaurs in their full form. But what greeted them first was the weaponry of the Centaurs. Each Centaur is a master archer, and this arrow appeared to be inscribed with some special runes, likely possessing the ability to bypass magical defenses. No wonder they are often referred to as the slayers of wizards. Footsteps. No, rather. The sound of hooves echoed from the depths of the forest. Two robust Centaurs emerged from behind sturdy trees, bows drawn. Their upper bodies bared as if they felt no chill in the frigid air. One of the Centaurs had draped a pelt of an ice wolf around his shoulders, though it seemed more ornamental than truly warm. One Centaur, particularly striking, wore a coat of shimmering silver, reminiscent of a unicorn, glistening with a soft silver hue under the moonlight. His hair was a pale golden, intricately braided into a long plait that cascaded down his back, adorned with several yellow flowers, likely plums, exuding a wild and natural beauty. The Centaur's ears resembled those of elves or fairies, elongated and pierced with various sized holes, bedecked with gemstone earrings that appeared far more resplendent than those of the Centaurs at Hogwarts. How to describe it? They seemed more authentically Centaur-like, due to geographical factors. The Centaurs of Hogwarts often intermingle with the wizarding world, their demeanor becoming increasingly akin to that of wizards. However, here, in the frigid expanse of the north, the Centaurs were more reclusive, and had it not been for an earth-shattering event prompting them to invite their teacher, Draco might never have glimpsed the Centaurs of the Forbidden Forest in his lifetime. The Centaurs lowered their arrows, and the one who appeared to be cloaked in moonlight addressed them. "Are you students of Grindelwald?" Crumb and Draco exchanged a glance and nodded. The Centaur gracefully turned and continued, "I surmised as much from the magical resonance. Follow me." Despite their imposing stature, their movements through the snow were remarkably deft, their hooves barely leaving a mark in the powdery white, as though their bodies were entirely weightless. Draco watched the agile Centaur with a tinge of envy, breathlessly remarking to Crumb, "What is going on? How can they move so swiftly?" Crumb, though possessing greater stamina than Draco, was beginning to perspire as well. The Centaur ahead, overhearing Draco's query, turned back, somewhat astonished, and said to them, "Has your teacher not instructed you?" He extended his hand, cradling a green leaf, at the center of which lay a gleaming rune, a protective rune, which can shield you from the harsh temperatures, weather, and terrain. "Has your teacher not taught you this?" He turned back and affixed the leaf to Draco and Crumb, who felt a warm current emanating from its position, enveloping their entire beings. Draco felt his body grow considerably lighter. Walking became much easier than before. Draco inquired, "Can the protective rune be utilized in such circumstances?"